You're clearly a Taoist celestial master on the verge of receiving your initiation, yet you've unexpectedly been reincarnated as a good-for-nothing medical examiner. On your very first day on the job, your beautiful boss actually forces you to perform an autopsy on a corpse encased in concrete. As you gaze at the male corpse on the operating table, its face contorted in a hideous grimace and caked in concrete, a cold smile curls at the corners of your mouth. An autopsy? This Taoist master only practices necromancy. The moment the beautiful director turned to leave, your fingertips swiftly formed an eerie magical seal, and a golden light flashed in your pupils. Open the gates of the underworld. By the command of Lord Yama. Rise. Accompanied by the mechanical sound of ding. Merit system activated, exploding in your mind. The long-dead corpse suddenly sat bolt upright amid the creak of grinding bones. You slapped the back of the corpse's head and tossed over a pen and paper. What are you standing there for? Write down the name and ID number of the person who killed you. Don't keep this old master from going home. We brought you the body from homicide case 428. Dr. Lin, since the body was encased in concrete within the wall, we're unable to determine the victim's time of death or cause of death. We hope you and your team can help us solve this case as soon as possible. A woman who looked to be in her late 20s, with a fair, delicate face and a pair of half-rimmed glasses that made her resemble a schoolteacher, was wearing a white lab coat. She was Ria, the forensic pathologist widely recognized as a beauty throughout City B, currently assigned to the Nanshui precinct, where she conducted autopsies. Ria nodded solemnly at the police officer wearing a peaked cap standing before her and said, "Officer Hu, rest assured we'll do our very best." "All right." Officer Hu saluted Ria before turning and walking away. Ria turned her head and put on her mask. She looked at another young man in his 20s in the autopsy room and said in a deep voice, "Zhang, today is your first day on the job. Let your senior colleagues see how well you've applied what you've learned over the past few years. This autopsy is yours." "Ha? Me?" Upon hearing this, Zhang's eyes were filled with utter bewilderment. In fact, Zhang still hadn't fully processed what was happening. In his memory, he should have been kneeling before his master, the old celestial master, preparing to receive the celestial master seal from him, and was set to become the next celestial master tomorrow. But after the golden radiance of the celestial master seal had engulfed him, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the police station's morgue. On the autopsy table in front of him lay a lifeless corpse with a contorted, hideous expression, its body even still caked with remnants of cement. And this woman, who looked absolutely stunning, actually asked him to perform the autopsy right off the bat. What's the matter? Seeing the bewildered look on Zhang's face, Ria furrowed her brow slightly. "Is there a problem with me asking you to perform the autopsy? You haven't forgotten everything you learned in those 4 years of college, have you?" As Ria spoke, a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. Zhang was far too young. He clearly just graduated from college. What gave him the right to be her deputy? After all, she spent 3 years grinding it out on the front lines before being reassigned to the precinct thanks to her meritorious service. But this Zhang had arrived at the branch bureau right after graduation. Who knows, there might be some shady backroom deal involved. This assignment would be the perfect opportunity to find out what exactly made Zhang so special. Little did she know that, at that very moment, Zhang had just come to terms with reality. He had traveled through time and found himself in the body of a forensic pathologist with the same name in another parallel world. And now, out of the blue, a corpse had been delivered, waiting for him to perform the autopsy? What the hell am I supposed to do? I'm a Taoist priest. I don't know how to perform an autopsy. This is completely beyond my professional expertise. Zhang looked up, feeling a bit awkward, and addressed Ria, who was standing in front of him wearing half-rimmed glasses. Ria. After all, it's only my first day on the job here, and I'm not familiar with the procedures yet. Maybe you, director, should go first." "What?" Before Zhang could finish his sentence, Ria cut in again. "What procedures? Isn't this a required course in college? Don't tell me you've forgotten it all?" Zhang fell silent. He wanted to say he'd forgotten, but it wasn't that he'd forgotten. He simply had no idea how to do it at all. Ria's voice didn't stop there. You said it yourself, today is your first day on the job. This is your chance to prove yourself. Whether you can make it in this precinct depends entirely on today. So, come on, let me see what you're capable of. What professional skills do I even have? Zhang looked utterly helpless. This woman is so beautiful, why does she always come across as so pushy? Zhang desperately wanted to blurt out to Ria, actually, I'm not Zhang, there's another Zhang out there. I've traveled through time and taken over his body. But she wouldn't believe him if he said that. She'd definitely think I was just making excuses. What should I do? Zhang just stared blankly at the grotesque corpse on the autopsy table, at a loss. Meanwhile, the disappointment in Ria's eyes grew even more pronounced, and she said with what seemed like a hint of a cold smile. What are you standing there for? Perform the autopsy. Are you waiting for the corpse to rise and tell you how he died? There was a hint of sarcasm in Ria's tone. But Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up. Right. Damn it. I'm a Taoist priest. Why not just make the corpse sit up and tell me how he died? Ria had no idea what a terrifying thought had just crossed Zhang's mind. Zhang looked up at Ria and said, Ria, it's fine if you want me to perform the autopsy, but I'm used to working without anyone around to disturb me. So, Ria, you. As she listened to Zhang's voice, a hint of a contemptuous smile seemed to flicker at the corner of Ria's mouth, and she thought to herself, he sure is full of nonsense. But she simply said, fine. They say masters all have their quirks. Let me see if you truly live up to that reputation. After saying this, Ria actually turned and walked away, leaving the entire autopsy room to Zhang all by himself. To be honest, Zhang hadn't expected Ria to give him so much face. But now that Ria was gone, the place was all his. As for why Zhang had sent Ria away, it was purely because what he was about to do was simply too shocking. To minimize the fallout, he had no choice but to do so. Rubbing his hands together, he walked over to the demonstration table. Staring at the corpse's terrifying, bulging eyes, Zhang said, Kid, I'll let you take one last look at this world at give this old master a chance to cut some corners at work. Then, Zhang's hands formed a very strange gesture, and he closed his eyes. The very moment he closed his eyes, Zhang's entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Meanwhile, Ria had already arrived in the monitoring room. This was the autopsy room's dedicated monitoring room, which was normally off limits, its primary purpose being to maintain a video record of the autopsy process to aid in criminal investigations. Ria sat in a chair, hugging her shoulders, and watched the footage on the screen. Kid, let me see what you're up to on the sly and why you don't want anyone watching you. You're not trying to call for outside help, are you? As time passed, Ria's expression grew increasingly strange as she watched the monitor. This was because Zhang, on the screen, had his eyes closed and was muttering something under his breath, as if reciting a chant. The corner of Ria's eye twitched slightly, and her lips trembled as she muttered. What on earth is he doing? Is he performing a shamanistic ritual? But just then, Zhang on the screen suddenly opened his eyes. A crisp voice rang out. The gates of the underworld open, by Lord Yama's command. Return the soul. Taishan Laojun, by your urgent decree. Rise. With a whoosh. The very instant Zhang's words faded, the corpse lying on the autopsy table, still encased in concrete, instantly stood up straight. Holy shit! Ria's shrill scream echoed through the monitoring room. Creak, creak. After the corpse, still coated with a bit of concrete, sat up, it actually stiffly twisted its neck. The concrete on its body, which had long since dried and hardened, seemed to scatter onto the floor due to the corpse's sudden movement. No emotion could be discerned in the corpse's ashen gray pupils. Its lips parted slightly, and a hoarse, unpleasant voice emerged. Am I alive? You're not alive, my ass. With a smack, Zhang reached out and slapped the back of the corpse's head. He. In the monitoring room, Ria had already leaped to her feet from her chair. Her eyes were wide open, so wide they looked like they were about to pop out of her face. Her mouth gaping, her delicate fingers pointed at the monitor screen, trembling wildly. The word he kept repeating itself from her mouth. She was clearly unable to form any coherent speech. Ria felt as if her entire worldview was about to collapse. She asked Zhang to perform an autopsy. Damn it, had Zhang just pulled off a necromancy right in front of her? The victim of homicide case 428 had been sealed in concrete for at least 7 days. He was long dead. How could he possibly get up? And even if it had gotten up, that would been bad enough. But Zhang actually threw a crisp cucumber at that corpse? This is fucking fucking. Ria rubbed her eyes, but the image didn't change. She pinched herself hard again, but the image still didn't change. With a whoosh, Ria flew out of the monitoring room as if she had a rocket booster strapped to her butt. Meanwhile, Zhang was addressing the corpse that had risen before him. You're already dead. It's just that Master Dao borrowed your soul from Lord Yama for a little while, so you could return to the living world to plead your case. Upon hearing the words grievance, the corpse that had risen before him began to tremble instantly. I died such a horrible death. Master Tao. I died such a horrible death. You must seek justice for me, Master Tao. Smack. Zhang slapped the corpse again, then said irritably. Keep your voice down. Do you have any idea how unusual it is for you to be standing up right now? I went out of my way to shoo everyone away so no one would find out, and here you are, drawing people back to Master Dao. Believe me, if I send you back again, you'll have to figure out how to resolve your grievance on your own. Smack. The corpse clapped its hands over its mouth and shook its head frantically at Zhang. The gesture clearly meant, don't worry, Master Dao, I won't shout anymore. All right. Zhang waved his hand and said to the corpse, tell me, how exactly did you die? Who killed you? The corpse nodded frantically, then removed its hands from its mouth and spoke. Master Dao, my name is Bing. I'm 35 years old, and my ID number is... It all started on that night last summer. Listen. Zhang immediately made a sure gesture, looking at the corpse with an impatient expression as he said. Why don't you just start from the time Pango created the heavens and earth? As he spoke, he retrieved a pen and paper from the nearby table and placed them on the desk beside him, saying, write down the details of your murder yourself. Remember, stick to the key points. Got it? Yes, Master Dao. The corpse rolled off the bed with a lightness of movement. It was as sturdy as an ox. If it weren't for its ashen skin and rotting muscles, who would believe this was a corpse? It obediently walked over to the desk and sat down, just as it picked up the pen. Bang, came a loud crash. The door to the autopsy room was smashed open from the outside. Ria, the dean, her face deathly pale and her pupils dilated, burst in from outside. The two people and the corpse stared at each other in shock. There is nothing more terrifying than sudden silence. Zhang, holy shit. We're busted? How did this woman find out? Ria's slightly trembling finger pointed at the corpse sitting at the desk, equally stunned. She looked at Zhang, every muscle in her body quivering. You. In the monitoring room, it was he, but now, in front of Zhang, had she switched to a different word and started acting like a parrot? Zhang's expression froze as he awkwardly began, Ria, let me explain. But just as Zhang was halfway through his sentence, the corpse suddenly dropped the pen in his hand with a thud. Then he froze in place. With a clang, he fell straight onto the floor. This sudden turn of events caused a dense web of black lines to appear on Zhang's forehead. Holding his forehead, Zhang kicked the stiff, motionless corpse lying on the ground. What are you doing? To his surprise, the corpse opened one eye, winked at Zhang, and whispered. Master Dao, there's an outsider here. Act. Hurry up and act. Look how good my acting is. Zhang's gaze froze instantly. Wait, were you this sarcastic when you were alive, too? Get up right now. We've already been exposed. Why are you still pretending? Have we been exposed? The corpse actually looked completely bewildered as it staggered to its feet. I was acting pretty well, Master Tao. Or is it just that your acting is terrible? That remark nearly sent Zhang into a rage. He was this close to sending the corpse right back to the gates of the underworld. Aria's scream, which she'd been holding back for who knows how long, finally burst out. Necromancy! A shrill scream rang out, and Ria instantly turned and ran. Damn it! Seeing this, Zhang didn't hesitate for a second and took off in pursuit. He absolutely couldn't let Ria spread the word about this. He could handle 1 or 2 cases on his own, but if word got out, what would become of him then? Would he be sent straight to some weird place to be dissected and studied? Of course, as Zhang dashed out, he didn't forget to give the corpse one last order. Hurry up and write. Once you're done, get back in your place. It was right in the middle of the workday. Ria's scream as she burst out of the stairwell quickly caught the attention of quite a few people at the precinct. Officer who had just left a short while ago, also turned back. At that moment, Zhang grabbed Ria by the arm. Ria was still struggling when officers from a distance came running up. Ria pointed at Zhang and screamed, he. Ria's mouth was covered. The officer's footsteps came to a halt. The entire precinct fell silent. And for good reason. What was covering Ria's mouth was none other than Zhang's own mouth. Ria's eyes widened like copper bells. Her half-framed glasses hung on her cheeks, already fogged up by Zhang's nose. Those star-filled eyes trembled violently. But as time passed, Ria actually closed her eyes. Her body even went limp, and she slumped into Zhang's arms. Zhang, seizing the moment, wrapped his arm around Ria's waist and dragged her back into the autopsy room. Meanwhile, the police officers standing at the far end of the hallway all suddenly wore a hint of suggestive smirks on their faces. Especially Officer who, the glee in his eyes was so intense his eyeballs nearly popped out. Oh my god. Zhang is one hell of a guy. How the hell did they end up kissing during an autopsy? Wow, love in the morgue? Holy crap. Just thinking about it is thrilling. He turned around and saw that the group of colleagues behind him were all just like him, even itching to go see what the two of them looked like while kissing. Officer who quickly cleared his throat and said sternly, "What are you all doing? Don't you have work to do? Go get back to work." Inside the autopsy room, Ria's body went limp. With her eyes closed, she trembled slightly. Zhang whispered softly into Ria's crystal-clear earlobe. "You forget thousands of things every day, why not forget this one too?" The tingling sensation brought on by Zhang's voice jolted Ria awake instantly. She stared intently at Zhang's face, which was just inches away, her voice trembling. "Are you talking about the necromancy thing, or the fact that you kissed me?" At the mention of this, even Zhang's face flushed. He had no choice in that situation. After all, the people outside were all police officers. If he actually covered Ria's mouth with his hand and dragged her back, Officer who might have drawn his gun on the spot. He actually sacrificed his reputation just to cover up the necromancy. He is still a young, innocent guy, after all. Ahem. Of course, that wasn't the main point. Zhang slowly pointed behind him at the corpse, which was furiously scribbling on a piece of paper, recounting its own tragic story. He was signaling to Ria that this was what he was referring to. But Ria seemed to want to say something else. But Zhang beat her to it. "Our job is as forensic pathologists to investigate the true circumstances of a case and help the Bureau solve it. As for how we go about our investigation, that doesn't really matter, does it? Do you go around telling everyone the details of every autopsy you perform?" "I suppose you have a point." Ria didn't seem to be the sharpest tool in the shed. "But this is necromancy. You actually made a corpse sit up on its own to write its own autopsy report?" Ria's stiff, sharp voice trailed off. The corpse, which had been sitting there furiously scribbling, actually turned its head and gave Ria a wink. Seeing this, Ria's eyes rolled back in her head. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground. She had clearly fainted. looking at Ria, who lay unconscious on the ground. Zhang pursed his lips in exasperation. What should he do? Should he just kill her to silence her? Or maybe not. Standing beside Ria, Zhang formed a seal with one hand. Once again, he began chanting an obscure and incomprehensible incantation. Then, he tapped Ria's forehead with his finger and shouted softly, "Memory wipe skill." But soon, he withdrew his hand with a hint of disappointment, thinking to himself, no good. Mana is just too scarce in this world, and since I came here, my cultivation level has dropped too much. I can't even cast an intermediate spell like the memory wipe skill. Am I really going to have to silence her? He picked up the surgical scalpel used for dissection. He traced a line across Ria's snow-white swan-like neck. Zhang still couldn't bring himself to go through with it. Mainly because if he killed her, how would he survive in this world? For now, he'd better think about how to deceive her once Ria came to. Unfortunately, the corpse behind him couldn't swallow its saliva, but it still muttered nervously to itself. This Taoist master is kind of scary. He's ready to kill at the drop of a hat. Taoist master? The corpse seemed a little nervous. Zhang turned his head and said irritably, "What?" The corpse was startled, but still managed to say, trembling, "I'm done writing." Done writing? Zhang stood up and took the A4 sheet of paper from the corpse's hand. Clearly written on it were the deceased's name, blood type, ID number, and even the name of the murderer, along with a complete account of the murder. Everything was laid out in black and white. Zhang was very satisfied. He waved his hand at the corpse and said, "All right, lie back down and keep being dead." "Yes, Master Taoist." The corpse rolled over and lay flat on the autopsy table once more. Zhang formed a seal with one hand, his gaze as sharp as lightning, and pointed, "Go." The corpse resumed its previous lifeless, hideous appearance. The soul borrowed from Lord Yama had clearly returned to where it rightfully belonged. At the same time, Zhang instantly felt a warm current surge into his dantian. His eyes narrowed slightly. Is this mana? Zhang was taken aback. The very first moment he arrived in this world, he had discovered that mana here was extremely scarce, far too meager for him to use in his cultivation to return to his former cultivation level. Yet now, this mana entering his body was actually equivalent to the energy he would gain from a month of cultivation in his own world. Zhang glanced at the autopsy report in his hand, written in the victim's own handwriting, and thought to himself, could it be that as long as I thoroughly investigate the truth behind the security check, I can earn mana through merit to raise my cultivation level? That was Zhang's hypothesis. But to find out the truth, Zhang would have to investigate it himself. Late at night, Ria opened her eyes, still half asleep. What is going on? Ria was lying on the couch in the autopsy room. Zhang approached with a cup of hot coffee, his face beaming with enthusiasm, and blurted out, "Ria, your work on the autopsy of homicide case 428 was truly grueling. You must have passed out from exhaustion after finishing the autopsy. Your dedication to your work is truly something a newcomer like me should learn from." Oh, man. Zhang really doesn't even bother to prepare his lies. Ria took the hot coffee Zhang handed her with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, then looked at him strangely and asked, "I seem to remember, you performed necromancy on the victim in case 428? You're mistaken." Zhang denied it outright without a moment's hesitation. "You must be dreaming again. How could necromancy possibly exist in this world?" Ria shot Zhang a sidelong glance and quickly retorted, "So when you forced a kiss on me, was I dreaming too?" Zhang. "Yes. You're a total idiot." "Great." Judging by Ria's reaction, Zhang's plan to pull the wool over her eyes had completely backfired. If this woman actually went and blabbed about this, he'd be in serious trouble. So, Zhang gave up on pretending. He placed the victim's own written account of the 428 murder case directly into Ria's hands and said, "I know that no matter how I explain it, you won't believe me, Ria. But the world is so big, it's not that unusual for supernatural events to occur. As long as it helps our precinct solve the case, isn't that a good thing? Ria certainly had no intention of being swayed by Zhang's nonsense. But the moment she saw the investigation report in her hands, Ria froze. It's actually this detailed? It even lists the killer's name? Doesn't that mean our precinct can just go arrest the suspect right away? Ria couldn't hide the shock on her face at all. Earlier, Zhang's urgent orders had caused the corpse to be directly necromantically summoned. Yet this detailed autopsy report was actually written by the corpse itself. By the corpse itself. Ria was a medical examiner. As a medical examiner, her job was to make the corpse speak to reveal the true circumstances of the case. But this speaking was a metaphor, referring to a medical examiner as superb autopsy skills and detective-like investigative mind, used to reconstruct the truth of the case. Zhang, on the other hand, literally made the corpse speak. Although the scene was quite shocking, its significance is self-evident. Zhang spoke up at just the right moment. If others find out about this, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay here and help our precinct solve cases. Ria should understand what might happen to me. So, Ria, you don't want anyone else to find out, do you? Are you sure this is your autopsy report? Early the next morning, officer who held the autopsy report Ria had given him, looking at Ria and Zhang standing before him with a strange expression. Zhang had spent the entire night talking her into it and had finally managed to persuade Ria. Ria adjusted her half-frame glasses, nodded at officer who with professional composure, and said, "That's right. This is the conclusion Zhang and I reached after working through the night." Zhang pursed his lips. Officer who raised an eyebrow. "Of course I wouldn't doubt that you two lovebirds worked through the night." Ria. "Who are you calling that little couple?" Officer who ignored the remark and continued. "There is something a bit off about this autopsy report, isn't there? What's wrong with it?" Ria held up the autopsy report and said, "The victim's identity, time of death, and cause of death aren't they all clearly stated? Isn't this detailed enough?" Hu Jingguang said with a strange look on his face. "Don't you think this report is a bit too detailed?" Ria paused. "Isn't it good to be detailed?" Officer who spoke again. "I understand the logic. But what's the deal with the killer's ID number?" Ria and Zhang froze the moment they heard this. Ria immediately began scanning the autopsy report. She discovered that the report for this body not only listed the victim's name and ID number, but also included a string of numbers after the killer's name. Looking at the string of numbers, the corner of Zhang's eye twitched involuntarily as he thought to himself, "Damn it, it's one thing for the deceased to be so stingy, but why on earth would he go out of his way to write down someone else's ID number?" Ria's expression also froze at that moment. Earlier that evening, she'd been too preoccupied listening to Zhang's ramblings. She hadn't taken the time to carefully review the report herself. She'd been thinking that whatever the victim had written down would surely be much more detailed than their own autopsy report and provide more evidence. She never expected to have overlooked this point. It was bizarre enough that the killer's name appeared on the autopsy report and now they even included the killer's ID number? Tell me, which forensic pathologist in the world could figure that out from an autopsy? Then, Ria's gaze shifted stiffly to Zhang's face. That look seemed to say, "You're on your own now." Ahem. Ria cleared her throat and said to Officer Hu. "Zhang conducted the entire autopsy last night, and he wrote this report. If you have any questions, ask him." Zhang? Seriously, are you that unloyal? Faced with Officer Hu's scrutinizing gaze, Zhang immediately began to stammer. Well. Officer Hu, you forget thousands of things every day, why not just forget this one too? The looks on Officer Hu and Ria's faces were filled with resentment. So much so that Officer Hu couldn't help but interject. Zhang, do you even realize what you're saying? Ahem. Zhang realized just how far-fetched his previous remark had been. But how could he explain this? In his mind, Zhang had already cursed that victim from last night 7 or 8 times. Right now, he desperately wanted to go back to the morgue, bring that corpse back to life, and give it a good dozen or 20 hard slaps. Just as Zhang's mind was racing to come up with a plan, Officer Hu's voice rang out, tinged with suspicion. Zhang, you aren't? Zhang paused slightly. Could Officer Hu possibly know that I'm a Taoist priest and that I performed necromancy on the corpse yesterday? Did he watch yesterday's surveillance footage? But didn't Ria say that footage had already been deleted? What is going on here? Even Ria was momentarily stunned, thinking to herself. Could it be that Officer Hu has figured out Zhang's true identity? Or does Officer Hu know something about supernatural powers that Zhang is actually a Taoist priest? Seeing Officer Hu's confident expression, Zhang knew there was no way to explain it, there was no escaping it. Resigned, he nodded and said, I am. You admit it? Officer Hu's voice rose a few notches. Officer Hu's current demeanor only further confirmed Zhang and Ria's suspicions. Ria looked at Zhang, her gaze seeming to say, see? You wanted me to keep it a secret for you, but now look, Officer Hu has figured it out all by himself. Zhang knew that his attempt to hide his identity had been a complete failure. So, adopting a what's the point attitude, he blurted out. Fine, I'll come clean. I'm just a, but before Zhang could even utter the words Taoist priest, Officer Hu's voice cut in again. I never would have guessed you really snuck out in the middle of the night to investigate the case? Did you take advantage of our people being away to secretly pull up the victim's case file? Did you piece together clues to figure out that the killer was someone close to him, and then write your conclusion in the incident report? I never would have thought you weren't just a forensic pathologist, you're a detective too. Ha! Ria and Zhang both let out a startled gasp at the same time. What the hell is going on in the mind of the head of the Criminal Investigation Division? Officer Hu scratched the back of his head, still looking completely baffled, and said, What's wrong? Is there a problem? No. Zhang didn't hesitate for a second and went with the flow. Picking up on Officer Hu's remark, he said, Officer Hu, you really live up to your reputation as a veteran detective, you actually spotted that. You're not going to blame me for secretly accessing the case files without your permission, are you? Ha 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 ha. Officer Hu's face instantly lit up with a smile. Of course I won't blame you. I never expected you to have this kind of ability. Not only will I not blame you, but if we crack this case, you'll get the top credit. Enough said. This is the first time I've seen such a detailed autopsy report. It's made solving this case much easier. I'm heading out right now to round up my team and make the arrest. After saying that, Officer Hu said goodbye to Ria, turned, and ran out to rally his team for the operation. Watching Officer Hu's retreating figure, Zhang let out a slight sigh of relief. But he still spoke up, somewhat strangely. Now I know why our precinct's case solving efficiency is so low. Ria nodded in agreement, crossing her arms. I know now, too. However, neither of them had the slightest idea. After Officer Hu's figure disappeared around the corner of the hallway, the smile on Officer Hu's face vanished instantly. It was replaced by a look of deep puzzlement and seriousness. Glancing at the autopsy report in his hand, Officer Hu paused for a few seconds before entering his office and calling out. Wang, round up the team, we're moving out. Yes, sir. The Criminal Investigation Division sprang into action. However, when Officer Hu spotted a young, beautiful female officer with striking features standing in the corner, he raised his hand and called out. Xiao Hu, you don't need to participate in this operation for now. Come with me, I've got a special assignment for you. The female officer, known as Xiao Hu, hesitated briefly but then followed in Officer Hu's footsteps. The two made their way to a secluded spot, where Xiao Hu spoke first. Dad, what's going on? This Xiao Hu turned out to be Officer Hu's daughter, Hu Huixin. Officer Hu patted Hu Huixin on the shoulder and said in a low voice. Do you remember that young forensic pathologist who joined our precinct yesterday? Of course I do. Hu Huixin replied cheerfully. He is that handsome young guy. The look on Officer Hu's face spoke volumes, it was hard to put into words. But he said anyway. The task I'm about to assign you has everything to do with him. In the autopsy department's office, Rhea stretched, flexed her waist, and took off her loose white lab coat. Her curvaceous figure was now on full display before Zhang. It had to be said that Rhea was top-notch in both figure and looks, yet she still didn't have a boyfriend. It wasn't surprising, though. After all, forensic pathologists deal with corpses every day. How many people could really accept that? She looked at Zhang and said, "Come to think of it, there is something I need to apologize to you for." Zhang was slightly taken aback. "Why?" With a hint of resignation in her eyes, Rhea said, "Actually, the reason I had you perform the autopsy alone at first was that I didn't trust your abilities. I thought you'd gotten in through connections and landed this job at the precinct right after graduation, so I underestimated you a bit. But as it turns out, I really did underestimate you, because you're clearly not just performing an autopsy, you're practicing necromancy." As she said this, a trace of lingering fear still lingered in Rhea's eyes. Clearly, the corpse coming back to life yesterday had left a lasting psychological scar on her. Hearing Rhea's apology, a look of embarrassment also flashed across Zhang's face. After all, as far as he could remember, he really had gotten in through connections. That was because his stepdad was the renowned forensic pathologist of 100 cases in the imperial capital. He once performed 100 consecutive autopsies without a single mistake or error. Being assigned to City B was just a formality to polish his resume. But the Zhang of today was completely different from the Zhang of the past. With this necromancy technique, even if his stepdad were to become the forensic pathologist of 1,000 cases or 10,000 cases, he still wouldn't be a match for Zhang. As for Rhea, she did admit that she had previously underestimated Zhang. Although his autopsy methods were so sensational, she still offered her sincere apology. Rhea, for her part, had developed a bit more fondness for Zhang. After slipping on her casual jacket, Rhea stretched and said, "All right, Zhang, we worked overtime all night last night. There are no cases today, so let us head home early and get some rest." As she spoke, she prepared to leave, pulled out her car keys, and said to Zhang, "Where do you live? Do you want a ride? I haven't been assigned a dorm at the precinct yet. For now, my superiors have told me to stay in the office for the time being." Rhea paused slightly upon hearing Zhang's reply, but still nodded, "All right, get some rest early." However, just as she reached the office door and was about to leave, she stopped in her tracks, turned to look at Zhang, and said, I have an empty room at my place. How about you stay there until you're assigned a dorm room?" Zhang hesitated. Was she suggesting they move in together already? No way. They only kissed yesterday, and a kiss doesn't get you pregnant. Of course, he wouldn't voice such a jerk-like thought outright. Instead, he played it coy, half reluctant, half eager, and replied, "Wouldn't that bother Rhea?" Of course, he was playing hard to get the idea that men and women shouldn't be too close had long since become outdated in this day and age. Besides, having a bed to sleep in is way better than sleeping on the couch, right? Of course not. Rhea waved with a hint of excitement. "Come on, I'll take you home." Rhea's car was an ordinary Jetta. It wasn't that she couldn't afford a more luxurious sedan. Rhea's explanation to Jean was that she was so used to driving the driving school's car that she didn't dare drive anything else. This had Zhang on edge the whole way. Fortunately, Rhea was a pretty good driver. They soon arrived at a residential complex that looked fairly upscale but was a bit dated. After parking, they took the elevator up to the floor where Rhea lived. As she looked at the security door in front of them and reached for her keys, Zhang's eyebrow twitched slightly. He reached out and gave it a gentle tug. With a creak, the security door swung open. Rhea froze in surprise. "Did I forget to lock the door when I went to work yesterday?" Zhang said with a hint of exasperation. "I don't think that's the case." Hearing this, Rhea's eyes narrowed sharply. "Oh no!" Rhea instantly flung open the front door and rushed into the house. The living room looked clean and tidy, but Rhea didn't seem to care at all as she dashed straight into a bedroom. Immediately afterward, Zhang heard Ria's shriek. Who is it? Who would dare to steal from a police officer's home? As soon as her voice trailed off, Ria emerged from the bedroom clutching a very delicate box. The lock on the box had been picked, and its contents had long since vanished. Tears welled up in Ria's eyes, and her voice trembled slightly as she said, "Of all the things they could have stolen, this was a keepsake my grandfather left me. It's not even worth anything. Why did they have to take it?" Hearing Ria's words, spoken in such a fragile tone, Zhang's heart gave a slight twinge. Meanwhile, neighbors in the hallway, hearing the commotion, had also come out. Looking at Ria, they sighed and shook their heads, saying, "This is the umpteenth burglary in our complex. Those damn thieves are clearly taking advantage of the fact that our complex's surveillance cameras are outdated. That's why they're so brazen. It's no use calling the police, they can't find a single clue. The thieves didn't even leave any fingerprints." Listening to the neighbors chattering back and forth, Zhang turned his head slightly toward Ria and said, "Is that true?" Ria wiped away a tear and nodded. "I heard about it. Our precinct has handled several burglary cases, but so far there aren't any leads at all. The victims just have to accept their bad luck." Looking down at the empty box, Ria couldn't help but let her tears fall. "My grandfather made this for me with his own hands when I was a child. I've kept it all these years as a memento. That damned thief." Looking at Ria now, Zhang sighed softly and said, "Ria, since you've let me stay here for a few days, I'll help you out as a way of repaying your kindness." "Huh?" Ria was taken aback by this. "How come you?" But before she could finish her sentence, she saw Zhang raise his left hand and begin forming a hand seal. Just like a fortune-telling blind man. This sight instantly silenced Ria. Meanwhile, the neighbors gathered in the hallway to watch the spectacle, their expressions growing increasingly strange. "What's this guy doing? Reading the future with his fingers? No way he's not trying to catch a thief with some mystical nonsense, is he? Come on, he's just showing off. Young man, are you trying to woo Officer Lin? But your approach is a bit..." But Zhang seemed completely oblivious to the neighbor's sarcastic remarks. A faint glint flashed in his eyes. He stopped the finger-counting motion. He looked up at Ria and said, "Ria, hold on. I'll send you the location in a moment. Get your colleagues from the precinct ready to come arrest the suspect." After saying that, Zhang turned on his heel and took the elevator away. The neighbors in the hallway watched Zhang's retreating figure, and to their surprise, they all couldn't help but smile. "Oh my god, he really played the part. Can't he just stop showing off?" "You bet. After all, he has already made all those big claims in front of the girl. If he doesn't keep up the act, wouldn't that be a total embarrassment? I have a feeling he is not coming back once he leaves. He is afraid of being exposed and won't have the face to show up." Ha 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 ha. While the neighbors in the hallway were enjoying their snide remarks, Ria pulled out her phone, dialed a number, and said, "Officer Wu, could you assign me a team? Zhang seems to have found some leads on the recent burglaries." One by one, the neighbors in the hallway widened their eyes. "No way, Officer Lin, you actually believe that?" If this had been before, Ria would have been a staunch materialist. If someone claimed they could use finger counting to pinpoint a criminal's location, she'd have been the first to dismiss it. But now, the image of the victim from the earlier case 428 murder case winking at her still lingered in her mind. It didn't matter if others tried finger counting, but Zhang, that guy, was just plain freaky. On the other end of the line, Officer Hu held the phone, a hint of hesitation in his eyes, and said, "The burglary cases you're talking about, are those recent ones with no surveillance footage and not even any fingerprints left behind? Are you saying Zhang found the culprit? How could he pinpoint a suspect with absolutely no clues?" "Ria, that's what he said. He has gone out there alone now, but I feel like we should still send a team to back him up." "Okay, got it." Officer Hu hung up the phone, a strange look on his face. He was still muttering under his breath. "Is this for real? It's been a month with absolutely no leads. What's the deal with this Zhang guy? Just then, an officer came jogging out of the interrogation room behind him, heading straight for Officer Hu. With a look of surprise and delight on his face, he said, "Boss, he has confessed. He has confessed to everything. He has admitted to his crimes without reservation, and it matches almost exactly what's in the report you brought today. Case 428 can be declared solved." "Really?" Hearing his subordinate's report, Officer Hu's eyes widened in surprise. He then turned and walked straight into the interrogation room, pulled up a photo on his phone, placed it right in front of the suspect, and demanded sternly, "Do you recognize this person?" The subordinates in the interrogation room, including the suspect, had absolutely no idea what had come over Officer Hu or what he was doing. Upon seeing the photo on Officer Hu's phone, the suspect visibly panicked and blurted out, "Is this person dead too? I didn't kill him, I only killed this one person. You can't frame me for this." Thanks to his many years of criminal investigation experience, Officer Hu could tell immediately that this man wasn't lying. Everything he said was true. "Am I overthinking this?" Officer Hu muttered hesitantly under his breath. And on the phone he put away, the photo turned out to be Zhang's employee ID photo. One of his subordinates walked up curiously and asked, "Boss, what's going on?" Officer Hu shook his head, and just then, his phone vibrated. It was a location share from Ria. His eyes darted, and he immediately turned to his subordinate behind him and said, "Go get Wang. Get in the car and follow me." At that moment, Zhang had just stepped out of a taxi. It was a scrapyard on the outskirts of downtown. It looked somewhat desolate, with its gates wide open but no customers in sight. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang walked right in. Inside the scrapyard's warehouse, two men in their 30s or 40s were sitting on piles of beverage bottles. One of them, a bald man, was holding a small wooden carving of a foal in his hands, frowning as he examined it closely. He turned to the man beside him who had a scar from stitches at the corner of his eye and said, "Number 2, are you sure this thing is worth a lot?" Lao Air seemed very excited and nodded immediately, saying, "Of course it's valuable. At the place we robbed last night, the hand signals, tickets, and other stuff were either in drawers or cabinets, but this one thing was kept in a specially made box with a combination lock. It took me a hell of a lot of effort to pick the lock. If what's inside wasn't valuable, would they have gone to such lengths to protect it?" But the bald man kept flipping through it, his expression growing increasingly strange. "Are you sure this isn't just a kid's toy?" "No way." Second brother seemed a bit agitated. "Would they go to such lengths to store a toy? I've got a feeling this is probably an antique." "Big brother, you know how it is with antiques, we don't know anything about them, and there's no shortage of weird and wonderful things out there." The bald man curled his lip, held up the doll in his hand, and said to number 2, "I get all that, but can you explain to me why there's a crayon Shinchan carved on this horse's butt?" "What?" The second guy snatched the wooden horse from him, but before he had a chance to look at it, with a creak, the dilapidated warehouse door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. The two middle-aged men jumped back from the pile of junk as if by reflex. The bald man even hid one hand behind his back. A young man who looked to be in his 20s stepped into the light streaming through the doorway. The big bald man asked in a deep voice, "Here to sell scrap?" The young man who pushed open the door was, of course, Zhang. He glanced around the warehouse. The smell lingering inside made Zhang twitch his nose slightly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. But he still shook his head at the big bald man and said, "No." The bald man furrowed his brow slightly. "Then what are you here for? Don't tell me you're trying to steal our scrap? Why would I be so bored that I'd go steal that stuff?" Zhang shook his head again, then pointed at the second man standing nearby and said, "That thing he is holding looks like it belongs to me. I just want to get it back." Upon hearing this, number 2 was taken aback at first, but then a look of surprise and delight actually flashed across his face. He turned to the big bald guy and said, "Big brother, I told you I didn't steal the wrong thing, didn't I? This stuff is really valuable after all, otherwise, how could he have tracked us down? It's definitely worth more than everything we've stolen in the past. Smack. Before number 2 could finish his sentence, the bald guy slapped him hard across the face and shouted furiously. Damn it, nobody thinks you're mute just because you don't speak. That's right, nothing was wrong to begin with, and the other guy hadn't even said anything yet. So you're admitting you're a thief? Zhang said with a hint of amusement on his face. I was actually planning to take you guys to the station for questioning, but I didn't expect you to confess on your own. Well, that works out perfectly. Don't move. Put your hands up. I'm a cop. A cop? The bald guy in front of him and the second guy, clutching his cheek, looked at Zhang, their expressions suddenly turning strange. A hint of contempt flashed in the bald man's eyes as he snapped. Kid, who the hell do you think you're trying to scare? A little punk who hasn't even grown a full set of hair yet, pretending to be a cop? Fine, since you say you're a cop, let us see if you've got what it takes to arrest us. With a clang, the bald-headed man drew a tetanus blade from behind his back. Seeing his boss's move, number 2's reaction was a split second slower, but he still carefully set down the wooden horse he was holding and pulled out a rusty fire axe from the side, glaring menacingly at Zhang. Seeing this, Zhang spoke sternly. Drop your weapons. Are you planning to arrest us now? Resisting arrest? The big bald man's smile turned a bit more vicious. We even dare to kill a cop. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. With that, he barked an order to the second man beside him, go. Teach this kid a lesson. Saying this, he charged toward Zhang, swinging his machete. Zhang watched the two thugs charging at him and spread his hands in resignation. I've never laid a hand on an ordinary person before. Why are you forcing my hand? The bald-headed man had already reached Zhang. The rusty blade came crashing down straight toward Zhang's head. But Zhang stood rooted to the spot, not moving a muscle. In the bald-headed man's eyes, this kid who hadn't even grown a full beard yet must have been scared out of his wits. Damn it, with such a small pair of balls, he is trying to act like a cop and scare people? Die, you bastard. His face contorted into a ferocious grimace, as if he were about to deliver a killing blow to Zhang. But the very next second, a dull thud echoed through the air. The big bald guy's body was actually sent flying backward. With a thump, he crashed straight into the pile of scrap. Clatter! Scattered plastic bottles nearly buried the big bald guy alive. Holy shit! Number 2, who was right behind him, let out a startled gasp and slammed on the brakes. The axe was raised high above his head but didn't come down. His distorted pupils were filled with shock and fear. TWWW, the boss was actually sent flying over 10 meters? Holy shit! Is this guy even human? How come I didn't even see his move? No way, what the hell just happened? Did the boss just fly out on his own? That's impossible. Is this guy moving so fast I can't even see it? That's way too strong, isn't it? Gulp. Number 2, whose mind had been racing with speculation, stood stiffly in place and swallowed hard. Meanwhile, the bald man, who had struggled to crawl out of the soda bottle with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, roared. What the hell are you standing there for? Chop him down. You useless piece of trash. Cough, cough. Zhang stood right in front of number 2. Looking at the axe number 2 had raised high, he wore a calm, unconcerned smile and said very gently to number 2. Go ahead, chop me. I'll give you a chance. I'll stand here still, chop me with your axe. Lauer stared into Zhang's harmless eyes, but no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't bring himself to bring that high-raised axe down. Cut me, huh? What are you standing there for? Just do it, Lauer. Are you stupid? Do it, you piece of trash. Hearing Zhang's gentle voice, and then the roar of Big Brother behind him, Lauer's body actually began to tremble slightly, almost beyond his control. Sigh. Zhang let out a soft sigh. A sharp smack rang out. A hard slap landed squarely on Lauer's face. Lao Er staggered, and the axe in his hand flew out of his grasp. Zhang's voice rang out. "You're no good even when given a chance." Smack! Another hard slap landed on the second brother's face. The second brother was on the verge of tears. Zhang reached out again, and the second brother reflexively dodged, shouting, "Don't hit me anymore. Officer, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." But this time, Zhang didn't T-strike. He simply held out his hand flat and said calmly, "Give me back my stuff. Here you go. This is yours, I'm giving it back to you." The second guy, scared out of his wits, picked up the wooden horse lying in the distance, scurried back, and placed it in Zhang's hand. "Damn it!" The bald man, who had finally crawled out from the pile of junk, saw just how useless his underling had become. His pupils flashed with a red, ferocious glint as he roared, "What the hell good is your stuff to me, you piece of shit? Once I finish off this kid, I'll toss you, you piece of shit, into the river to feed the fish. Go to hell, kid." Surprisingly, the big bald guy didn't tee back down in the face of Zhang's intimidation. He charged at Zhang once more, knife in hand. But this time, bang! The door behind Zhang was kicked open from the outside. "Freeze! Drop everything you're holding, get down on the ground, and put your hands on your head." Officer who had arrived. With a whoosh, without a moment's hesitation, the second guy obediently crouched down on the spot, clasped his hands over his head, and even shouted, "Officer, I confess. Don't kill me." As for the bald man wielding the large cleaver, the ferocity had vanished from his face. His body trembled slightly. All that remained was panic. After all, the police who had arrived were holding guns. These were real, legitimate police officers. Clang! The machete in his hand fell to the ground. His body trembling, he crouched down. There were 4 of them in total. In addition to Officer Hu and his 2 subordinates, Ria had also arrived, guided by Zhang's location. She immediately ran over to Zhang and asked with concern, "Zhang, are you hurt? Why didn't you wait for the station's people to arrive before coming in yourself? What if something had happened?" Zhang just smiled and shook his head, saying, "Ria, look at me, do I look like something is wrong?" Then, he placed the wooden horse in Ria's hands and said, "This must be the thing you lost, right?" "Yes, that is it." Ria looked at the wooden horse she'd just gotten back, a bright smile lighting up her face. She said to Zhang in a clear, ringing voice, "Thank you. This is a keepsake my grandfather gave me, it's my most precious possession." But she turned to look at the 2 men crouching on the ground and snapped angrily, "You 2 stupid thieves. Of all the things you could have stolen, why did you have to steal the toy my grandpa made for me?" "A toy?" The bald man and number 2 immediately looked up. "Damn it. I actually got caught because of a toy? Number 2, I'm gonna fucking kill you right now." "Shut up. Get on the ground. Let us see who you're going to kill." Amid his intense resentment, the bald man was forcefully pinned to the ground by Officer Hu. Then, Officer Hu turned to his subordinates and said, "You 2, search this place. See if there's any other stolen goods." "Yes, sir." In the yard of the scrapyard, Zhang, Ria, and Officer Hu stood to the side. The bald guy and number 2 were handcuffed and crouched in the corner. In front of them, item after item that hadn't yet been sold off was being uncovered. One of the officers standing nearby said to Officer Hu with surprise and delight, "Boss, it matches, these stains are almost identical to those from the recent burglary cases." Hearing this, Officer Hu nodded in satisfaction, then turned to pat Zhang on the shoulder and said, "Not bad, Zhang. You've only been at the precinct for 2 days, right? Not only did you help us solve a homicide, but you've also cracked the serial burglary case that's been giving the department such a headache lately? Looks like I'll have to submit a recommendation for a commendation on your behalf." Zhang smiled and replied, "Officer Hu, you're overdoing it. I was just doing my job." But Officer Hu shook his head and said, "Don't say that. I remember, little Zhang, you're a forensic scientist, right? But with the work you're doing now, I'm tempted to transfer you to the Criminal Investigation Division. Ria, standing nearby, chimed in, Officer who, isn't it a bit inappropriate to poach staff right in front of me? Ah, just kidding, take it as a joke. It was clear that solving these cases one after another had made Officer Who very happy. He turned to his subordinates, is that everything? Pretty much. He then walked over to the bald man and the second in command and said coldly, you stole all this stuff, didn't you? Identify the items to make sure nothing is missing, then come with us to face trial. But just then, Zhang, who was standing beside Ria, began counting on his fingers again. Ria noticed this and looked at him strangely. What did you figure out this time? Zhang turned around immediately and pointed to a small hut in the southeast corner, saying, there seems to be something else in that hut. Seeing Zhang's gesture, a hint of panic clearly flashed in the bald man's eyes. He laughed it off and said, that's just where number 2 and I sleep, what else could be in there? But just then, number 2, who had heard the commotion, looked up and instantly screamed. Oh no! Big brother, they seem to be about to discover the 2 gene of powder we're hiding. Officer Who? Ria? The bald guy, fuck your grandma. Can you shut the fuck up? The bald guy's hands were handcuffed. He did a full somersault. His shiny, bald forehead slammed into Lao Era's forehead with a thud. Ah! Number 2 let out a blood-curdling scream and instantly turned into a pile of dust. Fortunately, Officer Who reacted quickly. Behave yourself. What are you doing? He stepped forward and immediately pinned the bald man back down to the ground. But from the exchange and reactions between the two just now, Officer Who also realized the gravity of the situation. He immediately furrowed his brow and said in a stern voice to his subordinates, you two, go search that room thoroughly. Yes, sir. The 2 officers had also sensed something unusual in second brother's words. They even put on their white gloves and turned to run toward the room Zhang had pointed out earlier. About half a minute passed after the 2 of them went inside. Holy shit! Is it really there? The commotion coming from inside fully confirmed the second in command's frantic shout from earlier. Sure enough, the 2 officers ran out, cradling a box in both hands. Inside were bag after bag of fine, white powder. Officer Who was stunned. This can't be real, can it? Yes, originally, it had all started because a worthless but deeply sentimental item had gone missing from Ria's home. Zhang's investigation had immediately led him to the recent string of burglaries. Even so, they only caught 2 petty thieves. But now, just from one remark Zhang had made, they actually uncovered this stuff in the 2 thieves' bedroom? If this escalates to that level, things are going to get really serious. Officer Who didn't dare take this lightly. He quickly turned to Ria and said, Dr. Lin. Both Ria and Zhang were forensic pathologists. Although their primary duty was performing autopsies, matters like this naturally fell within their scope of work. So, Ria nodded seriously, put on a pair of white gloves, took a bag of powder out of the box, and opened it. A few seconds later, Ria looked up at Officer Who and exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, this stuff is the real deal. Zhang's expression turned strange as he heard this. Wait a minute, why does that make it sound like you're the real deal too? Great. Officer Who looked down at the bald man pinned beneath him. I never would guess, never in a million years. I thought you 2 were just petty thieves. Humph. You're in for a rough ride from now on. As he said this, a look of delight still lingered on Officer Who's face. After all, cracking down on crime, especially crime on this level, was an honor for them. Especially when it meant racking up quite a few merits. He turned directly to Zhang and said, Little Zhang, you really are the department's lucky star. You've only just arrived, and you've already reeled in these 2 big fish. Don't worry, old Who here will definitely make sure you get all the credit for this. After saying that, Officer Who looked down again, grabbed the bald man by the collar, and shouted. Speak up. Besides these items, what other violations have the 2 of you committed? What else is hidden in here? If you confess now, we'll consider it a full confession and go easy on you. But if we have to search and find it ourselves. The bald man's heart was now filled with despair. Even as officer who pinned him to the ground, the fire in his eyes seemed ready to devour that big-mouthed second in command. But he still managed to say weakly, "Officer, that's really all there is. You've already found everything." But as luck would have it, that second guy with the huge bump on his head actually spoke up again, his tone seeming to carry a hint of disappointment in a friend's failure. "Bro, it's come to this. Just hand over the 2 guns we stashed in the outhouse." "Officer who? Illegal possession of firearms?" The bald guy, "Fuck you. I'm gonna cut your tongue out, you at percent." Man, that was some foul language. Of course, officer who had to step in immediately. Under the stunned gazes of the group, 2 shiny black handguns were placed before them. Rhea, officer who, and the remaining 2 subordinates all turned to look at Zhang, their expressions frozen. Officer who, in particular, had a strange look on his face as he stared at Zhang. "Wait, Zhang, have you been blessed by some god of good fortune or something? How did this first-class merit just come out of nowhere?" That's right, solving a series of burglaries was one thing. But to actually find drugs in the homes of 2 thieves, and even 2 guns? Come to think of it, it made sense people involved in this kind of petty crime would surely carry weapons for self-defense. But just then, Zhang spoke up again, his voice tinged with hesitation. "There seems to be something else here." "What?" Officer Hu's exclamation was so loud it almost cracked. He was so excited that his whole body began to tremble slightly. He spun around instantly, grabbed the bald man by the collar, and roared. "Tell me, what else have you done?" The bald man was completely taken aback. He knew these were the only things he had here. Why did that kid who came in at the beginning say there were other things? There aren't any, are there? I shouldn't have done anything else, right? Man, this was even making the big bald guy himself lose his confidence. But he still shouted. "There really isn't anything else, really, this is all there is. This is already enough to get me killed. If there really were other things, why wouldn't I tell you?" But who would ve thought that number 2, who was being held at gunpoint nearby, would suddenly get very agitated and blurt out. "Big brother, you didn't do something else behind my back, did you? That's so unbrotherly of you. Big brother, why didn't you bring me along when you committed the crime? That's so unbrotherly. Great. This second guy isn't going to let up until he's driven the bald guy to his death." But the bald guy knew deep down that he really didn't have any more. Filled with venom toward the second guy, he nearly screamed, his voice cracking. "You son of a bitch, shut the hell up. I really want to kill you right now. Fuck your grandmother. Do you believe me when I say that if the cops weren't here, I'd kill you right now, bury you in that scrap pile, and let you rot away with the junk, you son of a bitch?" Hearing the big bald guy's voice, number 2 also began screaming at the top of his lungs. "What? You're actually going to kill me? You dare to kill someone? Officer, check him out. He's a murderer, he's a murderer." Hearing this, the bald guy nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Officer Hu and his 2 subordinates looked at the 2 men with strange expressions. They could tell that although these 2 were vicious criminals, the second guy was definitely a bit slow on the uptake. Only Rhea turned to look at Zhang, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She had heard Zhang murmuring something under his breath. "Open the gates of heaven, grant eternal life, 3 souls and 7 spirits, return to the divine and revert to infancy." Hearing this incantation, Rhea's expression instantly turned strange. He was already acting all weird and rambling back then in the surveillance footage. Could it be that he is chanting his spell right now, just like before? That can't be. But then, immediately after. Walking, no one sees me; sitting, no one knows me. Hurry, hurry, as the law commands. Rhea's eye twitched. Though she didn't know what the incantation was, those 5 words "hurry, hurry, as the law commands" spoke volumes. As soon as the words "hurry, hurry, as the law commands" faded away, a sudden whoosh echoed through the air. Everyone instantly turned their gaze to the farthest corner of the courtyard. There, junk and cardboard boxes were piled high like a mountain. But just then, the mountain of junk began to tremble and collapse inward, growing thinner and thinner. As the junk fell, a strange odor began to waft out. The smell grew stronger and stronger, gradually turning into a foul stench. Ria's eyes narrowed sharply. Is that the smell of a rotting corpse? The very instant Ria finished speaking. Thud. A foul-smelling, rotting mass just barely recognizable as a human form plummeted from the scrap heap onto the ground. A rotting corpse? The bald guy and number 2 were instantly dumbfounded when they saw it. Officer Who was equally stunned, but his reaction was quick. He immediately bellowed at his subordinates. Hurry! Secure the scene. Call the dispatch and request backup. Officer, I really didn't do this. I've never killed anyone. We've only lived here for a short while. We had no idea there was a corpse in there. Officer, please believe me. Sure, I wanted to kill number 2 just now, and I did say I'd toss his body into the scrap pile to rot, but I really didn't do it. Officer, I was really just threatening him. Reinforcements from the precinct had already arrived. The scrapyard had been completely cordoned off, with police tape stretched across the perimeter. Inside the yard, the bald man knelt on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face as he tried to defend himself. But old number 2, as if the whole thing had nothing to do with him, actually looked at the bald man with a disappointed expression and said, Big brother, I never would thought I really never would thought you were this kind of person. Stealing a few things, selling some drugs, messing around with guns, I could overlook that, but you actually killed someone? How dare you? Shut up. The bald-headed man had shouted himself hoarse. Ignoring the dim-witted number 2, he continued to plead his case to Officer Who. Officer, please don't listen to his nonsense. I really didn't know about this. It really has nothing to do with me. Officer Who, his expression stern, snapped in a low voice. Whether or not you're involved, we'll certainly get to the bottom of it. For now, just stay put and keep quiet. But just then, Zhang's voice rang out again. This body, it really doesn't seem to have anything to do with them. Oh? Upon hearing this, Officer Who turned to look at Zhang, who continued. Based on signs of habitation at this scrapyard and the timeline of the recent series of burglaries, those 2 must have been living here for less than 2 weeks. But judging by the state of decomposition of this body, it's likely been here for well over a month. That's right. Just as Zhang finished speaking, Ria, who had completed her preliminary examination of the body in the distance, removed her gloves and face mask as she walked over, saying, Zhang is right, the victim must have been dead for over a month. Officer Hu's expression also grew serious. Dead for over a month already? But why didn't anyone report it? There wasn't even a missing persons report. The victim's identity instantly became a mystery. Especially since the victim had been dead for over a month, and the body had decomposed to this extent. This added a tremendous complication to the subsequent investigation. Frowning, he looked up at Ria and asked, So what's the cause of death? Well, before Ria could speak, Zhang interjected. To determine the exact cause of death, we'll need to conduct a further autopsy. As he said the words autopsy, Zhang turned his head and gave Ria a meaningful look. The implication, of course, was that this was a little secret between the 2 of them. Ria rolled her eyes on the spot, almost blurting out. Forget the autopsy, why don't you just cast a necromancy spell and show us? But under Zhang's gaze, Ria nodded along in full cooperation and said, That's right. The conditions here are a bit too poor. For a thorough autopsy, we'll have to take the body back to the station before we can reach a conclusion. All right. Officer Who didn't think twice. He said straight away. Once we've finished collecting samples at the scene, we'll transport the body back to the station. After saying that, he turned back to look at Zhang. But as he watched Zhang's expression grow increasingly strange, he placed a hand on Zhang's shoulder and said, Hey, Zhang, I'm starting to suspect you have some kind of special constitution. This is the first time I've ever seen so many incidents linked to the same criminal, or so many cases discovered at the same crime scene. And that case 428 homicide was solved because of a single autopsy report you wrote. I'm getting more and more confused. Zhang Si twitched twice as he struggled to force a smile that wasn't too awkward and said, "Maybe. I'm just lucky, huh?" Officer Hu sighed and said, "I don't know if you're just incredibly lucky or incredibly unlucky." Zhang couldn't quite figure out what Officer Hu meant by that. But Officer Hu had already turned to Ria and said, "Forensic pathologist Lin, it looks like you'll have your work cut out for you. But you can head back to the precinct for now and get some rest. Once we're done here, we'll take the body back." "Okay." Ria nodded, took Zhang by the arm, and turned to leave. On the ride back to the precinct, Ria kept giving Zhang a strange look. Zhang was a bit flustered by this and finally spoke up. "Ria, why are you looking at me like that?" Ria looked at Zhang, clicked her tongue, and said, "I'm really curious now, who exactly are you, and what kind of special abilities do you have? If I'm not mistaken, that body falling out of the scrap pile out of nowhere was definitely no accident. I'm afraid it crawled out on its own, didn't it?" Crawled out on its own. Indeed, Ria had guessed correctly. In fact, the moment Zhang first set foot in this scrapyard, he had sensed a cluster of malevolent energy here. If this had been Zhang's original world, he would have definitely assumed there were demons or evil spirits here. But in this world, that kind of aura, it was probably just a corpse, wasn't it? After taking care of a few simple tasks, Zhang located the corpse. However, there was simply too much scrap piled on top of it. Clearing it from the outside would take too long. So, Zhang recited the incantation to summon the corpse. The command, "hurry," as the law commands, caused the corpse to crawl out from beneath the pile on the spot. Of course, Zhang controlled it perfectly. The moment the corpse was fully exposed, he immediately cancelled the spell, causing it to land gently on the ground so that no one would notice anything unusual. Listening to Ria's words, Zhang smiled and said, "Thank you, Ria, for covering for me." After all, Ria had already witnessed his necromancy summoning, and the two of them were currently in a cooperative relationship. So Zhang didn't need to hide anything from Ria. Ria, however, shot Zhang a slightly reproachful glance and said, as if in a huff, "What else could I do but cover for you? Make you kiss me again?" After saying this, Ria suddenly realized what she'd said. She clamped her mouth shut instantly, her face flushing slightly. Inside, she was thinking to herself, oh no, why did I say that? Zhang, please don't read too much into it, please don't." To be honest, Zhang hadn't expected Ria to blurt that out so suddenly either. Watching Ria's evasive gaze, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Zhang's mouth, and he said softly, "But I have to say, it really did taste pretty good." Ria froze. "What do you mean, tastes good?" Seeing Zhang's suggestive gaze, Ria instantly understood. "You." Her ears were turning red. She raised her little fist and smacked Zhang, scolding him. "You stinking rascal, shut up. I'm your department head, you know. I'm telling you to stop letting your imagination run wild, or else I'll expose what you've been up to." Sigh, Zhang let out a sigh. "If that's the case, then I'll just have to give you, my department head, another good kiss." "Ah. Shut up, shut up. Shut up already." Ria went wild. Zhang laughed. Officer Hu, still at the scrapyard, frowned. He pulled out his cell phone, dialed a number, and said in a deep voice, "Have you forgotten the assignment I gave you?" The person who answered was none other than Officer Hu's daughter, Hu Huixin. Hearing her father's questioning tone, Hu Huixin asked, somewhat puzzled, "I haven't forgotten. What is going on?" Officer Hu immediately replied, "Then why didn't you come along when he went to apprehend the suspect in the serial burglary case?" "What?" Hu Huixin was clearly surprised. "Didn't he go home to rest? How did he end up at the arrest scene?" Officer Hu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He shook his head helplessly and said, "He's on his way back to the station with Dr. Lin right now. Once he gets back, you can start your assignment." That kid is really something else. After saying that, Officer Hu hung up the phone. Hu Huaixin, looking puzzled, stared at the now blackened phone screen, pursed her lips slightly, and muttered under her breath. What is going on here? Why is Dad so concerned about Brother Zhang? Weird? What could be so weird about a medical examiner? No sooner had she said this than a voice came from the lobby. Dr. Lin, Dr. Zhang, weren't you off duty? Why are you back already? Hearing this, Hu Huaixin instantly tucked away her phone, turned around, and slipped into the office. Her beautiful eyes kept secretly watching the outside. After watching Zhang and Ria walk down the hallway, one in front of the other, she instantly stood up from her seat and quietly followed them. Zhang and Ria had no idea what assignment Hu Huaixin, that little girl, had received from her father. The two of them hadn't been resting in the medical examiner's office for very long. The decomposed body found at the scrapyard had been brought back. After completing the handover with Officer Hu and the others, Ria was once again left alone in the autopsy room. As the chief, Ria, who should have been starting the autopsy, instead said to Zhang, "All right, let us see what you've got." Zhang rolled his eyes in exasperation. He noticed that ever since Ria found out he could practice necromancy, she actually become lazier. You're a medical examiner. As the mentor, you should at least pick up a scalpel and perform an examination yourself. Now you're just waiting for me to use necromancy? But then again, if there's a way to make the corpse speak on its own, why go through the trouble of a post-mortem examination? Zhang didn't hesitate either. After using his necromancy to help solve a security investigation earlier, he had instantly absorbed a massive amount of mana, which served as the foundation for raising his cultivation level. Now he wanted to test whether he could gain such resources simply by helping the police solve cases. So he slowly closed his eyes and arranged his hands into a very peculiar position. As for Ria, she actually looked eagerly anticipatory and even pulled out her phone. It seemed as though she wanted to record this scene of Zhang practicing necromancy. However, neither Ria nor Zhang noticed at that moment that a pair of captivating eyes was peering through the small window of the morgue, watching them in secret. At that moment, those eyes were filled with deep confusion and bewilderment, and the observer thought to herself, "What on earth are they doing? Why haven't they started the autopsy yet? Do they have to pray to the gods before performing an autopsy?" Zhang had already opened his eyes. His lips moved rapidly as he chanted the incantation. The next second, swift as light and lightning, he pointed at the rotting corpse still faintly emitting a foul stench and barked, "By the power of the law." Immediately, a ball of light invisible to the naked eye instantly enveloped the rotting corpse. Right after that, with a whoosh, the rotting corpse, which had been lying flat on the autopsy table, sprang up and sat up on the spot. Whoa! Hu Huaixin, hiding by the door, instantly sucked in a sharp breath. She even instinctively started to scream. But her professional discipline as part of the mission made her cover her mouth immediately. Yet her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Her pupils trembled violently. She clearly couldn't believe what she was seeing. And then something even more eerie happened. As the decaying corpse sat up, one of its eyes due to the decomposition slowly slid down its face. But damn it, the corpse actually caught the falling eyeball and squeezed it right back into place. Hu Huaixin clamped her hand tightly over her mouth, even clenching one hand around her throat, as if to prevent her vocal cords from making a sound. Of course, it could also have been because she was afraid her heart would leap right out of her throat. Just seeing this scene, however, made Ria, who had worked as a forensic pathologist for many years, feel her stomach churn once more. But she forced herself to hold it in and spoke to the sitting-up corpse. "Tell me, how did you die?" But at that moment, Zhang stepped forward, shielding Ria behind him. A serious expression flashed in his eyes as he said, "Something's not quite right." "What's not right?" Ria still had no idea what was going on. But just then, with a whoosh, the sitting corpse suddenly turned its head, its rotting eyes locking onto Zhang and Ria. Now, even Ria could clearly see a cloud of indescribable black mist swirling within the corpse's pupils. Ha! The corpse opened its rotting mouth, revealing a gaping cavity where maggots were still wriggling. It let out a harsh, cracking sound. "Give me back my life." Clatter! The various instruments and tools beside the autopsy table scattered as the corpse suddenly leaped to its feet, spread its arms wide, and lunged toward Zhang and Ria. Ah! Ria had only ever seen scenes like this in TV shows or movies. In reality, she dissected countless corpses under her own hands. Nothing like this had ever happened. She was instantly terrified and let out a shrill scream. The corpse was fast, but Zhang was faster. Thud! His foot slammed directly into the decomposing corpse's chest. With a whoosh, the corpse was instantly sent flying backward. It crashed heavily into a wall in the distance. If this had been a normal human, such an attack would have resulted in severe injuries at the very least. But the decomposing corpse showed no signs of being affected whatsoever. It actually scrambled back to its feet and lunged at Zhang once more, claws outstretched. Zhang frowned and gave Ria a gentle push with his hand. She landed steadily in the corner of the room. At that moment, Zhang's voice reached her ears. This victim must have suffered a great injustice or something similar before his death, causing his resentment to run deep and leading to his transformation into a corpse. Stay put and don't make a sound. Ria was petrified with fear. The moment she heard Zhang's voice, she clapped both hands over her mouth and nodded rapidly, like a chick pecking at grain. Meanwhile, the rotting corpse had already lunged toward Zhang once more. Had she not been covering her mouth, Ria would have shouted a warning. But Zhang's voice was deep and resonant. Heaven and earth mystic sect, root of all chi, golden light mantra. A dazzling golden light instantly flared up all around Zhang. With a crisp clang, the rotting corpse seemed to have struck metal and was sent flying backward once more. At that moment, Zhang had already formed another strange hand seal while holding his breath, and his lips moved again. A clear mind is like water. Clear water is the mind. Not a breeze stirs, not a ripple disturbs the surface. Sitting alone amidst the dark bamboo grove. As Zhang recited the incantation, a wisp of blue-green light slowly drifted toward the decaying corpse that had been flung backward, gradually enveloping it. Of course, only Zhang could see this light. No one else could detect a thing. But at that moment, Zhang himself was unaware of it as well. Outside the autopsy room, a figure covering her mouth and trembling all over was stiffly shuffling backward. She hadn't gone far, though. She spun around and took off running as fast as she could. Inside the morgue, Zhang's incantation continued uninterrupted. A long howl resounds, the zither sings. Zen stillness leads to samadhi. The venomous dragon vanishes. My heart has no openings. Accompanied by Zhang's voice. The previously frenzied, decaying corpse whose vicious body had been convulsing and struggling violently slowly began to settle. And within those rotting pupils, the black mist harboring deep resentment was gradually being dissolved by the cyan blue light enveloping his body. The man and the corpse remained locked in a standoff right where they stood. Zhang continued to chant the incantation. The sky is vast, the earth is broad flowing water, drifting clouds. Purity heals the root, the straight path safeguards the self. Ultimate nature, ultimate goodness, the great way is naturally formed. As his voice faded, those final 4 words sounded like a distant, ethereal Buddhist chant descending from the heavens. The sound, like a great bell, struck straight to the heart. Even Ria, who had been standing nervously and fearfully in the distance, grew still as she listened to Zhang's incantation. She no longer seemed as terrified as before. As Zhang's voice faded, the cyan blue light enveloping the assistant master also began to fade, gradually disappearing. The once violent decaying corpse now stood quietly in place. From a distance, Ria took a nervous step forward and asked, "Is it over?" But the very moment Ria's words fell, the rotting corpse, which had just calmed down, suddenly went berserk once more. "Give me back my life." Roar! It roared again and charged toward Zhang. Seeing this, Zhang furrowed his brow slightly and raised his right hand from his side. Looking at the rotting corpse charging toward him, Zhang said in a deep voice, "Aren't you going to behave? Then I'll have no choice but to destroy you." Thunder magic! With a low shout, a flash of lightning instantly erupted from the palm of Zhang's right hand. But the very next second, thud! With a loud thud, the rotting corpse charging toward Zhang suddenly buckled at the knees and slid on its knees right up to Zhang's feet. The entire corpse sprawled face down on the ground, its voice shrill. "Boss! I was wrong." That's more like it." Zhang nodded in satisfaction. He gently rubbed his right hand, and the electric discharge vanished completely. Rhea, watching from a distance, was completely stunned. The moment she opened her mouth, this rotting corpse had gone berserk again. The fear she barely managed to suppress surged up once more. But the very next second, the rotting corpse, which had been incredibly violent and ferocious just moments ago, intent on killing Zhang on the spot, was now pathetically sliding on its knees before Zhang, begging for mercy? This TWWW. You're a zombie, but aren't you being a little too cowardly? Even Rhea herself couldn't help but purse her lips with a strange expression. If the rotting corpse knew what Rhea was thinking, it would probably have lunged forward, grabbed Rhea by the collar, and roared. "How could I not be scared? How could I not be scared? That's lightning magic. The most powerful lightning magic. Don't just blame me, why don't you come over and try it yourself?" Of course, the rotting corpse certainly couldn't hear Rhea's inner thoughts. It was far more practical to simply kneel obediently before Zhang and await his judgment. Zhang slowly sat down in the chair on the other side. The rotting corpse on the ground was quite sensible. It crawled back up from the floor and knelt properly at Zhang's feet once more. Zhang pointed at the rotting corpse and said indifferently, "How come, does my pure mind mantra not work on you?" I know you're full of resentment, but I've already banished all that resentment from you. Yet you still dared to attack this Taoist master. You're quite bold, aren't you?" The rotting corpse knelt on the ground, visibly nervous, his voice trembling slightly as he said awkwardly, "Big shot, I know I was wrong. Please don't misunderstand, I just couldn't help myself. After all, this is my first time being a ghost, my first time turning into a corpse. I just wanted to see what it's like to scare people. Please don't hold it against me, please, don't hold it against me. I know I was wrong." After saying this, it bowed its head to Zhang once more, its body trembling nervously. In the distance, Rhea wore a strange expression, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly beyond her control. As if to say, "This scene is too bizarre, I can't bear to watch. What the hell kind of paranormal event is this?" A rotting corpse kneeling on the ground, bowing to a medical examiner. Anyone who didn't know better would think Zhang was some kind of zombie boss. Zhang, too, looked puzzled as he asked once more, "I remember when I first brought you back, you didn't have this much resentment. How come you got so agitated just because my colleague said one thing?" Hearing this, the decaying corpse raised its rotting head. What had been merely a slightly fierce expression now turned into a hideous grimace against the backdrop of this scene. "Boss, I'll be honest with you. I was killed by a shameless, filthy bitch. That's why I react like this whenever I hear a woman's voice." "I get it. So that's how it is. All right." Zhang waved his hand and said, "I brought you back just to ask, how exactly did you die, how long have you been dead, and who killed you? Tell me everything you know, and I'll help our colleagues at the precinct clear your name." The decaying corpse on the floor rose to its feet, bowed to Zhang once more, its eyes brimming with tears. Meanwhile, Hu Weixin, who had bolted down the hallway, had already burst into the Criminal Investigation Division's office. Seeing her colleagues coming and going in the office eased her fear considerably, but she still grabbed one of them and asked, "Where is Officer Hu? Where is Officer Hu?" The colleague, confused by Hu Weixin's sudden grab, replied, "The chief is in the interrogation room questioning those two guys we just arrested." "What is going on?" Before he could finish his sentence, Hu Weixin had already vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, bang! Officer Hu slammed his hand down hard on the table and, glaring at the bald man in front of him, bellowed, "Tell me the truth, how did that body end up?" Bang! A loud crash. A noise even louder than Officer Hu's slap on the table interrupted his tirade. Hu Weixin rudely burst in from outside. Looking at his daughter, Officer Hu, startled, frowned and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing? Can't you see I'm interrogating a suspect? How can you be so disrespectful? Interrogate my ass." No one expected that Hu Huixin would not only rudely burst through the interrogation room door, but also dare to speak to Officer Hu like that. But before Officer Hu could even get angry, Hu Huixin rushed right up to him, grabbed her father's arm, and dragged him toward the door, shouting, "Come with me now. Something terrible has happened, I'm going crazy." Seeing his daughter's reaction, Officer Hu paused slightly. He knew exactly what assignment he'd given her. Could the reason his daughter was acting so out of character be because of Zhang? I knew that Zhang was a bit of a weirdo. With that thought, he followed his daughter out of the interrogation room, under the bewildered stares of his subordinates and the bald man. Father and daughter hurried toward the morgue. When they reached the deserted hallway leading to the morgue, Officer Hu spoke sternly. "What's going on? Did you find something? You rushed over here like this, you must have discovered something really serious, right?" Hu Huixin nodded frantically. "That's right, it really was something extraordinary." She swallowed hard, her voice stiff as she said to her father, They got into a fight." "A fight?" Officer Hu froze. "Who fought with whom? Did Zhang and Dr. Lin get into a fight?" "No." Hu Huixin shook her head quickly, then struggled to say once more, "Zhang is fighting with that decomposed corpse." "Officer Hu, what did you say?" Officer Hu reflected on his many years in the force. He had never heard such sensational news. In fact, when he heard his daughter say those words, his first reaction was complete disbelief. But given Hu Huixin's current state, she was being so serious. He couldn't help but believe her. Drawing on his years of criminal investigation experience, he knew his daughter's astonished reaction was definitely not an act. Plus, he'd always thought Zhang was a bit of a weirdo. As a result, even though he hadn't seen it himself, he was already 80% convinced. The walk to the morgue was short. Normally, it took less than a minute. But today, Officer Hu's steps felt unusually heavy. He seemed worried that he might actually see something he shouldn't, and equally worried that he might not see what he shouldn't. In any case, he spent that short walk down the corridor stealing himself mentally. If it was really true, just as Hu Huixin had just told him, Zhang had actually stood there reciting his spell for a long time, and the corpse had sat up from the table and attacked both Zhang and Ria? What kind of expression and mindset should he adopt to face this situation? So, when he reached the door of the morgue, he actually hesitated to go inside. But Hu Huixin had no idea what her father was thinking. Without a word, bang! Once again, she rudely barged through the morgue door. She even started screaming the moment she stepped inside. "Dad, come in here quick. Look there, what's going on?" Officer Hu, who had been standing at the doorway too afraid to enter, heard his daughter's panicked voice. He rushed right in as well. And that's when he saw it. On the autopsy table. The body was lying there. Zhang and Ria, both wearing white lab coats, masks, face shields, and gloves, were holding various instruments as they meticulously performed the autopsy. However, due to Hu Huixin's sudden intrusion, both of them turned their heads, glaring toward the doorway with a hint of irritation in their eyes. For some reason, when Officer Hu saw a scene that was completely different from her daughter's description, she actually felt a slight sense of relief. But Hu Huixin was panicking. Because she knew that what she had just seen was definitely not like that. Zhang had clearly been fighting with that corpse. How could such a peaceful and normal scene possibly exist? So Hu Huixin started stamping her feet right where she stood. No! It definitely wasn't like that just now. I clearly saw this corpse sit up, and its eyeballs fell out, then it picked them up and put them back in. Zhang was still fighting that corpse. I saw it with my own eyes. Upon hearing this, both Ria and Zhang's expressions turned strange. Ria immediately put down the tool in her hand and turned to look at Hu Huixin and Officer Hu. Her voice sounded somewhat cold, she was clearly angry. "Listen, both of you, Officer Who? You two barged into my autopsy room so recklessly. Do you realize that just now, I almost made that incision? If I'd gone through with it, it would been a disaster. If you keep interfering with our autopsy like this, and something goes wrong with the autopsy report later, who's going to take responsibility? Hu Huixin was still very agitated. No, that's not it, it's clearly just. Shut up. Officer Hu, standing behind Hu Huixin, finally spoke up. He loudly cut off Hu Huixin's frantic protests. Then he turned to Ria and Zhang and said apologetically, "To the two of you, the forensic pathologists, I'm very sorry. I apologize on Hu's behalf. This girl is so jumpy. It's my fault for not raising her properly. I hope you won't hold it against her. If there are any problems, I'll take full responsibility." But Hu Huixin was absolutely convinced that what she saw with her own eyes was the truth. She stepped forward and shouted, "Dad! What are you doing? I really saw it with my own eyes just now. This must be some kind of trick they're pulling. If you don't believe me, let us check the surveillance footage. I remember the morgue should have its own independent surveillance system." Enough. But Officer Who didn't believe his daughter. He grabbed her arm, fuming, and snapped. "Stop causing a scene, will you? You've not only disrupted the work of those two medical examiners, but you've also interrupted my interrogation. Your behavior has already caused a negative impact. Come with me right now. Submit a 10,000 character self-criticism to me before you clock out tonight." Why? Hu Huixin tried to argue her case. But Officer Who took a step forward and covered her mouth. Then he forcefully dragged her out of the morgue. Before leaving, he gave Ria and Zhang an apologetic smile, muttered an apology, and obediently closed the door behind them. Once the door was shut, Ria and Zhang exchanged a glance. Ria took quick, light steps with her long legs and hurried to the doorway. Peering out through the small glass pane, seeing that the two were already out of sight, she immediately locked the main door. She took off her mask, leaned against the door as if still shaken by the experience, let out a long sigh, patted her chest, and said, "My God, I almost got caught." Ria had now subconsciously begun to keep Zhang's secret. It was as if keeping Zhang's secret was the same as keeping her own. Meanwhile, Zhang had also dropped the tools in his hand and taken off his mask. If Officer Who had been paying close attention just now, he would have definitely noticed that Zhang was holding two scalpels. Was he planning to perform a two-sword style demonstration on the corpse? Clearly, the two of them had acted entirely on the fly just now. Zhang then said to Ria, "Ria, I think the window on the morgue door really serves no purpose anymore." Ria nodded upon hearing this, but soon her gaze toward Zhang turned resentful again. She shot him a withering look and said, "Isn't this all your fault?" Zhang smiled and shrugged, saying, "Helping the precinct solve cases quickly, isn't that a good thing?" Ria walked over to Zhang, stood right in front of him, and gave his chest a little punch with her pink, delicate fist, saying, "If it weren't for this, I would reported you ages ago." Humph. Ria was still a bit tsundere. Just as Zhang was finding the whole thing a bit amusing, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out beside them. "Boss, your public displays of affection are sweet, but I still want to remind you, watch out for women." If Officer Who had returned with his daughter, he would have definitely seen that the corpse had sat up again. But such a terrifying sight was nothing new, not just for Zhang, but even Ria had grown accustomed to it. Her face flushed instantly, and a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes. She turned to the corpse and snapped, "What are you talking about? What's showing off your love? We're not that kind of relationship." But a suggestive smirk actually curled at the corner of the corpse's rotting mouth as it looked at Ria and said, "Young lady, you can't fool me, I'm a seasoned ghost." "You!" Ria clenched her little fist and turned to Zhang, shouting, "Zhang, hurry! Lightning spell! Blast it to smithereens! Decaying corpse, huh? Boss, did you see that? A woman's heart is the most venomous of all. I'm already dead, but to tell you the truth, she is so vicious she actually wants you to use a lightning spell to strike me down. Zhang, if you don't shut up right now, I'll really strike you down. Rotten corpse, boss, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hu Weixin was forcibly dragged out of the morgue by Officer Hu. She still looked defiant, shaking off her father's grip and snapping. Dad, I'm your real daughter. And I'm also with the Criminal Investigation Division at the precinct. Do you really think I'd lie to you? I really saw it with my own eyes. Officer Hu, frowning, waited for Hu Weixin to finish before saying coldly. I've told you time and again not to read those unrealistic novels or watch those mindless TV dramas, but you still won't listen, will you? A person fighting a corpse, you've really outdone yourself. That's just me. If anyone else heard you say that, they'd immediately accuse you of wavering in your faith. I'd like to see how you'd handle that. But tears welled up in Hu Weixin's eyes as she spoke urgently. Because this was true, she had seen it with her own eyes. But that's right, her faith told her that such things absolutely couldn't exist. But just then, Officer Hu spoke up. Have you been so busy with cases lately that you haven't had time to rest? Did you accidentally fall asleep outside the morgue just now and have a dream? Has it made you unable to tell reality from a dream? You really shouldn't watch all that useless stuff anymore. Then, turning to his daughter with a serious expression, he said, even though I'm your father, you still have to hand in that self-criticism. No need for 10,000 characters, 2,000 will do. Did you hear me? Yes. Chief, Hu Weixin looked utterly dejected as she bowed her little head toward Officer Hu. Officer Hu shook his head in exasperation and turned to leave. With her head bowed, Hu Weixin's heart was filled with resentment. Did I really fall asleep? Did I really have a dream? But I wasn't sleepy at all. Then what was that in the morgue? Wait. Suddenly, Hu Weixin looked up, a determined gleam in her eyes, and clenched her little fist. There's no way I could have seen that wrong because I wasn't asleep at all. Surveillance, right? Surveillance, the dedicated camera inside the morgue. With that thought, Hu Weixin immediately turned and headed back toward the morgue. Only this time, she didn't try to peer through that small window. Instead, she went straight up the small staircase beside it to the second floor. This was the morgue's separate surveillance room. Usually, no one ever came here. And right now, Hu Weixin was sneaking around like a thief. She even kept glancing back to see if anyone was following her. When she reached the door of the small room, she tentatively reached out and touched it. To her surprise, it wasn't locked. A glimmer of delight flashed repeatedly in Hu Weixin's delicate eyes. She darted inside in a flash. But she left the door ajar, keeping a close watch on what was happening outside. The moment she stepped into the monitoring room, Hu Weixin nearly jumped out of her skin. It was because of the image on the monitor. The corpse was sitting on the table, muttering to itself. Ria and Zhang were standing to the side, taking notes. Her eyes widened, and her finger trembled as she pointed at the screen. That's it, that's exactly it. I knew it wasn't a dream, I saw it with my own eyes. But a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Why were they conducting the autopsy so diligently when she walked in on them? I'll see just how well you two can act. So Hu Weixin immediately accessed the video feed and clicked play. Sure enough, the screen showed Zhang fighting with the corpse. The corpse was no match for him and ended up kneeling at Zhang's feet, begging for mercy. Then, for some reason, he suddenly started putting on a white lab coat and grabbing his tools. After pinning the corpse to the table, he and his father burst in. Great! You really were putting on a show. Good thing I was smart enough to come back and check the surveillance footage. Humph. Just you wait, I'm going to find my dad right now. How dare he not believe me? I'll just make him see it with his own eyes. After saying that, Hu Weixin reset the surveillance camera's position. Then she sneaked out of the monitoring room once again. She sprinted as fast as she could toward the interrogation room where her father was working. Inside the autopsy room, Zhang and Ria had already listened to the corpse's testimony and completed a flawless autopsy report. Ria's face was contorted with anger as she hissed softly. Is there really such a shameless woman in this world? Having an affair at home, and when she got caught, she teamed up with her lover to kill her own husband? And she pulled it off without a trace? This definitely doesn't look like a first offense. Zhang now understood why the corpse harbored such deep resentment toward women. After glancing at the autopsy report, Zhang patted the corpse on the shoulder and said, "All right, go back and rest in peace. Leave the rest to us. Who knows, it might not be long before you see her join you down there." "Okay." The corpse clenched its fist excitedly. "Then I'll be waiting down there for good news from the boss." With that, the corpse lay back down on the autopsy table. Zhang chanted a spell, and the corpse once again lost all signs of life. Zhang and Ria relaxed slightly. The two began discussing the case. Ria looked at the corpse on the table and said, with a hint of pity, "No wonder his resentment was so intense, so this is how he was persecuted while he was alive. But this guy was pretty sharp, he knew he couldn't beat you, so he dropped to his knees and begged for mercy right away." For some reason, Ria felt a bit like laughing. Zhang nodded in agreement and said, "True, he was pretty clever. If he hadn't used his goddess eye view to spot Hu Huixin, who was scared out of her wits outside the door while he was coming back to life, I might have been completely exposed to Officer Hu just now. We don't just need to seal up this window, we have to make sure all other security measures are in place, too." As she said this, Zhang paused briefly, then turned to Ria and said, "Ria, how did you spot me back then?" Ria turned and pointed to the security camera in the corner, "Right there, that one." Just as she said this, Ria froze. "Wait, didn't Hu Huixin just say she wanted to check the surveillance footage?" Zhang nodded, "I think so." "No way." Ria jumped to her feet and turned to head for the door. "I've got to take care of this surveillance footage." Just as Ria pushed the door open and stepped out, Hu Huixin's figure vanished around the corner of the hallway. At that moment, Hu Huixin's face was lit up with delight and anticipation, she was even clenching her little fist. Bang! The interrogation room door was smashed open once again. "Damn it," came the voice of the bald man. "Officer, do you guys always like to startle people like this during interrogations?" Hu Jingguang's face had turned ashen, and he exploded with a demand. "Hu Huixin! What on earth are you trying to do?" But Hu Huixin paid no heed to her father's anger. She stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and dragged him out. "Dad! Come with me. Don't you not trust me?" But everything that just happened in there was recorded by the surveillance cameras. "I've already found the evidence, hurry up and come with me." At that moment, in the autopsy room, Zhang was sitting cross-legged on the floor. Energy swirled around his body. Before long, he opened his eyes. A clear look of surprise and delight flashed in his eyes. "Just as I thought. As long as I uncover the truth behind a case, I'll receive a substantial mana reward. Is this a characteristic of this world?" And for this very reason, Zhang suddenly felt that this career as a forensic pathologist since he'd been transported here was actually not so bad after all. It seemed he'd have to find a way to help the precinct solve more cases from now on. Of course, it wasn't to boost the precinct's performance metrics, but so he could cultivate and return to his pre-transportation cultivation level as soon as possible. Who knows? Maybe if he found someone else to study the Celestial Master Seal with, he might be able to travel back again? But just then, Ria's worry voice came from outside the autopsy room. "Officer Hu, why are you here again?" Hearing this, Zhang paused slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. He quickly made his way to the door, pulled it open, and stepped outside. Sure enough, Ria was frowning as she looked at Officer Hu had once again been forcibly dragged over by Hu Huixin. Officer Hu looked at Ria with a puzzled expression, unsure how to explain the situation. But Hu Huixin, stamping her feet, blurted out loudly, "Ria! You've left a loophole in your otherwise airtight plan." Ria paused slightly. "What do you mean?" Hu Huixin continued excitedly. Didn't you forget that there's a separate surveillance camera in your morgue? Upon hearing Hu Huixin's words, both Zhang and Ria silently groaned inwardly. Had Ria run into Officer Hu and his daughter right after stepping out? No way. Did Hu Huixin actually figure that out? Ria probably hadn't had time to edit the surveillance footage yet, had she? Zhang cast a hesitant glance at Ria. Sure enough, he saw a serious expression on Ria's face as she spoke in a low, solemn voice. Officer Hu, I don't understand what you mean. Ria, are you still pretending? Hu Huixin watched Ria's visibly nervous expression, and the sense of certainty and triumph in her heart grew even stronger. You and Zhang were just putting on a show right in front of my dad and me. The independent surveillance in your morgue must have recorded Zhang fighting with that corpse. Hearing Hu Huixin's words, Zhang and Ria's eyes narrowed slightly. Was their cover about to be blown? Ria immediately replied in a stern voice. Officer Hu, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever comes to mind. Are forensic pathologists fighting with a corpse? Are you implying this corpse has become a ghost? So are we forensic pathologists or sorcerers, huh? Although he knew Ria was deliberately saying this to Hu Huixin, Zhang still felt an inexplicable twitch at the corner of his eye. Fucking sorcerers? Meanwhile, Hu Huixin, still looking completely confident, said, Still putting on a show? Fine then. Since you won't admit it, let us just go take a look at the independent surveillance footage from your autopsy room and check it out, shall we? What? Hearing Hu Huixin's words, Ria's reaction became noticeably more intense, and her voice grew even more stern as she said, Do you know what you're saying? The surveillance footage from our morgue can only be viewed by anyone other than the medical examiner with official authorization. Do you have orders from above to view the footage right now? Are you seriously asking me to violate protocol and grant access to the footage? Although Ria was stating a fact, Hu Huixin showed little change in her demeanor. After all, compared to orders from above, that paranormal incident was far more terrifying. If anything, it fanned the small flame of suspicion in Hu Huixin's heart, and she said, Ria, you're so nervous, are you worried we'll see something we shouldn't? She then turned to her father and said, Dad, as the head of the Criminal Investigation Division, you naturally have the right to view the forensic autopsy surveillance footage. Did you see that? She is so nervous right now, she is definitely hiding something. Dad, trust me, go check their surveillance footage. No. Absolutely not. Ria actually refused outright, with remarkable firmness. Officer Hu had originally intended to scold his daughter. Although he had the right to access the footage, he couldn't exercise that authority unless there were exceptional circumstances. However, Ria's unusual reaction caused Hu Jingguang to furrow his brow slightly. Zhang watched from behind, completely speechless. Man, doesn't that reaction just scream hiding something? If you'd stayed as calm as usual, you wouldn't have given anyone the wrong idea, you might even have gotten away with it. Zhang shook his head in exasperation, as if to say, this woman's acting skills still need some work. Just as Zhang had suspected. Because of Ria's unusual behavior, Officer Hu paused briefly to ponder, then said directly, Forensic pathologist Lin, may I review the surveillance footage from your autopsy room? Upon hearing this, Ria narrowed her eyes slightly and said to Officer Hu, Officer Hu, are you really going to investigate us forensic pathologists? Don't you trust us? No. Oh man, as soon as Officer Hu heard that, how had the conflict escalated to a matter of trust? We're colleagues at the same agency, after all, and there are only the two of you forensic pathologists at the precinct. If there is a trust crisis between the forensic team and the criminal investigation unit, that would be a huge problem. And let us face it, Dr. Ria does have quite the commanding presence. It even made Officer Hu feel a little nervous. Still, though he was a bit embarrassed, Officer Hu managed to force a smile at Ria and said, Forensic pathologist Lin, isn't this a special situation? So? Hearing Officer Hu's words, a look of hesitation flashed across Ria's face. She turned to glance at Zhang. Zhang was completely baffled by that glance. She continued, Since officer who was so insistent on seeing it, then all right, please follow me. With that, she actually turned around, preparing to lead officer who and his daughter upstairs to check the surveillance footage. Ria, you. Zhang spoke up with a hint of anxiety, causing officer Hu and his daughter to both turn and look at him. Hu Weixin, in particular, had a look of excitement and confidence all over her face. She patted her father on the shoulder and gave him a meaningful glance, clearly implying, if they really didn't have anything to hide, why would they be so nervous? But the die was cast, and there was nothing Zhang could do. The four of them squeezed into the tiny monitoring room. Hu Weixin seemed to be taking the lead, folding her arms and saying crisply, Ria, could you please rewind the footage to the start of the autopsy? Ria gave Hu Weixin a penetrating look. To everyone's surprise, she spoke again. Are you sure you want to watch this? Officer Hu hadn't said a word yet, but Hu Weixin spoke up immediately. Of course. All right. Ria's voice carried a sense of resignation as she continued. You can watch, but no matter what you see next, I hope you'll keep it a secret for me and Zhang. The moment the word secret was uttered, Officer Hu's heartbeat quickened slightly. They really did have a secret. Even Zhang began to feel nervous. Was the secret of his necromancy about to be discovered by his colleagues in the Criminal Investigation Division? Ria had already started manipulating the surveillance footage, pausing it just before the autopsy. And the image on the screen made Officer Hu suddenly gasp in shock. Actually, it wasn't just Officer Hu gasped. Even Zhang himself gasped. Staring at the surveillance footage, Zhang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Because what was on the screen was him and Ria, standing next to that decaying corpse from earlier, kissing passionately. That's right. They were kissing. And Ria's soft, sweet voice drifted over slowly. Please, you must keep this between the two of us. As she said this, a delicate blush spread across Ria's cheeks. Zhang was on the verge of a breakdown. What the hell are you blushing for? When did the two of us ever make out in the morgue? I'm still a virgin. Aren't you ruining my reputation? What's more, Ria had now walked right up to Zhang, slung her arm around his, and was leaning against his shoulder as sweet as a young bride. Now Zhang finally understood why Ria had agreed to let Officer Hu view the surveillance footage. It turned out she'd already edited the footage long ago. But where on earth did she find that footage of him and her kissing to Photoshop into it? Even though it was just a charade put on for these two. That footage was still a bit much. After a brief moment of shock, Officer Hu instantly turned her head away. Then, looking embarrassed and apologetic, she said to Ria, Forensic pathologist Lin, I'm really sorry. Actually, well. Alright, I'll keep this between us, but congratulations to you both anyway. Meanwhile, Hu Weixin was staring blankly at the surveillance footage, her face flushing slightly. But the next moment, she lunged at the computer in front of her as if she'd gone mad, shouting, That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. It didn't happen like that. She quickly fast-forwarded the footage. In the surveillance footage, the two people finished kissing, then went over to the autopsy table to begin the autopsy. The autopsy process kept repeating until she and her father burst into the autopsy room on camera. No, that's not how it happened. It really isn't. Hu Weixin was on the verge of losing her mind. Officer Hu stepped right up, grabbed Hu Weixin by the ear, yanked her away from the computer, and shouted, What are you trying to do? You rushed me over here in such a panic just to tell me that these two medical examiners are a couple? Great. As a police officer, you can't even tell what's important and what isn't. Do you have any idea I'm in the middle of interrogating a suspect right now? And you've been interrupting those two forensic pathologists' autopsy over and over again? Let me tell you, when those two get married, you're the one who'll have to pay 3 times the wedding gift as an apology. Marriage, for FCK's sake. Now it's even gotten to the point of marriage. The one who was most devastated isn't Hu Weixin, it's Zhang. Zhang had been married off without even knowing it? Huh? Married off? Whatever, the result is the same anyway. He was completely floored. Did Rhea really pull a stunt like this? You could just replaced all the autopsy footage with the earlier footage. Why did you have to add a passionate kiss scene on top of that? The most outrageous part was that Rhea quietly chimed in from the side. As everyone knows, videos can't be edited, so this must be real. Fucking hell, videos can't be edited. But Hu Huixin, even as she endured excruciating pain in her ears, had to say, "No, it definitely wasn't like that. I just watched that footage, it absolutely wasn't like that. You guys must have edited it beforehand." What? Hearing Hu Huixin's words, Rhea let go of Zhang's arm. She looked at Hu Huixin sternly. "You actually snuck into the monitoring room of my morgue behind all of our backs? What were you trying to do? Tamper with our autopsy process? Do you know what kind of consequences your actions will bring?" Hearing this, along with Rhea's stern tone, Hu Huixin's heart skipped a beat. As a member of the sub-bureau herself, she knew full well what sneaking into the morgue's monitoring room without permission meant. A wave of panic instantly washed over her. No. I had no intention of tampering with the surveillance footage. I just took a quick look. I didn't. Just because you say you didn't, does that make it so? Rhea took another step forward, her tone becoming increasingly confrontational. And her words came rattling out like a barrage of gunfire. "Hu Huixin, what exactly are you up to? Spying on our autopsies, and even sneaking into the monitoring room of our morgue to access our autopsy footage? What? Do you have some kind of unbreakable connection to this person in the shadows?" Hu Huixin's pupils suddenly contracted. No, I don't. I don't know anything." Rhea's two sentences carried tremendous weight. They scared the naive young girl so much that tears welled up in her eyes. She even turned frantically toward Officer Hu and pleaded for help. "Daddy! I really didn't mean anything by it. Daddy!" Officer Hu's eyelid was twitching wildly at that moment. He let go of his daughter's ear, then stepped between her and Rhea. The look of apology on his face grew even more pronounced as he waved his hands and said, Forensic Dr. Lin. Please calm down first." Officer Hu said, looking extremely embarrassed. "Actually, this was an assignment I gave her. I wanted her to follow along and observe while Zhang was working on the case, so..." "Me?" Zhang, who had remained silent the whole time, let out a soft as a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Officer Hu immediately turned to Zhang and said, "Zhang, please don't read too much into this. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that your case-solving skills are a bit too impressive. I had her follow you partly so she could learn from you, but mainly because I wanted to see exactly how you cracked those two cases, so..." Officer Hu was at a loss. Who would have thought that he'd asked his own daughter to spy on Zhang? Or that his daughter would cause such a huge series of blunders one after another? So he had no choice but to come clean. And Zhang, of course, knew how to make the best of a bad situation, so he said, "Officer Hu, why didn't you just tell me about this directly? Since you want to know, just bring me along the next time you're on a case." Upon hearing this, Rhea paused slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, but she said nothing. Officer Hu, however, spoke up, clearly delighted. "That sounds great. Zhang, it's a deal then." Immediately afterward, Officer Hu grabbed his daughter and headed for the door, all the while apologizing profusely to Rhea. "Forensic pathologist Lin, I'm truly sorry. I'll go home and give that little brat a good scolding. I'll make her write a letter of apology and have her come to your door in person to apologize, Dr. Lin. Please don't hold this against her." With that, he hurried away with his daughter. He was afraid that if Dr. Lin made a scene, even he wouldn't be able to keep her in check. However, Rhea didn't try to stop them. After the two had left, Rhea let out a long sigh. Phew! They're finally gone. Good thing I took 2 years of video editing classes in college, otherwise, the cover-up would been blown. But soon, she met Zhang's resentful gaze and pursed her lips slightly. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Wait, don't come over here. Don't come any closer. Zhang closed in on Ria, step by step. Seeing the look in Zhang's eyes, Ria suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and began to back away slowly. But with the table right behind her, she was pinned against it and couldn't move an inch. Zhang, what are you doing? For some reason, as she watched Zhang approach her, Ria's heart began to race. Zhang walked right up to Ria and slowly leaned in toward her. His face was almost pressed against hers as he said with a hint of resentment. Ria, I don't even have a girlfriend yet. If you let this scene show up on the surveillance footage and Officer Hu and the others find out that I'm already getting cozy with you on my very first day on the job, what will happen to my reputation? Hearing Zhang's voice and seeing his handsome face just inches away, Ria's cheeks flushed rapidly, but she steeled herself and said, What do you mean, your reputation? Aren't I just covering for you? Aren't we just acting? I don't have a boyfriend yet. It's clearly me who is sacrificing my own reputation. Ria's voice trailed off abruptly right there. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly. She stared in disbelief at the eyes just 1 centimeter away from her. They were Zhang's eyes, brimming with starlight. And Zhang had actually covered her mouth with his own. And just as Ria was caught off guard, she realized her jaw had suddenly gone limp. She began to struggle. She kept flailing her arms, trying to push Zhang away. But as time went on, as she kept pushing, her arms somehow ended up resting on Zhang's shoulders, slowly wrapping around his neck. Her eyes, filled with shyness, also slowly closed. And the temperature in the server room soared rapidly. Zhang exerted a sudden burst of strength, lifting Ria up and placing her on the desk. Taking advantage of this brief moment of separation, both of them gasped for air as if they were starved of oxygen. It was during this moment that Ria's urgent, soft, and sweet voice rang out. Zhang, what are you doing? A faint smile still played at the corner of Zhang's mouth as she whispered. Ria, didn't you say this was just an act? Then let us make it a little more realistic. Hearing Zhang's voice, Ria's eyes darted away, but who would have thought that this woman would actually lower her head slightly and say softly, If this keeps up, I'm going to turn this pretend thing into the real thing with you. Mum. They started again. And surprisingly, both of their movements became even more intense. No wonder they say young people these days live at such a fast pace. They'd known each other for less than 24 hours. Especially since Zhang had only recently traveled through time. Who could have imagined this? Just as Zhang's hand, almost unconsciously, brushed against the elastic waistband of Ria's pants. Oh, right, there is one more thing. Suddenly, the door behind them was flung open from the outside. Officer Hu's voice rang out abruptly. With a whoosh. Zhang and Ria instantly pulled apart. Officer Hu stood frozen in the doorway, as if turned to stone. He stared at the scene inside. Zhang stood to one side, hands behind his back, gazing up at the ceiling. Meanwhile, Ria was sitting on the table, not even bothering to take notes. She turned her head to glance the other way. But her delicate half-rimmed glasses were completely fogged up, as if she'd just stepped into a sauna. Officer Hu, frozen like a statue, looked awkward. Still in that position, as if he had wheels on his feet, he spun around on the spot and then darted out of the room. It would have been fine if Officer Hu had just left it at that. But who would thought that the moment Officer Hu stepped out into the hallway, he'd go and blurt out. That young couple really gets along well. Ria's ears instantly turned bright red. Even Zhang, with his thick skin, couldn't help but clear his throat. After Officer Hu walked away, Ria shot Zhang a playful, reproachful glance and said, It's all your fault, you rascal. I'm your boss, after all. How could you do that to your boss on your very first day at work? Oh my! You big rascal! Ria had intended to give Zhang a piece of her mind, but before she knew it, her heart was pounding so hard she had to cover her cheeks with her hands. To be honest, even Zhang himself hadn't expected it. He'd just gone in for a forceful kiss with Rhea, to put it bluntly, mainly to take advantage of the situation. After all, it wasn't their first kiss. In his past life, he'd spent all his time on Dragon Tiger Mountain without ever setting foot down the mountain. Who knew the tigers down below would be so sweet? Add to that Rhea's incredibly awkward response, and even Zhang found himself getting a little carried away. Hearing Rhea say that now, he cleared his throat and changed the subject. "I'll go give the autopsy report to Officer Hu." Finally remembered the real business? Man, the two of them had just come out from beside such a disgusting, rotting corpse, and now they're doing this disgusting thing. Don't they mind getting dirty? Zhang grabbed the autopsy report and turned to leave. Rhea didn't stop him. Only after Zhang had completely left did she jump down from the table. She took off her glasses and clutched her head. "Oh my gosh! Rhea! How could you do this? You've kept yourself pure for over 20 years. How could you lose control over some guy you've only known for a day? What am I supposed to do now? This guy is so creepy. Wait. If he can control corpses, he can definitely control me too. Right. That must be it. I must have been poisoned by him. Wah!" Rhea was all alone, sobbing for no apparent reason. Meanwhile, Zhang had already caught up to Officer Hu had fled in panic moments earlier. Officer Hu looked at Zhang chasing after him, and his first instinctive words were, "All done?" As if it were over. Seeing Zhang's resentful glare, Officer Hu cleared his throat, scratched his head awkwardly, and said, "Sorry, it was an accident. I didn't know you guys." "Enough." Zhang quickly waved his hand to cut him off. If this went on any longer, it would only make things harder to clear up. So Zhang immediately said, "Officer Hu, it is indeed over. But I mean, the autopsy is over." "Oh?" Hearing Zhang get down to business, Officer Hu's expression turned serious. "Do we have the results yet?" Zhang nodded. "The deceased's death is indeed unrelated to those two thieves. We found traces of sleeping pills in the deceased's stomach. Combined with our estimate that the body has been dead for over a month, the presence of drug residues now proves that the deceased took a large dose of sleeping pills before dying." "Sleeping pills?" Officer Hu pondered for a moment. Could it be that he committed suicide? No. As soon as Officer Hu spoke, Zhang flatly denied it. If the deceased had committed suicide, would he have crawled into that pile of scrap himself just to take the pills and kill himself? Moreover, we discovered that although the victim's flesh was severely decomposed, there were still ligature marks on his neck. Therefore, this must be a homicide. What? The ligature marks on the neck instantly made Officer Hu's expression turn serious. He quickly grabbed the autopsy report from Zhang's hands and began examining it closely. According to the autopsy report, the victim had ingested a large dose of sleeping pills before being killed, and there were ligature marks on his neck, yet there were no signs of struggle, resistance, or even injuries from a struggle. In other words, the victim was first knocked out by the sleeping pills and then finished off with a rope. What kind of situation would cause the victim to meekly swallow sleeping pills and wait to die? This doubt crossed Officer Hu's mind. However, after poring over the autopsy report several times, Officer Hu suddenly blurted out, seemingly out of the blue, "Isn't there a suspect's ID number this time?" To his surprise, Zhang replied just as abruptly, "It's mainly because the victim didn't remember." "Officer Hu, what?" "The main thing is, the deceased didn't remember it." Hearing Zhang's words, Officer Hu's eyes widened instantly, and he blurted out in a loud, forceful voice, "What the hell? The deceased didn't remember?" Officer Hu was completely baffled. What does whether the deceased remembered or not have to do with the autopsy? What is going on? So does that mean this autopsy report was dictated by the deceased himself, and you guys just took dictation? That's way too spooky, isn't it? Is this some kind of ghost story? It was only because of Officer Hu's exaggerated reaction that Zhang realized where the problem lay. He couldn't let Officer Hu find out about this. Otherwise, wouldn't his reputation be ruined for nothing? Ahem. Zhang immediately cleared his throat twice and said, "What do you mean the deceased didn't remember? Officer Hu, please don't scare me. You don't happen to be into those weird novels like your daughter, do you? I said the deceased didn't record it. How could the killer's ID number possibly be on the deceased's body? I mean, he couldn't have written the killer's ID number on his own skin, right?" Oh, listening to Zhang's explanation, Officer Hu suddenly realized. So that's it. You said not recorded? I misheard it as not remembered? Looks like I've really been too busy lately, my ears aren't what they used to be. Ha 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 ha. Zhang and Officer Hu exchanged a glance and both burst out laughing. Anyone could sense the awkwardness hidden within that laughter. As if to ease the tension, Officer Hu asked, "Zhang, you're into criminal investigations, aren't you? Why don't you help me analyze this? How did the victim so obediently take the sleeping pills and wait to die?" As for that matter, Zhang knew. Because the victim had truly remembered this incident. But Zhang still prefaced his remarks. "Since Officer Hu asked me to analyze it, I'll share my theory though, of course, it's just a theory." Officer Hu nodded in agreement and said, "Of course the process of deducing a case is all about speculation." Zhang nodded and slowly began. "I suspect that the only person capable of doing this was the deceased's closest relative, that is, his wife." His wife? Officer Hu paused. Then Zhang continued. For some reason, perhaps because of the deceased, or perhaps because she was dissatisfied with her own life, the deceased's wife led a chaotic personal life. Wanting to change her circumstances, she conspired with her lover to murder her husband. The killer purchased a large quantity of sleeping pills through illegal channels. To get the victim to take them without suspicion, she crushed the pills, mixed them into flour, and served them to the victim in noodles. Or she might have chopped them up and mixed them into the filling for dumplings. Once the victim had fallen into a deep sleep, she called her lover over, who strangled him, hid the body in a pile of scrap, and then fled the scene. That was the end of Zhang's story. But Officer Hu was now staring at Zhang with one eye wide and the other narrow, a strange look on his face. "I told you to make a guess, not to just spout nonsense. Do you even realize what you're saying?" The corner of Officer Hu's mouth twitched wildly. "Are you already certain the killer is the victim's wife? And that the wife has a lover?" Of course. Let us set that kind of speculation aside for now. But Pan Jinlian just mixed a little arsenic into the medicine. To take sleeping pills like that? Wouldn't that taste bitter? The look Officer Hu gave Zhang at that moment suggested he was wondering if Zhang had been reading those weird novels or watching those bizarre TV shows too. Ahem. Zhang cleared his throat. Admittedly, the idea of wrapping dumplings with sleeping pills underneath that kind of bizarre maneuver sounded utterly implausible and nonsensical. But there was nothing to be done. That's exactly what the corpse had just said. If he hadn't said it, neither Zhang nor Ria would ever have imagined that this murder had actually happened that way. But Zhang certainly wasn't going to tell Officer Hu that the corpse had said it himself. So he just smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Officer Hu, after all, I'm just a medical examiner, I'm just guessing. You'll have to handle the actual investigation yourself. However, you really should investigate the deceased's wife." Officer Hu paused for a moment, then nodded and said, "Don't worry. We'll investigate everyone connected to the deceased." "All right, then." Officer Hu held up the autopsy report in his hand and said, "Zhang, your forensic team has worked hard. We'll take it from here." With that, Officer Hu turned to leave. But the moment he turned around, his pupils began to contract, and he thought to himself, "That sentence I just heard, it's definitely not that I didn't remember it, but that it wasn't recorded." The story behind the sleeping pills hadn't it made him forget Zhang's earlier slip of the tongue? That's right. Officer who was, after all, a veteran criminal investigator with decades of experience. If he couldn't even make out that sentence clearly, then his professional competence would truly be in question. And it was precisely for this reason that what his daughter, Hu Huixin, had just told him resurfaced once again in Officer Hu's mind. Zhang got into a fight with the body. Whoa! Officer Hu took a shallow breath and thought to himself once more. This can't be true, can it? The corner of his eye twitched slightly as he muttered under his breath. It's true that a coroner's job is to make the dead speak, but that doesn't mean they're supposed to actually speak. Officer Hu glanced back at Zhang, who was still standing there with a harmless smile on his face. For no apparent reason, he felt a chill run down his spine, and a shiver ran through his body. He quickened his pace and left the scene, heading straight to the Criminal Investigation Division. His daughter, Hu Huixin, was sitting at his desk with a look of grievance on her face, pouting as she reluctantly wrote her self-criticism letter. Officer Hu walked straight up to Hu Huixin and said, "All right, stop writing that self-criticism letter." "Why?" Hu Huixin was still sulking. "You don't believe me anyway." "I believe you." Officer Hu's words made Hu Huixin stop in her tracks. She then looked up at her father in surprise. "You believe me? Then why did you just..." Before Hu Huixin could finish her sentence, Officer Hu spoke again. "You have no evidence." But Hu Huixin was still feeling wronged. "They destroyed all the evidence." Officer Hu placed his hand on Hu Huixin's shoulder and said in a low voice, "What they destroyed was the evidence they had in their possession. As long as you keep the evidence in your own hands, how can they destroy it? Keep watching Zhang. If anything suspicious comes up, don't come straight to me, pull out your phone and record it. Got it?" Officer Hu's words were like a wake-up call. Hu Huixin sprang to her feet with a whoosh. "Yes. I get it. I'll make sure to complete the mission." Officer Hu nodded. "All right, go on. You don't need to write that self-criticism letter anymore, but to keep them in line, remember to go apologize to forensic Dr. Lin." "No problem." With that, Hu Huixin bounded out of the office, beaming. Officer Hu stood up straight and said in a deep voice, "Team 1, take this autopsy report and cross-reference it with the deceased's personal information. Team 2, once the deceased's identity is confirmed, immediately launch an investigation into the people close to him. Pay special attention to whether he has a wife and where she is. Team 3, stand by to assist Teams 1 and 2 at any time." "Yes, sir." The Criminal Investigation Department instantly buzzed with activity. Officer Hu nodded, preparing to get to work, when one of his subordinates hurried over to him and said with a serious expression, "Boss, Captain Ma from City D just called. He says there's an emergency. Ria and Zhang could finally go home. They hadn't had a moment's rest in 2 days. It wasn't a big deal for Zhang, a Taoist practitioner, but Ria was just an ordinary person." Now that all the pressing tasks at hand were finished, drowsiness began to set in. Although some unspeakable things had happened between the two of them at the precinct, Ria still invited Zhang to stay at her place until their dorm was assigned. Of course, it was quite possible they'd never be assigned a dorm at all. But Zhang and Ria had both overlooked one thing. Just as they stepped into the residential complex, a shout rang out from the distance. "The half-immortal is back." Zhang and Ria froze for a moment. The half-immortal? What half-immortal? But what happened next answered their questions immediately. With a sudden rush, the two were instantly surrounded by the residents of the complex. The look in everyone's eyes as they stared at Zhang was nothing short of dazzling. "Half-immortal, I heard you can pinpoint the location of those two thieves just by counting on your fingers?" "Half-immortal, we're counting on you. Our stuff was stolen, and we'd already given up hope, but you actually figured it out?" "Half-immortal, which mountain did you come down from?" "Half-immortal, can you do a reading for me too? I've lost something, I can't find my husband." Half-immortal. Looking at the crowd of enthusiastic onlookers surrounding him, Zhang was dumbfounded. Wow, just because he done a quick finger counting reading at Ria's place and caught 2 thieves involved in a series of burglaries, he become a half immortal? No way, this rumor spread way too fast, didn't he it? Meanwhile, Ria stood to the side, watching Zhang surrounded by the crowd, giggling quietly as she covered her mouth. Zhang had originally thought that his necromancy was too outlandish, it was best not to let others see it. But he never expected that something as simple as a quick finger counting calculation could cause such a stir. His face went stiff as he tried to calm the crowd with an awkward smile. No, everyone, I'm not a fortune teller, I don't read fortunes either. Believe in science. Believe in science. Ria thought to herself that anyone could say that, but coming from Zhang, it had absolutely zero credibility. Zhang could only keep fending off these enthusiastic residents. Listen, everyone, it wasn't actually my divination that led us to the thief. Our precinct had already picked up on a lead beforehand, which is why we were able to crack the case. I really didn't figure it out through divination, I don't have that kind of ability. Please, you all have to believe in science. Your husband isn't missing, it's just that you can't find a partner. Why not try losing some weight? What does it have to do with me when your cat is going to give birth? Why are you coming to me about a pregnant dog in your village? Zhang was on the verge of losing his mind. He was so fed up he almost wanted to cast a spell to ride the clouds and make a run for it right then and there. But then he had a second thought. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate to fly away on a sword right after saying believe in science? Especially when he saw Ria standing on the outskirts of the crowd, smirking at him, it made Zhang's blood boil. Didn't this woman know any better than to just sit back and watch the show instead of helping out? So, Zhang's eyes darted about, and he said, "Alright, I admit I figured it out, but my skills are limited, you can go ask my master. My master is right here, Ria, forensic pathologist Lin." Ria, who had been keeping her distance until then, heard this and her smile vanished instantly. Wait, no. Her smile hadn't vanished, it had simply shifted to Zhang's face. That's right. Since the master is right here, the master's calculations are bound to be more accurate than the disciple's. Finally, the tables had turned. Ria was instantly surrounded by this group of enthusiastic residents. Meanwhile, Zhang slipped out of the crowd, looking thoroughly pleased with the turn of events. He didn't even pay Ria any mind. Amid Ria's shouts of "Zhang, you bastard! Zhang, you son of a bitch, you set me up! Zhang, you've got the guts, don't you dare walk away!" Zhang, with his hands in his pockets, walked straight back to Ria's home. He'd been there once before, so of course he remembered the way. So what if he didn't have a key? He could even summon the deceased's soul back from the netherworld. Surely he could get himself into Ria's house? By the time a furious Ria returned home with the help of her colleagues from the precinct, Zhang was sitting on the couch in slippers, looking every bit like the owner of the house, enjoying Ria's 80-inch laser TV and munching on snacks she stashed in the cabinet, completely at ease. Seeing Zhang so relaxed and carefree, Ria instantly lost it. Zhang, I'm going to kill you." She kicked off her shoes and, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, lunged straight at Zhang. Holy crap! Zhang was startled by the sudden turn of events. Ria seemed to have mastered some kind of martial arts, she'd actually flown all the way from the shoe cabinet. It wasn't until Ria was straddling him, pinning him down on the couch, that Zhang truly realized, a woman on top really is a tiger. This was way too fierce. A barrage of tiny fists rained down on Zhang's solid chest. Ria pinned Zhang beneath her and attacked him furiously. She even kept snarling. "Zhang, you ungrateful bastard! You're a half-immortal yourself, why are you pinning this on me? I even covered for you at the precinct and kept your secret, and you just ditched me and ran off? You bastard! You've had all the easy wins." The more Ria spoke, the more agitated she became, as if her anger were growing. She yanked off her jacket and glared furiously at Zhang. "I'm telling you, today, only one of us is going to live." But the moment she finished speaking, Ria froze. She'd probably taken off her jacket because she'd worked up a sweat from punching Zhang. But in the middle of summer, all she was wearing under her jacket was a pure white sports bra. Her slender waist, which could be easily grasped, and her shoulders, smooth as jade, were all exposed to the air. From this angle, her proud cleavage was practically staring Zhang right in the face. Since Ria's earlier punches hadn't done any real damage, Zhang now actually had the chance to admire the view. He blurted out without warning. "Ria, I had no idea you had such a great figure." With a pft, Ria's face instantly flushed crimson. Just as she was about to scold Zhang for being a lecher, she suddenly sensed something was off. She thought to herself, Zhang is a forensic pathologist. Forensic pathologists aren't criminal investigators, so why would he be carrying a gun? Even if he were, he is only wearing a pair of baggy boxers right now. Would he even have it on him? The next second, Ria's pupils suddenly contracted. She understood. The very moment she realized this, she instinctively tried to push herself up off Zhang, but her body simply wouldn't respond. She was too weak to lift herself, and ended up collapsing limply onto Zhang. Whoa, this sudden turn of events made even Zhang gasp in surprise. Ria, you. Just as Zhang was about to speak, he heard Ria's voice, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Don't talk, kiss me. Ria was actually making a move on Zhang? Zhang was stunned. Was this tiger from the mountains really this uninhibited? As a medical examiner, Zhang knew full well that he couldn't go against a woman's will, so... Ring ring. The urgent ringtone of a phone cut through the air. Ria furiously pulled out her phone, glanced at the caller ID, and answered. Who, it's you again. Officer who was completely dumbfounded by Ria's roar on the other end of the line. What is going on? Why is forensic pathologist Lin so angry just because she answered my call? Officer who was completely baffled. Forensic pathologist Lin, did my call come at an inopportune time? Meanwhile, Ria, who was still straddling Zhang, let out another thunderous roar. What do you think? This had Zhang, who was pressed up against Ria, trembling uncontrollably as he muttered, the tiger down the mountain really is terrifying. Ha ha. None of that matters. With Zhang's help, Ria managed to sit up. She said to the person on the other end of the line, exasperated and irritable. Spit it out. What's wrong now? Just those first two furious shouts from Ria had left Officer Who too scared to speak. But with the case burning, Officer Who steeled himself and said. Forensic pathologist Lin, I'm really sorry to disturb your rest again, but there has been an incident in City D. I had no choice but to contact you. Old Ma from the City D Criminal Investigation Division contacted me. They discovered 7 headless bodies. The case is extremely complicated, and they're hoping we can send a forensic team over to provide support. What do you think? This wasn't really a matter for discussion. The case was in order. But Officer Who was on edge after Ria's outburst just now. He couldn't help it. Fortunately, Ria realized the gravity of the situation and put her earlier anger aside, speaking in a deep, serious voice. 7 decapitated bodies? What kind of earth-shattering case is this? Zhang, sitting nearby, sat up straight upon hearing this, a hint of an unreadable gleam flashing in his eyes. Officer Who said on the other end of the line. That's right. Because of this incident, it's already reached the provincial level. They asked the criminal investigation departments of several surrounding cities to assist City D in solving the case as soon as possible. I got it. Zhang and I are on standby at any time. Ria nodded and asked. When are we leaving for City D? Officer Who let out a sigh of relief and said. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. But the very next second, Ria's thunderous roar erupted once again. We're not leaving until tomorrow. Why the hell are you calling me now? The sudden outburst startled Officer Who so much that he nearly dropped the phone. He hurriedly hung up, fearing that Ria was about to start cursing. Of course, he had no idea that this was the second time he interrupted Ria's intimate moment. The first time, naturally, was at the precinct, when Ria had already started to lose control. And this second time, Zhang had already decided he couldn't go against a woman's wishes, and Ria had completely lost control. And yet, Officer Hu's phone call had interrupted them yet again. Who could she even complain to about this? Of course, Ria could continue with Zhang after hanging up. But after all, she and Zhang had only known each other for 2 days. If they'd gone with the flow when the mood struck, there certainly wouldn't have been a problem. But now? A sensational case involving 7 headless bodies. How could Zhang and Ria, both forensic pathologists, possibly let themselves get carried away? Zhang said. Ria, you haven't had a break in 2 days, and we're about to leave for City D. You should get some rest. Ria shot Zhang a wistful glance and said. With a case this big, you're bound to be swamped once you get to City D. You should get some rest early too. After saying that, Ria walked toward her room. Before entering, she actually turned back and cast a lingering, wistful glance at Zhang. However, Zhang didn't notice this moment. He had already settled his mind to ponder the mystery of the 7 headless corpses. Based on his previous 2 examinations, all he needed to do was listen to the victims' accounts and help them voice the grievances in their hearts. Then, an unknown mystical force would infuse him with vast amounts of mana for his cultivation. These 7 corpses meant 7 victims. Zhang could even feel a massive surge of mana rushing toward him. It seemed that regaining his former strength was truly just a matter of time. Meanwhile, Officer Hu only belatedly realized the extent of Ria's fury. Forensic Dr. Lin, he isn't with Zhang right now, is he? Did I just interrupt something between them again? Oh my goodness. Old Hu, look at what you've done. Just as he was fretting over it, a subordinate from the 1st Criminal Investigation Unit of the precinct rushed in and quickly said to Officer Hu. Boss, we matched the victims' identities. He really does have a wife. Early last month, she suddenly moved out of the city and returned to her hometown in the countryside. What? Upon hearing this news, Officer Hu jumped to his feet, a deep gleam in his eyes. Early last month? Doesn't that match the time of death that forensic Dr. Lin and Zhang estimated? Her husband is dead, and she didn't reported what on earth was she doing back in the countryside? The subordinate also spoke in a low voice. We can't rule out the possibility that she killed her husband and fled. We've already listed her as the prime suspect. We're ready to make the arrest at any moment. However, the subordinate failed to notice the strange look in Officer Hu's eyes. Clearly not hearing his subordinate's words, Officer Hu muttered to himself with a strange expression. Could Zhang really have been right? Crushing sleeping pills and mixing them into dough to feed the victim? What the hell kind of bizarre modus operandi is that? Boss? It was the subordinate's voice that snapped Officer Hu out of his thoughts. After regaining his composure, Officer Hu hesitated not a moment before barking. Pass on my orders. Launch an immediate arrest operation on the suspect. Be careful during the arrest, the suspect may have accomplices. Bring them all in. Under cover of night, Officer Hu personally led his team as they crept toward the suspect's hideout. Meanwhile, Zhang, who had been sleeping in the guest room Ria had arranged, opened his eyes. A strange gleam appeared in his pupils, which remained bright even in the darkness. Sitting up in bed, Zhang murmured softly, with a hint of contemplation. Something's off. Why won't my eyelid stop twitching? I just have this feeling that something's about to happen. With that thought, Zhang raised his left hand and, just as he had done when divining the thief's whereabouts, began to count on his fingers. It wasn't long before a faint glint flashed in Zhang's eyes. Is it Officer Hu? He then quickly began counting his fingers again. His thumb came to a stop. Looking at the position his fingers had settled on, Zhang's voice took on a serious tone. Empty womb? This isn't good. Something might happen to Officer Hu tonight. After all, Officer Hu was his colleague and a renowned veteran detective in City B. He had solved numerous cases and was a hero of public safety in City B. If something were to happen to someone like him, it would be one thing if he hadn't sensed it, but since he had and was now standing by doing nothing, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? So, Zhang threw back the covers and slipped out of the room. Without disturbing Ria, he rushed alone to the precinct. The officer on duty at the precinct was quite curious to see Zhang there. "Forensic Dr. Zhang, it's so late, haven't you gone to bed yet?" Zhang didn't answer. Instead, he asked quickly. "Where's Officer Hu?" The officer on duty visibly paused, but still shook his head and said, "I think the Criminal Investigation Division is out on a mission, but I don't know where exactly." Zhang pondered for a moment. He didn't know. He lowered his head and quickly formed a hand seal, his eyes flashing, "Southeast." Without another word, he turned and left the precinct. Time was running out. Zhang quickly made his way to a dim corner, glanced around. No one was there, and there were no surveillance cameras. Then he pressed his palms downward, and a surge of pure energy rose, star step. With a whoosh, Zhang's entire body suddenly transformed into a streak of light and vanished from where he stood. Meanwhile, the officer on duty finally came running out from inside. "Forensic Dr. Zhang, did something happen?" "I'll drive you, huh?" "Where did he go?" "Holy shit! Am I seeing ghosts?" At that moment, one bird after another flitted past Zhang's feet. Two soft tap-tap sounds. Zhang's feet touched solid ground once more. This journey of several dozen li used to take just an instant. Now it's actually taking at least 3 minutes? Slow, way too slow. Looks like I really need to hurry up and figure out a way to get some mana. Did he just hear that? A distance of several dozen li, you covered it in a fucking 3 minutes. And you're actually complaining it's slow? If Officer Hu and the others heard that, they'd probably smash the police cars at the precinct right on the spot. "Don't run! Stop right there! Hands up!" A powerful, furious roar suddenly rang out from the distant village. Zhang looked up instantly. Has it already started? Inside the 3-courtyard compound, the door was kicked open. Officer Hu, pistol in hand, charged in first. "Ah!" A disheveled woman let out a shrill, piercing scream. Meanwhile, a man barely clothed displayed surprisingly agile reflexes. With a single somersault, he scrambled out through the window at the head of the con. "Stop right there!" Without a word, Officer Hu leaped onto the bed and jumped out through the window. Before chasing after him, he shouted, "Secure this woman first." Then, he gave chase after the naked figure, whose white skin glinted in the darkness. "Stop, or I'll shoot." Officer Hu's command was met with, "Fuck you." This suspect was clearly very familiar with the village. She turned and leaped down into an alley, vanishing from sight. Officer Hu, of course, gave chase. But just as he leaped down, a whistling sound suddenly rang out from nearby. There was a dull thud. Officer Hu let out a blood-curdling scream, "Ah!" Clang! His handgun fell straight to the ground. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 7 or 8 disheveled men suddenly emerged from the deep alley. But their faces were all etched with a vicious expression, and each of them was wielding a sharp weapon like an axe or a sickle. The one leading them was the very suspect officer who had been chasing earlier. Seeing this scene, even Officer Hu, with his decades of experience as a criminal investigator, began to feel nervous. Nevertheless, he bellowed with authority, "I'm a police officer. Don't move. Drop what you're holding." But the 7 or 8 people in front of him seemed not to have heard Officer Hu at all. One by one, they glared at him menacingly, rubbing their fists in anticipation. Officer Hu's eyelid twitched uncontrollably, and he bellowed again. "What? Do you actually intend to assault a police officer? Do you know the consequences of assaulting a police officer?" Ha 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 ha. The completely naked suspect, showing no attempt to cover himself, burst into maniacal laughter. "We're not afraid to kill people. Why would we care about assaulting a police officer? We're going to die anyway if we get arrested, and killing you is just another way to die. Do you really think we're going to let you off?" As soon as his vicious words fell, he bellowed, "Charge! Kill this cop! Ah!" The mob instantly roared and charged forward, brandishing their weapons. Facing 7 or 8 attackers, all armed. Officer who was already prepared to give his life, but even in death, he would take them down with him. With a swish, he drew his baton from his waist. He struck one of them on the spot. But there were simply too many of them. In the chaos, Officer who was kicked to the ground. A rusty axe which seemed to bear traces of blood came crashing down, aimed squarely at Officer who's forehead. It's over. That was the only thought that crossed Officer who's mind. I won't live to see my daughter's wedding day. But just as Officer who could already sense the bloodlust emanating from the axe. In Officer who's eyes, high above the eaves, a prince on a white horse, standing atop a 7-colored cloud, floated straight down. Thud, came a muffled sound. The princess' landing spot was, surprisingly, the head of the axe-wielding assailant. Ah, came a blood-curdling scream. The man stumbled and crashed into the corner of the wall nearby, foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness on the spot. It was at that very moment. A flash of white light visible only to Zhang sank into his dantian. Lying on the ground, a glimmer of joy flashed in Zhang's eyes. Is this mana? Sure enough, it wasn't just solving murder cases that earned him mana. Even stepping in to save people who shouldn't have been harmed would earn him mana as well. Now Zhang was completely convinced that this trip had been well worth it. Thank goodness his eyelid had done its job. If it hadn't twitched, Officer who getting killed here would been a minor issue, but missing out on the chance to absorb mana would been a major one. At that moment, Officer who, lying on the ground, gazed at the towering, resolute figure standing in front of him. He couldn't help but blush a little. Damn it, Officer who, you're a middle-aged man in your 50s. You're blushing like a teapot just from seeing a man's back? Are you about to say, my Prince Charming has come to save me? Just then, the Prince Charming turned around. He slowly extended a strong, powerful hand toward him. Officer who, are you okay? Hearing that voice, Officer who finally snapped out of it. Zhang? What are you doing here? But his pupils contracted instantly, and he growled. Watch out. Behind Zhang, a rusty sickle came crashing down viciously toward his neck. Zhang, with one hand pulling Officer who back and the other raised calmly, met the sharp sickle head-on with his own delicate palm. No! Officer who watched in sheer horror. If that blow landed, half of Zhang's palm would surely be sliced off. Zhang was a forensic pathologist, and a doctor's most important tools are his hands. How could this be allowed to happen? Officer who would rather be killed himself than let the person he was protecting get hurt. A crisp clang rang out. It made Officer who's guilt vanish without a trace. In its place came utter, speechless astonishment. TWWW, the scythe and the palm collided. It's one thing that the palm wasn't split open, how could it also emit that clang? And did I just see sparks? Thud, thud, thud. The thug wielding the scythe was sent flying backward by the recoil. His pupils dilated wildly as he blurted out instinctively. Impossible. Yeah, who could possibly block a scythe with their bare hand? This is no joke. Are you fucking Iron Man or something? But what shocked him the most was that the scythe in his own hand had actually become blunt. Little did he know that at that moment, Zhang was murmuring to himself. The golden light spell's power has indeed been significantly reduced. It didn't even blow him away outright? Glancing left and right at the thugs and the dumbfounded Officer who, Zhang curled his lips slightly. I'd better end this quickly and not just take a beating. My mana is low right now. The longer this drags on, the more likely I am to be exposed. So Zhang stood up straight, hands clasped behind his back, and looked at the remaining criminals with an extremely contemptuous gaze, his voice low and deep. I'll give you 2 options. First, drop your weapons and surrender. The second option is for this forensic pathologist to beat you until you surrender. A forensic pathologist? Hearing Zhang's self-introduction, the thugs' expressions turned one by one to a look of bewilderment. A fucking forensic pathologist is going to beat us into submission? You're not a wizard or anything? The leader, a naked criminal, let out a cold snarl. This guy's probably a martial artist. Don't underestimate him. Let us all go at him together. Got it. As soon as the words left his mouth, the rest of them let out a simultaneous roar and charged straight at Zhang. Sigh. Zhang shook his head in exasperation. I gave you guys a chance. Zhang, I've got your back. Officer Hu, having scrambled to his feet, charged forward with his baton raised. But as Zhang raised his hand and deflected the attack with a single motion, Officer Hu spun around and stumbled backward. Officer Hu, I just came out and now I'm back? Landing on the ground with his back to Zhang, Officer Hu stared at his own feet, completely baffled. Ha! That's not right. Wasn't I running forward just now? How did I end up running backward? But before he could process what was happening, a blood-curdling scream rang out from behind him. Officer Hu spun around instantly. He saw that two of the remaining assailants had already collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a long arm as if it had turned into a snake coiled around a hoe. Immediately afterward, the man holding the hoe seemed to be pulled toward it by some eerie force. After a blood-curdling scream, he was flung straight into the wall on the other side. Holy shit, what the hell is going on? Standing where he was, Officer Hu was completely baffled. He looked ahead at Zhang, who stood motionless, his hands moving in an extremely slow, rhythmic pattern. Although his arms moved very slowly, every attack from his opponent was deflected in another direction by Zhang's palms. It was only a matter of a few breaths. Aside from that naked big guy, everyone else was unconscious and out of it? Thud. With a thud, the trembling, naked big guy dropped to his knees, staring nervously at Zhang as he blurted out in panic. Master, please stop. I know I was wrong. Officer Hu, standing behind him, was dumbfounded. Is that it? He was a veteran criminal investigator with decades of experience. Naturally, he trained in hand-to-hand combat in the police force and was highly skilled. If he had to face these 7 or 8 men alone, he could have taken down one, but by the time he got to the second, he'd already been struggling. Let alone when so many of them charged at him at once. Just moments ago, he'd been knocked down right there and had nearly been finished off. But Zhang. He is clearly a forensic pathologist. He didn't graduate from the police academy like us, nor has he studied martial arts, and most importantly, the way he fought just now wasn't even martial arts, was it? What was that? That's way too impressive. One person took down so many. This Officer Hu, his expression frozen in shock, shakily made his way over to Zhang's side and, to his own surprise, let a look of fervent admiration shine in his eyes. Little Zhang, no. Master Zhang. You're just too amazing. You just took them all down? By this point, Zhang had already withdrawn his arms. He could clearly feel his dantian filling with a bit more mana. This was what Zhang cared about most and needed the most. Hearing Officer Hu's praise and seeing the adoring look in his eyes, Zhang calmly waved his hand and said, "Just the basics." Officer Hu was still incredibly excited. What kind of martial art is that? Zhang looked at Officer Hu impassively and said, Tai Chi. What, you want to learn it? I'll teach you. Old Hu, damn it, I was just being polite, and you actually took me seriously? Even if I did teach you Tai Chi, you'd never be able to match my skill. With a wave of his hand. All right, Officer Hu, you'd better get back to arresting people. Just then, Officer Hu's men finally showed up, though they were running late. Boss, are you okay? Forensic Dr. Zhang, you're here too? Boss, did you take down all 7 or 8 of these guys by yourself? You really are the boss. Our city's former Sanda champion, your reputation is well deserved. Boss, you're in top form even at your age. One by one, the criminal investigation team members cuffed the group on the ground while not forgetting to butter up Officer Hu. But Officer Hu cut straight to the point. What kind of nonsense is that? This has nothing to do with me, it was all done by Dr. Zhang alone. What the hell? Upon hearing Officer Hu's words, the criminal investigators' hands froze mid-motion. At the same time, they all turned their gaze toward Zhang. Zhang, meanwhile, stood quietly in place, a harmless smile on his face, and waved at them.
Boss, you're not joking, are you? Forensic Dr. Zhang? Boss. Forensic Dr. Zhang is a doctor. He uses a scalpel, not a machete, right? Boss, don't be so modest. Are you really going to have Forensic Dr. Zhang take the fall for you in a case like this?
Their first reaction, of course, was disbelief.
But Officer Hu bellowed. Don't you believe a word I say anymore? It doesn't matter if you don't believe me, go back and check my body cam. Hearing Officer Hu say this,
the group froze in shock, and immediately, their expressions as they looked at Zhang changed.
Holy crap, is this for real? Forensic Officer Zhang took down this whole gang of armed criminals? Wait, you're a forensic officer, what are you doing with all that sword and gun action? Forensic Officer Zhang isn't just good at solving cases through deduction, he has actually got these kinds of impressive skills?
It's such a waste of talent to have him working as a forensic officer.
Exactly.
Boss, transfer Forensic Officer Zhang over to our Criminal Investigation Division. I don't know if it was my remark that got Officer Hu thinking. He slapped his thigh and said to Zhang,
Young Zhang, we can't let your talents go to waste.
Why don't I submit a request to headquarters to have you transferred over to help me?
Zhang looked at Officer Hu and spread his hands in exasperation. Isn't it possible that my talents are best utilized when I'm working as a medical examiner? Officer Hu was taken aback. Aren't you already a forensic pathologist? Why would you still be working as one? Zhang? Way to go, old Hu. With those bushy eyebrows and big eyes of yours, you've actually betrayed the revolution?
Zhang spread his hands. If you really want me to come over, go talk it over with my director.
Your director? Officer Hu's expression instantly turned awkward.
It seemed that the scolding Ria had unleashed on him over the phone earlier was still weighing heavily on his mind. So, Officer Hu swallowed hard and said,
I think you'd be better off working as a medical examiner. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness.
After saying that, Officer Hu turned and walked away at a brisk pace.
Zhang, left standing there, watched Officer Hu's retreating figure with a strange look on his face. Wait, old Hu. Why do I feel like there's more to what you just said?
Zhang had flown over from the sub-precinct using the star-stepping technique. But with so many people around, he couldn't fly back. So he followed Officer Hu's car back to the precinct.
Sitting in the car, Officer Hu asked, Wait a minute, Zhang, weren't you supposed to be off duty? Why did you come out to this rural area in the middle of the night?
Zhang shot Officer Hu a sidelong glance. If I told you I did some finger counting and sensed you were in danger, so I came specifically to save you, would you believe me?
I believe it. Officer Hu said, slapping his chest. You're my old Hu's lifesaver, I'll believe anything you say. Did he really believe it? Who knows? In any case, Zhang was telling the truth. But soon, Officer Hu's expression turned serious as he said, Did Medical Examiner Lin tell you about the situation in City D? Zhang nodded, and Officer Hu continued. Tomorrow we're going to City D together.
Although our mission there is to assist with the investigation, there is actually only one thing we need to do.
What is it? Zhang asked, looking at Officer Hu. Officer Hu looked Zhang in the eyes and said, enunciating each word clearly. Find the victim's head. Find the victim's head?
Hearing Officer Hu's voice, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhang's eyes.
But Officer Hu hadn't finished speaking.
Our colleagues in City D actually began investigating this case last month. But the result is that, even now, there is still no lead on this case. The heads of those 7 victims still haven't been found. And that is precisely why higher-ups have taken notice. This time, we've been given a strict order: if we can't get to the bottom of this quickly, even by mobilizing the entire province's resources, the people in D City who are following this case won't be able to sit idly by anymore. Officer Hu paused as he reached this point in his explanation. He furrowed his brow, his face etched with worry.
Zhang also fell into a brief moment of thought. Officer Hu was right. If this were an ordinary case, even a typical homicide, it wouldn't really matter if it took a little longer to solve. But this case happened in City D, where 7 bodies all headless were discovered at once. Even though the City D Police Bureau had gone to great lengths to suppress the news, it had been largely ineffective. So this time, the higher-ups had really issued a strict order. At that moment, Officer Hu turned and saw Zhang, who was looking down in silence. He spoke up to reassure him. "Zhang, I'm just talking to you, venting a little. There's no need to worry about it. You and Dr. Lin just need to go there and handle the autopsies. Leave the task of finding the heads to us and the Criminal Investigation Division to figure out. There's another matter, though, that you need to prepare for." Zhang remained silent with his head down, not because he found the case officer who had just described too tricky to handle after it was over. Rather, he was considering just how much extra mana he'd gain after identifying these 7 victims. However, upon hearing Officer Hu's voice, Zhang turned his head and asked in confusion. "Oh? What is it?" Officer Hu looked at Zhang with a twinkle in his eye, patted his shoulder, and said, "It's time to claim your credit, of course." "Huh?" Zhang looked at Officer Hu in surprise and said, "I've only been at the precinct for 2 days. What credit am I supposed to claim?" Officer Hu looked at Zhang and said, "So what if you've only been here 2 days? Have you ever heard of anyone who has been a cop for just 2 days and helped the Criminal Investigation Division solve a murder case in a matter of hours? Or anyone who, through a single burglary case, managed to uncover cases involving illegal gun possession and drug offenses? And on top of that, you just solved a murder case that had been unsolved for over a month, all on the same day. Especially since you're a forensic scientist. I'm telling you, if the higher-ups don't give you a first-class merit award this time, I'll personally go up there and demand an explanation from the leadership." Listening to Officer Hu's tone, Zhang said with a helpless expression. Officer Hu, how about you just say you handled the case reports all by yourself, that it had nothing to do with me? As for the credit, I really... What are you talking about?" To everyone's surprise, Officer Hu immediately flew into a rage upon hearing Zhang's words. "Do I, old Hu, look like the kind of person who steals credit? And to take credit from the very person who saved my life? You've got to be kidding me. That's final. I'll get you at least 2 first-class merits, just you wait and see." "Huh?" Zhang looked completely speechless. "I really didn't mean to earn any merits." Indeed, when it came to earning merits, something that sounded and felt like a source of pride, Zhang had never even considered it. At first, he'd been forced into it since he didn't know how to perform an autopsy. He had no choice but to resort to necromancy. After using necromancy, he discovered that whenever he solved a case, a mysterious force would infuse his dantian with mana. So, it all started because of mana. If it weren't for mana, he wouldn't have gotten involved in any of this. As for earning merit, doesn't that just mean more people will recognize him? By then, would he even be able to keep his weird abilities a secret? Zhang didn't return to the precinct with Officer Hu and the others. Officer Hu wanted Zhang to get some rest early, so he took a detour to drop Zhang off at Ria's apartment complex. Of course, before getting out of the car, Zhang completely ignored Officer Hu's suggestive glance. It wasn't even dawn yet, so he could still get some rest when he got back. He walked into the pitch-black room and closed the door. Zhang tiptoed toward the bathroom. After all, coming home just to use the restroom and wash her hands after being out for so long was perfectly normal. But just as Zhang's hand touched the bathroom doorknob, with a creak, the bathroom door in front of her was suddenly opened from the inside. The bathroom was brightly lit. And a crystalline statue, as if carved from white jade, stood rigidly at the doorway. The air in the entire room seemed to fall into a profound silence. Zhang stood there, his wide eyes fixed on the perfect work of art before him. Most of all, Zhang couldn't fathom why Ria, of all people, would have such a habit of getting up in the middle of the night. Sleeping naked was one thing, but she actually got up in the middle of the night and didn't even bother to get dressed? Actually, it wasn't really laziness. It was because Ria, still half asleep,
hadn't he even realized there was a man in her home. After all, having lived alone for so many years, she had long since gotten used to it. She got up to use the bathroom, turned around, and was about to head back to her room to go back to sleep. But who would ve thought that the moment she opened the bathroom door, a wave of masculine energy would wash over her. Although Rhea wasn't wearing her glasses at the moment, with the two of them standing practically face to face, even someone as nearsighted as she was could tell it was Zhang. Faced with this sudden turn of events, all of Rhea's drowsiness vanished. She froze in place, her mind going completely blank. Even so, her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. But because she'd been frozen in place for so long, she'd completely forgotten to cover herself. She stood there face to face with Zhang, locked in a standoff. Gulp! Even Zhang couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of such beauty. He marveled at just how beautiful the tiger of the mountains truly was. The two of them remained locked in this somewhat strange standoff. Their eyes met, both pairs of pupils trembling slightly. As time passed, Zhang began to feel a bit warm and couldn't resist the urge to take off his clothes. Meanwhile, Rhea, her pearly teeth clenched ever so slightly. With her heart pounding wildly, actually leaned forward slightly, as if about to fall into Zhang's arms. After all, things had already reached this point. They were both adults, so why not go with the flow? Zhang was even ready for it. But just when things were getting interesting, ding ding ding, Zhang's phone suddenly rang. The dazed looks in both their eyes snapped back to clarity in an instant. Zhang instinctively answered the call, only to hear Officer Hu's surprised voice on the other end. Zhan! You're so awesome? It really was sleeping pills mixed into the dough. The killer's method is so bizarre. How did you figure it out? Judging by the tone of his voice, Officer Hu had clearly brought the suspect back to the precinct, interrogated him through the night, and uncovered the truth of the case right away. It really was as absurd a method as Zhang had described earlier. Officer Hu couldn't help but call Zhang right then and there. This time, even Zhang was completely speechless. He muttered into the phone. Officer Hu, I'm starting to find you a bit annoying now. Officer Hu froze. What do you mean? On high alert, he heard Rhea, who was only just realizing what was happening, shriek into the phone. 9 a.m. Zhang followed Rhea, who was already full of resentment, first thing in the morning to the precinct. By then, the criminal investigation unit at the precinct had mostly assembled. They were just waiting for the two forensic pathologists, Rhea and Zhang, to arrive before heading out to City D. Officer Hu also enthusiastically went over to greet them. Good morning, Dr. Lin and Dr. Zhang. Zhang didn't react much. But Rhea rolled her eyes at Officer Hu. Humph. Then she turned her head away, refusing to look at Officer Hu again. Faced with this situation, Officer Hu looked awkward, but he didn't dare say a word. When he called Zhang in the middle of the night yesterday, he completely forgotten that Zhang and Rhea were living together. After all, that scheme involving sleeping pills and poison noodles was just too bizarre. It had even thrown this veteran detective of several decades off balance. He heard Rhea's screams over the phone. Only then did Officer Hu belatedly realize that he once again interrupted Dr. Lin's intimate moment. After hanging up, Officer Hu wished he could chop off his own hand, just to stop himself from making such ill-timed calls in the future. So he had no explanation for Rhea's coldness that morning. Once everyone was on board, they hopped on their bikes and set off for City D. Officer Hu, of course, sat next to his daughter, Hu Huixin. City D wasn't far. It took about 2 hours via the highway. As they entered City D, Officer Hu spoke quietly to his daughter. This field assignment in City D is a great opportunity for you. Remember to keep your phone fully charged at all times. If Zhang makes any moves, you absolutely must keep up with him. If necessary, pull out your phone and record a video, understand? Got it. Listening to her father's instructions, Hu Huixin clenched her fist slightly, feeling a surge of excitement. But she still asked curiously. Dad, is it really okay for me to follow or even secretly film the man who saved your life? What's wrong with that? Officer Hu shot his daughter a look and said.
Last night, when he saved me, he practically flew down from the sky. Although from that angle it looked like he jumped off the wall, I don't actually know what really happened. This Zhang guy is definitely up to something strange. You've got to make sure you film him properly, got it? Upon hearing her father's words, Hu Huixin initially pursed her lips, as if to say, "Flying down from the sky? Is that really that far-fetched?" But then she thought about it. She'd seen Zhang fighting the corpse with her own eyes. If you said Zhang had grown wings, that wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. The D City precinct arrived quickly. Veteran criminal investigators Officer Ma and Officer Hu from D City were old friends. They stood at the entrance of the precinct to greet them personally. Of course, there was no time for small talk. They immediately dove into analyzing the case. Ria and Zhang, both forensic pathologists, were led to the morgue by a forensic pathologist from City D. Ria and Zhang finally laid eyes on the 7 bodies preserved in ice. After all, it had been over a month since the bodies were discovered. Since the heads hadn't been found, the bodies couldn't be disposed of, so they'd all been stored in freezers. The moment they saw the bodies, Ria put on a mask and gloves and bent down to examine them closely. Zhang, on the other hand, stood to the side like an old man, looking as if he had nothing to do. A colleague from City D who witnessed this scene approached curiously and asked, "Forensic pathologist Zhang, aren't you going to examine them yourself?" "Huh? Aren't I examining them right now?" Zhang replied instinctively. Indeed, standing there on the sidelines, Zhang looked as if he had nothing to do. But in reality, a glimmer of light, one that ordinary people could never detect, was constantly flickering in his pupils. The general condition of these 7 bodies had already been clearly etched into Zhang's mind. However, upon hearing Zhang's reply, the other forensic pathologist's expression instantly turned strange as he said, "Can you really examine them just by looking at them like that?" At that moment, Zhang was analyzing the bodies and hadn't noticed any of this at all. Hearing the question, he simply replied instinctively, "You want me to do what Ria does? I don't know how, so I'll just take a look." "Just take a look, my ass?" Zhang's remark caused the faces of the D City forensic pathologists present as well as those from neighboring cities who had come to assist to take on a strange look. Many of them wore a look of knowing contempt. In their eyes, it was the first time they'd ever seen someone like Zhang, a connected individual who so brazenly admitted he knew nothing. That's right, after just a few short exchanges, they confirmed that Zhang was a connected individual. Just as Ria had initially been baffled as to how Zhang could be transferred to the branch bureau right after graduation. Since this Zhang knew nothing, yet had come along as a supporting forensic pathologist to work on the case with them. Wasn't he just a connection? Whose son was he? Coming here to work on the case, wasn't he just to pad his resume? Look at forensic pathologist Lin's such professional movements. You can tell a true expert when you see one. I'm sure forensic pathologist Lin must be pretty fed up with this incompetent connection by his side, right? But what none of them could have imagined was this. After carefully examining the bodies, Ria immediately looked up at Zhang and asked, "Did you notice anything unusual?" This question left the surrounding forensic pathologists wide-eyed and utterly baffled. They thought to themselves, "Why are you asking him? He hasn't even examined the bodies, he doesn't know a damn thing." Fortunately, Zhang's answer didn't disappoint the crowd around him. "No." 2 words, concise, to the point, and exactly as expected. But the look in Ria's eyes as she looked at Zhang clearly said, "Do you really think I believe that?" Just then, the morgue door swung open. Officer Ma walked in, accompanied by several criminal investigation team captains who had come to provide backup. He clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, have you all examined these 7 headless bodies?" Hearing Officer Ma's voice, the forensic pathologists present, including Ria and Zhang, all turned around at the same time. Ria nodded along with the others. "We've all examined them." Then, Officer Ma said, "What are your observations regarding these bodies?" 4 or 5 forensic pathologists exchanged glances. One of them, a man in his 30s with a stubble-covered face, stepped forward and said,
Based on our observations, there are no signs of external injuries on any of these 7 bodies. According to the lab reports provided in advance by the D-City Precinct's forensic team, there are also no signs of internal injuries or toxic substances. Therefore, we conclude that the cause of death for these 7 bodies was decapitation by the killer. Decapitating living people. This shows just how brutal the killer's methods are. Perhaps there are other injuries on the missing heads that we don't know about, but the cause of death is definitely decapitation. Rhea frowned as she listened to this man speak, but she still nodded. After all, she hadn't found any signs of external or internal injuries on these 7 headless bodies either. If that were truly the case, then such a criminal would be far too cruel, and the fact that he was still at large caused Rhea's heart to sink. Officer Ma nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Yet a hint of disappointment lingered in his eyes. After all, this conclusion was identical to the one reached by their precinct's forensic team, so why had they needed to bring in so many forensic experts for backup? But just then, Zhang, who had been silently examining the bodies, spoke up. "That's not right. The victims were already dead before their heads were severed." The moment those words were spoken, everyone in the morgue froze. Then, their gazes simultaneously turned toward the source of the voice. Officer Hu, Officer Ma, and the others didn't react much. But the forensic pathologists who had come from all over to provide support all looked at Zhang with increasingly strange expressions. Everyone had seen how Zhang had been standing there just moments ago, acting as if nothing was wrong. They had already jumped to the conclusion that Zhang was a crony who knew nothing about the subject. On top of that, he hadn't even examined the 7 bodies, yet he'd come up with a conclusion that was completely at odds with everyone else's. So, quite a few of them simply scoffed at him. In their eyes, this Zhang was clearly just trying to draw attention to himself on purpose. Officer Ma and Officer Hu exchanged glances. After all, Zhang was the youngest-looking person among this group of forensic pathologists. And he was someone Officer Ma had never seen before. Officer Hu had told him beforehand that a new forensic pathologist had joined their precinct, one with exceptional professional skills. Now it seemed those skills were truly exceptional. Was he the only one to voice a dissenting opinion against the conclusion everyone else had reached? Officer Hu simply shrugged, indicating he knew nothing about forensic matters and that Officer Ma should ask Zhang directly. So, Officer Ma turned to Zhang and said, "Zhang, are you saying these 7 victims had other causes of death?" Zhang looked up slightly at Officer Ma, nodded, and said, "That's right. These 7 people died far too peacefully. With such sudden decapitations, there is no way they could have passed away so peacefully." "Peacefully, my ass. How can you be at peace when your head is missing? Do you even realize what you're saying?" Everyone present took on a strange look, even seasoned detectives like Officer Hu and Officer Ma. The forensic pathologist standing nearby, with his stubble, couldn't help but speak up. "How did you determine that they passed away peacefully?" Zhang knew his words sounded rather bizarre, but he still shook his head and said, "I don't know." "You don't know?" The forensic pathologist's voice rose a few notches. "You don't know? So you were just making all that up?" The forensic pathologists surrounding him all looked angry. Zhang really hadn't been making things up. Based on his experience, these people had indeed died peacefully. As for not knowing, well, that wasn't a lie either. After all, he knew absolutely nothing about forensic autopsies. He was familiar with his own Taoist methods of examining the dead. But if he were to explain his approach, regardless of whether they believe him or not, they certainly wouldn't understand a word of it. If he actually explained it, their reaction might be even more intense than it was now. The bearded forensic pathologist seemed somewhat agitated and barked directly at Zhang. "Kid, do you have any idea where you are? This is the police station's morgue. The 7 headless corpses lying before you were all living, breathing people in life. This unsolved case is of the utmost importance. Did you come here to play house?" "Humph." As he spoke, the coroner snorted coldly, crossed his arms, and turned away, muttering whether to himself or to someone else. "I wonder whose well-connected crony this is. This is a major case. Does that mean any Tom,
Dick, or Harry who knows nothing dares to stick their nose in?
Hearing the coroner's words, Officer Who, standing in front, felt his old face flush for no apparent reason.
Isn't he talking about me? Calling Zhang a clueless nobody.
And I'm the one who stuck that nobody on this case.
Isn't Zhang just slapping old Who right in the face? And he is my savior, too. Officer Who opened his mouth, ready to snap back at the forensic pathologist on Zhang's behalf.
But before he could speak, Ria, standing beside Zhang, said in a deep voice,
"What do you mean? Can you even speak? Do you have any idea who he is?"
"I dare say, of everyone here, no one understands corpses better than him."
"No one understands corpses better than him." Hearing this, Zhang's expression grew stiff. "Fair enough. If you can't read a corpse, just wake it up and let it speak."
Indeed, everyone here is a complete failure in that regard.
Forensic pathologist Lin. Upon hearing Ria's words, a flash of malice flickered in the man with the small mustache's eyes, and he retorted.
"We all know your autopsy skills, but you can't just lie through your teeth like that, can you?" The moment he walked into this morgue, he just stood there motionless. He even dismissed the conclusions reached by all of us without even examining the body.
When asked for a reason, he actually said he didn't know? Tell me, if this isn't a joke, then what is it?
Dr. Lin, as a professional forensic pathologist, how can you not question him, but instead question us?
Oh, I get it, this kid must be the young man you're keeping on the side, Dr. Lin? What did you say?
Ria flew into a rage instantly, her face flushing red and pale. A veteran detective standing behind Officer Ma stepped forward and barked.
"Li Feng, shut your mouth. What are you talking about? Aren't we discussing the case here?"
This veteran detective clearly carried some weight. The mustachioed forensic pathologist named Li Feng snorted coldly and fell silent.
However, Zhang, who was at the center of the conflict, didn't get angry at Li Feng's remarks. Instead, he looked at Ria and Li Feng with curiosity.
Something didn't seem quite right about Li Feng and Ria.
The atmosphere grew tense.
Zhang knew he had to speak up at this point, so he stepped forward.
"Here's what we'll do.
Regardless of whether the 7 victims were actually beheaded, all we need to do is find their heads."
Put.
Upon hearing Zhang's words, Li Feng let out a dismissive, contemptuous snort without hesitation. A stir rippled through the entire morgue.
The forensic pathologists all turned to look at Zhang, their impassive expressions betraying nothing but hostility. Li Feng looked at Zhang and said with a faint smile, "That's easier said than done. Anyone here doesn't realize that as long as we find the victims' heads, the truth will be clear. But do you know why this case has remained unsolved for over a month? It's precisely because we can't find the heads of these 7 victims." "Well, what if I told you I could find them?" Zhang's calm voice brought the morgue, which had already begun to grow restless, back to silence. "What did you say?" It was Officer Ma who asked this. Zhang spoke up loudly once more. "Give me a week, and I guarantee I'll find the missing heads of these 7 victims." "What?" A chorus of shocked exclamations rang out from behind Officer Ma and Officer Hu.
They were all criminal investigators, especially Officer Ma and his team, and the missing heads of these 7 victims had already left them at their wits' end. So far, they had no leads whatsoever. Apart from the building where the 7 bodies were found, they had absolutely no clues. This young man had just started working in City B, and this was his very first day on the joint operation.
He dared to make such a guarantee after just one glance at the bodies? And he was just a forensic pathologist?
For a moment, Officer Ma couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth.
But the very next second. Ha 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 ha. This was, after all, a morgue. And there were 7 headless corpses lying right behind them. Laughing in a situation like this was a bit inappropriate, wasn't it? But he wasn't the only one laughing.
Almost all the forensic pathologists except for Ria and Zhang, led by Li Feng, let out a sound that sounded like mocking laughter.
Li Feng even gave Zhang a thumbs up and said, "I call your brazen arrogance the best."
Zhang looked at Li Feng with interest and said with a light chuckle,
"What if I find the victim's head within a week? If you do. Li Feng's voice was firm, a hint of hostility in his eyes. I'll apologize to you right here in this morgue, in front of everyone and the 7 other bodies, and resign on the spot. But what if you don't find it? As Li Feng spoke these words, a hint of threat lingered in his tone. But Zhang showed no fear whatsoever and replied directly. I'll apologize to you, medical examiner Li, and resign on the spot. Upon hearing this, Li Feng was quite satisfied and added a counter question. What if you refuse to honor your word? That's simple. Zhang waved his hand. If I don't admit it, let those 7 restless spirits haunt me every day, keeping me from sleeping and eating in peace. Deal. Upon hearing this, Li Feng spoke up loudly, then said to Zhang with a look of excitement. I'm looking forward to the day you resign. After saying this, he even turned his head and shot Ria a defiant glance. Little did he know that Ria was struggling not to laugh at that very moment. Nothing else mattered. What was this about 7 restless spirits haunting Zhang every day? Making Zhang lose sleep and appetite? Give me a break. The last spirit that tried to lay a hand on Zhang was so terrified by Zhang's lightning spell that it dropped to its knees right at Zhang's feet, shouting, Big boss. It's you, Li Feng, don't push Zhang too far, or he'll strike you down with a single bolt of lightning. What kind of nonsense is this? What's all this talk about quitting? Officer Ma's voice, which had been conspicuously absent until now, suddenly chimed in at that very moment. He was clearly planning to step in and smooth things over. We're all public servants of the people. Solving this case as soon as possible is what we all want. Why make such a drastic vow? Besides, there is no such thing as ghosts in this world. If there were, whenever a murder case came up, we could just summon the victim and ask them Wu Ti to tell us everything? Officer Ma's words even made Ria feel a little nervous. She was this close to pointing her finger at Officer Ma and demanding, Did you sneak a peek at our Zhang necromancy? Of course, Ria knew Officer Ma was just talking nonsense to lighten the mood. Sure enough, Officer Ma clapped his hands and continued. All right, everyone has traveled a long way. The joint operation officially begins tomorrow. It's getting late, so I'll show you all to your accommodations. Li Feng just snorted coldly and turned to leave. The other forensic experts followed Officer Ma and his team out one after another. Zhang and Ria, naturally, brought up the rear. Ria didn't hesitate to ask. Zhang, what are you planning to do? Are you going to snap your fingers and calculate where those missing heads are again? As she said this, a hint of excitement played across Ria's face. She was actually looking forward to seeing Zhang snap his fingers, wave his hand, and have the 7 missing heads float right up to him, leaving Li Feng and the others utterly stunned and speechless. But Zhang shook his head and said, If I could really figure out something like that just by counting on my fingers, why would I even need to come to City D? In fact, Zhang could figure it out. It's just that he'd need to regain some of his strength first. At his current cultivation level, he was still a long way from being able to do that. Then what are you planning to do? Ria looked at Zhang in confusion. If you're not going to do a quick calculation, are you planning to go look at Officer Ma and the others' case files? If the case files really held any clues, with so many veteran detectives, they would cracked the case a month ago. Zhang, of course, shook his head. With a hint of a mysterious smile on his face, he whispered. Since we can't find the living, why can't we have the dead do the searching? Hearing this, Ria's pupils flinched violently. Her face turned slightly pale as she stammered. Zhang, could you please not be so creepy when you talk? What do you mean, have the dead do the searching? You'll find out soon enough. Zhang waved his hand, showing no intention of explaining, and instead asked in return. Actually, there is something I'd like Ria to help me figure out. What? Ria looked at Zhang with a puzzled expression. Zhang pointed to the front of the group and said, That Li Feng, what's his story? Why does it seem like he is so unhappy to see me? Could it be because of you, Ria? Upon hearing this, Ria reacted strongly, her voice tinged with embarrassment. What do you mean, because of me? His temper is directed at you. What does that have to do with me? Seeing Ria like this, Zhang became even more certain and said, Ria, that Li Feng isn't your ex, is he? You're full of it. Ria instantly let out a shriek upon hearing this. It caused quite a few people in the line ahead to turn and look back. Ria's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her voice, tugged at Zhang's sleeve, and said through gritted teeth, Your ex. He is your ex. There's no way I'd ever go for him. That's not true. Zhang's face took on an ambiguous expression as he shook his head and said, There's definitely something going on between you two. What, is it too awkward to talk about? Ria? How could Zhang's tone be so infuriating? It made Ria's teeth itch with rage. Exasperated, she snapped back. Why don't you focus on solving the case first? You're trying to accomplish in a week what even veteran detectives can't manage in a month. If you slip up, you'll lose your job. Let us talk about this once you found those 7 heads. Hearing this, Zhang smiled and said, That's tonight, isn't it? Telling me now is no different from telling me tonight. Tonight? Now it was Ria's turn to be baffled. Didn't you say within a week? Are you saying you can do it tonight? Zhang nodded slightly at Ria and said, I said within a week. Isn't today also within that time frame? At the guest house arranged by Officer Ma. Ria sat on the bed in her room, her eyes fixed on the wall clock. It was already 2 a.m., and she still wasn't wearing a single piece of pajamas. Instead, the flush on her cheeks revealed just how excited she was inside. That was because earlier that afternoon, Zhang had told her they'd be taking action tonight. Although Zhang had intended to go alone, her curiosity was simply too strong to resist. Ria also wanted to see how Zhang had managed to crack this cold case, one that had yielded no leads for over a month overnight. Ding! Ria's phone screen lit up. Seeing the message, Ria couldn't contain her excitement. She jumped right out of bed and rushed to the door in 2 strides. Sure enough, Zhang was standing right outside. Without waiting for Zhang to speak, Ria grabbed Zhang's arm and bounced up and down, saying, I'm ready. Let us go. Where should we go first? Zhang smiled slightly. The first step, of course, is to steal something. Ria froze. Steal? Steal what? Zhang, a corpse. Ria, what did you say? Ria looked at Zhang in confusion. Unless you're planning to do some divination, are we really going to look at Officer Ma and the others' case files? If the files really held any clues, with all those veteran detectives, they would cracked the case a month ago. Zhang, of course, shook his head. With a hint of a mysterious smile on his face, he whispered, Since we can't find the living, why can't we let the dead do the searching? Hearing this, Ria's pupils flinched violently. Her face turned slightly pale as she stammered. Zhang, could you please not sound so creepy? What do you mean, let the dead do the searching? You'll find out soon enough. Zhang waved his hand dismissively, showing no intention of explaining, and then countered with a question of his own. Actually, there is something I'd like Ria to help me figure out. What? Ria looked at Zhang with a puzzled expression. Zhang pointed to the front of the group and said, That Li Feng, what's his story? Why does it seem like he is so unhappy to see me? Could it be because of you, Ria? Upon hearing this, Ria reacted strongly, her voice tinged with embarrassment. What do you mean, because of me? His temper is directed at you. What does that have to do with me? Seeing Ria like this, Zhang became even more certain and said, Ria, that Li Feng isn't your ex, is he? You're full of it. Ria instantly let out a shriek upon hearing this. It caused quite a few people in the line ahead to turn and look back. Ria's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her voice, tugged at Zhang's sleeve, and said through gritted teeth, Your old flame. He is your old flame. There's no way I'd ever go for him. That's not true. Zhang's face took on an ambiguous expression as he shook his head and said, There's definitely something going on between you two. What, is it too awkward to talk about? Ria?
How could Zhang's tone be so infuriating? It made Ria's teeth itch with rage. Exasperated, she snapped back. Why don't you focus on solving the case first? You're trying to accomplish in a week what even veteran detectives can't manage in a month. If you slip up, you'll lose your job. Let us talk about this once you've found those 7 heads. Hearing this, Zhang smiled and said, That's tonight, isn't it? Telling me now is no different from telling me tonight. Tonight? Now it was Ria's turn to be baffled. Didn't you say within a week? Are you saying you can do it tonight? Zhang nodded slightly at Ria and said, I said within a week. Isn't today also within that time frame? At the guest house arranged by Officer Ma. Ria sat on the bed in her room, her eyes fixed on the wall clock. It was already 2 a.m., and she still wasn't wearing a single piece of pajamas. Instead, the flush on her cheeks revealed just how excited she was inside. That was because earlier that afternoon, Zhang had told her they'd be taking action tonight. Although Zhang had intended to go alone, her curiosity was simply too strong to resist. Ria also wanted to see how Zhang had managed to crack this cold case which had been at a standstill for over a month overnight. Ding! Ria's phone screen lit up. Seeing the message, Ria couldn't contain her excitement. She jumped right out of bed and rushed to the door in 2 strides. Sure enough, Zhang was standing right outside. Without waiting for Zhang to speak, Ria grabbed Zhang's arm and said excitedly, bouncing up and down, I'm ready. Let us go. Where should we go first? Zhang smiled slightly. The first step, of course, is to steal something. Ria froze. Steal? Steal what? Zhang, a corpse. Ria, what did you say? Ria looked at Zhang in confusion. Unless you're planning to do some fortune-telling, are we really going to look at Officer Ma and the others' case files? If the files really held any clues, with all those veteran detectives, they would cracked the case a month ago. Zhang, of course, shook his head. With a hint of a mysterious smile on his face, he whispered, Since we can't find the living, why can't we let the dead do the searching? Hearing this, Ria's pupils fluttered violently. Her face turned slightly pale as she stammered. Zhang, could you please not sound so creepy? What do you mean, let the dead do the searching? You'll find out soon enough. Zhang waved his hand dismissively, showing no intention of explaining, and then countered with a question of his own. Actually, there is something I'd like Ria to help me figure out. What? Ria looked at Zhang with a puzzled expression. Zhang pointed to the front of the group and said, That Li Feng, what's his story? Why does it seem like he is so unhappy to see me? Could it be because of you, Ria? Upon hearing this, Ria reacted strongly, her voice tinged with embarrassment. What do you mean, because of me? His temper is directed at you. What does that have to do with me? Seeing Ria like this, Zhang became even more certain and said, Ria, that Li Feng isn't your ex, is he? You're full of it. Ria instantly let out a shriek upon hearing this. It caused quite a few people in the line ahead to turn and look back. Ria's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her voice, tugged at Zhang's sleeve, and said through gritted teeth, Your old flame. He is your old flame. There's no way I'd ever go for him. That's not true. Zhang's face took on an ambiguous expression as he shook his head and said, There's definitely something going on between you two. What, is it too awkward to talk about? Ria? How could Zhang's tone be so infuriating? It made Ria's teeth itch with rage. He snapped back irritably. You should focus on figuring out how to solve the case first. You're expected to accomplish in a week what even veteran detectives can't manage in a month. If you slip up, you'll lose your job. Let us talk about it once you've found those 7 heads. Hearing this, Zhang smiled and said, That's tonight, isn't it? What's the difference between telling me now and telling me tonight? Tonight? Now it was Ria's turn to be baffled. Didn't you say within a week? Are you saying you can do it tonight?
Zhang nodded slightly at Ria and said, I said within a week. Isn't today also within that time frame? At the guest house arranged by Officer Ma.
Ria sat on the bed in her room, her eyes fixed on the wall clock. It was already 2 a.m., and she still wasn't wearing a single piece of pajamas. Instead, the flush on her cheeks revealed just how excited she was inside. That was because earlier that afternoon, Zhang had told her they'd be taking action tonight. Although Zhang had intended to go alone, Ria's curiosity was simply too strong to resist. She wanted to see for herself how Zhang could crack this cold case which had remained unsolved for over a month overnight. Ding! Ria's phone screen lit up. Seeing the message, Ria couldn't contain her excitement. She jumped right out of bed and rushed to the door in 2 strides. Sure enough, Zhang was standing right outside. Before Zhang could say a word, Ria grabbed his arm and bounced up and down, saying, I'm ready. Let us go. Where's our first stop? Zhang smiled slightly. The first stop is, of course, to steal something. Ria froze. Steal? Steal what? Zhang, a corpse. Ria, what did you say? Ria looked at Zhang in confusion. Unless you're planning to do some fortune-telling, are we really going to look at Officer Ma and the others' case files? If the case files really held any clues, with all those veteran detectives, they would cracked the case a month ago. Zhang, of course, shook his head. With a hint of a mysterious smile on his face, he whispered, Since we can't find the living, why can't we let the dead do the searching? Hearing this, Ria's pupils flinched violently. Her face turned slightly pale as she stammered. Zhang, could you please not be so creepy when you talk? What do you mean, let the dead do the searching? You'll find out soon enough. Zhang waved his hand, showing no intention of explaining, and instead asked in return. Actually, there is something I'd like Ria to help me figure out. What? Ria looked at Zhang with a puzzled expression. Zhang pointed to the front of the group and said, That Li Feng, what's his story? Why does it seem like he is so unhappy to see me? Could it be because of you, Ria? Upon hearing this, Ria reacted strongly, her voice tinged with embarrassment. What do you mean, because of me? His temper is directed at you. What does that have to do with me? Seeing Ria like this, Zhang became even more certain and said, Ria, that Li Feng isn't your ex, is he? You're full of it. Ria instantly let out a shriek upon hearing this. It caused quite a few people in the line ahead to turn and look back. Ria's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her voice, tugged at Zhang's sleeve, and said through gritted teeth, Your old flame. He is your old flame. There's no way I'd ever go for him. That's not true. Zhang's face took on an ambiguous expression as he shook his head and said, There's definitely something going on between you two. What, is it too awkward to talk about? Ria? How could Zhang's tone be so infuriating? It made Ria's teeth itch with rage. Exasperated, she snapped back. Why don't you focus on solving the case first? You're trying to accomplish in a week what even veteran detectives can't manage in a month. If you slip up, you'll lose your job. Let us talk about this once you found those 7 heads. Hearing this, Zhang smiled and said, That's tonight, isn't it? Telling me now is no different from telling me tonight. Tonight? Now it was Ria's turn to be baffled. Didn't you say within a week? Are you saying you can do it tonight? Zhang nodded slightly at Ria and said, I said within a week. Isn't today also within that time frame? At the guest house arranged by Officer Ma. Ria sat on the bed in her room, her eyes fixed on the wall clock. It was already 2 a.m., and she still wasn't wearing a single piece of pajamas. Instead, the flush on her cheeks revealed just how excited she was inside. That was because earlier that afternoon, Zhang had told her they'd be taking action tonight. Although Zhang had intended to go alone, her curiosity was simply too strong to resist. Ria also wanted to see how Zhang had managed to crack this cold case which had been at a standstill for over a month overnight. Ding!
Ria's phone screen lit up.
Seeing the message, Ria couldn't contain her excitement. She jumped right out of bed and rushed to the door in 2 strides.
Sure enough, Zhang was standing right outside.
Before Zhang could even speak, Ria grabbed his arm and bounced up and down, saying,
"I'm ready. Let us go.
Where should we head first?"
Zhang smiled slightly. "The first step, of course, is to steal something." Ria froze. "Steal? Steal what?"
"Zhang, a corpse."
"Ria, what did you say?"
Ria looked at Zhang in confusion.
"Unless you're planning to do some divination, are we really going to look at Officer Ma and the others' case files?"
If the files really held any clues, with all those veteran detectives, they would have cracked the case a month ago.
Zhang, of course, shook his head.
With a hint of a mysterious smile on his face, he whispered,
"Since we can't find the living, why can't we let the dead do the searching?"
Hearing this, Ria's pupils fluttered violently. Her face turned slightly pale as she stammered.
"Zhang, could you please not be so creepy when you talk? What do you mean, let the dead do the searching? You'll find out soon enough."
Zhang waved his hand dismissively, showing no intention of explaining, and then countered with a question of his own. "Actually, there is something I'd like Ria to help me figure out."
"What?" Ria looked at Zhang with a puzzled expression.
Zhang pointed to the front of the group and said,
"That Li Feng, what's his story? Why does it seem like he is so unhappy to see me? Could it be because of you, Ria?" Upon hearing this, Ria reacted strongly, her voice tinged with embarrassment. "What do you mean, because of me? His temper is directed at you. What does that have to do with me?"
Seeing Ria like this, Zhang became even more certain and said,
"Ria, that Li Feng isn't your ex, is he?"
"You're full of it."
Ria instantly let out a shriek upon hearing this. It caused quite a few people in the line ahead to turn and look back. Ria's cheeks flushed slightly.
She lowered her voice, tugged at Zhang's sleeve, and said through gritted teeth,
"Your old flame. He is your old flame. There is no way I'd ever go for him." "That is not true."
Zhang's face took on an ambiguous expression as he shook his head and said,
"There is definitely something going on between you two." "What, is it too awkward to talk about?" "Ria?"
How could Zhang's tone be so infuriating? It made Ria's teeth itch with rage.
Exasperated, she snapped back, "You should focus on solving the case first.
You've accomplished in 1 week what even veteran detectives can't manage in a month. If you slip up now, you'll lose your job.
Let us talk after you've found those 7 heads." Hearing this, Zhang smiled and said, "That is tonight, isn't it? Telling me now is no different from telling me tonight." "Tonight?" Now it was Ria's turn to be baffled. "Didn't you say within a week? Are you saying you can do it tonight?" Zhang nodded slightly at Ria and said, "I said within a week. Isn't today also within that time frame?" At the guest house arranged by Officer Ma,
Ria sat on the bed in her room, her eyes fixed on the wall clock. It was already 2 a.m., and she still wasn't wearing a single piece of pajamas. Instead, the flush on her cheeks revealed just how excited she was inside. That was because earlier that afternoon, Zhang had told her they'd be taking action tonight. Although Zhang had intended to go alone, her curiosity was simply too strong to resist. Ria also wanted to see how Zhang had managed to crack this cold case, which had been at a standstill for over a month overnight. Ding! Ria's phone screen lit up. Seeing the message, Ria couldn't contain her excitement. She jumped right out of bed and rushed to the door in 2 strides. Sure enough, Zhang was standing right outside. Before Zhang could even speak, Ria grabbed his arm and bounced up and down, saying, "I'm ready. Let us go. Where should we head first?" Zhang smiled slightly. "The first step, of course, is to steal something." Ria froze. "Steal? Steal what?" "Zhang, a corpse." "Ria, what did you say?" Ria looked at Zhang in confusion. "Unless you're planning to do some fortune telling, are we really going to look at Officer Ma and the others' case files?" If the files really held any clues, with all those veteran detectives, they would VE cracked the case a month ago. Zhang, of course, shook his head. With a hint of a mysterious smile on his face, he whispered. Since we can't find the living, why can't we let the dead do the searching? Hearing this, Ria's pupils fluttered violently, her face turned slightly pale as she stammered. Zhang, could you please not sound so creepy? What do you mean, let the dead do the searching? You'll find out soon enough. Zhang waved his hand dismissively, showing no intention of explaining, and then asked in return. Actually, there is something I'd like Ria to help me figure out. What? Ria looked at Zhang with a puzzled expression. Zhang pointed to the front of the group and said. That Li Feng, what's his story? Why does it seem like he is so unhappy to see me? Could it be because of you, Ria? Upon hearing this, Ria reacted strongly, her voice tinged with embarrassment. What do you mean, because of me? His temper is directed at you. What does that have to do with me? Seeing Ria like this, Zhang became even more certain and said. Ria, that Li Feng isn't your ex, is he? You're full of it. Ria instantly let out a shriek upon hearing this. It caused quite a few people in the line ahead to turn and look back. Ria's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her voice, tugged at Zhang's sleeve, and said through gritted teeth. Your old flame. He is your old flame. There's no way I'd ever go for him. That's not true. Zhang's face took on an ambiguous expression as he shook his head and said. There's definitely something going on between you two. What, is it too awkward to talk about? Ria? How could Zhang's tone be so infuriating? It made Ria's teeth itch with rage. Exasperated, she snapped back. Why don't you focus on solving the case first? You're trying to accomplish in a week what even veteran detectives can't manage in a month. If you slip up, you'll lose your job. Let us talk about this once you've found those 7 heads. Hearing this, Zhang smiled and said. That's tonight, isn't it? Telling me now is no different from telling me tonight. Tonight? Now it was Ria's turn to be baffled. Didn't you say within a week? Are you saying you can do it tonight? Zhang nodded slightly at Ria and said. I said within a week. Isn't today also within that time frame? At the guest house arranged by Officer Ma. Ria sat on the bed in her room, her eyes fixed on the wall clock. It was already 2 a.m., and she still wasn't wearing a single piece of pajamas. Instead, the flush on her cheeks revealed just how excited she was inside. That was because earlier that afternoon, Zhang had told her they'd be taking action tonight. Although Zhang had intended to go alone, her curiosity was simply too strong to resist. Ria also wanted to see how Zhang had managed to crack this cold case, one that had remained unsolved for over a month overnight. Ding! Ria's phone screen lit up. Seeing the message, Ria couldn't contain her excitement. She jumped right out of bed and rushed to the door in 2 strides. Sure enough, Zhang was standing right outside. Without waiting for Zhang to speak, Ria grabbed Zhang's arm and said, bouncing up and down. I'm ready. Let us go. Where should we go first? Zhang smiled slightly. The first step, of course, is to steal something. Ria froze. Steal? Steal what? Zhang, the body. Ria, what did you say? Ria looked at Zhang in confusion. Unless you're planning to do some fortune-telling, are you really going to look at Officer Ma and the others' case files? If the files really held any clues, with so many veteran detectives on the case, they would VE cracked it a month ago. Zhang, of course, shook his head. With a hint of a mysterious smile on his face, he whispered. Since we can't find the living, why can't we let the dead do the searching? Hearing this, Ria's pupils flinched violently, her face turned slightly pale as she stammered. Zhang, can't you say things without being so creepy? What do you mean, let the dead do the searching? You'll find out soon enough. Zhang waved his hand, showing no intention of explaining, and instead asked in return. Actually, there is something I'd like Ria to help me figure out. What?
Ria looked at Zhang with a puzzled expression. Zhang pointed to the front of the group and said, "That Li Feng, what's his story? Why does it seem like he is so unhappy to see me? Could it be because of you, Ria?" Upon hearing this, Ria reacted strongly, her voice tinged with embarrassment. "What do you mean, because of me? His temper is directed at you. What does that have to do with me?" Seeing Ria like this, Zhang became even more certain and said, "Ria, that Li Feng isn't your ex, is he? You're full of it." Ria instantly let out a shriek upon hearing this. It caused quite a few people in the line ahead to turn and look back. Ria's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her voice, tugged at Zhang's sleeve, and said through gritted teeth, "Your old flame. He is your old flame. There's no way I'd ever go for him." "That's not true." Zhang's face took on an ambiguous expression as he shook his head and said, "There's definitely something going on between you two." "What, is it too awkward to talk about?" "Ria?" How could Zhang's tone be so infuriating? It made Ria's teeth itch with rage. Exasperated, she snapped back. "Why don't you focus on solving the case first? You're expected to accomplish in 1 week what even veteran detectives can't manage in a month. If you slip up, you'll lose your job. Let us talk about this once you've found those 7 heads." Hearing this, Zhang smiled and said, "That's tonight, isn't it? Telling me now is no different from telling me tonight." Tonight? Now it was Ria's turn to be baffled. "Didn't you say within a week? Are you saying you can do it tonight?" Zhang nodded slightly at Ria and said, "I said within a week. Isn't today also within that time frame?" At the guest house arranged by Officer Ma, Ria sat on the bed in her room, her eyes fixed on the wall clock. It was already 2 a.m., and she still wasn't wearing a single piece of pajamas. Instead, the flush on her cheeks revealed just how excited she was inside. That was because earlier that afternoon, Zhang had told her they'd be taking action tonight. Although Zhang had intended to go alone, her curiosity was simply too strong to resist. Ria also wanted to see how Zhang had managed to crack this cold case which had been at a standstill for over a month overnight. Ding! Ria's phone screen lit up. Seeing the message, Ria couldn't contain her excitement. She jumped right out of bed and rushed to the door in 2 strides. Sure enough, Zhang was standing right outside. Before Zhang could even speak, Ria grabbed his arm and bounced up and down, saying, "I'm ready. Let us go. Where should we head first?" Zhang smiled slightly. "The first step, of course, is to steal something." Ria froze. "Steal? Steal what?" "Zhang, a corpse." "Ria, what did you say?" Ria looked at Zhang in confusion. "Unless you're planning to do some fortune-telling, are we really going to look at Officer Ma and the others' case files? If the files really held any clues, with all those veteran detectives, they would cracked the case a month ago." Zhang, of course, shook his head. With a hint of a mysterious smile on his face, he whispered, "Since we can't find the living, why can't we let the dead do the searching?" Hearing this, Ria's pupils fluttered violently. Her face turned slightly pale as she stammered, "Zhang, could you please not sound so creepy? What do you mean, let the dead do the searching? You'll find out soon enough." Zhang waved his hand dismissively, showing no intention of explaining, and then countered with a question of his own. "Actually, there is something I'd like Ria to help me figure out." "What?" Ria looked at Zhang with a puzzled expression. Zhang pointed to the front of the group and said, "That Li Feng, what's his story? Why does it seem like he is so unhappy to see me? Could it be because of you, Ria?" Upon hearing this, Ria reacted strongly, her voice tinged with embarrassment. "What do you mean, because of me? His temper is directed at you. What does that have to do with me?" Seeing Ria like this, Zhang became even more certain and said, "Ria, that Li Feng isn't your ex, is he? You're full of it." Ria instantly let out a shriek upon hearing this. It caused quite a few people in the line ahead to turn and look back. Ria's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her voice, tugged at Zhang's sleeve, and said through gritted teeth. Your ex. He is your ex. There's no way I'd ever go for him. That's not true. Zhang's face took on an ambiguous expression as he shook his head and said. There's definitely something going on between you two. What, is it too awkward to talk about? Ria? How could Zhang's tone be so infuriating? It made Ria's teeth itch with rage. Exasperated, she snapped back. Why don't you focus on solving the case first? You're trying to accomplish in a week what even veteran detectives can't manage in a month. If you slip up, you'll lose your job. Let us talk about this once you found those 7 heads. Hearing this, Zhang smiled and said. That's tonight, isn't it? Telling me now is no different from telling me tonight. Tonight? Now it was Ria's turn to be baffled. Didn't you say within a week? Are you saying you can do it tonight? Zhang nodded slightly at Ria and said. I said within a week. Isn't today also within that time frame? At the guest house arranged by Officer Ma. Ria sat on the bed in her room, her eyes fixed on the wall clock. It was already 2 a.m., and she still wasn't wearing a single piece of pajamas. Instead, the flush on her cheeks revealed just how excited she was inside. That was because earlier that afternoon, Zhang had told her they'd be taking action tonight. Although Zhang had intended to go alone, her curiosity was simply too strong to resist. Ria also wanted to see how Zhang had managed to crack this cold case, one that had yielded no leads for over a month overnight. Ding! Ria's phone screen lit up. Seeing the message, Ria couldn't contain her excitement. She jumped right out of bed and rushed to the door in 2 strides. Sure enough, Zhang was standing right outside. Without waiting for Zhang to speak, Ria grabbed his arm and bounced up and down, saying, I'm ready. Let us go. Where's our first stop? Zhang smiled slightly. The first step, of course, is to steal something. Ria froze. Steal? Steal what? Zhang, a corpse. Ria, what did you say? Chapter 26, Don't rush, let soul fly for a while. As Ria listened to Zhang's words, the corners of her alluring eyes twitched involuntarily a few times. You said you're going to steal a corpse? She asked Zhang again, as if she couldn't quite believe it. Zhang could only nod once more. That's right, steal a corpse. Fine. Ria pursed her lips slightly, then turned and walked straight back into the room. Zhang had no idea what she was up to, but he heard her say, Wait for me a moment. About 2 minutes passed. Ria came out holding 2 black knitted items. She handed one of them to Zhang. Zhang looked puzzled. What's this? But it was Ria's action that answered him. With a whoosh, Ria pulled the black knitted item right over her head. It turned out to be a balaclava. The balaclava was pitch black, with only 3 round holes revealing her 2 eyes and a mouth. Under Zhang's stunned gaze, a voice came from Ria's small mouth. Aren't we going to steal something? Of course we need to gear up a bit. Oh my god. Zhang almost couldn't help but jump up off the ground. We're just going to steal something, we're not blowing up a police station. Why are you dressing up like a terrorist? Ria, you're a forensic pathologist, you know? Looking like this makes me question your true nature. Especially since Ria, who normally had long, flowing hair, now had it tightly pulled up by the hood. The excess hair sticking out made Ria look just like a squid. Still, Ria was naturally pretty. Her eyes and small mouth looked exceptionally cute on their own. Especially her rosy little mouth, which had puffed out slightly from the tight hood. Zhang couldn't resist and went in for a smack kiss. You! Ria's eyes darted around in panic as she gave Zhang's chest a light punch. In the end, compelled by the orders of Field Commander Zhang, she took off the hood, revealing her slightly rosy cheeks. Following behind Zhang, the 2 quickly left the guest house, one in front and one behind. Just as the 2 disappeared around the corner of the hallway, a young woman with a resentful look on her face slowly emerged from the other side. This young woman was, of course,
Officer Hu's daughter, Hu Huixin. She had, naturally, received instructions from Officer Hu. When Zhang said he would find 7 heads within a week, Officer Hu had told Hu Huixin to keep a close eye on Zhang. You never knew when he might start working again. That's why Hu Huixin had specifically chosen a room in the guesthouse directly across from Zhang's. As soon as Zhang stepped out, she slipped out after him. She secretly saw Ria actually pull out one of those hoods. She was taken aback. Just as she pulled out her phone, ready to snap a sneaky photo. Who would ve thought the two of them would just go and kiss right then and there. Man, it really felt like they were forcing her to swallow a huge dose of romance. It almost made Hu Huixin burst into tears. But no matter how resentful she felt, the key was to keep tailing Zhang. Zhang and Ria strode confidently into the police substation. The officer on duty approached to ask questions, but Ria immediately identified herself as a forensic pathologist, saying she needed to re-examine the body. Naturally, the officer on duty had no reason to stop her. But Hu Huixin was in a bind. She'd been secretly following the two of them all along. If she went in like that, she'd definitely get stopped. After all, this one Tia police station in her own city B, and there was a good chance Zhang and Ria would spot her. So, instead of entering the station, Hu Huixin got a rough sense of the direction, circled around the main gate, and headed toward the morgue to see if she could sneak a peek from there. Zhang and Ria made their way to the morgue without encountering any obstacles. Upon entering the morgue, Ria carefully closed the door behind them. Then, looking at Zhang with excitement, she asked, "Zhang, what should we do next?" Zhang pointed toward the freezer containing the bodies and said, "Let us get these 7 bodies out of here first." "Take them away?" Ria looked at Zhang in surprise. 7 bodies? Are we going to steal them all? Of course. Zhang nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But Ria pursed her lips slightly. There are only 2 of us. Stealing 1 is hard enough, and now we have to steal 7? Zhang chuckled softly and said, "Who said we have to do it ourselves? Why not just let all 7 of them walk on their own?" Cough, cough. Zhang's remark nearly choked Ria. She stared at Zhang with wide eyes, unable to swallow the saliva pooling in her mouth. Of course she knew Zhang could temporarily summon the dead souls to make the corpses move. But there were 7 of them. Making 7 corpses stand up and walk on their own all at once? And headless corpses, at that? Oh boy. What if all 7 of these corpses were as full of resentment as that corrosion from last time, and they all turned into zombies? Would Zhang have to transform into Zhao Zilong and charge in and out 7 times? Could he even beat them? Ria was a little worried about Zhang, too, so she asked with a hint of hesitation. "Zhang, are you really going to bring all 7 corpses back to life?" By then, Zhang had already dragged the 7 corpses out of the freezer. He turned to look at Ria, nodded, and said, "Of course. All corpses have an inexplicable connection to their own body parts. Since we living people can't find them, let the 7 owners of the missing heads go look for them themselves. If their heads aren't all in the same place, we'll save ourselves a lot of trouble, right?" After saying this, Zhang had already rolled up his sleeves. This clearly meant he was preparing to unleash his powers. Of course, he didn't forget to add to Ria. When the time comes, Ria will need to handle the surveillance footage from this morgue. Ria pursed her lips, fine. Then, Ria noticed that Zhang's entire demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation in an instant. He had once seemed like a harmless younger brother next door. But now, a mesmerizing glow emanated from Zhang's eyes. Ria didn't dare look directly at him. Especially since they were still inside the room, with the doors and windows tightly shut. There wasn't the slightest breeze, yet Zhang's loose coat suddenly began fluttering, moving on its own, with no wind at all. Immediately afterward, Ria saw a strange vortex form at Zhang's feet, then instantly spread outward in all directions, with Zhang at its center. Ria was truly terrified by the sight. If she hadn't known about Zhang's abilities, she would thought she was watching some special effects blockbuster. A strange thought even crossed her mind. If they were casting for a martial arts action movie or a zombie film, they could just get Zhang to star in it. They'd even save on special effects costs. Of course, that was all nonsense. A gleam of intensity flashed in Zhang's pupils, and immediately afterward, a voice sounding like a chant emerged from his throat. Open the heavenly court, grant eternal life, the 3 souls and 7 spirits, return to the divine and revert to infancy. The 3 souls dwell on the left, the 7 spirits dwell on the right. Listen quietly to the divine command. Even if observed, it remains unfathomable when walking, no one sees when sitting, no one knows. Hurry, as the law commands. The final phrase from Zhang's mouth, hurry, as the law commands, actually echoed like a divine chant. But the moment the sound faded, all the strange phenomena surrounding Zhang's body vanished, and the room fell silent. However, the 7 headless corpses showed absolutely no reaction. Ria watched the scene and asked nervously, "Did it fail?" Zhang, however, wore a calm and unconcerned expression as he said softly, "Don't worry. Let the soul fly for a while." Chapter 27, Did Officer Hu have a panic attack right there? Actually, at the very beginning, Zhang had been very confident about his ability to revive 7 corpses in one go. After all, his cultivation level had dropped significantly since he'd been transported to this world. But it wasn't until he actually began casting the spell just now that he realized it was just enough. In other words, if he hadn't previously revived 2 corpses and saved Officer Hu's life, and hadn't experienced those instances of mana feedback, he really wouldn't have been able to revive these 7 bodies today. Did it fail? Hearing Ria's hesitant voice, Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, let soul fly for a while. Just as Zhang finished speaking, clatter. The 7 body carts in front of them suddenly began to shake violently. As the bodies trembled, an inexplicable cold breeze swept through the morgue. Moreover, the layers of ice and frost that had formed on the bodies due to freezing shattered and fell off amid the violent shaking. This eerie scene instantly made Ria's heart skip a beat. A chill ran down her spine, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. With a whoosh, she darted behind Zhang, her tiny hands clutching his arm tightly. Though frightened, her little head kept peeking out from behind Zhang, trying to get a better look at what was happening. Crackle! A series of bone-chilling sounds echoed through the room. All the vibrations ceased. And the 7 corpses lying on the gurney sat up one after another, stiff as boards. Gulp! Hiding behind Zhang, Ria couldn't help but swallow hard again. Her little face turned pale. She even felt she might not be able to sleep for weeks because the scene was simply too creepy. 7 headless corpses. They were actually slowly climbing down from the cart on their own. Anyone who knew Zhang was performing an autopsy would understand. Anyone else would think this was a horror movie being filmed. Zhang gently patted Ria's small hand to comfort her. But he discovered that her hand was ice cold. So he turned his hand over and clasped hers in his own, offering her some warmth. He even channeled. It felt as though the temperature around her had plummeted. It was the middle of summer, and Hu Huixing, dressed in a short-sleeved top and hot pants, suddenly broke out in goosebumps and began shivering uncontrollably. What's going on? Plagued by confusion and hugging herself for warmth, Hu Huixing walked forward, feeling the temperature drop the further she went. Her keen detective's instincts immediately sensed something was amiss. Hiding behind a large tree, she slowly poked her head out. Ha! The next second, a flicker of confusion appeared in her eyes as she murmured to herself. Weren't Zhang and Ria the only 2 who went in just now? How come there are 8 people coming out now? Where is forensic Dr. Lin? Who are those 7 people besides Zhang? Why do they look so short and a bit strange? It's as if something's missing. A minute? Oh my! Hu Huixing's pupils dilated instantly. She almost blurted out, "Holy shit!" Luckily, she reacted quickly and covered her mouth. Otherwise, she would have been spotted for sure. She finally realized what was going on. Those weren't 8 people at all. It was 1 person plus 7 corpses. That's why those 7 were shorter and seemed to be missing something. What was missing was their heads.
Hu Huixin's face went deathly pale. In a panic, she pulled out her phone, turned on the video recording, and peeked out from behind the tree. She finally found proof that Zhang could fight corpses. Last time, Zhang and Ria had managed to fool her. This time I'll have proof. Let us see what you have to say. But right after that, Hu Huixin froze, staring at the screen of her phone. Huh? Where are they? She even poked her head out. The scene from just a moment ago, Zhang and the 7 dwarves, was gone. Replaced by a pitch-black forest? Huh? Did they move that fast? Also, why do I feel like I'm getting colder and colder? It was right at that moment. A ghostly voice rang out from behind Hu Huixin. Are you looking for us? When a cat is startled, it arches its back high and every hair on its body stands on end. Just like Hu Huixin right now. Her once smooth long hair had suddenly exploded outward as if it had been set on fire. Whoosh! She spun around in an instant. All she saw was a pale, ghostly face, with a beam of light shining upward from beneath its chin. Its pupils glowed a dead fish-like grayish-white. And beside that ghastly face lay 7 headless corpses, their frozen blood vessels exposed, their snapped spines swaying gently, as if waving at her. SSSSH. Hu Huixin instantly sucked in a sharp breath. It was as if she were gathering air to let out a full-throated scream. But before she could steady her breath, thud! The faint caused by the shock came even faster than the blood-curdling scream she was about to let out. Her body went limp as she slumped against the large tree. Her eyes rolled back, and her body twitched slightly. She fainted on the spot. Seeing this, Zhang turned off the flashlight on his phone. That pale, ghostly face instantly transformed into Zhang's handsome one. He pointed at the pair of long, white legs on the ground, then turned to the 7 headless corpses behind him and said, "Look at yourselves, you scared the poor girl half to death." Upon hearing this, the 7 corpses all spread their hands in exasperation. The implication was clear. I didn't know. Wasn't that you who did it? Chapter 28. Oh no, I've pushed Hu Huixin off the rooftop. Zhang stood there with his hands on his hips, speechless as he looked at Hu Huixin, who had fainted by the tree. Especially since the video recording function was still open on her phone screen. Zhang realized full well that this woman had come over specifically to tail him. And the one who gave the order was none other than Officer Hu. Officer Hu acted so carefree and jovial around him on the surface, but behind his back, she was actually pulling off these underhanded schemes? Of course, Zhang certainly wouldn't hold a grudge against Officer Hu. After all, with all those strange cases they solved together, plus the rescue mission for Officer Hu later on, it would have been truly strange if Officer Hu, a veteran detective, hadn't picked up on the clues. Does he really think a veteran cop like him is a fool? That's why he sent his own daughter to tail and investigate him. Zhang knew the truth would eventually come out, but for now, he'd keep it hidden for as long as possible. He bent down, grabbed Hu Huixin's slender waist, and hoisted her onto his shoulder. He couldn't very well leave Hu Huixin, this pretty young thing, all alone out here in the middle of the night, could he? Nor could he drag 7 headless corpses back to the station, could he? That would be a total disaster. He rested one hand on Hu Huixin's thigh to steady her, just in case the girl took a headfirst tumble onto the ground. And you know what? It was so smooth that Zhang couldn't help but give it a little squeeze. But none of that mattered. He turned to the 7 corpses lying nearby and said, "You can all feel where your heads are, right?" They had no heads, so they couldn't speak, let alone nod. But all the corpses simultaneously raised their stiff, deathly pale fingers. The direction they were pointing to was, surprisingly, all the same spot. Zhang nodded slightly and growled, "Star stomp." Then, with Hu Huixin slung over his shoulder and the 7 headless corpses in tow, Zhang actually soared straight into the air. He shot rapidly toward the direction the corpses were pointing. Because of his high speed and the fact that he was in midair, even if he passed by pedestrians or vehicles still out late at night, he wouldn't be noticed. A fierce wind howled incessantly in their ears.
Perhaps stirred by the gust, Hu Huixin, who had fainted while being carried on Zhang's shoulder, opened her eyes dazedly. The warm sensation on her thigh gave her a hint of comfort. But why was the wind so loud in her ears? The very moment she opened her eyes, she saw the guesthouse where she had been staying a full 6 stories tall. And now it was right below her, looking as tiny as an ant? What's more, she was moving at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, the guesthouse vanished from view. The streets and skyscrapers below were receding rapidly, as if they had come to life. Only then did she realize she was actually flying through the air? How could Hu Huixin, who never even dared to ride a roller coaster, possibly handle this? And she could clearly feel herself being carried on someone else's shoulders. As soon as she looked up slightly, she saw 7 headless corpses flying through the sky as well. It's over. Hu Huixin's face went deathly pale. I must be dead. Have the black and white judges of the netherworld come to claim my soul? There was a crack. Hu Huixin, who had just regained consciousness, rolled her eyes again and passed out immediately. It didn't cause a single ripple. Zhang, who was still flying, merely twitched his nose slightly. With a strange expression on his face, he muttered under his breath. What's that smell? He turned his head to look. To his surprise, there were distinct stains on Hu Huixin's short hot pants. Holy crap! Zhang let out a startled cry. Did that girl just pee herself? Fortunately, Hu Huixin hadn't drunk any water before leaving. Otherwise, in order to save his own hand, Zhang might have just tossed her straight out of the sky. Before long, Zhang's brow furrowed even deeper. He was looking down at the brightly lit, bustling streets below. Zhang realized that the place these 7 corpses were taking him to must be the downtown area of City D, right? After all, it was the middle of the night, past midnight. The area was still brightly lit. If he were walking down the street carrying 7 headless corpses and a girl who wet herself, it would be more than just a little conspicuous. Just as Zhang was thinking of a plan. Suddenly, the 7 corpses behind him reached out their fingers once again. And the place where the 7 of them were pointing turned out to be the largest building on the premises. From a distance, it looked just like a castle. And the dazzling, shimmering light was, in fact, coming almost entirely from this building. A thought struck Zhang. Could it be that the 7 heads are in a place like this? A place like this was simply too conspicuous. Could 7 heads really be hidden here without anyone noticing? Just as the 7 corpses were about to crash into the building, Zhang sprang into action. Carrying the 7 corpses, he flashed onto the rooftop of a high-rise not far from that golden building. The moment he landed, he casually tossed Hu Huixin, whom he'd been carrying on his shoulder, into a corner of the perimeter wall. Turning to face the 7 headless corpses, he asked, "Are you sure you sensed that your heads are inside that building up ahead?" The 7 were still unable to speak or nod. But their frantic movements revealed they were desperate to charge straight out from this rooftop, even if it meant crashing to the ground and being smashed to pieces. Stop! Zhang formed a seal with one hand and barked the command in a deep voice. A flash of brilliant light flickered, and the 7 trembling headless corpses all froze in place, not moving a muscle. Zhang wasn't worried that they'd fall off the roof and be smashed to pieces. Rather, he was concerned that if they fell, passers-by might discover them, thereby alerting the enemy. Frowning slightly, Zhang walked to the edge of the rooftop. He looked down at the golden building below, its neon lights flashing, flowers bloom in the world. The 4 large characters were clearly visible. It looks like some kind of private club. But anyone who can lease such a large plot of land in the bustling downtown area to open a private club must have an extraordinary status and background. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang had chosen to stop on this rooftop rather than rush in recklessly. After all, he knew absolutely nothing about this city yet. What if some royal family member or high-ranking official lived inside? But Zhang was certain that the 7 heads were definitely inside. Otherwise, the 7 corpses wouldn't seem so desperate. This isn't going to work. Indeed, it was the unique nature of this place that was giving Zhang a headache. If this were some deserted wilderness, Zhang could simply dig the 7 heads out right now. But now, Zhang glanced at the 7 headless corpses beside him. We need to think this through carefully. After saying that, Zhang snapped his fingers once more. Star step. He and the 7 corpses soared into the air once more, but this time he wanted taking them to flower blossoms in the mortal world. Instead, he sped back along the same route they'd taken, racing toward the D City police precinct. Since he needed to think this through carefully, whatever Zhang planned to do next, he absolutely couldn't take these 7 corpses with him. After all, it was far too conspicuous. The return trip was noticeably faster than the journey there, at least twice as fast. Zhang, who had sat on the ground to throw people off the scent before crawling back through the window into the morgue to stow the 7 corpses, was puzzled himself. How come the return trip feels so much easier than the way there? A headless corpse beside him slowly raised a hand and pointed at Zhang's shoulder. Zhang turned to look. Holy shit! I left Hu Huixin over there. Chapter 29, You're Not Human? Zhang, you're not human. Realizing what had happened, Zhang slapped his forehead. Then, forming a seal with one hand, he chanted. Soul, return to the netherworld. So be it. Clang, 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 a series of sounds rang out. The 7 headless corpses instantly lost all their strength and fell stiffly to the ground. Without a second thought, he darted out the window once more. He shot off at full speed toward the roof of the building he'd been at earlier. Meanwhile, Ria, who had sneaked into the surveillance room of this police substation's morgue, saw that Zhang had returned and a glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes. She hurriedly adjusted the surveillance feed. Then she turned and ran out of the surveillance room, rushing to the autopsy room to meet up with Zhang. But as soon as she walked in, where is he? There was no sign of Zhang. He'd already rushed out to rescue Hu Huixin without a second thought. After all, if that girl came to her senses and realized she was on the roof, who knows what kind of earth-shattering chaos might ensue? But this left Ria in a bind. Because those 7 bodies were all sprawled haphazardly on the floor, and she had to laboriously hoist them one by one back onto the racks and refreeze them. While lugging the bodies, Ria kept grumbling under her breath. That bastard Zhang, where the hell did he go? Leaving me to clean up his mess? Bastard, you big jerk. No way, when he gets back, I'm definitely going to punish him properly. But just then, Ria paused for a moment. Wait, maybe I should give it a try? She then dropped the corpse on the ground and, mimicking Zhang's pose, chanted. Supreme Lord Lao Jun, as swift as the law commands. As the law commands. As the law commands. In the end, Ria could only crouch down pitifully and struggle to hoist the corpse off the ground. Meanwhile, Zhang, who was streaking through the sky, suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. Damn it, who's cursing me? Meanwhile, far away on the rooftop of the skyscraper across from flower blossoms in the mortal world, Hu Huixin, braving the cold wind, slowly opened her eyes. The scene that met her gaze almost made Hu Huixin blurt out, toward the clouds. Wasn't he my soul taken by a little ghost? Is this the netherworld? Hu Huixin, her face pale, shakily pushed herself up against the wall beside her and stood up. Just as she poked her little head out, she let out a startled ah, and was so frightened she nearly took off again, scrambling backward frantically. How did I end up in a place like this? Such a tall building, am I on the rooftop? How did I get up here? Her mind was filled with question marks. Summoning her courage, she peered out again. Tears streamed down her face. Could it be that the little ghost who snatched my soul brought me here? Wah! Could it be that I have to jump off this ledge to reach the netherworld and be reincarnated? Wah! No wonder people say women's thought processes are completely baffling. She had even climbed over the wall and was now standing on top of it. Facing the biting cold wind from the heights, Hu Huixin wept uncontrollably. Dad, Mom, your daughter will come back in the next life to take care of you. Just then, a low shout rang out from behind her. What are you doing? Ah! The sudden voice made Hu Huixin scream in shock and spin around instantly. A ghost! A startled cry. With a plop, her feet slipped. It's over! With a whoosh, Hu Huixin's figure plummeted downward. Holy crap! Zhang, who had arrived just in time, was instantly horrified at the sight. With a whoosh of turbulent air, Zhang instantly reached the edge and grabbed Hu Huixin under her armpit with one hand. But due to Hu Huixin's downward momentum, she dragged Zhang right out with her. Fortunately, Zhang managed to grab the edge of the rooftop railing firmly. The two of them fell right outside the building. Ah! A ghost! A ghost! Don't hurt me! I'll die right away. Wait, can you just take my soul first, okay? Hu Huixin struggled frantically, screaming these strange words. Zhang gave her a strange look. What on earth are you talking about? What's this about reaping souls? Look closely, I'm Zhang. I'm a human being. Can you please stop moving? If we fall, we'll both really become wild ghosts. Hearing Zhang's voice, Hu Huixin's pupils suddenly contracted. You're human? What else would I be? Zhang snapped. He was hanging from the rooftop with just one hand right now. If it weren't for the substantial amount of mana Zhang had accumulated inside him, he wouldn't be able to hold on at all. After all, he didn't want to demonstrate Star Treader right in front of Hu Huixin. Oh my god! Coming to her senses, Hu Huixin finally realized what was happening. She was actually hanging from the rooftop with Zhang? And there was a bottomless abyss right below her feet? With a whoosh, she mustered all her strength in an instant. Her slender arms wrapped tightly around Zhang's neck. Her alluring legs also clung fiercely to Zhang's waist. She hung onto Zhang like an octopus. Shivering all over, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, she cried out hoarsely. Save me, save me. I don't want to die yet. Zhang rolled his eyes. With mental fortitude like that, how did you ever work in criminal investigation? Despite his words, Zhang exerted force with one hand. With a whoosh, he soared into the air. Carrying Hu Huixin, he landed safely on the rooftop. Even though her feet were firmly on the ground, Hu Huixin was still the same as before, clinging tightly to Zhang, even burying her head in the crook of his shoulder, her eyes shut tight. Zhang spread his hands in exasperation. Hey! Can you let go of me now? Zhang's plea was met with her slender arms wrapping around him even tighter. Zhang could feel two mysterious objects pressing fiercely against his chest, so much so that he was starting to feel a bit short of breath. He simply raised his hand. With a crisp smack, he slapped Hu Huixin's upturned hot pants. Ouch! The sudden pain made Hu Huixin yelp and open her eyes. Why did you hit me? Zhang rolled his eyes and said helplessly. Can you let go of me now? What? Hu Huixin was still in a daze. Smack! Another sharp crack, this time landing squarely on a patch of pale skin. Ouch! My butt! That slap brought tears to Hu Huixin's eyes. She finally let go of Zhang and jumped off him. Clutching her butt, she hopped up and down in place, trying to ease the pain. You Hu Huixin, flustered and her cheeks slightly red, screamed at Zhang. How dare you hit me? And hit my hooligan? Hooligan? Zhang looked at Hu Huixin, showing her no leniency as he said. I wonder who was the one clinging to me, this so-called hooligan, for dear life. I wonder which scoundrel just saved your life a moment ago. Saved my life? Hearing this, Hu Huixin paused slightly. She quickly glanced at the edge of the rooftop behind Zhang. The scenes from just moments ago replayed in Hu Huixin's mind. You were actually hanging from the wall with just one hand and still managed to pull me up? Oh my gosh, your arm strength is incredible. As she said this, a twinkle appeared in Hu Huixin's eyes. She skipped over to Zhang's side, even reaching out to poke his muscular arm as she said. Oh my gosh, Zhang, your boyfriend's skills are just amazing. Zhang was completely speechless. What on earth was she talking about? How could this woman's train of thought be so bizarre? But just then, Hu Huixin's pupils suddenly contracted. Wait a minute. Her tone took on a strange quality. You can fly. It was you who took me flying in the sky earlier, wasn't it? You're not human at all.
Chapter 30 Flowers blooming in the human world is truly something else.
Hu Huaxin's screams were loud enough to wake up the sun god himself. Zhang snapped at her in exasperation.
What the hell are you barking about? What the hell are you barking about? If you keep yelling like that, do you think I want to throw you off this building right now?
Ugh! Hu Huaxin immediately clamped her hand over her mouth. Her pupils were filled with terror. She remembered clearly that just a moment ago, she'd been clinging to Zhang's body while he held onto the wall with one hand. Supporting both their weights, he'd flown up with just a slight effort. He really could lift her up with one hand and toss her out. Her own life was still more important. After all, a true woman knows when to yield and when to stand her ground. For now, she'd play the weak card in front of him, then, once she'd escaped his clutches, she'd find a way to expose this bioengineered monster's true identity. Seeing the glint in Hu Huaxin's eyes, Zhang knew this woman wasn't done yet. But he'd already checked her phone beforehand. He hadn't left any evidence behind. Since there was no evidence, he might as well stall for as long as possible. Zhang turned his gaze back to the resplendent flower blossoms in the world below. He pondered for a moment. Then he turned to Hu Huaxin, held out his hand, and said, "Give me your phone." Hu Huaxin pulled out her phone and activated the video recording function. Watching Zhang standing at the edge of the rooftop, she sensed he might take flight again, so she prepared to secretly record evidence. But to her surprise, Zhang actually asked her for her phone? "Did he catch me trying to secretly record him?" She blurted out instinctively. "What for?" Zhang rolled his eyes. "Just hand it over." His swift movement left Hu Huaxin completely caught off guard. Seeing the video recording function running on the phone in her hand, Zhang was speechless for a moment. This girl really is damn dedicated. She exited the camera app, opened her contacts, and immediately spotted the number labeled Dad. She dialed it. Ring. The phone rang just once before someone picked up. It was 3 a.m. after all. Yet Officer Hu's voice on the other end sounded both jealous and excited. "Miss, how is it going? Did you find any evidence? Did you get it on camera? Calling me at this hour, did you make some major discovery? Wow." Listening to Officer Hu's frantic voice, Zhang was at a loss for words. Was catching him in the act more important to him than solving the case? Zhang's voice, full of exasperation, came through. "Yeah, Officer Hu, I really have made a major discovery." The moment Zhang's voice came through, there was a noticeable lull on the other end of the line. It was as if the other person had stopped breathing. After a full 5-second pause, Officer Hu's stiff voice came through the phone. "Ha? Oh. Hey, Zhang. I was just dozing off. What is going on? Why were you calling out of the blue?" Damn it, such a lousy act had made Zhang cringe with embarrassment for him. Zhang wasn't about to argue with him over this. Frowning, he said in a low voice, "I found those 7 missing heads." "What?" Officer Hu on the other end of the line couldn't keep up the act anymore. His voice came through the receiver, almost cracking. Zhang even heard some clattering sounds. It sounded just like Officer Hu falling out of bed at the guest house. Ouch. Even Officer Hu's pained cry couldn't mask the shock in his voice. "Zhang, you can't joke about something like this. Old Ma and the others in City D have been searching for over a month and haven't found them, but you just bragged and made a bet with someone this afternoon, and you found them tonight? You said you'd find them within a week, but not even a day has passed. You're lying, right?" Hearing Officer Hu's shocked voice, Zhang shook his head and spread his hands, saying, "Officer Hu, 7 lives are at stake here. How could I possibly be joking with you? That's great." Officer Hu's voice sounded so excited. Zhang, you're absolutely amazing. Such a huge case, a complex one that had the higher-ups send so many of us to assist, and you cracked it in just one night? Quick, send me the location. I'll contact Old Ma right away and have him bring a team over immediately." Hearing Officer Hu's words, Zhang furrowed his brow slightly and said in a low voice, Contacting Officer Ma is a given, but as for bringing a team over, I think we need to give that some careful consideration.
Oh? Officer Hu on the other end of the line was taken aback for a moment. What do you mean by that?
Zhang spoke in a low voice.
Because all the clues point to the same place flowers bloom in the world in City D. What? Upon hearing that name, Officer Hu's voice grew noticeably more urgent. He fell silent again for a full 5 seconds before saying in a subdued tone, I understand. After hanging up the phone,
Zhang felt his suspicions had been confirmed. This flowers in the world was indeed highly suspicious. If Officer Hu's reaction hadn't changed when he mentioned the name, Zhang would have known his guess was wrong. But Officer Hu's subdued tone told Zhang that Flowers in the World was no ordinary place. Indeed, it was a club in the city center, one that had remained brightly lit until now, with dawn approaching, and hadn't closed its doors, occupying such a large area.
Who would believe it's nothing special?
If Officer Hu and his team had stormed in at that moment to make an arrest,
they might not have even achieved their goal and other major incidents could have erupted.
After sending Officer Hu the location using Hu Huixin's phone, Zhang casually handed the phone back to her.
But just as Hu Huixin took the phone, she suddenly blurted out, You can definitely fly, you're definitely not human.
Zhang rolled his eyes at this.
Seriously? I've been talking to your old man for ages about the 7 heads case, and you haven't taken a single word to heart? You're still thinking about that?
Hu Huixin looked at Zhang, who was clenching his fists, and said firmly, her teeth slightly clenched.
Zhang, I think you'd better come clean sooner rather than later. Confess early and get leniency at LLB, better for everyone. Was she treating herself like a criminal about to be interrogated? This little officer who was really a headache. I'll tell you, Zhang said solemnly to Hu Huixin. I can't fly. You just fainted out of the blue right in front of me.
I carried you, took the elevator, and climbed the stairs to get to this rooftop.
Impossible. You definitely flew up here.
Hu Huixin bit her pearly white teeth lightly, her voice firm.
Zhang was speechless. Where's the proof? Hu Huixin, I don't have any. If you don't have any proof, what the hell are you talking about? I'll definitely find the evidence.
Zhang couldn't be bothered to argue with Hu Huixin anymore. The two of them stood together on the rooftop in silence, braving the cold wind. Fortunately, Officer Hu and his team moved quickly. Before long, Officer Hu's voice came from the direction of the rooftop gate.
Wait a minute, this gate is always locked from the outside. How did you two get up here?
Hearing this, Zhang didn't react much, but Hu Huixin seemed extremely excited.
See? I told you flew up here, didn't I? You still won't admit it? How do you explain that locked door? Officer Ma, who had come over with Officer Hu, looked completely baffled as he listened to Hu Huixin's voice. What do you mean, flew up here? Are we on a TV show or something?
Zhang shot Officer Hu a speechless look and pointed at his own head. The implication was clear, there was definitely something wrong with Hu Huixin's head.
Officer Ma, too, turned to Officer Hu and said,
Old Hu, no offense, but you really should tell your daughter to read fewer novels.
Chapter 31, A Purian Constitution, A Perfect Alchemical Vessel. Officer Ma and Officer Hu, 2 veteran detectives, stood on either side of Zhang.
The 3 men simultaneously looked down at the brightly lit flower blossoms in the world below.
Officer Ma's voice was somewhat subdued. Little Zhang, are you sure those 7 missing heads are right here? Zhang nodded slightly.
Officer Hu, on the other hand, spoke up with some surprise.
That's not right, old Ma. Aren't you even a little surprised by little Zhang's investigative skills?
We agreed on 7 days, but he found them for you in just 1 night. Upon hearing this, Officer Ma paused for a moment, then said with a smile. Old Hu, you've bragged to me about little Zhang's investigative skills countless times already.
Why would I be surprised? Besides.
As he said this, Officer Ma's expression and tone both grew somber. I'm afraid this is the only place where those 7 heads are most likely to be kept.
What? Hearing Officer Ma's words, Hu Huaixin, standing behind Officer Hu, was startled. Then why haven't you gone in to search for a whole month? Officer Hu and Officer Ma glanced back at Hu Huaixin. Under her father's gaze, Hu Huaixin adorably stuck out her tongue and lowered her head. Officer Ma looked at Zhang and said, "Over the past month, we've searched every possible location in City D. We've even dug through every abandoned building in the suburbs but found nothing. This is the only place we haven't sent anyone to yet." As he spoke, Officer Ma rested his hands on the top of the wall and narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked down at the Flowers in the World Club below. "Do you know who owns this Flowers in the World Club? I've looked into it." It was Officer Hu, standing beside him, who spoke. 15 years ago, a man named Chung burst onto the scene in City D. No one knows where he got the seed money, but he opened a KTV on the outskirts of City D. After that, his business flourished. Within 5 years, he became the leader of City D's entertainment industry, and within 10 years, he earned the title of City D's Outstanding Entrepreneur. City D granted him special approval for a plot of land in the city center to serve as Chang's headquarters. To this day, no one has been able to challenge Chang's position in City D. Officer Ma nodded as he listened. As a native of City B, he heard the name of the owner of Haikai Human World mentioned time and again. It was easy to imagine just how formidable this figure must be. He then continued. "But do you know what he did before getting into the entertainment business?" Officer Hu had no idea. Amid the puzzled stares of Zhang and the others, Officer Ma said in a solemn voice. "He was just an ordinary fishmonger at the West Suburb Market." "A fishmonger?" Even Officer Hu expressed surprise at Chang's background. After all, it sounded simply unbelievable that a fishmonger could have risen to such a high status in just 15 years. But Officer Ma noticed that Zhang's expression looked very strange, so he asked, "What's wrong? Zhang, why that look on your face?" "Ahem." Zhang coughed awkwardly and said, "Nothing, I was just thinking that fishmongers must be pretty impressive, right? After all, the rougher the seas, the more expensive the fish." What on earth was he talking about? Officer Ma and the others, of course, had no idea what Zhang was getting at. Seeing the puzzled looks on the three men's faces, Zhang cleared his throat again and said, "Ahem, so over the past 15 years, has this Chang always been above board, no issues at all?" Officer Ma slowly shook his head. "We actually set up a special investigation team for this. After a year-long investigation, we couldn't find a single clue." "Oh?" Upon hearing this, Zhang paused briefly, then quickly asked as if he caught a key phrase. "Then why did you set up a special investigation team?" Because Officer Ma paused. "The cases of young women going missing." "Huh?" Zhang and Officer Hu paused slightly. Officer Ma didn't wait for them to ask before continuing. "There have been 3 cases of young women going missing in City D, 2 of which occurred 5 and 10 years ago, respectively. Both of these missing women were under 23 years old, and they shared one common trait: they had all worked at Flowers in the World before quitting, and went missing shortly after leaving. We believe their disappearances are linked to Flowers in the World, but so many women have worked there and left and only 2 went missing that we haven't been able to find any evidence." Officer Hu and Hu Huaixin, father and daughter, were both deep in thought about these 2 disappearances, but it was Zhang who finally spoke up. "What about the third one?" Officer Ma was taken aback. "What? Officer Ma, didn't you just say there were 3 disappearances in City D? You've only mentioned 2. "Oh, that disappearance happened last week." "Last week?" Officer Hu and Hu Huaixin froze at Officer Ma's words. Officer Ma said helplessly, "Although she hasn't been found yet, this young woman never worked at Flowers in the World. Plus, the case involving the 7 decapitated bodies is the most critical right now, so I didn't mention it." But the moment Officer Ma finished speaking, Zhang frowned and said, "Can I take a look at the case files for these missing persons cases?" "Of course." Without any hesitation, Officer Ma pulled 2 file folders from behind him. "When I heard the name Flower Blossoms in the World, I had a hunch, so I made sure to bring the case files for these 2 cases with me. Zhang didn't hesitate. He took the file folders and began flipping through them as he said. And the file on the young woman who went missing last week, let me take a look at that one too. Officer Ma was taken aback subconsciously. He assumed that disappearance had nothing to do with flowers bloom in the world, so he hadn't paid it much attention. But since Zhang had asked, Officer Ma pulled out his cell phone and made a call. Zhang quickly pulled out the case files for both cases from the folder and began examining them closely. He went over them again and again, as if trying to find some clue or lead. Officer Hu watched Zhang and asked hesitantly, "What is going on? Zhang, can you make out anything?" Zhang slowly shook his head. There were no discoveries. It seemed like the most ordinary missing persons case, and it didn't even appear to have much to do with flowers bloom in the world at all. Suddenly, Zhang seemed to have discovered something. His gaze instantly locked onto a photocopy of the missing woman's ID in the case file. He looked at the dates of birth of the two missing girls. Without hesitation, Zhang raised his left hand. If Ria had been there, she would have definitely said, "Great." Zhang is playing fortune teller again. His fingers paused, and a strange gleam flashed in Zhang's eyes. Just then, Officer Ma returned, holding up his cell phone. "I had my team send over the case file. Take a look." Zhang took the phone and, without glancing at any other information in the file, fixed his gaze directly on the missing woman's ID, specifically, her date of birth. His fingers moved at lightning speed. Finally, he looked up, his voice hoarse. "So that is how it is?" "What?" Zhang's strange reaction left Officer Hu, Officer Ma, and Hu Huixin completely baffled. Officer Ma quickly asked, "Zhang, did you spot something?" Zhang spoke almost instinctively. "These three missing women all share one common trait: their birthdays are all on a yin year, yin month, and yin day. For cultivators, this is a purely yin constitution and absolutely perfect furnace for cultivation." Upon hearing this, Officer Ma and Officer Hu's expressions instantly contorted, and they both let out a strange, guttural roar. "What did you say?" Chapter 32, The Possibility of an Evil Cultivator? Undercover Investigation. Officer Ma and Officer Hu were both completely dumbfounded. "You've been poring over the case files for these three missing persons cases for ages. And all you did was glance at the birth dates of three young, missing girls? Then you fiddled with your fingers for a bit and blurted out, 'a cultivation vessel'? What the hell?" Officer Ma's eye twitched as he said to Zhang, "Little Zhang, do you even realize what you're saying?" When he heard Officer Ma's words, Zhang snapped back to reality. Only then did he realize he'd just let the cat out of the bag. How was he supposed to get out of this one? Just then, Hu Huixin, with a look that suggested she'd seen right through him all along, chimed in from behind. I knew there was something off about you, Zhang. Your true colors are showing. You're definitely not an ordinary person." To be honest, if Hu Huixin hadn't said that, Officer Ma might have remained skeptical. But who would have thought that upon hearing his niece Hu Huixin blurt that out, Officer Ma would turn to Zhang with a speechless look and say, "Young Zhang, have you been following Hu Huixin's lead and reading those pointless novels too? Idle pursuits ruin one's ambition." Ahem. Zhang took the opportunity to smooth things over, saying, "I was just joking to lighten the mood. Don't take it seriously." Hu Huixin, standing behind him, was so frustrated she was practically jumping up and down. "There is definitely something fishy about Zhang. Why won't you guys believe me?" But she had no evidence to back it up. So she could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger, gazing at Zhang's retreating back with a look of resentment. She made up her mind to find something to pin on Zhang. By this point, Zhang had fallen silent once again. Why had he blurted out something like that earlier? It all stemmed from his initial conjecture. Back when he was still in City B, Officer Hu had told him about the 7 headless corpses, and a strange thought had flashed through his mind. The 7-head formation. It was because of those 7 heads. In his past life, those 7 heads were the most crucial sacrificial offerings used by heretical cultivators to set up the 7-head formation.
In his past life, before Zhang received the Celestial Master Seal, heretical cultivators ran rampant, and opposing them was the divine mandate of every Celestial Master in their lineage. So as soon as he heard 7 heads, it triggered an immediate association with the 7 extinction formation and with heretical cultivators. However, since mana was so scarce in this world, Zhang had dismissed the thought outright. But now, seeing the 3 missing young women who turned out to be all exceptional alchemical vessels for cultivation, that fleeting thought from before resurfaced in Zhang's mind once more. His heartbeat even quickened slightly as he thought to himself. Could there really be heretical cultivators in this world? That was what truly puzzled Zhang. Judging by the reactions of Ria, Officer Hu, and the others, they clearly had no idea such a group existed in this world. And given his own perception that there was almost no mana in this world, it shouldn't have any cultivators at all. But the 7 extremes formation, along with those 3 alchemical vessels, forced Zhang to take this matter seriously. If there were heretical cultivators, then as the future sole heir to the Celestial Master Seal, he absolutely could not stand idly by. At that moment, Officer Ma looked at the silent Zhang and spoke with a hint of hesitation. "Young Zhang, are you really certain based on your investigation that those 7 severed heads are inside flowers in the human realm?" Officer Ma's words interrupted Zhang's train of thought. Zhang turned his head and nodded at Officer Ma. But the look in Officer Ma's eyes wasn't very optimistic. Chang, the owner of flowers in the human world, has deep connections with the higher-ups. If we bring a team in to search the place, a transfer order from above might come down the moment we arrive, so. Zhang, without solid evidence, I'm afraid the Precinct 1T be able to send people over to search the premises. Officer Ma had actually had his eye on flowers in the world for quite some time. With his years of experience as a veteran criminal investigator, he knew for certain that something was amiss there. But there was nothing he could do. The place had powerful connections. Zhang, of course, was well aware of this. Moreover, he actually did have irrefutable evidence. After all, it was the location revealed to him by the owners of those 7 severed heads. Their sense of their own heads was absolutely infallible. So Zhang had every reason to convince Officer Ma to trust him and lead a raid. The case would be solved in an instant. However, because of the 7 absolute formation and those 3 exceptional alchemical vessels, Zhang knew he absolutely couldn't act rashly. If there really were a heretical cultivator inside flowers in the world, Officer Ma and his team's investigative capabilities alone would never be enough to succeed. So Zhang felt he needed to track down and deal with this heretic cultivator first. Thus, he said earnestly to Officer Ma, "To be on the safe side, I can go undercover at flowers blooming in the mortal realm to investigate. Once I confirm the location of the 7 heads, I'll immediately notify Officer Ma so a search and arrest operation can be launched at any time." "Zhang, you." Hearing Zhang's words, Officer Ma hadn't said anything yet, but Officer Hu spoke up somewhat urgently, trying to stop him. After all, an undercover investigation was extremely dangerous. It was practically the same as being an undercover agent. But Zhang was just a forensic pathologist who had only been on the job for a few days. He'd merely shown some talent for criminal investigation. Having him take on such a role was incredibly risky. He certainly didn't want Zhang to put himself in danger. After all, he was the man who had saved his life. But Zhang beat him to it, saying to Officer Hu, "Officer Hu, I know what you're worried about. But don't forget, I'm just a lowly forensic technician who just started working in City B. Even if this Chung guy has resources and connections up high, why would he even notice a small-time forensic technician from a neighboring city like me? Besides, if I'm in danger, don't you think I'll run? Have you forgotten how agile I am?" Officer Hu knew full well that Zhang's agility was truly unmatched. While facing a mob of thugs all by himself, and they didn't even manage to touch the hem of his shirt. Even now, Officer Hu still found it hard to believe. But despite that, Officer Hu still couldn't help but feel uneasy. Just then, Officer Ma spoke up. "Old Hu, Zhang's right. Of the reinforcements sent here this time, aside from Zhang, forensic Dr. Lin, and your daughter, everyone else runs the risk of being exposed. They're the only ones who are new faces here. For a job like this, Zhang is truly the best choice." Upon hearing this, Officer Hu suddenly seemed to lose his temper. He took a step forward, grabbed Officer Ma by the collar, and said in a low, stern voice, "Old Ma, let me tell you something. Zhang saved my life. If anything happens to Zhang, I'll never let you off the hook." Although he said that, both Officer Ma and Zhang knew that Officer Hu had actually agreed. "Don't worry." Officer Ma patted his chest and assured Officer Hu, "I'll personally arrange for Zhang's safety. If anything goes wrong, I'll resign." And so, early the next morning, Zhang, dressed in a custom Armani suit, wearing large sunglasses, and sporting a thick gold chain around his neck as thick as a finger, strut into the Flowers in the World Club. And by his side, of course, was Ria, sweetly linking her arm through Zhang's, dressed in haute couture, wearing Valentino heels, her long legs gleaming. Ria. Chapter 33, Ria, you scumbag. You scoundrel. Originally, Zhang had planned to come on this mission alone, but when Ria heard the news, she refused to let him go by himself under any circumstances. Clearly worried about his safety, she insisted on tagging along. With no other choice, Zhang, unable to stand Ria's nagging, had no option but to bring her along. As for their outfits, they were, of course, paid for with public funds. The higher-ups had specially arranged them for the pair. That said, Officer Ma and the others didn't actually pay for it either. After all, this was part of their duty to inspect the goods, so they still had the authority to cover the costs. Seeing such a conspicuous pair walk into Flowers in Paradise, the front desk manager stationed at the entrance immediately came over to greet them. "Welcome to Flowers in Paradise, distinguished guests. New faces here. Are you two visiting our city as tourists?" Hearing this, Ria, standing beside Zhang, let her beautiful eyes hidden behind her oversized sunglasses flash slightly. The fact that the lobby manager immediately called them new faces was proof enough that this Flower Blossoms in the World was no ordinary place. Of course, Zhang remained completely unfazed, fully embracing his dramatic nature. Ha 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 ha. All 6 of these beauties were wearing form-fitting cheongsams. Just look at that lobby manager. With a place like this, how could business ever be slow? But Zhang certainly wasn't the type to chase small bargains. After all, he was a nouveau riche. Zhang put on an exaggerated look of sudden realization, then burst out laughing again and said, "So I was being shallow after all? But so what if he is a nouveau riche? Money talks. A distinguished guest? That's the first time anyone ever called me that. Pft, pft, pft. You scumbag, you filthy rogue." The hallway glowed golden. If it weren't for the spotlights, Ria would have thought the walls and floor tiles were made of solid gold. But she also knew this operation was crucial, so she certainly wouldn't expose Zhang. Soon, led by the lobby manager, Zhang and Ria took the elevator to the guest rooms. He exclaimed loudly. Officer Hu spread his hands. "Oh my God." They exchanged a glance, both looking awkward. With that, he led Zhang and Ria down a nearby hallway. Moreover, the Flower of Prosperity Hotel exclusively catered to the ultra-wealthy and powerful. In fact, the lobby manager had already mentally labeled Zhang as a nouveau riche. But to his surprise, the lobby manager said. The slit in the hem went all the way up to her waist, and through the gap, she was completely bare, not a single thread of fabric in sight. However, after Ria entered the room first, Zhang turned around and ran out after the front desk manager. If he was going to be a nouveau riche, he might as well embrace that dumb but loaded spirit. If it weren't for Zhang's remarkable resilience, he would have been screaming in agony by now. Then the front desk manager reached out again. "My 2 distinguished guests, please follow me." No, how could you call us distinguished guests?" The front desk manager quickly interjected. "It was my fault for not explaining things clearly to you, so this is all my fault." The front desk manager looked at the stack of 100 yuan bills. His smile didn't waver in the slightest. He took them in his hand as if it were the most natural thing in the world, didn't even count them, turned around, and bowed respectfully, saying, "It looked completely natural coming from Zhang. Did this damn Zhang used to do this for a living?" Even Ria, standing right next to Zhang, couldn't help but let the corner of her mouth twitch slightly. He reached right in and gave the top of the slit in the nearest young lady's cheongsam a little squeeze. "Wait.
Why did I just want him to touch me? Young man, come here for a moment. This made both Zhang and Ria wonder, could these girls all be going braless? As Ria linked her arm through Zhang's and they reached the hallway entrance, the six beauties curtsied in unison. Welcome! The door swung open, revealing an interior that truly rivaled any presidential suite. Anyway, the money was part of their operational budget, not their own, so it didn't matter. To make it up to you, sir, I'd like to offer you 2 complimentary buffet meals. Please don't be angry, sir. Kid, you've got away with words here as a tip. That sweet voice made Officer Ma and Officer Hu were listening in, both instinctively swallow hard. So he waved his hand dismissively. No need. Do I look like the kind of person who can't afford that? Ha! Upon hearing this, Zhang instantly flew into a rage. At the entrance to the hallway, 6 tall, beautiful women were standing in 2 rows, one on each side. But Zhang just burst out laughing and actually reached out to grope one of them, completely oblivious to Ria standing right beside him. What is this supposed to mean? Are you telling us to stay in the same class as that bunch of lowlifes? Ria had already started cursing under her breath. Even so, the smile on the young woman in the cheongsam didn't waver in the slightest. Zhang tapped the front desk with one hand, his voice grating on the ears as he spoke brazenly. Then he raised his hand and smack, he slapped Ria on the butt. Book us a presidential suite. He was clearly straight out of a novel, a newly rich villain with a forced-down IQ. She thought to herself, that little bastard actually took advantage of me while acting. Zhang, you filthy pervert. You've got a gorgeous woman standing right next to you, yet you go and grope someone else? This front desk manager had clearly undergone very rigorous training. Come on, book us a room. But in reality, Ria's small hand, which was draped over Zhang's arm, had already clamped down on the inside of his elbow, completing a nearly 360-degree spin. Yet the front desk manager's training had paid off. His expression remained completely unchanged, and he spoke with unwavering respect. Distinguished guest, you've misunderstood. The lowly people you speak of are unworthy of entering our Huakai Ringjian. Distinguished guests, please follow me. Your choice to stay at Huakai Ringjian truly honors our establishment. I'll take you to check-in right away. Feeling Zhang's touch, Ria blushed slightly and shot him a reproachful glance from beneath her oversized sunglasses. Apparently, she was already used to this? Witnessing this scene, the front desk manager became even more convinced that Zhang was a dim-witted, money-wasting nouveau riche. Ria was playing along, too. Put. A block away, inside a van, Officer Ma, who was listening in through a large earpiece, spurted the coffee out of his mouth the moment he heard Zhang's remark. Indeed, Zhang's comment was downright infuriating. A hearty laugh rang out. Yes, sir. The lobby manager smiled respectfully and nodded. The front desk clerk immediately checked Zhang and Ria in. Oh. Neither Zhang nor Ria had ever seen such a luxurious room before. Sir, I'm sorry, but all rooms at Flowers in the World have the same pricing standards. We don't have a presidential suite as you mentioned. She symbolically opened her gold-trimmed, diamond-encrusted handbag, pulled out a few $100 bills, and handed them to the front desk manager. Faced with a tip of this magnitude, they seemed to have long since grown accustomed to it. We don't have a presidential suite at Flowers of the World because every single room here is a presidential suite. She turned and gave Officer Hu a strange look, saying, Wait a minute, old Hu, have you looked into what kind of background this Xiaoma from your precinct had before he joined the force? Outwardly, she showed no reaction at all. Her role was that of a woman who was with a nouveau riche just for a few stinking bucks. The front desk manager looked puzzled as he followed Zhang to a corner. Sir, is there anything else you need me to do? Ha, ha, ha. A twisted grin spread across Zhang's face as he said, I see your staff here are really quite good. Since you're Flowers in the World, do you offer any special services? Chapter 34, Foot massages are a must for adults. Upon hearing Zhang's question, the front desk manager knew exactly what Zhang was getting at. But he remained impassive as he replied to Zhang. Sir, what do you mean by that? We're a legitimate club. We offer every service you could possibly want. That was quite an interesting statement. First, he claimed they were a legitimate club, then said they offered every service imaginable. It clearly sounded like a contradiction. But you couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong with it. That everything you could want could refer to legitimate services, or it could just as easily refer to certain special services. Zhang smiled. I'll be looking for you tonight. You'll definitely be getting a tip from me. The driver even took on the role of a tour guide. He turned and walked straight out of his room. And there was a threatening glint in those beautiful eyes. And so, from morning until past midnight, Zhang and Ria partied non-stop before finally returning, completely exhausted, to the Flowers in the World Club. The driver paused for a moment. No, that's all. Don't worry, sir. If he were truly a nouveau riche, he might have simply hoisted Ria onto his back and headed straight for the bedroom. As he spoke, he slowly pulled a thick stack of 100 yuan bills from the inner pocket of his jacket. These were, sir, I've specially selected a newcomer for you. I hope you'll be satisfied. The lobby manager almost burst out laughing at the girl's overly cautious demeanor, but he still managed to lower his voice and say, that familiar voice. Just then, a knock came at the door. Only after the driver had left did the lobby manager open his computer, where a spreadsheet was displayed. After speaking, the lobby manager respectfully turned and left. Watch your language, there are listening devices in the room. Manager, I don't think there's anything wrong with those two. They really did play all, they didn't do anything but spend money. To be honest, if it weren't for his generous tips, I would quit a long time ago. The thoughtfulness of it all made Zhang a little reluctant to shut down the Flowers of the World Club. Good work. Go get some rest. That familiar figure. Ria's eyes narrowed slightly. Wow. Wearing nothing but a pair of baggy boxers, Zhang was now lying comfortably on a large heart-shaped bed. Zhang said dramatically, keep your voice down, don't let the lady inside hear you. The driver's eyes narrowed for a moment, then he suddenly realized what was going on, and a sycophantic smile spread across his face. Let her in. Is that all? If this newcomer fails to provide satisfactory service, our club will compensate you, sir. We ask for your understanding. He thoughtfully closed the door for Zhang, then locked it from the outside and turned to leave. The front desk manager nodded with a smile as he left the room, and Zhang could hear his voice echoing down the hallway. This is your first job, do it well, and you'll get your commission. He glanced at the 100 yuan bill on the table, then slowly pressed the delete key, removing the names Zhang and Ria from the form. To be honest, just hearing Ria's captivating voice had made Zhang's whole body go a little weak. Soon after, the crisp click-clack of high heels echoed through the room. Manager, I know this is for you. Zhang walked in, smiling charmingly as she swayed her hips, and came to stand before him. After locating the floor attendant, it wasn't long before the lobby manager, wearing a respectful smile, jogged over to Zhang's side. Sir, you're back. You've worked hard today. The layout of the room looked so alluring. No problem. Newcomers are great, I just love the fresh ones. But the moment Zhang got a clear look at technician number 9527, his pupils dilated instantly. The front desk manager walked in from outside and said respectfully to Zhang. Zhang, keeping his composure, turned and walked toward the room he shared with Ria. Meanwhile, Ria, who was waiting in the room, saw her phone screen light up with a message from Zhang that read, "Nothing but sweet talk." A new batch of staff had taken over, but they still bowed sweetly and respectfully to Zhang and Ria. This made Ria blush, but she didn't dare to resist. Upon seeing this, the front desk manager finally broke into a kind smile, nodded, and said. Zhang raised his left hand once more and began counting on his fingers. Watching where his thumb came to rest, Zhang smiled slightly. The auspicious hour has arrived. Let us get to work. Sitting in the office was none other than the front desk manager who had welcomed Zhang earlier that day. Very well, honored guest. I won't disturb your rest any further. Honored guest, everything has been arranged for you. Please follow me. Of course, inside Flowers in the World at that moment, it was still as bright as day.
Zhang said he wanted to go out and explore, so Flowers in the World even provided Zhang and Ria with a private car and a driver.
You're taking the graduate school entrance exam? His face didn't betray any unusual expression.
As he spoke, he reached out and gently rubbed Ria's figure. They began their leisurely tour of City D, eating and sightseeing, and even visited quite a few famous landmarks. The service was incredibly attentive. In a very secluded private room. But before entering the room, Zhang pulled out his phone and quickly typed a message. The driver, who was just as exhausted as a dog, didn't he go straight home after work instead? He turned and ran toward the office area, knocked on the door, and walked in.
This is FING unbelievable. If there weren't definitely listening devices in this room, Zhang would have definitely blurted out. Holy yes. When did the esteemed officer who switched careers to become a masseuse? Chapter 35, The Mysteries of the Nine Gates? The investigation begins. Indeed, Zhang was stunned. The girl standing before him wearing a tight black pencil skirt uniform, black stockings, and black high heels, holding a black box in her hands was none other than Hu Huixin. When did she start working at Flowers in the World? And she'd even become a technician? Holy crap. Is being a technician really that easy? He'd only come over to investigate the issue of heretical cultivators. To infiltrate Flowers in the human world and check things out. But in the end, not only did Ria tag along, but Hu Huixin did too. Watching Hu Huixin walk over to his bed in her high heels, Zhang couldn't help but blurt out. Does your dad know you're doing this? But of course, Zhang couldn't let on. After a moment of surprise, he quickly composed himself. Whoa! I didn't expect this little cutie to be so pretty. He even raised his hand and gave the lingerie wrapping Hu Huixin a light pia-tap. This made Hu Huixin's cheeks flush slightly. She bit her pearly white teeth, shot Zhang a threatening glance, and said coldly. Please conduct yourself with some decorum, sir. Oh, how little did she know that her words would set Zhang off. He slammed his fist on the bed and shouted. Don't you know why I brought you here? I've got a temper. I'll show you right now. As he spoke, he actually grabbed Hu Huixin's delicate hand. Amid her startled cries, he yanked her down onto the bed. In her panic, Hu Huixin screamed. What are you doing? Let me go. But Zhang still wore a ferocious expression. Don't you know what I'm going to do? With a rip. Zhang grabbed Hu Huixin's ankle and yanked it sideways. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. Let me go. You bastard. Get away from me, ugh ugh ugh. Hu Huixin's struggle now was anything but an act. She had only intended to come over and say hello to Zhang. Who would have thought that Zhang, that bastard, would suddenly lose all control and try to take advantage of her like this? Panicked, she struggled frantically. But by then, Zhang had already pulled back the blanket, enveloping both of them beneath it. He also covered Hu Huixin's mouth. Tears streamed down Hu Huixin's face. She was completely devastated. Zhang was supposed to be a forensic pathologist, so why was he doing this to her right now? He'd even torn her clothes to shreds. That bastard. Was he trying to turn against her? With another rip, Zhang actually tore her lab coat completely off and casually tossed it outside the blanket. Wada with her mouth covered, Hu Huixin struggled frantically, a hint of despair even flashing in her eyes. But just then, Zhang's deep voice rang in Hu Huixin's ear. Scream. Keep struggling. Don't stop. There aren't just listening devices in this room, there are pinhole cameras, too. Upon hearing Zhang's words, Hu Huixin's eyes already filled with despair suddenly narrowed. Was Zhang just putting on a show? That's right, Zhang is a forensic pathologist. Why would he do something like this without a reason? Besides, he is here on a mission. I almost forgot. Hu Huixin jolted awake. But the consequence of waking up was that her originally pale cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Because Zhang had basically stripped her of all her clothes, which meant she was now completely exposed before him. Fortunately, she was covered by the blanket, so no one else could see her, but Zhang could. You pervert! You bastard! Let me go! Help! Those words pervert and bastard were definitely heartfelt curses directed at Zhang. But for the sake of the mission and since Zhang was one of her own, she was willing to make the sacrifice. Meanwhile, in a dark room, only the computer screen flickered. The front desk manager who had just escorted Hu Huixin into Zhang's room walked in. "How's it going?" An employee sitting at the computer pointed at the screen and said, "The new girl doesn't know the rules. That guest is getting rough. What should we do?" The front desk manager looked at the struggling figure under the covers and the clothes scattered across the floor, nodded, and then said, "What do you mean, what should we do?" "Just like before, wait until the guest is almost done, then send someone in, tell him it's against the rules, and make him pay." "Do I really need to teach you something this simple?" "Yes, manager." Beneath the bedding. Hu Huixin was still struggling, while Zhang whispered in her ear once more. "Are you going to scream?" Struggling, Hu Huixin rolled her eyes at Zhang, clearly implying, "Aren't I screaming right now?" But Zhang shook his head and said, "That's not what I meant. I meant, oh, never mind. Sorry." As he spoke, Zhang reached out his hand. The summit of Chuanyu Mountain lay entirely within his grasp. Hu Huixin's body tensed instantly, and her face flushed crimson. Immediately, the pitch of her struggling cries changed. Zhang nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's right, just like that. Keep going for a bit, find your own rhythm. I've got to go figure out how to gather evidence." "You bastard!" Hu Huixin snarled through clenched teeth. It was completely genuine. After all, she never even had a boyfriend in her entire life, and today Zhang was actually doing this to her, taking advantage of her? But Zhang paid her no mind. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, which still carried a faint fragrance, and formed an eerie hand seal. The next second, a sharp gleam flashed in Zhang's eyes. Kuan character. Earth escape. With a whoosh. Hu Huixin watched in disbelief as Zhang, who had been right on top of her just a moment ago, vanished in an instant. Ah! Holy shit! This cry of shock contained not a trace of acting. The very essence of human civilization had slipped from her lips. The shock in her eyes was as if she'd seen a ghost. Then again, this scene was practically like seeing a ghost. When she'd heard Zhang say he wanted to gather evidence just a moment ago, she'd been wondering. The door to this room was locked, and there were pinhole cameras everywhere. How on earth was he going to find any evidence? And yet, Zhang had just proven it with his own actions? Zhang. Is this even human? What normal person just vanishes like that on a whim? Teleportation? Blink? Teleport? Oh my god. Hu Huixin couldn't believe her eyes. She even thought she was dreaming, so she slapped herself across the face with a loud smack. That sharp sound was perfectly normal given the circumstances. She was completely stunned. Zhang, that's just too incredible. Is he even human? Fortunately, after the initial shock wore off, she snapped back to her senses. After all, with one person gone from under the covers, the thickness felt noticeably different. To keep Zhang from being exposed, she had no choice but to struggle even more fiercely. Of course, she couldn't stop making noise. As a result, Hu Huixin now felt a bit resentful. That jerk, if you don't help me, how am I supposed to scream? Ugh. Oh my gosh. Hu Huixin. What are you thinking? No matter how good it feels, you can't let your mind wander. Hu Huixin, snap out of it. Zhang, of course, had no idea what was going through Hu Huixin's mind right now. He had essentially fused with the structure of flower blossoms in the world. For Zhang, the earth escape technique was the simplest of all the mysterious arts. Isn't concrete just earth? Having fused with the building, Zhang quickly located the main electrical panel of flower blossoms in the world as a double precaution. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as his right hand formed an eerie hand seal, and he spoke in a low voice. The Jin character. Thunder snake. Crackle. A sharp, crackling sound of thunder and lightning echoed. With a boom, the electrical panel in front of him exploded instantly. In an instant, Flowers in the World, which had been resplendent with golden light even at night, was plunged into total darkness. In one of the luxurious offices at Flowers in the World, a middle-aged man in his 40s suddenly looked up. A clear trace of panic flashed in his eyes as he roared angrily. "What the hell is going on?" Chapter 36, The 7 Absolute Formation? 7 stars attract wealth. Watching as the flower blossoms in the world, which had been dazzling with golden light in the distance, instantly dimmed. The scattered crowd on the streets in the early morning hours stood frozen in shock. Inside the van a block away, Officer Ma couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. "Holy shit! What's going on?" Officer Who looked at Officer Ma, puzzled, and asked, "Old Ma, what's up? Why are you freaking out?" Officer Ma pointed at the monitor and said, "Didn't you see that flowers blooming in the human world went dark?" Hearing Officer Ma's voice and watching his exaggerated gestures, Officer Who gave him a strange look and said dismissively, "It's just a power outage. What's the big deal?" "Right. It's just a power outage." Officer Ma's mouth twitched awkwardly as he said, "Well, what if I told you that since construction began 15 years ago, flowers bloom in the world has never once experienced a power outage? What would you say to that?" "What?" Hearing Officer Ma's explanation, Officer Who let out a gasp. "That's right, power outages are commonplace, but when a building that's never once lost power since construction began actually goes dark, that's a major incident. You see, over the past 15 years, this street has experienced power outages practically every year. After all, they're a very common occurrence. But even when the entire neighborhood lost power, flower blossoms in the world remained aglow with golden light. But now, while all the lights on the street were on, only Flower of Prosperity, which had never once lost power, was plunged into darkness. That would cause an immediate uproar." Sure enough, the scattered crowds on the street were all staring at the darkened Flower of Prosperity, their eyes filled with shock. Some people had even pulled out their phones to start taking photos and recording videos. A private club that hasn't had a power outage in 15 years has lost power. This is definitely going to make the news and trend online. When that happens, whether it's the higher-ups or the general public, everyone's attention will be focused on flower blooms in the world. Officer Who said somewhat stiffly, "Could this be Zhang's doing? I hope it isn't him." Officer Ma's voice was urgent, but a hint of worry flashed in his eyes as he slowly said, "If it really is him, I hope he can find solid evidence so we can raid flowers in the world as soon as possible. Otherwise, when everyone's attention is focused on flowers in the world and Zhang and his team come back empty-handed, not only will we have alerted the target, but if the higher-ups hold him accountable, Zhang won't be able to shoulder the blame." Hearing this, a deep look of concern also flashed in Officer Who's eyes, but he spoke resolutely. "If something really goes wrong, I won't let Zhang take the fall alone. As his superior, I share the responsibility." Officer Ma looked at Officer Who and nodded. "Don't worry. As the operation commander, I share the responsibility too. Who knows? Maybe Zhang will really surprise us this time?" The sudden power outage at Flowers in the World shocked not only the crowd outside who were unaware of what was happening, but also every single staff member at Flowers in the World, from top to bottom. Especially that middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. The man had been staring intently at the computer in front of him, as if carefully handling something on the screen. But this sudden power outage caught him completely off guard. He jumped to his feet in a panic, flung open the main door, and shouted, "Damn it! Where is everyone? What the hell are you doing? Don't you know to turn on the backup power when the lights go out?" In the darkness, only the emergency lights in the hallway cast a faint glow. It was clear that the hallway was teeming with people. The staff at Flowers in the World had clearly fallen into chaos. A man in a work uniform, sweat beading on his forehead, ran up to the middle-aged man and said frantically, "Mr. Chang, we've already turned on the emergency power supply, but there's still no electricity. I'm afraid the electrical panel has blown." This middle-aged man was none other than Chang,
the owner of Flowers in the World, a man who, 20 years ago, had been nothing more than an ordinary fishmonger. Upon hearing this, Chung flew into a rage. Good-for-nothings. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Isn't the electrical panel inspected every week? How could it have burned out? Who's the bastard in charge of inspecting the electrical panel? Find him tonight, take him to the back mountain on the outskirts, and finish him off for me. The man standing before him listened to these words with trembling fear, nodding shakily and muttering. Yes, Mr. Chang. Wow, he's going to have someone killed just because an electrical panel burned out. Is he really that brutal? For Chang, it really was that serious. As for the reason why, no one knew. Watching his subordinates rushing back and forth in the hallway, Chang calmed himself down, slowly turned around, and re-entered his office, even locking the door from the inside. Little did he know that a pair of eyes had already followed their movements and slowly drifted inside. Feeling his way in the dark, Chang made his way to a corner of his office. He then carefully picked up a vase worth who knows how many millions and set it down on the floor. Suddenly, he noticed a palm-sized panel had appeared on the stand where the vase had been placed. And despite the complete power outage at Flower Blossom Paradise, it was actually glowing clearly powered. After all, Zhang had burned down the entire electrical panel at Flower Blossom Paradise. Even the backup power supply was inoperable. That left only one possibility: this device and whatever it was connected to had its own independent power source and electrical panel, completely separate from Flower Blossom Paradise. Chang lightly swiped his finger across the panel, and a 3x3 grid of numbers appeared, clearly a place to enter a passcode. After entering the 4-digit passcode, clack clack, a series of rattling sounds echoed. The wine cabinet behind the desk, filled with all kinds of fine and rare wines, slowly slid apart from the center. Once the cabinet opened, a double-door elevator was revealed. Who would have thought there was a whole other world hidden behind the owner's office at Flowers in the World? Chung quickly stepped into the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, the wine cabinet outside slowly shut as well. Everything in the office returned to normal, except for the vase sitting on the floor. Little did he know that those eyes which Chung couldn't detect had already followed him into the elevator and were rapidly descending. The elevator went straight to the lowest level. Before the elevator doors even opened, a cold glint suddenly flashed in those eerie eyes. As the doors opened, a foul stench instantly wafted out from ahead. The temperature also plummeted instantly, so much so that a wisp of white mist formed on Chang's breath. The moment Chang stepped out of the elevator, 7 hideous, snarling heads suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Found them. Those 7 heads were indeed hiding right here in Flowers in the human world. Not only that, but those eerie pupils were also flickering constantly. Those pupils, of course, belonged to Zhang. Zhang was currently using the evasion technique from the Qimeng tradition. His figure was elusive and ever-shifting. Since Chang was not a cultivator, he was completely unable to sense Zhang's presence. At that moment, Zhang's heartbeat quickened slightly. Looking at the positions where the 7 heads had appeared, he instantly realized. This is the 7 extremes formation. It's the 7 stars attracting wealth within the 7 extremes formation. No wonder this fishmonger had amassed such wealth in just 15 years. Clearly, the number of people who had died at Chang's hands was far greater than just these 7. The 7 stars attracting wealth formation contained a malevolent aura, and Zhang was absolutely certain that these 7 heads had been replaced at least 3 times. Furthermore, this formation was definitely not set up by Chang. Evil cultivators. Could evil cultivators really exist in this world? Chapter 37, The Cauldron Maidens? A drug that defies all morality. Once he confirmed his suspicions, Zhang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He had always believed that mana was too scarce in this world to allow for cultivation. But now, when he connected the dots with the 3 missing young women, the existence of evil cultivators suddenly made perfect sense. According to Zhang's calculations, all 3 young women possessed purely Yin constitutions. And without mana, heretical cultivators could use such a perfect cauldron of purely Yin constitution to advance their cultivation. However, the cultivation process would be extremely slow, and the purely in constitution would eventually meet its demise, forcing them to find a new cauldron. This explained why, every 5 years, a young woman would go missing. Of course, the Purine constitutions Zhang was referring to at this moment were certainly not the kind of constitution that was a once-in-a-thousand-years rarity in his original world. They were simply young women born in a Yin year, a Yin month, and a Yin day. They could be considered to have an innate Yin destiny. In his original world, these young women could serve as cultivation vessels, but the results were mediocre. However, for this world where mana was scarce, they were indeed excellent cultivation vessels. Zhang was simply stating the facts. Just as Zhang confirmed the existence of heretical cultivators in this world. With a thud, Chang suddenly dropped to his knees. He muttered incantations and bowed 3 times toward the 7-star wealth-attracting talisman, then immediately stood up, turned around, and stepped back into the elevator. Zhang's mind stirred slightly, and he hurried to follow. The elevator began to ascend. Once again, it came to a slow stop. But Zhang paused slightly. By judging the time it took to go up and down, Zhang realized the elevator hadn't returned directly to Chang's office. Instead, it had stopped after climbing about halfway up. This couldn't help but make Zhang feel a little excited. Could it be that the heretic cultivator is right here? The elevator doors slowly opened. What met his eyes was a long, empty corridor with nothing on either side. The lights on the corridor ceiling lit up one by one as Chang walked along. They soon reached the end of the corridor. To their surprise, the end of the corridor was a large iron door. There were no mana fluctuations coming from inside either, which made Zhang a bit skeptical. Would a heretic cultivator really live in a place like this? Ding, ding, ding. Chang knocked on the iron door in front of him. Clang. With a loud clang, the iron door actually swung open. After all, Chang was the only one allowed to enter this place, and whoever was inside knew full well who was knocking, so there was no need for caution. The man who opened the door was a lean, middle-aged man who looked to be about the same age as Chang. The first thing the man said upon seeing Chang was, "Brother, it's not time yet. Why did you come down early?" But Chang didn't answer the man's question. Instead, he pointed ahead and said, "How's that woman doing?" Woman? He looked forward in the direction Chang was pointing. Sure enough, there was a young woman who looked to be in her early 20s, with fair skin and a lovely face. She was, in fact, quite beautiful. Yet she was suspended in midair within the room, her hands and feet bound by 4 thick iron chains. However, there were no visible injuries on her body, and according to Zhang's sensory perception, the young woman's vital signs were normal. Her head simply hung limply. She was unconscious. Zhang recognized the girl at a glance. She was the young woman who had gone missing just a few days ago. The lean man said, "We've already given her the drug, now we're just waiting for it to take effect." As he said this, the lean man added, as if making a sarcastic remark, "I really don't know why the master insisted we feed her the medicine he prepared. They're both aphrodisiacs, but ours clearly works faster." Upon hearing those 2 words, Zhang, hidden in the shadows, instantly clenched his fists. A drug given by the heretic cultivator? This aphrodisiac does indeed take longer to take effect, but once it kicks in, the victim becomes utterly crazy, far more intense than the effects of the ordinary drugs Chang and the others had described. Moreover, during the course of this drug's effects, whoever has relations with the victim will become the sole master in that person's heart. Even after the effects wear off, she'll forever remain his plaything. Even in Zhang's past life, this kind of drug was considered utterly depraved. Zhang's clenched fist was trembling slightly. He had already begun channeling his inner energy from his dantian, preparing to take down those 2 bastards, Chang and Skinny Monkey, right then and there. Then, before the drug took full effect on the girl, he planned to find a way to force the substance out of her body. But just as Zhang raised his fist to strike, a single sentence from Chang made him freeze instantly. Chang said, "We can't worry about that right now. In a moment, take this woman to the master. Use the delivery truck and go through the back door." Take her to the master? This master was clearly the heretical cultivator secretly aiding Chang and his crew from behind the scenes. If that is the case,
Wouldn't he, following that skinny guy, lead him straight to that heretic cultivator? At that thought, Zhang's clenched fist slowly relaxed. It wasn't that he wouldn't save the girl, he definitely had to save her, but eliminating the heretic cultivator would, of course, be best. Because if he intervened now and took care of Chang and the skinny guy, that heretical cultivator would definitely be alerted, and it would be much harder to track him down later. Who knows, he might find another fishmonger, and yet another poor girl could fall victim to his evil deeds. So, cutting the problem off at the root was the key. However, upon hearing Chang's words, Skinny Monkey looked extremely surprised and said, "Big brother, what's going on today? Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't we always wait for the medicine to take effect before delivering it to the master?" Chang looked at Skinny Monkey, a serious expression in his eyes, and said, "Because today is Flowers Bloom in the mortal realm, and there's a power outage." "What?" Upon hearing this, Skinny Monkey let out a shrill scream. Even Zhang's expression turned strange. "Wait, it's just a power outage, is it really necessary to make such a fuss?" But Skinny Monkey's face betrayed a look of sheer terror as he panicked and said, "Big brother, there's a power outage. Should we run?" "Run?" Zhang's expression grew even stranger. Is a power outage really a reason to run away? Seriously? Haven't you guys experienced a single power outage in the past 15 years? A flicker of emotion also flashed in Chang's eyes, but he shook his head firmly and said to the skinny guy, "The master did indeed say that the day the power goes out at Flowers Blooming in the human world will be the day I, Chang, face the greatest calamity of my life." So that's it. Zhang understood. Clearly, that heretic cultivator was also well versed in divination. But, Chang continued, "I've come this far, step by step, from being that stinking fishmonger people used to call me. How could I just give all this up on a whim? Besides, over the past 20 years, I haven't just followed the master's methods to set up the 7 stars of prosperity, I've also built up quite a network of my own connections. Even if something were to happen, could those big fish up there, the ones I've fattened up, really just stand by and do nothing? I, Chang, am determined to see just what kind of great calamity could defeat me." Skinny Monkey was deeply moved by Chang's words, but he still spoke nervously. "But big brother, the master said this is the will of heaven." For some reason, when Chang heard this, a flash of ferocity actually appeared on his face, and he let out a roar. "Fuck the heavens!" Chapter 38, Bro, what's wrong with me? Fuck the heavens! Chang's roar really made Zhang exclaim, "Whoa." The commotion was so intense that even Zhang couldn't help but give Chang a thumbs up to express his admiration. However, Chang's words sounded nice enough. But in reality, wasn't he just a greedy man who wanted more than he could handle? Of all the things he'd asked for, only one sentence came from the heart. He just couldn't let go of everything he had today. As the old saying goes so well, people die for wealth, and birds die for food. Chang, oh Chang. Zhang shook his head and clicked his tongue. "Since you're asking for it, don't blame me." Skinny Monkey had already started packing up, setting down the cauldron girl, and preparing to deliver the items to the master as Chang had requested. Meanwhile, Zhang followed Chang into the elevator and went up to the top floor. Of course, the moment they stepped out of the elevator, the pair of eerie eyes that had been following Chang vanished instantly. On the heart-shaped bed, Hu Huixin, buried under the covers, had no idea the power had gone out outside. All she knew was to keep moving and letting out strange cries, all to buy Zhang a little more time. Of course, Hu Huixin's voice had already changed from her initial struggles. After all, if she was going to act, she had to make it believable. Wasn't it about time to move on to the enjoyment phase? This was the first time Hu Huixin had ever forced herself to imitate such sounds. With every strange sound she made, her face grew a few shades redder. But just then, Hu Huixin suddenly felt her body grow slightly heavier. Zhang, who had vanished earlier, suddenly reappeared on top of her. "Ah!" Hu Huixin let out a scream, startled by Zhang's sudden appearance. But combined with her earlier acting, the scream made it seem as if she'd actually gone somewhere. Of course, none of that mattered. Seeing Zhang return, Hu Weixin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly whispered, "I knew you weren't a normal person. Spit it out, are you a mutant or a cyborg?" What on earth was she talking about? Zhang looked completely baffled. But business came first, so he quickly replied, "All right, I've pretty much finished my investigation. The evidence is solid. I'll go talk to Ria in a moment to notify your dad and Officer Hu to spring into action. You need to cooperate, got it?" Hui Xian, who was taken aback for a moment as she listened to Zhang Y's voice. "Wait, that fast? You've already figured it all out? How did you do that?" After all, according to her Uncle Ma, they had once formed a special task force that investigated for a full year without ever uncovering anything unusual about flowers in the world. Zhang had only been gone for less than 20 minutes, right? And he already figured it out? No way. Suddenly, it felt like that special investigation team wasn't even worth a damn compared to Zhang. But then again, she realized that surely no one on that team could pull off the same kind of stealthy, elusive moves as Zhang. However, she quickly realized a problem and said anxiously, "Wait, didn't you say there were listening devices and surveillance cameras in this room? How dare you speak to me like this?" "You didn't know?" Zhang asked, sounding puzzled. Hu Weixin looked completely bewildered as she replied, "What was I supposed to know?" Zhang paused briefly. The electrical panel at Flowers in the World burned out. I checked it, the circuits for the listening devices and surveillance all run through that panel, so whatever we say now won't be eavesdropped on. So that's how it is, Hu Weixin said, breathing a slight sigh of relief. But immediately afterward, she bit her lip again with her pearly teeth, her face flushing slightly. She spoke stiffly. "Since that's the case, could you please take your hand off me?" "Whoa! You're still squeezing? Stop it." At that moment, Hu Weixin was lying flat on the bed, covered by Zhang, who was himself covered by a blanket. All of Hu Weixin's clothes from the inside out, from top to bottom, had been torn off by her earlier self. Cough, cough. She coughed softly. Zhang slowly stood up and said impassively, "I was just about to say, so that's how it is." Hu Weixin's head instantly boiled over, and a piercing scream erupted. "Ah! Zhan! You bastard! You pervert! I'll never forgive you!" She grabbed her high heels and was about to hurl them at Zhang. But Zhang was simply too fast. He moved like a gust of wind. No, wait, not like. Because Hu Weixin clearly heard Zhang say, "Soon. Wind." A gentle breeze swept by, and Zhang vanished. All that remained was Hu Weixin, her face flushed red with helpless rage, covering herself with a blanket while exposing her delicate shoulder. Meanwhile, Zhang had already made his way back to the room he shared with Ria in the dark. Just as Zhang stepped through the door, there was a loud click. The dimly lit flower blossoms in the world was instantly bathed in bright light once more. It was clear that the staff at Flower Blossoms in the World were incredibly quick to resolve issues. When Ria saw Zhang, she instinctively wanted to step forward and ask him what had happened. But as soon as the lights came on, she instantly realized that the listening devices in the room were back online. So she immediately adjusted her acting and said irritably to Zhang, who had just returned, "Bro, is there something about me you're not happy with?" Ria's sudden remark left Zhang momentarily stunned. "What are you talking about?" "Humph." Ria was, of course, still in character, and she confronted Zhang loudly. "Don't think I don't know what you were up to just now? With such a gorgeous woman right here in the room, you actually went to find a technician? I'm furious." Ahem. Hearing Ria's words, a look of embarrassment flashed across Zhang's face. He instantly realized that Ria was still in character. But whether she was acting or not didn't matter anymore. Even if her identity were exposed, it would be too late for the people at Flowers in the World. So Zhang stopped beating around the bush and said directly to Ria, "Notify Officer Hu and Officer Ma immediately, the operation is underway. Tell him not to go anywhere else, head straight to Cheng's office, go to the shelf where the flower pots are, and enter the password. The password is 5246. Ria, who had been forcibly pulled out of her role by Zhang, didn't quite catch on at first. Zhang, is the investigation over?
Zhang knew he still had to tail Skinny Monkey, so he didn't have time to explain to Ria.
He grabbed her small hand and said, "Remember what I said, after entering the code, take the elevator straight down to the lowest level. Officer Ma will find what he is looking for. Also, remember the operation starts in 10 minutes. I'm stepping out for a bit now."
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang instantly turned into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished.
Standing in the room, Ria watched as Zhang, swift as the wind, disappeared once again.
She stood there in a daze for a full 3 seconds before rushing to the bedside, pulling her cell phone out of her purse, and dialing a number.
A block away, Officer Ma, an officer who had just breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the flower blossoms in the world sign light up again when a rapid ringtone suddenly sounded. They put the phone on speaker, and Ria's voice came through clearly. "In 10 minutes, get ready to make the arrest."
Upon hearing those 8 words, Officer Hu and Officer Ma both froze for a moment.
Officer Hu spoke up immediately. "Why are you the one contacting us? Where is Zhang?"
Right, where was Zhang? By then, Zhang had already clung to the underside of a van like a gecko and vanished into the night.
Chapter 39, If you don't trust Zhang, you'll lose. Just as the van slowly disappeared into the night toward the outskirts, sirens blared throughout downtown D-City.
Dozens of police cars, their lights flashing, immediately surrounded flower blossoms in the world.
Officer Ma and Officer Hu had already changed into their uniforms.
With stern expressions, they looked at their subordinates, who were ready for action.
Officer Ma gave a decisive wave of his hand. "Move out."
The group instantly surged into flowers in the world all at once. Just as Chang had finished placing the vase back on the shelf, a frantic knock came from behind him.
It was accompanied by a man's urgent cry. "Mr. Chang! We're in trouble. You've got to come out and see this. The police have us surrounded." They stormed in. Upon hearing this, Chang's eyes narrowed sharply. "The police are here? They arrived right after that phone call? How could this happen? Could it be that the Master's words are really about to come true? Am I powerless to resist? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I, Chang, will never believe in fate. What a shame. You, Chang, can choose not to believe in fate, that doesn't matter. But you can't choose not to believe in Zhang." After letting out a furious roar, he strode directly toward the office door. He flung open the door and bellowed at the people outside. "What's the panic? So what if the police are here? Have we done anything illegal or against the law? If they're here, just cooperate with their inspection. It's that simple. Do I really have to teach you that?"
The man in front of him listened to Chang's scolding in a flustered state. But the look of panic on his face didn't change one bit, and he said anxiously,
"Mr. Chang, this time is different from before. This time." He hadn't even finished his sentence. From the end of the hallway, a clear voice rang out. "Mr. Chang, it's been a while. Hope you're doing well." Officer Ma and Officer Hu, accompanied by a group of subordinates, strode purposefully straight toward Chang.
The moment Chang saw Officer Ma, his eyebrow twitched slightly, and the corner of his eye flinched. But he quickly regained his composure, spread his arms wide, and stepped forward with a friendly smile.
"Ha ha 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 ha. Officer Ma. How have you been? How have you been?"
"I was just saying how I'd love to grab a meal with you sometime, Officer Ma. I never expected you'd show up first." As he spoke, he had already reached Officer Ma and was about to give him a hug. But Officer Ma snapped out his hand holding an A4 sheet of paper and pushed Chang back an arm's length. In a cold, stern voice, he said, "Mr. Chang, this is a search warrant. I hope you'll cooperate with our investigation, Mr. Chang." Hearing Officer Ma's stern tone, Chang's expression stiffened slightly, and he withdrew his hands with a hint of embarrassment. Still, he smiled and spread his hands, saying, "Of course, we'll definitely cooperate with the police.
Please, go ahead, Officer Ma.
As he spoke, he gestured toward the surrounding area. The implication was clear: search wherever you like. If you find anything, I'll admit defeat.
But Officer Ma looked at Chang and said with a smile, Mr. Chang, we're not concerned with the other areas. Today, let us just search your office, shall we? Upon hearing Officer Ma's words, Chang's heartbeat visibly quickened. A hint of panic crept into his mind.
The light in his eyes grew slightly colder as he replied,
Officer Ma, isn't this a bit against the rules? You must understand that my office is filled with all kinds of confidential documents belonging to our group. If you allow a random search and something goes wrong, causing any losses, can you really afford the consequences? Officer Ma and his team had anticipated Chang's reaction. Even before they arrived, they knew he would certainly try to prevent them from entering his office.
Having already devised a countermeasure, Officer Ma looked Chang straight in the eye and spoke slowly.
Oh? Could it be that Mr. Chang's office is hiding something he'd rather keep under wraps? Absurd! Chang shouted. I, Chang, have always conducted myself with integrity and openness. How could I possibly have anything to hide?
Clap, 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 Officer Ma clapped his hands and praised.
Since you're so magnanimous, Mr. Chang, why don't we go inside and take a look? Chang fell silent.
The light in his pupils had already shifted slightly. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he slowly nodded.
Fine, fine. It seems Officer Ma isn't in the mood to listen to reason today.
With that, he pulled his cell phone straight out of his pocket and dialed a number.
Before the call was even connected, Chang shot Officer Ma a threatening look and said,
I hope, Officer Ma, that you'll still be so determined to enter my office a moment from now.
The phone rang for a full 30 seconds before someone picked up. An expression of flattery instantly appeared on Chang's face.
Sir, I'm sorry to bother you so late, but I really have no choice.
Officer Ma from the precinct is acting strangely today. He wants to search my office in the middle of the night.
As he spoke, he held out the phone to Officer Ma, looking at him defiantly and saying,
Officer Ma, someone's calling you. Why don't you answer it? Officer Ma frowned slightly.
He was all too familiar with this scenario. Over the past 5 years, he couldn't count how many times he'd tried to investigate Chang, only to be thwarted by a single phone call.
Was the same thing about to happen again today?
Officer Ma took the phone but didn't immediately hold it to his ear. Instead, he turned to glance at Officer Hu standing beside him.
Officer Hu's gaze was deep as he slowly nodded and said in a low voice, I trust Jan. Hearing those 4 words, a glimmer of hope lit up in Officer Ma's eyes.
He immediately raised the phone to his ear.
Hello? A robust voice came through the line. Hey, Ma, what's up so late at night? Hello? Why aren't you saying anything? Is the signal bad? I can't hear you clearly. Never mind, I'll just hang up. Beep 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 beep.
Both the man on the other end of the line and Chang, standing across from Officer Ma, wore the exact same expression, their pupils dilated, their faces a picture of utter bewilderment.
Officer Ma had actually started acting the moment the other person's voice came through? Pretending there was no signal and hanging up? What the hell was that all about? Chang finally understood. Officer Ma was really determined today. He actually dared to hang up on his boss?
Instantly enraged, he shouted at the top of his lungs.
Ma, how dare you?
But Officer Ma still didn't wait for him to finish, his voice even louder than Chang's.
What? Are you, Mr. Chang, trying to obstruct official business? That single sentence silenced Chang instantly.
He was breathing heavily, his brow furrowed, and his face even flushed slightly.
Fine.
A voice, as if he were gritting his back teeth, came out.
Go ahead and search. If there's nothing in my office, I'll see how you explain yourself.
Upon hearing this, Officer Ma's lips curled slightly upward, and he gave a sweeping gesture with his hand. Together with Officer Hu, he led several officers as they strode directly into Chang's office. A cold smile lingered in Chang's eyes. He knew that no one but himself was aware of the secret elevator, its access code, or the secret floor. Even the skinny guy down in the basement had to cover his face and be personally escorted by him every time he came and went. So, there was absolutely no way it could have been exposed. But who would have known that after Officer Ma and Officer Hu entered Cheng's office, they didn't make a single unnecessary move, they walked straight toward that vase. Cheng panicked, he panicked completely. Chapter 40, Is Officer Ma an actor? Does Zhang practice black magic? Officer Ma and Officer Hu, accompanied by several subordinates, walked straight up to the vase. Officer Hu reached out and took the vase down. The keypad for entering the code popped out from the shelf. A look of delight flashed across both Officer Hu's and Officer Ma's faces at the same time. It's actually real? That's right. At first, when Officer Hu and Officer Ma received the message relayed by Ria, they had found it somewhat hard to believe. How could Zhang have entered Cheng's office after being in flower blossoms in the human world for just one day? Not only had he entered Cheng's office, but he even uncovered Cheng's secret? Even when Ria directly revealed the 4-digit password, Officer Ma's first reaction was, "What? Did Cheng tell you that himself?" Ria, of course, had no idea how Zhang had managed it. She simply relayed the message Zhang had asked her to convey to Officer Hu and Officer Ma. And now, seeing the code pad with their own eyes, both Officer Ma and Officer Hu couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhang, you're really something else. How on earth did he do that?" Of course, they have to put their astonishment aside for now and deal with the immediate situation first. Officer Hu and Officer Ma turned around at the same time. Officer Ma looked at Cheng, who was wearing a faint smile, and said slowly, "Mr. Cheng, can you give us a reasonable explanation now?" Cheng's face was deathly pale, and his body was even trembling slightly. The moment Officer Ma seized that password panel, he knew he was finished. His heart was filled with endless regret. Why hadn't he run away immediately when Skinny Monkey warned him? He'd been so sure that the connections he'd built up over the years would keep him safe. The way Officer Ma had flatly refused the phone call proved that they were determined to take him down. And now, they'd even tracked down his code pad? Of course, what Cheng felt most was confusion. Why? Why did they know? Seeing Cheng standing there, pale-faced and silent, Officer Ma smiled and spoke again. "Mr. Cheng, it looks like this thing requires a code. Would you mind sharing it with us?" As he said this, Officer Hu looked at Officer Ma, a hint of a resigned smile flickering in his eyes. The implication was clear, "You know full well why are you picking on Mr. Cheng like this?" There was no way Cheng was going to let his secret be exposed so easily. Watching Officer Ma's face contort into a snarl as he let out a harsh, mocking laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha. Ma, Cheng, admit defeat. I don't know what underhanded tricks you used to find out my secret, but you think you'll get the password out of me? You're dreaming. Even if you shot me right now, I wouldn't utter a single word. And let me warn you. I'm the only person in the world who knows this password. And after entering the wrong password twice in a row, the entire Flowers Bloom in the world will go down with me." Wow, so Flowers Bloom in the world actually has a self-destruct program? They're even using high-tech stuff now? You can tell Cheng is really loaded. Upon hearing this, Officer Ma feigned shock and exclaimed, "Cheng, you'd actually go this far? Do you have any idea what the consequences of this will be?" Ha 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 ha. Cheng watched Officer Ma's flustered and anxious expression as if he'd just won a major victory. His laughter grew even more maniacal. "What do I, Cheng, have to fear? I have no parents, not even a wife or daughter. If I die, I'll be alone anyway, so isn't it a wonderful thing to take all of you down with me?" Ha 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 ha. Officer Ma stared at Cheng, his face pale with rage, his finger trembling slightly as he pointed at him. "Yu Chung, how could you go this far?" Ha 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 ha. The more Officer Ma reacted like this, the more sinister and arrogant Cheng's grin became. But Officer Hu, standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. Looking at Officer Ma, he said with a hint of exasperation, "Old Ma, how come I never realized before that you're such a drama queen?" Put.
Hearing Officer Hu's remark, Officer Ma himself almost burst out laughing. Chang was taken aback by Officer Ma's reaction. Ma, you actually still have the nerve to laugh? I told you, I'd rather die than tell you the password. Realizing he'd been sold out by his teammate, Officer Ma stopped playing along with Chang. He waved his hand and said, Fine, I won't tell you. I'll try it myself. What if I guess it right? With that, right before Chang's horrified eyes, he turned and directly entered a 4-digit number on the keypad. 5246. Chang watched Officer Ma's actions and instantly panicked. Because that self-destruct program was real. He shouted, Ma, are you crazy? Don't you value your life? Don't you even care about evacuating the guests here at Flowers in the World? But amid Chang's cries of alarm, a crisp clack-clack sounded. Chang's expression froze instantly. Then, as if in a trance, he turned to look. He saw the bookshelf behind his desk slowly sliding open. The elevator hidden behind it was now clearly visible to everyone. Chang was dumbfounded. Just then, Officer Ma remarked in a calm, matter-of-fact tone. Oh my, looks like I guessed right. Was he trying to crush his spirit as well? Impossible. Chang let out a roar that seemed powerful enough to shatter the glass. His eyes bulged out terrifyingly. They were crisscrossed with bloodshot veins. Impossible. You actually knew the code in advance? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Only I know this code, and no one has ever set foot in my office. How could you possibly know? How on earth did you find out? Black magic. Could it be black magic? Do you have a master helping you behind the scenes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At that moment, Chung truly seemed to have lost his mind. Pale-faced and limp, he slumped to the floor. He kept shaking his head, muttering the word impossible over and over. Looking at Chang slumped on the floor, to be honest, both Officer Ma and Officer Hu had very strange looks on their faces. Officer Ma turned to Officer Hu and said somewhat stiffly, Old Hu, do you think this Zhang guy might actually be practicing some kind of black magic? Under normal circumstances, Officer Hu would have scoffed at the idea or even retorted, You read novels too? But by now, old Officer Hu had long suspected that something was off about Zhang, though he lacked any evidence. So, all he could manage was a stiff reply. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Anyway, I sure don't know. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. In any case, just remember one thing, Zhang is a badass. Officer Hu and Officer Ma immediately led their men down to the lowest level via the elevator. The 7-star wealth-attracting formation on the lowest level was a real eye-opener for them. That bastard Chang of firing squad would be too lenient for him. The situation at Flowers Bloom in the World was essentially wrapped up. Meanwhile, that van in the darkness slowly pulled into a courtyard surrounded by barbed wire. Chapter 41, Holy crap! Is the drug kicking in? Skinny Monkey jumped out of the van. He frowned slightly as he looked at the single-story building in front of him, which resembled a traditional courtyard layout. A strange gleam seemed to flicker in his eyes. Then, in a loud, resonant voice, he bellowed. Where are they? His shout certainly had the desired effect. With a rush, 3 people ran out of the single-story building in front of him. All 3 were armed with various tools. They were even wearing white aprons and face masks. The one standing in the middle was holding a blood-stained scalpel. It was the man with the scalpel who spoke in an extremely hoarse voice. Are you here to buy some goods? But upon hearing this, Skinny Monkey was instantly taken aback. Who are you? Who gave you permission to be here? Where did the people inside go? The skinny guy clearly didn't recognize the 3 men standing before him. Upon hearing his words, the 3 men froze for a moment, then exchanged glances, a strange gleam appearing in their eyes. Ha 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 ha. The man holding the scalpel let out a hideous laugh. So you're here to deliver our goods, are you? Go on, grab him.
A flurry of commotion erupted. Hiding in a dark corner of the van, Zhang was completely baffled as he thought to himself.
What is going on? Are they fighting among themselves?
Just as Zhang was puzzling over this,
a loud bang rang out. Zhang's eyebrows shot up instantly. That's a gunshot. Not only was a fight breaking out outside, but gunfire was ringing out too? Then, he heard the sinister voice of the man from earlier. Damn it, you think you can run away now that you're right here? You're forcing me to pull a gun. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get bullets? When the time comes, I'll definitely sell you for a good price. Who was that? Had Skinny Monkey been killed? Zhang's gaze flickered slightly. This was something Zhang hadn't anticipated at all. Originally, in his plan, he had intended to follow Skinny Monkey's car out and find the heretic cultivator who had helped Cheng set up the 7 Stars wealth attracting formation. But now, not only had he failed to find the heretic cultivator, but Skinny Monkey had been killed by someone's order. Did that mean he'd have to summon Skinny Monkey's spirit back again to ask what happened? What a pain in the ass. But just then, footsteps approached, causing Zhang to fall silent. Whoosh! The rear door of the van was yanked open from the outside. Immediately afterward, a somewhat youthful voice, brimming with delight, shouted, "Big brother, second brother, there's another person in here. And it's a woman. She is so beautiful. And she seems to be alive." What? 2 equally surprised voices rang out. A flurry of footsteps followed. Thump, thump, thump. The 3 men who had just taken care of Skinny Monkey all crammed into the van. They stood in a row, and before them lay the young woman who'd been drugged, lying there quietly. Her eyes were closed, and she looked incredibly serene. Her fair, translucent skin was driving the 3 men in front of her wild with desire. All 3 of them looked as if they were about to drool. Especially the man holding the scalpel, which had now turned into a handgun, who actually took off his mask and licked his lips. Ha 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 ha. A maniacal laugh rang out. This is a gift from heaven. God knows we 3 brothers have been going crazy cooped up in this godforsaken place. This is a surprise gift for us. Then, he turned directly to the 2 men beside him and said, I'm telling you, I'm going first. You 2 get in line. Although the other 2 had fire practically shooting out of their eyes, they nodded in submission to their boss's intimidating presence. Don't worry, big brother, we'll wait outside. Big brother, hurry up. I'm about to burst too. Big brother, how about you go first, and I'll go second? Fuck off. Get the hell out of here. The boss, exasperated, kicked the 2 of them out with a single kick. Then he turned around, his eyes gleaming as he approached the girl. A lewd voice came from his mouth. Pretty girl, even though I haven't taken a shower in 3 months, don't look down on me. Just as he finished speaking, a clear, masculine voice suddenly rang out from the corner of the van. She might not mind, but I sure do. Who? The big guy took 2 steps back the moment he heard the man's voice. With a click, he raised the black pistol in his hand. His eyes were filled with a savage glint. And from the darkness, Zhang slowly stepped forward. Zhang had no choice but to come out now. Earlier, when they killed Skinny Monkey, it had nothing to do with Zhang, and he didn't care. After all, he was currently in hiding, searching for the heretical cultivator. Skinny Monkey was a villain who deserved to die, it didn't matter. But these 3 were about to lay a hand on this girl. She was completely innocent. After all, Zhang was the one destined to receive the Celestial Master Seal. Under these circumstances, if he continued to stand idly by, his resolve might waver. Especially since they were planning to do their business right here in this van, right in front of him. He couldn't stand it, he really couldn't stand it. And so, Zhang stepped forward. The leader, upon seeing Zhang appear, was not startled but delighted, his eyes sparkling with surprise. Who would have thought that today, not only did someone get lost and show up to make a delivery, but they actually brought 3 packages? Ha ha ha. I've hit the jackpot. Kid, if you hadn't come out, you might ve had a sliver of hope. But since you came out on your own, I'll make your death quick and painless. This guy really didn't beat around the bush. He pulled the trigger directly at Zhang. But then, heaven and earth, mystic origin root of all chi. A gunshot rang out, bang. A blinding light flashed across Zhang's body in an instant. A crisp clang echoed. The bullet was actually deflected off Zhang's forehead. It even sparked a streak of fire as it grazed him. What? The boss standing before him's pupils dilated instantly. His face turned deathly pale. His voice was unnervingly shrill. You. The man didn't know what to say, and Zhang didn't want to hear it anyway. He took a step forward. Thud, came a muffled sound. He drove a kick straight into the man's chest. Ah! With a scream of agony, the guy was sent flying out of the van. He crashed heavily to the ground. Bro! The second and third guys rushed over to the guy who was clutching his chest and lying on the ground, bending down to check on him. The third guy even blurted out, "Is that woman really that hot-tempered? Fucking fiery-tempered woman." But just as he finished speaking, Zhang's voice drifted out from inside the van once more. "What makes you think I'm a woman?" The second and third guys spun around instantly. They stared at Zhang, standing at the edge of the van's cargo area, and both bellowed at the same time. "Kid, where the hell did you pop out from?" Cough, cough. Big Brother, lying on the ground, let out a series of labored coughs at that moment. His face was as pale as paper as he looked up at Zhang standing high above him. His eyes were filled with nothing but fear. Clutching his chest with difficulty, he said stiffly, He's not human." His eyes rolled back, he foamed at the mouth, and passed out on the spot. The second and third guys clearly hadn't heard what their boss had said. Seeing their boss pass out, the two of them roared in rage. "Kid! We're gonna kill you!" "Yeah!" They charged straight at Zhang. Zhang shook his head in exasperation, flexed his shoulders, and thought to himself, "I'll take care of them first, then find out what's going on." But just then, with a soft snap, Zhang felt his ankle jerk slightly. He instinctively turned around and saw a young girl with a flushed face, her clothes disheveled, clinging tightly to his legs. Her eyes were filled with longing. Holy shit! Has the drug taken effect on this woman? Chapter 42, No Peeking Allowed. Rip, came a sharp sound. The young girl clinging to Zhang's ankle had actually torn her top right down the middle. The sight really got Zhang's blood pumping. But he still couldn't help but shout. "You all saw that. I didn't do this." She tore her own clothes. The two thugs charging at him with weapons froze upon hearing this. Is he talking to us? What are we supposed to have seen? Never mind that, let us just kill this kid first. Die, you little bastard. Ah! The two men, their faces contorted with rage, lunged at Zhang. It was bad enough that the girl was clinging to Zhang's legs. But now she actually started pulling down his pants. Oh man! It was the middle of the night, and he was in the middle of a fight. He couldn't let himself be exposed like this. Panicked, he grabbed the waistband of his pants and said desperately to the girl at his feet, "Wait, miss, calm down. Get a grip. Ant race has been going on for 10 years. But Zhang hadn't even finished his sentence. A cold glint flashed before his eyes. A tetanus blade was already slashing toward his body. With no other choice, Zhang thrust both palms forward to block the blade. Clang, came a sharp ring. Crack. The second man charging at him had intended to bring his cleaver down firmly on Zhang's arm. But who could have imagined it? Sparks flew as the blade snapped in two right on the spot. Thud, thud, thud. The second man was sent reeling back 3 steps by the recoil, his eyes bulging as if he'd seen a ghost. He stared at his right hand in disbelief. To his shock, he discovered that the web between his thumb and index finger was stained with a trickle of blood. That can't be right. He muttered, completely baffled. Did I just slash at his arm? How can his arm be harder than stone? It even snapped my blade. Or did I miss? That must be it. I probably hit the bike frame instead. At first, he certainly didn't think a human could use their own body to shatter the blade. Just then, Zhang's agony-filled scream rang out. Someone, please save me. The sound startled both number 2 and number 3. Number 3, glancing at Zhang, let out a gasp. Holy crap, how did this kid's pants fall down? That's right, just a moment ago, when Zhang was blocking the opponent's attack, hadn't he taken both hands off his belt? With a clatter. This young girl, her mind clouded by drugs, had succeeded. It wasn't just his outer pants, since it was the middle of summer. The underwear he was wearing was also quite loose, so even someone as thick-skinned as Jean was now blushing. He reflected that in all his years of cultivating the way and upholding justice, he never encountered such an embarrassing scene while fighting on behalf of others. But the flushed Zhang didn't notice that the second and third brothers were just as red-faced. The intruders each spat on the ground, and the third brother grinned as he blurted out, "Damn it! Why does this kid look like a donkey? But that's perfect, we can sell him for a good price." Holy shit! Someone actually buys this stuff? By this point, Jean was on the verge of a breakdown. Because the young girl who pulled down his pants was already leaning in with her red lips parted. Holy shit! Zhang was horrified. Shut up! He quickly swung his leg up. With a thud, he kicked the girl right in the chest. The girl let out a pained scream and tumbled backward. Resorting to violence against an innocent, ordinary girl, Zhang had truly been left with no other choice but to take this drastic measure. Who knew this girl was a master of musical instruments? Performances like playing the se or shang couldn't be allowed to distract everyone's attention. It was precisely during this brief lull. Zhang hurriedly pulled up his pants. With a whoosh, he jumped out of the van, not forgetting to quickly shut the van's door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of pounding on the door kept coming from inside. If this were the apocalypse, it would sound like there was a zombie in there. Zhang's face was still flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Looking at number 2 and number 3 standing there, Zhang said irritably, "Did you two see that just now?" Number 2 and number 3 exchanged glances, and a sinister grin spread across number 3's face. "Of course, kid. Gotta admit, you've got some real potential. Don't worry. When the time comes, we'll definitely find you a good buyer and get a great price for you." Hearing this, Zhang nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Although they were all men, and although Zhang did go to public restrooms and public bathhouses, being seen in this kind of situation by two thugs who were about to fight him, who could stand that? No way. Zhang looked up, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes as he glared at the two men and said coldly, "I'll give you a chance to forget what you just saw. Otherwise, I'll personally beat you until you lose your memory." Number 3 and number 2 both froze for a moment. But immediately afterward, they both lunged forward at once. Number 2 roared, "Kid, you're still talking back when you're about to die? Face reality. You still dare to fight us? You're delusional. Die." This was the umpteenth time they said things like this. They were like a broken record. But this time, the two of them, one on the left, one on the right, flanked Zhang from both directions. It seemed they were determined to take Zhang down in one fell swoop. In their eyes, Zhang, standing motionless where he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. In fact, a hint of anticipation had already crept into number 3's ferocious expression. It was as if he were looking forward to killing Zhang, dismembering him, smearing him with gunpowder residue, and raking in a fortune. The slightly rusty dagger in his hand glinted coldly as he swung it. With a soft hum, it slashed viciously toward Zhang's eye. But just as it was 2 inches from the corner of Zhang's eye, snap! A soft crack sounded, and his arm froze mid-air, motionless. Zhang had casually pinched the dagger between 2 fingers. Yet this seemingly effortless gesture left his body completely immobilized. What?
The third brother's pupils dilated instantly, his eyes flashing with disbelief. Die! Meanwhile, the second brother, who hadn't noticed what was happening here, slammed his fist down with all his might, bringing it right up to Zhang's face. But Zhang still didn't dodge. He simply applied a little pressure with the 2 fingers holding the dagger. Holy shit! The third guy let out a startled scream as he realized the scenery around him was rapidly receding. The sound of wind whistling in his ears filled his ears, and his feet instantly left the ground. Zhang, holding the third guy between 2 fingers, swung him through the air in a semicircular arc. He swung him in a wide arc and slammed him hard into his own side. A dull thud echoed. The 2 old men's fists came crashing down just 0.01 centimeters from Zhang's cheek. Thud. The 2 living, breathing men were slammed into the ground like punching bags. The pitiful second brother, in particular, looked as if he'd been embedded in the dirt. No one knew how many of his ribs were broken. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness on the spot. Ugh, came the agonized scream from the third old man. Impossible. Chapter 43, Miss, I'm sorry. Impossible. The third brother, howling in agony from the excruciating pain, now looked at Zhang with a completely different expression. Now, his pupils were filled with nothing but fear, deep, intense fear. What could he do? At first, it was already unbelievable enough that the opponent had blocked his dagger, which he dethroned with such force with just 2 fingers. Now, the other guy had actually used just 2 fingers to fling him around in a full circle and hurl him to the other side? If it weren't for second brother taking the hit for him, he'd probably be in an even worse state than second brother right now. This kid, how could he be so terrifying? Is this really the kind of strength a human being can possess? Impossible, absolutely impossible. His panicked eyes darted frantically around the room, as if searching for an escape route. But immediately afterward, his eyes narrowed slightly. He spotted the handgun his eldest brother had dropped, no more than 5 meters away from him. Without a word and without any hesitation, he began scrambling frantically across the floor on all 4s, rushing toward the gun lying on the ground. Zhang made no move to stop him. Clatter! With a lunge, the third brother grabbed the pistol, spun 180 degrees, and landed on his back, pointing the black muzzle at Zhang. Blood dripped from his nose and mouth, making his expression even more ferocious and terrifying. Ha 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 ha! A hideous laugh erupted from Lao San's mouth. Kid, are you a good fighter? So what if I am? Times have changed. You could block my knife, but can you block a gun? Bang! The moment Lao San finished speaking, a flash of fire erupted. It instantly illuminated his blood-stained, ferocious face. The bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes made it seem as though he had already seen Zhang's head blown to pieces by his own bullet. He craved the taste of Zhang's blood. A crisp ping rang out. The ferocious grin on old 3's face hadn't even fully spread before it froze in an instant. The next second, he quickly rubbed his eyes, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then he pulled the trigger once more. Bang! Clang! The result was exactly the same. That terrifying bullet struck Zhang's face squarely, yet sparks flew as it was deflected away? His forehead could deflect a bullet? Impossible. I must be dreaming, I must be dreaming. Pale as a sheet, third brother was now trembling all over. Let out a howl, he fired at Zhang like a madman. Bang, bang, bang. Click, 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 click. The pistol held only 7 bullets in total. The boss had fired 2, and the remaining 5 were all unleashed by number 3 at Zhang. But the magazine was empty. Number 3 still held his finger stiffly on the trigger, producing the dry click of an empty chamber. Zhang, however, remained standing in the same spot, not moving an inch. Those 5 bullets, which should have turned Zhang into a sieve, had all been deflected by his body. This can't be this. His voice was stiff and grating. With a clunk, the pistol fell to the ground. It's a ghost. Immediately afterward, a sound like an infant's wail erupted. Accompanied by a shrill scream, a stream of murky liquid trickled down the leg of his pants.
That's right, he wet himself. He sat on the ground, wailing uncontrollably. After all, this was a handgun, the very one that had just killed a man. But when the bullets hit that person, they all bounced off? If he wasn't a god, then he must be a ghost. Crack! Amid the infant-like screams and wails, the third brother's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot from sheer terror. Before losing consciousness, he seemed to clearly hear the words his eldest brother had spoken just before passing out. "He is not human."
Meanwhile, a faint golden glow on Zhang's body slowly dimmed, then dissolved into golden specks of light and vanished into thin air. He furrowed his brow slightly, raised his right hand, and murmured softly.
Has the golden light spell become so weak that it can barely withstand attacks anymore? It could only block 7 handgun bullets?
A faint glint flickered in Zhang's eyes.
It's so much weaker than before. Looks like I'll have to step up my training. Crack!
A sharp sound rang out. Zhang was still pondering just how much his golden light spell had weakened, when he was suddenly startled.
Not far behind him, the windshield of the van had been smashed from the inside.
Moreover, a woman who looked like a strange species crawled out through the shattered windshield, her snow-white thighs on full display. As she landed on the ground, bathed in moonlight, it became clear that the girl had apparently torn all her clothes to shreds inside the van. Her skin, which had once been fair and translucent, was now tinged with a faint blush. As she looked at Zhang, the only person standing at the scene, an uncontrollable glow burst from her pupils. Barefoot and with her arms outstretched, she lunged straight at him. At the same time, she let out a shrill, eerie scream.
"A man, it's a man. My man."
Holy shit!
Zhang was instantly struck with terror. No. Sis, calm down. Don't come near me."
Zhang's feet moved like the wind as he frantically fled across the courtyard. He ran, she chased, there was no escape. The drugged girl was now completely unconscious.
Her entire body seemed to have been boosted to a terrifying level unlike anything before.
Even as Zhang used his agility to weave in and out, the girl still relentlessly pursued him.
"What am I going to do?" Zhang whined.
That heretic cultivator is so damn despicable. What was he thinking, developing a drug like this? Just then, Zhang paused slightly. He realized the girl chasing him seemed to have stopped in her tracks.
Just as Zhang turned his head in suspicion. Put!
A mouthful of black liquid gushed out of the girl's mouth. Her entire body swayed unsteadily as she collapsed to the ground.
Oh no! Zhang's eyes narrowed sharply.
In a flash, he appeared behind the girl's bare back. He reached out to catch her in his arms, then turned, opened the rear door of the van, and carried her inside. Zhang placed his fingers on the wrist pulse points of the girl, furrowing his brow slightly as he spoke in a serious tone.
"This one do.
The drug's effects are far too potent. If she doesn't find an outlet soon, she'll likely die right here on the spot." The girl was merely an innocent bystander. It was absolutely unthinkable for the next celestial master to act so recklessly. He looked at her, suddenly at a loss. But just then, the girl lying in Zhang's arms suddenly opened her eyes. Zhang noticed it most clearly. Her body temperature had risen to a terrifying level. Even her breath was turning into a wisp of white mist. Her slender arms wrapped tightly around Zhang's neck. "Man, I want it." Zhang struggled to restrain her, but her state seemed to grow even more frenzied. If he didn't do something about it, he'd definitely die right there on the spot. He felt her constantly nibbling on his cheek. He could also hear a faint, trickling sound in his ear. Zhang cleared his throat slightly, looking a bit embarrassed, and said, I'm doing this to save you, so? I'm sorry." Chapter 44, It's Just Necromancy. Is this really necessary? Under the moonlight, aside from the nightingale's cheerful chirping, a faint male voice could actually be heard. If you listen closely, it sounded like he was chanting a spell. Eternal ice, all things still, mind and breath at peace, the sole deity, mind and spirit is one. It truly was a case of the moon sets, crows cry, frost fills the sky, and the van's handbrake isn't on. By the time Zhang emerged from the van, panting and drenched in sweat, the van had nearly slipped right through the barbed wire fence. After jumping out of the van, Zhang walked straight to the passenger seat. It wasn't to pull the parking brake as an after-the-fact remedy. Instead, he pulled out a bottle of mineral water. He unscrewed the cap and poured it in a steady stream over his right hand. Even though the skin on his hand seemed to be peeling from being soaked, he kept pouring water on it. As for why, I have no idea. After washing for quite a while, he poured the rest over his head. As if worried that some kind of heat might rise up, he took a long, deep breath. He looked like he was struggling. I have no idea what happened. In any case, the young woman inside the van won't have to worry about drug-related problems anymore. Zhang didn't move. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. An intangible energy was slowly dissipating into Zhang's dantian. When Zhang opened his eyes, a distinct glimmer of surprise shone in his pupils. The mana replenishment I gained this time is actually more than what old Hu gave me last time. As he spoke, he glanced back at the van behind him. But immediately afterward, a look of relief mixed with fear flashed across his face. He hurriedly took a few steps away from the van. When he turned his gaze back to the small cottage deep in the mountains, the look in Zhang's eyes had once again turned serious. Despite all these little incidents and even rescuing a young woman along the way, Zhang hadn't forgotten the purpose of his journey. The heretic cultivator. The main reason Zhang was frowning now was none other than the fact that there was absolutely no trace of any cultivators in the vicinity. That proved the heretic cultivator wasn't here. He quickly walked toward the building ahead and pushed the door open. A foul stench instantly hit him in the face. Inside, to his horror, lay one human corpse after another. Many of the bodies had been gutted. Their internal organs had even been placed in sealed bags and wrapped up. Was this place actually a hub for trafficking human organs? Wow, no wonder those two bastards earlier wanted to sell him for a hefty price. Ahem. None of that matters now. What's important is wasn't that skinny monkey here to look for the heretic cultivator? How did he end up in a place like this? With that thought, Zhang turned to look at the skinny monkey's corpse, lying in a pool of blood with a fresh, still wet hole in the center of his forehead. He shook his head and said with a touch of resignation, "Never mind. I'll just wake him up and ask him myself." With that, Zhang walked over to the skinny monkey's corpse. Looking at the dead monkey, whose eyes remained wide open, Zhang waved his hand and said, "I hope your soul hasn't been snatched away yet, kid. That saved me a lot of trouble." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang's gaze flashed like lightning, and his right hand formed a seal. Supreme Lord Laozi, so be it. It was precisely the moment Zhang uttered those words. In the distance, on the ground, the boss who had been knocked unconscious by Zhang's kick twitched his eyebrows twice and slowly opened his eyes. Ugh! The excruciating pain in his chest made him grit his teeth, but he still slowly sat up, propping himself up with his hands. The moment he sat up, he saw Zhang with his back to him. It was that kid. Damn it, he actually blocked a bullet with his bare hands? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I must have seen it wrong just now. He must have used something to block my bullet. Now! His gaze instantly locked onto the third in command, who was lying not far away, his eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, and passed out from shock. Only then did he realize that his two henchmen had been completely taken down by the other guy. One of them was bleeding from all 7 orifices. It looked like he'd already been killed by that guy. But of course, he felt no grief at that moment, because he saw that old 3 was still clutching the handgun. The gun seemed to be out of bullets, but he still had a spare magazine. Now, all he had to do was go over, grab the gun, and ambush him from behind. That bastard was as good as dead. With that conviction, he endured the excruciating pain in his chest and struggled to crawl toward old 3. Finally, he grabbed the pistol from old 3's hand. He quickly swapped out the magazine. He raised the gun and aimed at Zhang's back. The next second, his eyes went wide. Because right in front of Zhang, the corpse he'd just shot in the head was actually staggering, swaying, and getting back to its feet. His facial expression fell apart. His mouth slowly drooped open, revealing his tonsils in plain sight. and his cheeks, flushed from the pain, were now gradually turning pale. The skinny guy, who was slowly getting to his feet, looked just as bewildered. He looked down at his hands, which were growing cold, and spoke stiffly. I was just killed, wasn't I? Is this the underworld? How come the underworld looks exactly like the living world? Enough! Zhang waved his hand at the skinny guy in front of him and said, You haven't even made it to the underworld yet. I just summoned your soul back. I've got some questions for you. Ha ha. Just then, a strange, eerie laugh suddenly rang out from behind Zhang. Zhang spun around instantly. There stood the gang leader he kicked away earlier, holding a handgun, staring in his direction, his face deathly pale and drool streaming down his chin. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. I must be dreaming. I already had that guy killed and now he is fucking back on his feet? Ha, this is really funny. Summoning a soul? That is so fucking funny, ha ha ha. Although the boss kept laughing, there wasn't a trace of a smile on his face. Instead, his body was trembling uncontrollably, and his pants were completely soaked. He literally wet himself out of sheer terror. Not only had he wet himself, but he now gone completely mad from fear. He, ha ha ha. He picked up the handgun and pointed it ahead. The guy I just shot dead is walking toward me right now, ha ha ha. His head is blown to pieces, and his brain matter is still hanging from his mouth, but man, he has got some legs. He is walking so fast, he. I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. I'll just wake up, and it'll all be over. I'll just wake up, and it'll all be over. Muttering to himself, he shoved the pistol straight into his mouth. Hey! Zhang, who was watching from a distance, let out a startled cry and rushed over to stop him. But... Bang! The gun fired too quickly. The back of his head shattered instantly, sending bones and brain matter flying everywhere. He died instantly, his eyes wide open in horror. With a smack, Zhang slapped his forehead, his face full of frustration. What am I supposed to do now? I clearly came here to arrest someone, but now 2 are dead, and the other 2 are playing with fire. How am I supposed to explain this when I get back? Zhang was at his wit's end. He even sprinted over to the man's corpse, kicking it while snarling. How the hell can your mental resilience be so weak? You're not even as tough as that young lady. Look at Rhea, look at Hu Huaixin. It's just a necromancy spell. Is this really worth it? Chapter 45, That Master Tear Me Apart with His Bare Hands? For some reason, Zhang seemed to feel that kicking the corpse wasn't enough to vent his anger. He actually formed a hand seal with his right hand once more and growled. Get up! The next second, with a clack, the pistol still stuffed in the boss's mouth fell out. And the corpse, whose back of the head had been blown away by the bullet, actually stood up slowly and unsteadily, just like the skinny monkey. A shriek like that of a young girl rang out. That sound actually came from the mouth of the skinny guy who'd just been brought back to life by Zhang's necromancy. Pointing at the boss who'd risen to his feet, he shakily screamed. Oh my god! It's necromancy! Meanwhile, the boss, who had no idea what was going on and had just shot himself, watched Skinny Monkey standing there screaming like a girl. Covering his own mouth, he let out a high-pitched, whiny shriek. Oh my god! It's necromancy! Wow! 2 corpses standing there, staring at each other's corpses and simultaneously shouting necromancy. What a scene! Super Zhang's temples were throbbing with pain. Shut the hell up! I told you to shut the hell up! With a plop, a puddle of yellow mud at his feet splattered straight into the mouth of the corpse in front of him, the one who shot himself. Immediately afterward, Zhang charged forward, punching and kicking the boss who'd been so terrified by his own necromancy that he committed suicide. Indeed, beating up a living corpse was far more satisfying than beating a corpse that didn't even give any feedback. Zhang vented his anger for quite a while before stopping. It was as if he channeled the dark rage within him into a normal burst of flame. Then, he turned to look at the skinny guy with a red dot between his eyebrows. At that moment, the skinny guy was still completely bewildered. He kept glancing around, trying to get a feel for this body that was both familiar and strange. That was only natural. After all, the skinny monkey's soul had been reconjured into this body the moment it left it. This was different from the corpses he'd previously controlled through necromancy. So, to be honest, the skinny monkey wasn't even sure if he was truly dead yet. Zhang had already stepped in front of the skinny monkey and asked directly. "Let me ask you this, is that master you told Cheng about living right here?" Skinny monkey froze the moment he heard Zhang's voice. His eyes revealed no emotion after all, lifeless, ashen eyes couldn't convey any feeling. But his voice was filled with shock and anger. "How did you know that? Did you eavesdrop on our conversation?" Zhang couldn't be bothered to explain after all, skinny monkey's soul couldn't linger for long. After all, he hadn't reported to Lord Yama's place yet. If he stayed too long, the black and white impermanents might even come by to chat with him. So Zhang snapped back impatiently. "Stop beating around the bush. Just answer the question." "Hey! I've got a temper." Who would ve thought skinny monkey would actually lose his cool? "Do you even know who I am? My big brother is Cheng, believe it or not." A sharp smack cut off skinny monkey's words. Zhang slapped skinny monkey right across the mouth and glared at him. "I told you to answer my question. Damn it! You dare hit me?" Skinny monkey snapped back instantly. "I'll kill you," he shouted, raising his pale hands to fight Zhang. Smack! Zhang sent the skinny guy flying with a hard slap across the face. Zhang's anger hadn't subsided yet. Wasn't the skinny guy just asking for trouble? So, Zhang took a swift step forward and gave chase. Smack! One slap. "Can't you just answer the question properly?" Smack! "You're forcing this master to get physical, aren't you?" Smack! "You've pissed this master off so much I'm even hitting a corpse now. Do you think I want to go have a word with my buddy Lord Yama and have you thrown straight into a vat of boiling oil?" Smack! 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 "Stop, stop, stop, stop hitting me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Master Dao. Please don't hit me anymore." The skinny monkey was beaten so badly he couldn't fight back. But no sooner had his pleas for mercy ended than the skinny monkey realized something. "Huh? Why don't I feel any pain? Did I become Superman?" As he spoke, his voice actually betrayed a hint of delight. Zhang was completely speechless. He quickly raised his palm again, but this time, instead of slapping the skinny monkey's face, he struck the chest of his corpse. There was a soft sound. Thud. Skinny monkey's corpse collapsed limply to the ground. Meanwhile, a black, soul-like phantom was literally slapped out of the corpse by Zhang's palm. Looking at his own body lying on the ground, the black shadow let out a shrill scream. "Holy shit! What the hell happened to me? How the hell did I end up with a goddess eye view?" Zhang looked up at the black shadow floating in midair and said, "Because you're already dead. I summoned your soul back because I have questions for you. Now, can you shut up and answer my questions?" "I'm already dead?" It took the skinny guy a full 30 seconds to come to terms with reality, but when he finally looked up, an eerie glow burst forth from within the dark shadow. "I'm dead, so why the hell should I answer your questions? I'm a spirit now, I don't believe you can hit me anymore. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to turn into a vengeful ghost, I'll scare the hell out of you. Ha 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 ha. Pia. Aya." A blood-curdling scream burst forth from within the dark shadow. Standing on the ground and waving his hand, Zhang snorted coldly with a look of anger on his face. "Why the hell are you so annoying? Is it really so hard to just answer the question properly? Why are you so eager to die? Why couldn't this skinny monkey just think it through? I was able to pull your soul back from the gates of the underworld, how could I possibly not be able to beat you now?" The next second, Zhang raised his hand. The dark shadow, struggling in midair, was completely out of control and was instantly snatched back into Zhang's grasp by a powerful suction force from far away. Zhang grabbed one of the Shadow's arms with one hand and one of its legs with the other. "You want a thrill? I'll give you one." Then, he exerted force with both palms. Eek! A screech. A shrill, agonized, and excruciatingly piercing scream erupted from within the shadow. Crack! Crack! Right before everyone's eyes, one arm and one leg of the dark figure were torn off by Zhang. "I'll tell you. Master Dao." "Ah. Master Dao, just ask me, I'll tell you everything I know. I know I was wrong, I really do know I was wrong." By now, the skinny monkey's spirit had been reduced to just one arm and one leg, and his two empty eye sockets devoid of pupils were trembling wildly. It was clear he was truly panicking. This Master Dao was no ordinary human. It was bad enough that he de-summoned his own dead soul back. Now, he was actually tearing his own ghost apart with his bare hands? This Taoist master is even more terrifying than a vengeful ghost. Meanwhile, Zhang turned his head slightly. His peripheral vision happened to fall on the boss's corpse, which had just cleared the dirt from its mouth and was slowly standing up. The boss instantly snapped to attention, and the next second, with a thud, he knelt stiffly on the ground. With a thud, he slammed his half-severed head against the ground and blurted out in panic. "Master Tao, please don't tear me apart. I'll be very obedient." Chapter 46, Does the clue lead back to Cheng again? Just because you see no one living here, you think you can move in and take over? What do you mean, squatting? Just because no one lives here, why can't I come? Damn it, this is my big brother's property. Just because you say it's his, does that make it his? Where's the proof? Show it to me. You damn ghost. Why, let us duel. I'm gonna kill you, you damn ghost. Arguing, fighting. The skinny guy with a red dot between his eyebrows and the boss with half his head missing, the two of them were frantically punching and kicking each other's corpses. Meanwhile, Zhang, standing to the side, seemed to have a few fine black lines appearing on his forehead. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. "Get out. Both of you, get the hell out of here." After a loud shout, Zhang formed a hand seal with his right hand. "Disperse." The next second, the two fighting corpses instantly stopped moving. Two thuds. They collapsed limply to the ground, completely silent. Finally, some peace and quiet. Zhang let out a long sigh and slowly sat down on the ground. A hint of distress still flickered in his eyes. Just now, he'd managed to get the answers to the questions he'd been seeking. Skinny Monkey had told him that the big brother Chang had mentioned had been living here all along. Every 5 years, Skinny Monkey would bring a young woman here specifically for that master. He had never seen the master's face, he'd only heard his voice, and the master kept himself well hidden. Now, 5 years had passed once again, and Skinny Monkey had come to deliver the cauldron as Chang had requested. But unexpectedly, the master was gone, and the place had become a hub for trafficking human organs. Zhang also questioned the boss running the organ trafficking operation. The ringleader told Zhang that when he and his two brothers discovered the place, there were no signs of any human activity whatsoever. It looked as if it had been abandoned for many years. So they had never seen the master that Skinny Monkey and Chang had spoken of. Later on, Skinny Monkey and the ringleader got into a fight. Zhang propped his chin on one hand and mused softly. So that means the heretic cultivator left this place at least 5 years ago. Where on earth did he go? The trail ends right here. Zhang felt a pang of disappointment. After all, he decided to follow the Skinny Monkey out specifically to find this heretic cultivator. Once he dealt with him, he was certain he'd gain more mana to help restore his cultivation level. But now, the trail had gone cold. What was he supposed to do? Wait a minute. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of hope lit up in Zhang's eyes. There's one more person, Chang. That's right. The Skinny Monkey had only said he'd never met the master, but that didn't mean Chang hadn't. So, after all that, it had come full circle back to Chang. If only he'd known, he wouldn't have followed Skinny Monkey out here. As he thought this, Zhang glanced back at the stinking house. Oh well, at least the trip wasn't a total waste. A small human organ trafficking den is better than nothing. With that thought, Zhang pulled out his cell phone. He barely dialed the number when it was picked up instantly, and Ria's sweet yet anxious voice came through the line. Zhang? You finally called. Where are you? Are you in danger? Are you hurt? From her frantic tone, it was clear that Ria was deeply concerned for Zhang. Zhang chuckled softly and said, How could I possibly be in any danger? Hold on. I'll send you my location in a moment, then have Officer Ma and Officer Hu split up their forces and head over here, preferably with as many people as possible. Hearing Zhang's calm voice, Ria on the other end of the line visibly let out a sigh of relief. In fact, ever since Zhang had disappeared from flower blossoms in the world, her heart had been in her throat. But she hadn't dared to call Zhang. What if Zhang was tailing someone? Wouldn't a phone call give him away? Now that the call had finally come through, Ria's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. But Zhang's last remark made Ria sit up straight again as she asked. Zhang, did you find one of Chang's accomplices? No. Zhang's expression stiffened slightly before he replied. This is probably a new case. It really doesn't have much to do with Chang. What? Ria's voice on the other end of the line sounded strange. How did this new case just pop up out of nowhere? Does a murder happen wherever you go? Ha! Hearing Ria's words, Zhang almost spit out his drink. Why does that make me sound like that elementary school kid? It's clearly not the same thing, okay? That elementary school kid is the one where people die wherever he goes. I, on the other hand, only go where people have already died. Of course, there is no point in explaining this to Ria. After hanging up the phone, Zhang once again sensed a mysterious stream of mana slowly sinking into his dantian. It was probably due to this human organ case. Moreover, Zhang closed his eyes and sensed it faintly. Then he raised his hand. Mysterious school of heaven and earth, root of all chi. As the low chant faded, a streak of golden light instantly appeared on his hand. Zhang said with some delight. Not bad. Judging by the density of this golden light, it seems my cultivation level has recovered quite a bit. With the golden light incantation at this level, I should be able to withstand at least 14 handgun bullets. The rise in his cultivation level confirmed to Zhang that his line of thinking was indeed correct. As long as he kept solving a series of cases, he would receive mana feedback from this world. This would allow him to restore his cultivation level. He was already looking forward to the Chang case. That involved 7 headless corpses, after all. If the Chang case were officially closed, he'd likely gain even more mana. Who knows, maybe he could seize the momentum and advance a few more levels then. Before long, the piercing wail of police sirens echoed through the mountains and forests. Officer Hu and Officer Ma expressed their shock that such a hideout was still lurking in these suburban mountains. Ria followed Officer Hu and the others as they surveyed the scene and examined the bodies. It wasn't until dawn was breaking that the group finally packed up and headed back. Sitting in the car on the way back to the precinct, Ria spoke up to Zhang. Zhang, you've really been working so hard these past few days. Why don't you lean on me and rest a bit? Is that okay? Zhang turned to look at Ria, who nodded naturally, of course. Then, Zhang lowered his body and actually lay down with his head resting directly on Ria's pale, bare thigh. Ria shuddered instantly, looked down at Zhang, her cheeks flushing slightly. What are you doing? Zhang replied. Didn't you tell me to lean on you and rest for a bit? Ria gritted her teeth. I meant lean on my shoulder, not my legs. You pervert. Get up right now. Though a flustered Ria said this, her small hands made no move to push him away or refuse him. Zhang, however, was shamelessly persistent. He simply rolled over, facing Ria's lower abdomen. He even wiggled his head slightly, tickling Ria's leg, and she heard Zhang say in a light, carefree tone. No, I'd rather stay like this, it's more comfortable.
Rhea bit her pearly teeth. You stinking rascal. I hate you so much. Her delicate little hands slapped at Zhang, but when they landed on his back, they turned into gentle caresses. For some reason, as she looked at Zhang resting his head on her legs, eyes closed, breathing evenly, Rhea's eyes were filled with tenderness. But just when she least expected it, Zhang suddenly let out a sharp hiss, and took a deep breath. Then he murmured softly. Rhea, you smell so good. What brand of lingerie soap are you using? Rhea, wah. I'm gonna bite you to death. Chapter 47, A forensic pathologist who doesn't know criminal investigation isn't a good Taoist priest. Clap, 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 clap. Zhang, who was sound asleep on Rhea's lap, was roused by a burst of enthusiastic applause. Rhea patted Zhang on the back and whispered. Wake up, we're here. They got out of the car. Only then did Zhang realize that countless colleagues from the precinct, led by Officer Ma, were standing outside the precinct building, lined up in neat rows. They were applauding Zhang wholeheartedly. Exclamations of admiration kept rising from the crowd. Forensic pathologist Zhang is truly amazing. Is he really a forensic pathologist? How come his criminal investigation skills are so strong too? I remember he made a solemn pledge to solve the case within a week, and it's only been 2 days. No. To be precise, it's only been 1 day, because Officer Ma said he had already pinpointed the location of the missing head the night before last. That's incredible. Is forensic Dr. Zhang really just a forensic doctor? It's not just that. Forensic pathologist Zhang also cracked an organ trafficking case while he was at it. Such praise rang out incessantly amid the enthusiastic applause. But Zhang, standing beside Rhea, looked extremely uncomfortable. He glanced at Officer Ma and said somewhat stiffly. Wait, Officer Ma, what are you guys doing? Officer Ma smiled at Zhang and said. We're welcoming a hero home, of course. A hero? Zhang pursed his lips strangely upon hearing this and said. Who? Me? Who else? Officer Ma's smile was full of delight as he said to Zhang. I'm starting to envy old Hu now. I'll tell you what, I'm going to file a report with headquarters right away to see if we can transfer you, medical examiner Zhang, to our city D. But who could have imagined it? As soon as Officer Ma finished speaking, 3 people actually let out a gasp in unison. No. Absolutely not. Officer Hu was, of course, the first to react, followed closely by Rhea. But the third person to speak was none other than Hu Huixin, who had already changed back into her own uniform. Fortunately, with so many people around, no one noticed this detail. But at that moment, Hu Huixin stood in the crowd, her cheeks slightly flushed, biting her lower lip tightly as she stared at Zhang, her eyes brimming with deep resentment. In her heart, she thought bitterly. You looked at me, groped me, and now you just want to walk away? No way. I'm going to get my revenge. Fortunately, Officer Hu had no idea what strange thoughts were swirling around in Hu Huixin's little head. Zhang, of course, didn't know either. After all, what happened in Flowers Bloom in the human world was beyond Zhang Feng's control. Since they were putting on a show, they had to make it look convincing. But, honestly, if Hu Huixin had gone deep into the mountains and forests with Zhang, who knows, maybe her wish would already come true by now. At that moment, Zhang turned to Officer Ma with a speechless expression and said, Officer Ma, you flatter me. I was just doing my duty, nothing special. There really was no need to make such a big deal out of it. But Officer Hu stepped right up, put her arm around Zhang, and said, Come on, Zhang, you deserve this. Then, Officer Hu gave Officer Ma a slightly provocative look and said, Well, old Ma? A case your precinct couldn't crack in over a month was solved by a single forensic pathologist from our precinct. How does that make you feel? Ha 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 ha. Officer Hu was laughing his head off. Officer Ma, on the other hand, was so exasperated that he gave Officer Hu a sharp jab in the chest and said, What are you so smug about? Forensic Dr. Zhang solved this case, what does it have to do with you?
It has everything to do with me, of course it does.
Ha ha ha.
Officer who was still laughing just as heartily. Little Zhang is one of our precinct's own and my lifesaver, no less.
If I hadn't brought little Zhang to your city D, would you be where you are today? Don't you agree, little Zhang?
As he spoke, Officer Hu gave Zhang a gentle nudge with his elbow. Zhang just looked at him, speechless. The applause all around hadn't stopped even now. He didn't want to expose himself too much to the public eye, and besides, he had his own business to attend to. So he turned to Officer Ma and said,
Officer Ma, when the time comes, could I question Chang in private?
Oh.
Officer Ma was slightly taken aback.
But without further hesitation, he replied, Of course. If it weren't for you, that bastard Chang would been on the run for who knows how many more years.
Don't worry, you can even question him right now.
Really? Then I'll go right away.
With that, Zhang walked straight into the precinct. This left Officer Ma and Officer Hu were following behind, completely baffled. What is going on? Could it be that there are other issues with this Chang? Why is forensic Dr. Zhang in such a hurry?
Of course, they had no idea what was happening. But the two of them hurried to follow anyway. Walking on either side of Zhang, Officer Ma turned to him and said,
Forensic Dr. Zhang, I think we should hold off on interrogating Chung for a bit. Zhang paused, looked at Officer Ma, and asked, Why? Officer Ma's expression was slightly uneasy as he said,
I think you'd better go to the morgue first.
The morgue?
Zhang was puzzled. But led by Officer Ma and Officer Hu, he made his way to the morgue.
Upon entering the morgue, 7 intact bodies lay quietly on the autopsy tables.
Each of the 7 severed heads that Zhang had recovered had a through-and-through wound between the eyebrows. That was the true cause of death for all 7 bodies.
Of course, none of that mattered anymore.
What mattered was that the expressions in the eyes of every single forensic pathologist in the morgue had changed the moment they saw Zhang. In fact, quite a few of them slowly lowered their heads when they saw Zhang walk in. A few even shifted a few steps to the side, just enough to expose Li Feng, the one with the little mustache, from the crowd. Seeing this, Zhang finally understood why Officer Ma had asked him to come here first. It was clear they were eager to see the expression on Li Feng's face as well. After all, the guy had indeed been a bit too cocky earlier. Officer Hu, Officer Ma, and Zhang didn't say a word after entering. But Ria, who was following behind Zhang, suddenly stepped forward. Facing the group with a cold expression, she spoke loudly in a sarcastic tone.
Oh my! I seem to recall someone in this room saying they wanted to quit? Or was it to apologize? No, wait. I think it was to apologize first, then quit. Right? I'm not mistaken, am I, Zhang? Ria even dramatically tapped Zhang lightly on the chin with her tiny, white chin.
This left Zhang completely speechless.
The entire autopsy room fell deathly silent.
Everyone's gaze was now fixed on Li Feng's face. At that moment, Li Feng's face was contorted, his complexion ashen. He still remembered how he reacted when he received the news last night. He'd been so shocked that he'd fallen right off the bed in the guest house. Lying on the floor, staring at the ceiling, he kept shouting.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
He is just a damn greenhorn who doesn't even know how to perform an autopsy. How could he possibly have solved the case so quickly? It's only been a day, right?
I'm done for.
I'm finished. Chapter 48, Ria, Big Sis will reward you generously. At that moment, Li Feng's face was ashen, his eyes filled with despair. To be honest, Li Feng had let his emotions get the better of him and made a wrong decision. Although Zhang still didn't know what had actually happened between Li Feng and Ria before. Li Feng had simply seen himself and Ria acting very close, which is why he had such a knee-jerk reaction. The bet he made with Zhang was also a mistake. He is a forensic pathologist, after all they could have bet on the autopsy. But instead, he had to bet with Zhang on solving the case.
Isn't he just asking for it?
There was nothing he could do about it after all, he was the one who said it.
So many people were watching. Especially Ria. He couldn't let Ria look down on him anymore.
So Li Feng stepped forward, his face dark with anger. From a distance, he bowed 90 degrees to Zhang, clenched his teeth slightly, and spoke as if it took immense effort.
Dr. Zhang, I'm sorry.
I apologize for my earlier remarks. I didn't realize how great you are. Then he stood up and declared loudly. Effective today, I am officially resigning. I am completely leaving the forensic team, because I am not worthy. After saying this, Li Feng actually turned on his heel and strode out the door. He truly wanted to leave this trouble-ridden place as soon as possible.
He didn't want to spend another moment in the same room with Zhang and Ria.
No one stopped him, not even Zhang. Zhang actually knew that the bet he made with Li Feng was unfair.
It didn't mean Li Feng's autopsy skills were lacking.
There was no need to leave the forensic team over something like this. After all, Li Feng had used his own time to help his precinct solve quite a few cases.
His contributions couldn't be erased. But Zhang knew.
He certainly couldn't be the one to stop Li Feng from resigning.
After all, given Li Feng's current state, if he were to speak up, it might actually backfire and make matters worse. Li Feng laughed. Silence still reigned in the autopsy room.
But Officer Ma knew that the purpose for which he called Zhang here had been achieved.
He turned to the remaining forensic pathologists and said, "Everyone, I'll be counting on you to handle things from here on out. You all get to work.
We still need to interrogate the suspect, so we won't be staying long."
Zhang followed Officer Hu and Officer Ma out of the morgue. But he noticed something.
Ever since Li Feng had apologized to him, a smile had been fixed on Ria's face. It was as if something joyful had happened.
This prompted Zhang to ask directly, "Ria, can you tell me now what exactly happened between you and that Li Feng? Why are you smiling so happily after seeing him get humiliated?"
Ria was indeed in a very good mood at that moment and answered Zhang's question right away.
"He used to chase after me." "Is that it?" Zhang looked at Ria with a puzzled expression. He could see that much for himself. But Ria said, "Do you know how he pursued me?" Zhang shook his head.
Ria snorted lightly and said,
"He was my high school classmate."
Relying on the fact that he was the top scorer on the high school entrance exam, he strutted around school all day acting all high and mighty. He walked right up to me and said, "Be my girlfriend, Li Feng's girlfriend, because I, Li Feng, am the top student."
"You're way out of your league to be my girlfriend."
"I'm only saying this because you're pretty, otherwise, I wouldn't even give you a second glance."
Wow. Listening to Ria's explanation, Zhang finally realized. Was that little guy already such a show-off back then?
Of course.
Ria continued. He treated me like some kind of accessory. Who wouldn't be upset by that?
So I told him straight up, take the college entrance exam for the same major as me.
As long as you come in first, I'll be your girlfriend. Well, he ended up coming in second. He. As she spoke, Ria burst out laughing.
Zhang looked at Ria and shook his head helplessly, then asked instinctively,
"So who came in first?"
"This girl, of course,"
Ria said proudly, patting her ample chest.
"If for no other reason than to see that cocky jerk Li Feng eat his words, I had to study my heart out." Zhang's eye twitched slightly as he slowly gave Ria a thumbs up and said,
"You're awesome." Ria, meanwhile, beamed at Zhang.
"I never thought that after all this time, I'd still have a chance to annoy that Li Feng.
This time, it's all thanks to you. To show my gratitude, once we get home, Big Sis will give you a nice reward." "A reward?"
Upon hearing this, Zhang's expression faltered slightly. Then, looking at Ria curiously, she asked,
"What are you planning to reward me with?"
Hearing Zhang's question, Ria's cheeks flushed slightly. Not intending to tell Zhang, she simply replied,
"You'll find out when the time comes."
With that, she quickened her pace, as if worried Zhang might figure something out.
Zhang pursed his lips slightly, puzzled. But the most important thing right now wasn't Ria, it was Chang.
So Zhang turned to Officer Ma and said,
Can I go see Chang now?
Of course. Officer Ma had no reason to stop him. What's more, he went exactly as Zhang requested and arranged for Zhang to meet with Chang alone. Inside the interrogation room, Chang sat there in handcuffs, his face unshaven, even the hair at his temples had turned completely white overnight. But at that moment, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Zhang sitting across from him, a hint of confusion lingering in their depths, and a hoarse voice rang out. I've already said it, I won't say a word until my lawyer arrives.
Don't think I'll start talking just because you've brought in some young upstart I don't know. Where's that Ma guy? Send him in. Zhang knew Chang was just stalling for time.
He was still counting on the connections he'd built with city leaders over the years in D-City to come in handy. But none of that mattered to Zhang. He was concerned with only one thing.
Who taught you the 7-star wealth attraction formation? When Zhang asked this, Chang's bloodshot pupils dilated instantly.
His face paled slightly, and he almost growled.
Who are you? Who told you this? Apart from the master, I'm the only one who knows about this. There's no way a third person could know who exactly are you? Indeed, Chang was right.
The 7-star wealth gathering formation, composed of 7 human heads, was known to no one else in the entire flower blossoms in the human world, that is, among all of Chang's followers except himself.
Not even that skinny guy from before knew about it.
This was all instructed by the master, presumably to keep his identity a secret.
And how could Zhang possibly answer Chang's question?
So, his eyes flashed, and he immediately pressed the question.
Tell me, who is this master you're talking about? What's his name? How am I supposed to find him?
But Chang's emotions grew even more intense and direct. With a loud bang, he slammed his fist down on the small tabletop and roared.
Answer my question. Who told you this? Smack.
Zhang's slap landed with even more force than Chang's, and his voice was even colder.
You're the one who needs to answer questions right now.
Chang's pupils flinched slightly, but soon a cold smile appeared on his face. He turned his head away and said, I won't say a word until my lawyer arrives.
Wow, this Chang is as stubborn as a mule.
But Zhang didn't seem to care at all. A relaxed, composed expression spread across his face. He slowly stood up, walked over to Chang's side, leaned down, and whispered something softly into Chang's ear. It was that single sentence that caused Chang's pupils to suddenly dilate, and the bloodshot veins in the whites of his eyes began to tremble even more violently.
Chapter 49, Who is he? Is he famous?
After whispering those words into Chang's ear, Zhang slowly stood up and sat back down in his original seat. But by now, Chang was shaking violently, his face deathly pale, his forehead covered in sweat. His wild, frenzied eyes seemed on the verge of popping out of their sockets. His parched, cracked lips trembled violently as he managed to utter.
It's impossible. They absolutely couldn't have.
Besides me, there's only one other person who knows about this him.
Unless he is dead, he'll never reveal it.
You. His bloodshot pupils instantly locked onto Zhang, and a voice bordering on a scream erupted.
You're tricking me. You couldn't possibly know. He couldn't have told you.
Zhang looked at Cheng standing before him and raised the corner of his eye slightly.
Him? The him you're talking about is that skinny guy, right? Is he your brother? You said he'd never reveal this secret unless he was dead? Well, what if I told you he is already dead? What? Hearing this, Chang's eyes widened with utter disbelief.
He knew he'd sent Skinny Monkey out ahead of time to find the master. Even if someone had found him, the master would surely have protected him.
Skinny Monkey is dead? Could the master have killed him? Even if the master did kill him, how could Skinny Monkey possibly reveal this secret now that he is dead?
With that thought, Chung let out a cold laugh and continued.
You're just trying to bluff me. But sorry, that kind of trick won't work on me, Chang. Is that so? Chang was feigning nonchalance, but Zhang was genuinely relaxed.
He even shifted his posture, leaning back in his chair, tapping the tabletop lightly with a single finger as he said softly.
134, Xinjie Street, is that a bluff too? Now look at Chang. The moment he heard the words 134, Xinjie Street, the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. Rumble, 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 he thrashed wildly in his chair. If it weren't for the high-quality handcuffs, Chang might have broken free on the spot and lunged at Zhang. His voice had already cracked. Impossible. Impossible. How did you find out? That bastard, he betrayed me? He betrayed me? But his family is there too. How dare he? Why? At that moment, Chang seemed to have lost his mind, letting out frenzied, hoarse screams. But Zhang spoke as calmly as ever. Whether he actually betrayed you or not, you'll have to go down there yourself and ask him when the time comes. I know that the heinous things you've done in City D have nothing to do with them. If you really don't want to drag them into this, you know what you have to do. As he listened to Zhang's words, Chang's frenzied body slowly began to calm down. And in that very instant, Chang looked as if he had aged more than 10 years. Even the skin all over his body appeared sallow and dull. Ah! A long sigh escaped his lips. His voice, withered like a candle flickering in the wind, asked, "What do you want to know?" Zhang smiled. In fact, the secret Zhang held was the secret of Chang's wife and daughter. To outsiders, Chang had indeed never married and had no children. But Skinny Monkey had told him that, in fact, when Chang first met the master 20 years ago, he had immediately moved his wife and daughter along with Skinny Monkey's own family abroad. Now, they lived at 134 Xinjie. And as for Skinny Monkey, since his own family was there too, he would never reveal this secret unless he died. After all, once he was dead, he wouldn't be able to speak anymore. But then he ran into Zhang. Skinny Monkey really did die, and his soul was brought back by Zhang. He even nearly got torn to shreds by Zhang right then and there. So, didn't he end up spilling every damn secret to Zhang? That's why Zhang was able to get the upper hand on Chang so easily. Now, Chang didn't even wait for his own lawyer. He ended up confessing to everything except the specific questions Zhang had asked. It didn't take long. Zhang walked out of Chang's interrogation room. Just before he left, Chang's voice rang out from behind Zhang. "I beg you, take care of them. They really have nothing to do with what I did." Zhang paused only briefly, gave no reply, and closed the interrogation room door. Yet his expression was far from optimistic. Although Chang had told Zhang everything he knew without holding anything back, Zhang still hadn't gotten what he was after. Chang told him that he himself had no way of contacting the master on his own. Whenever anything came up, it was always the master who reached out to him. So now, even he didn't know where this master he spoke of was. In fact, not even Chang himself had ever seen the master's true face. However, he had caught a glimpse of the master's right hand. It was an extremely withered, yellowish palm. And near the wrist, there was a tattoo across, of all things. Upon hearing this, Zhang felt a strange sense of unease. "You're clearly a dark cultivator from this side. The 7 Extremes formation and the cultivation cauldron are all tools commonly used by dark cultivators here. Of all things to tattoo, why on earth would you choose a cross?" Zhang couldn't figure it out. He figured he'd have to wait until he actually found this master to ask him in person. Chang hadn't exactly provided no valuable information, though. At the very least, the lead that had previously gone cold had now been reignited. Now it was time to start the search for this person, using the tattoo as a starting point. A search like this, like looking for a needle in a haystack, wasn't something Zhang needed to worry about himself. It wouldn't be right to leave Officer Hu and Officer Ma out of it. Besides, wasn't he finding that Master also meant to help lower the crime rate? After leaving the interrogation room, Zhang was about to go straight to Officer Ma and Officer Hu to relay his request. But he never expected this. Officer Ma actually found Zhang first. He looked extremely excited, grabbed Zhang's arm, and blurted out, "Great news! Great news! Zhang! Thanks to you! What is going on here?" Zhang looked at Officer Ma's intense reaction. He was completely baffled. But Officer Ma's face was flushed with excitement as he shook Zhang's arm and said, "Do you know what?
This time, we're not just going to take down Shang. We're going to take down his entire network. This is practically like completely eradicating a cancerous tumor from our city D. Listening to Officer Ma's words, Zhang seemed somewhat unconvinced and said, "As for what happens next, Officer Ma, that's up to your criminal investigation division. What does this have to do with me?" "Of course it has to do with you," Officer Ma said excitedly. "Do you know who the young woman you rescued really is?" Zhang's expression grew even more puzzled as he heard this. Does her identity have anything to do with this case? But Officer Ma now flashed a meaningful smile and said softly, "That young woman's father is none other than Director Shin." After saying this, Officer Ma looked at Zhang expectantly, as if wanting to see just how astonished Zhang would look upon hearing that name. But to his surprise, Zhang simply replied to Officer Ma, "Who is he? Is he famous?" Chapter 50, Why does this oil smell like corpse oil? Who is he? Is he famous? Zhang's nonchalant tone made Officer Ma feel completely thrown off. He looked at Zhang with a strange expression and said, "No way, Zhang, you don't know who Director Shin is? You're kidding, right? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Zhang's expression also turned strange. Judging by Officer Ma's reaction, this Director Shin really did seem like some kind of extraordinary figure. But Zhang really didn't know him. He could only shake his head helplessly at Officer Ma and say, "I really don't know him." Hearing this, the corner of Officer Ma's eye twitched involuntarily. His instinctive reaction was to tell Zhang exactly who this Director Shin was. But just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, a strange gleam flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Never mind, if you don't know him, you don't know him. It's no big deal. When you meet him, just ask him yourself." Hearing this, it was Zhang's turn to be surprised. "He is going to meet me?" Officer Ma nodded. "Of course. You saved his daughter as a father, he is naturally going to come find you. But the earliest flight back isn't until tomorrow, so you can get some rest today." "He is coming by plane?" This made Zhang's expression grow peculiar as well. He wondered to himself just who this Director Shin really was. Why did Officer Ma react so strongly when I said I didn't know this person just now? However, before Zhang could process this, Officer Ma cut in. "You've been busy for 2 days, and it's already daylight. Come on, let us go, I'll treat you to breakfast, then take you back to the guest house so you can get a good night's sleep. We'll deal with the rest once you've rested up." Zhang certainly didn't refuse Officer Ma's hospitality. From last night until now, he hadn't even had a sip of water, let alone a meal. Officer Ma drove himself, with Officer Hu in the passenger seat and Ria and Zhang sitting in the back. As he drove, Officer Ma said excitedly, "I'll take you to the breakfast stand downstairs from my place. It's been open for over 20 years, the quality and taste are second to none." Officer Hu chimed in with a hint of sarcasm. "Wow, we came all the way from City B to City D, and Zhang even did you such a huge favor, and this is all you're treating us to? Just breakfast?" Officer Ma laughed heartily and said, "We'll save the big feast for after the case is closed. Haven't we all worked hard enough today? Let us grab some breakfast and head home to get some rest." It was obvious. The major case weighing on Officer Ma's mind was finally starting to come together, and he looked completely at ease. For Officer Ma, this wasn't just about the case of the headless body that had dragged on for over a month, it was also about Cheng's blooming in the world over the past 20 years. How could Officer Ma not be happy? The breakfast stall downstairs from his apartment was indeed very popular. The group arrived early just to find a free seat. But before their breakfast orders even arrived, a long line had already started forming outside the door. The usual breakfast fare: steamed buns, flatbreads, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. Only a solid reputation built up over the years could attract such a crowd. Quick, try their tofu pudding. That braised sauce, dipped with a fried dough stick, it's truly a masterpiece. Zhang picked up a spoon, scooped a mouthful, and put it in his mouth. I have to say, it really did taste pretty good.
So which is better, salty tofu pudding or sweet tofu pudding? I'm not sure, as long as it fills my stomach, that's all that matters. But just as Zhang reached out to pick up a fried dough stick from the table, his right hand trembled slightly, his brow furrowed ever so slightly, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He lightly dabbed his finger against a grease stain on the fried dough stick, then quickly withdrew his hand and placed it on the edge of the table. That signature finger counting gesture appeared once more. This scene naturally caught Ria's eye. Ria's gaze paused briefly. She withdrew her chopsticks, turned her head, and whispered into Zhang's ear. Zhang, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Officer Ma and Officer Hu, on the other hand, looked genuinely hungry. They were haphazardly shoveling fried dough sticks and steamed buns into their mouths. Seeing Zhang and Ria sitting motionless, Officer Ma asked, "What's going on?" "Mum. Doesn't it suit your taste?" "No." Zhang shook his head slightly, then looked at Officer Ma and Officer Hu were tucking in heartily, and said, "Don't you guys think there's something off about the taste of these fried dough sticks?" Officer Ma and Officer Hu both paused in their eating, exchanged a glance, and then shook their heads. Officer Hu also asked, "I think they're fine. What's the problem?" Zhang looked at Officer Hu and said somberly, "Then why do I smell a whiff of corpse oil?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Ria's face instantly turned pale. With a snap, she flung the chopsticks from her hand. Meanwhile, Officer Ma and Officer Hu, who had already stuffed quite a bit into their mouths, froze instantly. Visibly, their pupils were slowly dilating. The next second, yuck! The two of them frantically spat all the food scraps from their mouths into the bowls in front of them. Cough, cough, cough. Apparently choking from the violent motion, tears streamed down their faces as they coughed. The two instantly pushed their bowls toward the center of the table. Officer Ma, his face deathly pale, said to Zhang, "Forensic pathologist Zhang. We can eat whatever we want, but we can't just say whatever comes to mind. You're a forensic pathologist, you really know your stuff. We actually believe what you say. Yuck." As he spoke, he couldn't help but let out another retch. Officer Hu, looking utterly despondent, said, "We're done for. We're not going to get poisoned by the corpse, are we?" Wait. Suddenly, Officer Hu realized there were still so many customers here. Damn it! With that, Officer Hu prepared to stand up to quickly stop the customers and immediately subdue the owner of the breakfast stall. But Zhang grabbed Officer Hu's arm and said, "Officer Hu, don't panic. There's no need to make such a big deal out of this. I just said it smelled like corpse oil. I didn't say the oil used to fry these fried dough sticks was actually corpse oil. The food here is fine corpse poison? That's even less likely." Hearing this, Officer Hu paused briefly and slowly sat back down. Of course, with so many people coming and going at this breakfast stall, if he made a big deal out of this, wouldn't all the customers here go crazy? The consequences were easy to imagine. As long as it didn't affect these customers in any way, it was indeed best not to make a fuss about it. Meanwhile, Officer Ma, wiping his mouth, lowered his voice and said to Zhang, "Forensic Dr. Zhang, so what are you saying?" Zhang leaned forward slightly. Addressing Officer Hu and Officer Ma, he said, "This oil is indeed not corpse oil, it's just ordinary cooking oil, but it has been tainted with some corpse energy. This corpse energy may have been picked up during transportation, or it may have been picked up during storage. I think we should first take the owner of this place into custody discreetly and investigate the source of this cooking oil before proceeding with the next steps." After Zhang finished speaking, Officer Ma and Officer Hu exchanged a glance, then stood up simultaneously. Officer Hu went straight out to get the car, while Officer Ma walked toward the kitchen, a smile on his face. "Hey, boss. Come on over, I've got a few words to whisper to you." Chapter 51, Your daughter told me this herself. In the alley behind the breakfast stall, Officer Ma's patrol car was parked quietly by the side of the road. A middle-aged, balding man wearing an apron and a white chef's uniform splattered with grease was frantically waving his hands as he tried to explain something. Officer Ma and Officer Who flanked him on either side. Being flanked by two veteran detectives in uniform that really creates an overwhelming sense of pressure. Meanwhile, Zhang and Ria, the two forensic scientists, stood by the roadside outside the car, enjoying the gentle morning breeze. But the look in Ria's eyes as she stared at Zhang remained distinctly hostile. Zhang, sensing her unease, said nervously, "Ria, why are you looking at me like that? You didn't eat one of those fried dough sticks too, did you?" When she heard the words fried dough stick, a look of resistance flashed across Ria's face. But it was quickly replaced by a hint of resentment. She looked into Zhang's eyes and said softly, "Zhang, I'm getting old. I really just want to take a break. We just spent a whole day undercover with you at Flowers in the World, rounding up a whole bunch of people, and now you found another body?" Ria's voice was full of resentment. It was true. She noticed that ever since Zhang had shown up, the speed at which they solved cases had indeed improved significantly. But weren't these cases happening a little too frequently? Although none of the bodies discovered were recent. As long as a body turned up, it meant a new case was about to emerge. Ria herself hadn't had a full night's sleep in days. Ahem. Hearing Ria's voice, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhang's face. Zhang couldn't help it either. After all, she was a Taoist priestess. If he were just a regular medical examiner, he probably wouldn't have noticed anything wrong with the oil used to fry the dough sticks. Who knows when that body hidden, who knows where will ever be found. But now, you can't very well expect Zhang to pretend he hasn't sensed anything, can you? After all, he is the one set to inherit the title of Celestial Master. How could he possibly stand by and do nothing when faced with something like this? Of course. As long as he solves the case and performs a few autopsies, Zhang can even gain a boost to his cultivation level. Even if it's just for that, once he discovers something, there is no way Zhang would let it slide. Zhang said to Ria with a touch of embarrassment. "I'm just serving the people, he. It wasn't long before the police car door swung open. The still shaken shop owner pulled open the door and stepped out. Officer Ma, still inside the car, rolled down his window and called out to the owner. "I'd advise you not to use bulk cooking oil in the future. You never know what might be in it if something goes wrong. It'll really hurt your reputation." Yes, Officer Ma, you're absolutely right." The breakfast stall owner hurriedly walked away. Officer Ma waved to Zhang and the others. After getting back in the car, Officer Ma started the engine and drove off with the group. Clearly, he had already learned the source of the cooking oil from the owner. Not long after, Officer Ma drove Officer Hu and Zhang Ria to the western suburbs, to a place called Shaoliang Grain and Oil Store. 2 police cars were already parked there. Officer Ma had clearly notified his subordinates in advance, instructing them to arrive first and secure the area. A crowd of onlookers had already gathered, all pointing and whispering about the store. They had no idea what was going on. The shop was run by a middle-aged couple. From a distance, Zhang was still following Officer Ma and the others and hadn't yet approached. She could already hear a man's angry voice. "What are you doing blocking the entrance to our shop? We haven't done anything illegal. Even if there are issues with our business operations, call the Commerce Bureau. What does this have to do with you cops? We make tens of thousands of yuan in sales every day. Are you cops going to compensate us for the losses? A grocery store? Tens of thousands of yuan in daily sales? A private grocery store in the suburbs like this certainly couldn't possibly reach that level." It was clear he was exaggerating on purpose. He was just venting his frustration at being arbitrarily shut down. To be honest, the officers in front of him didn't know what had happened either. Back at the precinct, they were lining up one by one to marvel at how amazing Forensic Officer Zhang was. When they received a call from their superior, who was in the middle of breakfast, they then rushed over and cordoned off the area without delay. Just then, someone spotted Officer Ma and his team and called out, "Officer Ma." The officers finally breathed a sigh of relief and cleared a path. When the middle-aged couple from the grocery store saw Officer Ma,
they immediately rushed over.
"Officer Ma, have you found our daughter?"
Clearly, the couple from the grocery store also knew Officer Ma. Upon hearing this, Zhang paused slightly and asked instinctively,
"Daughter?" Officer Ma turned to look at Zhang, nodded, and said, "That's right. Their daughter went missing." "Another disappearance?" Ria spoke up from the side. "Officer Ma, I thought you said there were only 3 cases of young women going missing? How did another one pop up? Could it be because of flowers in the world again?" "No." Officer Ma shook his head and said, "Their daughter went missing while attending college out of town. Our partner unit Still Haven T uncovered any leads. So she hasn't been found?"
The middle-aged man among the couple in front of him seemed to lose his temper the moment he heard this, snapping at Officer Ma.
"What the hell are you cops even doing?
My daughter has been missing for over a year, and instead of looking for her, you've gone and shut down my shop.
What's the point of that? Could it be that the people who took my daughter are someone you can't afford to cross?" "Ha?"
Officer Ma frowned upon hearing this and said in a stern voice,
"Liang, please calm down.
As for where your daughter is, trust that we, the police, will definitely give you a satisfactory answer.
We're not here today because of that incident." While Officer Ma was negotiating with Liang,
no one noticed that Zhang had closed his eyes slightly, his lips moving as he silently recited some incantation, his fingers moving at lightning speed. Immediately afterward, his fingers trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes. The very moment his eyes opened, a cold gleam flashed in Zhang's eyes, sending a chill down the spines of many present. Especially Liang and his wife. They even felt gusts of icy wind blowing from behind them. They even looked back at their shop with a sense of dread. And it was precisely because of Liang and his wife's reaction that the cold gleam in Zhang's eyes grew even more intense. He took a step forward to stand beside Officer Ma, his icy gaze fixed on Liang as he spoke slowly.
"You said your daughter is missing, is that right?"
Liang met Zhang's gaze and felt a wave of unease wash over him, but he still stood his ground and said, "My daughter is missing. The police have already confirmed it."
"Who the hell are you? Do you even have a say in this?"
Zhang merely chuckled lightly before continuing.
"Then why did your daughter tell me herself that she is right here in the shop behind you?" Chapter 52, He is clearly a mage.
What? When they heard Zhang say this,
the people around them all froze in surprise. Liang and his wife's pupils suddenly contracted.
Zhang, who had been watching their reactions the whole time, noticed immediately that Liang's wife had taken a step forward and was clutching the hem of Liang's shirt tightly.
Liang's body also shook violently. But Officer Ma and Officer Hu, of course, had no idea what was going on. Officer Ma even asked Zhang, "Forensic pathologist Zhang, have you met Liang's daughter before?" As if I'd ever met Liang's daughter before. But the question made sense. After all, if he hadn't met her, how could she have told Zhang in person?
But that wasn't what Zhang meant. Based on his own calculations and the behavior of Liang and his wife, Zhang was already virtually certain. He turned to Officer Ma and said earnestly,
"Officer Ma, do you remember why we came to this grocery store?"
"Of course."
Officer Ma nodded and replied immediately. "Didn't you say there was a hint of a corpse's aura on that oil?"
Just as he said this, Officer Ma's voice abruptly cut off. He then turned directly to his team and barked,
"Seal off the scene immediately, set up a perimeter, and call the precinct to send backup.
Search the grocery store." Not only did Officer Ma understand, but Officer Hu and Ria, who had come along with them, understood as well. Zhang had just said that Liang's daughter, who had been missing for over a year, was inside the grocery store right behind them. And the bulk cooking oil here was tainted with the scent of a corpse.
Didn't that prove that Liang's daughter was already dead, and that her body was right there in the grocery store? "What are you guys doing?" Liang's frantic shout rang out. "Why are you searching my store? And you little bastard!" Liang was extremely agitated, glaring at Zhang. "Who the hell are you, anyway? Ha? What gives you the right to say my daughter is in my store? And talk about a corpse? My daughter went missing in another city. How could she possibly be dead in my store? Looking at Liang, who was on the verge of hysteria, Zhang said calmly. Let me correct you on one thing. From the moment I saw you until now, not a single word I've said has mentioned the word corpse. I merely said your daughter was in your store. How can you be so certain it has to be a corpse? Whoosh! The moment Zhang finished speaking, Officer Hu and Officer Ma's icy gazes instantly locked onto Liang. That's right, Zhang hadn't mentioned a single word about a corpse or death just now. Yet this Liang didn't just react so violently when he heard they were going to search the grocery store. He actually brought up the word corpse himself. There is something seriously wrong with this Liang. Even the onlookers in the distance, who were being herded away, suddenly started pointing and whispering in this direction. Oh my god! So little Liang's daughter is actually dead, not just missing? Wow, if little Liang's daughter died inside his own store, doesn't that mean he and his family killed their own daughter with their own hands? I never would VE thought it. I really never would VE thought it. Little Liang looks like such a decent guy with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, yet he could actually do something so heinous? He is nothing but a beast. Seriously, nobody even mentioned a dead body, yet little Liang jumped right in on his own? Looks like it's 9 out of 10 certain. As the saying goes, public opinion can be terrifying. These were all his longtime neighbors and regular customers. As they chattered back and forth, Liang seemed to realize the problem with what he said. A flash of panic clearly flickered in his eyes, and his cheeks turned pale. But he still managed to say stiffly, I didn't. It was him. As if clutching at a lifeline, he pointed at Officer Ma and shouted. You didn't say it, but he just mentioned corpse aura. Doesn't corpse aura come from a corpse? Doesn't that mean my daughter died in my shop? To be honest, Liang's reasoning sounded a bit far-fetched, but it was indeed plausible. Besides, Liang, seemingly desperate to distance himself from the situation or perhaps for some other reason, changed the subject and said, You just said it was my daughter who told you that herself. Let me ask you this, if my daughter had already died in my store, how could she possibly speak to you when she is dead? Believe it or not, Liang's attempt to divert attention actually worked. After a brief silence, the tone of the onlookers in the distance shifted instantly. Little Liang is right. If his daughter really died, how could she have told that young man herself? Yeah, who exactly is that young man anyway? He wasn't wearing a uniform. He definitely isn't a police officer, right? Could it be that the police took care of little Liang's daughter, deliberately claimed she was dead, and then framed little Liang as the murderer out of fear he'd cause trouble? That's definitely possible. They're totally capable of something like that. Who is this guy? How dare he just blurt that out? Could he actually be the one who killed little Liang's daughter? Is he just making baseless accusations? That makes sense. He must have killed her, then hid the body in Xiao Liang's house and brought the police over to frame him. Another wave of the power of public opinion. But aren't bystanders just fair weather friends? As for this kind of talk, Zhang simply ignored it. Because he didn't care at all. After all, facts speak louder than words. He said to Liang, who was fuming right in front of him. Haven't you always been curious about who I am? I can tell you, my profession is a forensic pathologist. Upon hearing Zhang's words, Ria actually instinctively pursed her lips. Others might not know, but she certainly did. Zhang wasn't a forensic pathologist at all. He was clearly a sorcerer. But Ria certainly wasn't going to reveal such a shocking secret at a time like this. And Zhang's voice hadn't stopped yet. Our duty as forensic pathologists is to make the victim's body speak and uncover the truth of the case. So I said your daughter told me this herself. Is there a problem with that? No problem, of course not. Officer Hu and Officer Ma both nodded in deep agreement. That's exactly what a forensic pathologist is supposed to do, make the body speak. If a forensic pathologist can't do that, what's the point of being one? But they were both overlooking one crucial detail. Namely, while a forensic pathologist can make a body speak,
they still need to see the body in person and perform a comprehensive, systematic autopsy before submitting a postmortem report. But right now, for God's sake, they don't even know where the body is. Officer Ma, an officer who, after all, deeply admired and trusted Zhang because of his masterful performance in these recent cases, so they didn't think twice about it. As for Liang, it was as if a little secret he'd been hiding had just been exposed. He was on edge. How could his thinking possibly be clear at a time like this? When he heard Zhang say that, his heart nearly leapt out of his throat. Zhang then poured fuel on the fire by using a bit of reverse psychology. Mr. Liang, you're so vehemently opposed to us searching your shop, could it be because you have something to hide? Chapter 53, The fat sheep falls into the butcheress' hands. All lost items lie at your feet. That remark about having a guilty conscience nearly made Liang jump out of his skin. Who said I have a guilty conscience? Why would I feel guilty about something I didn't do? If you want to search, just go ahead and search. I'm telling you, if you don't find a single thing, I'll definitely file a complaint against you. I'll sue you, and I'll call the press to expose you. Zhang wasn't about to be intimidated by such threats. With a faint, dismissive smile on his face, he turned to Officer Ma. Without a word, Officer Ma simply waved his hand. Search the place. With a rush, 4 or 5 officers surged into the small grocery store. The Liangs hurried after them, looking as if they were worried the officers might trash their shop. Zhang, along with Officer Ma and the others, brought up the rear as they entered the store. Only a few officers remained outside, struggling to maintain order among the chaotic crowd. The grocery store wasn't very large. The 4 or 5 officers searched quickly. After combing through every nook and cranny, everyone gathered around Officer Ma again, a look of suspicion on their faces. They slowly shook their heads at Officer Ma. Officer Ma frowned slightly. Nothing? Not only was there no sign of a body, but there wasn't even the smell of a corpse. Logically speaking, Liang's daughter had been missing for over a year. If she had died more than a year ago, the body would have decomposed long ago, and the expected stench should have been present. Yet all they could smell was the scent of grain and oil. Meanwhile, Liang, standing to the side, had gone from initial tension and forced composure to a look of complete ease. He even seemed a bit defiant. He looked at Officer Ma, who was deep in thought. Liang stood up abruptly, glaring defiantly at Zhang, his raspy voice booming out. Finished your search? Satisfied now? My little grocery store is this small and you actually accused me of hiding a body? And you even said it was my daughter's body? Well, what do you say now? Stumped, aren't you? After saying this and mocking Zhang, Liang didn't forget to turn and run out of the grocery store, shouting to the chaotic crowd outside. Fellow villagers, you're all little Liang's neighbors, and you're all little Liang's regular customers. You must stand up for me. Judge for yourselves. They shut down my store without a second thought, and even accused me of murder, of killing my own daughter? And now, they haven't found a thing. They have absolutely no evidence. Yet they're still holed up in my store, refusing to leave. Falsely accusing me. This is going to drive me to my grave. I've already lost my daughter, and now they're treating me like this. I can't go on living. This Liang. A grown man, yet at that moment he was slumped on the ground like a hysterical woman, wailing loudly while pounding the ground beside him. He made it seem as if he were truly suffering a tremendous injustice. And it worked like a charm. In an instant, the onlookers outside were filled with righteous indignation. The cops are bullying people. In broad daylight, they're framing an innocent man. Is there no law anymore? Where is that punk who claimed to be a forensic pathologist? Get out here. You've got the guts to frame someone, but you don't have the guts to get out of his store? In an instant, the onlookers' emotions were inflamed, and they were actually about to break through the police line and storm inside. Fortunately, backup from the precinct finally arrived. With the new reinforcements, they barely managed to keep the agitated crowd at bay. But even so, the situation was certainly not looking good. Officer Ma, an officer who watched the scene outside. Both of them were feeling a bit frantic.
Officer Ma turned to Zhang and said, Forensic pathologist Zhang. Did we get this wrong? Could there be some kind of misunderstanding here? Is it possible that the corpse odor on the bulk cooking oil was picked up during transport? Before Officer Ma could finish his sentence, Ria's voice cut in. No. I believe Zhang. There was absolutely no need for Zhang to defend himself. Ria had absolute trust in Zhang. If anyone else claimed a corpse had spoken to them directly, Ria would definitely be skeptical. But this was Zhang. The guy who could make a long decomposed corpse stand up and go dancing, could he possibly be lying? Officer Ma was momentarily taken aback by Ria's words. He thought to himself, that's right. I have to believe Zhang. If I don't believe Zhang, I let Chang get away? If we can catch Chang, then catching Liang should be even easier. Someone. Officer Ma barked loudly. Arrest Liang and take him back for a thorough interrogation. But just then, Zhang finally spoke up. Officer Ma, don't rush into this. We should at least find some evidence before making an arrest. Look at how that crowd outside is reacting. If we arrest him now, who knows what kind of trouble we'll stir up. Upon hearing this, Officer Ma paused, and Officer Hu, standing nearby, quickly asked, Zhang, did you find it? Zhang nodded slightly and replied, almost there. He then began moving around the small grocery store. With every step he took, he muttered words that others couldn't understand. Losing something is not the same as fleeing to a foreign land only to encounter an enemy. A fat sheep falls into the butcher's hands. Seek all lost items at one's feet. The moment Zhang finished speaking, his footsteps came to a halt right next to several large barrels of bulk cooking oil. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed in Zhang's eyes, and he quickly called out. Officer Hu, Officer Ma, come help. Got it. Although Officer Ma and Officer Hu had no idea what Zhang was muttering under his breath. Judging by Zhang's current demeanor, it was clear he was about to find a clue. The two quickly rushed over to Zhang's side. Following Zhang's instructions, they worked together to roll one of the massive oil drums out of its original position and set it down on the ground beside it. Looking at the oil-stained ground where the drum had originally stood, a hint of a smile flickered in Zhang's eyes as he slowly crouched down and pointed at the concrete floor, saying, Officer Hu, Officer Ma, have you noticed that the color of this section of the floor is a little different from the one next to it? Upon hearing this, Officer Ma and Officer Hu both froze for a moment and looked down to examine it. Staying on guard, a flicker of delight appeared in Officer Hu's eyes. The concrete here is clearly newer than the one next to it. And the oil stains on it aren't as old as the ones next to it either. Got it. With a smack, Officer Ma slapped his thigh, stood up, and turned to one of his subordinates, saying, Go find someone to bring tools over here and dig up this patch of ground for me. Yes, sir. The officer received the order and immediately turned and ran out. Meanwhile, Liang's wife, who had been standing at the entrance of the grocery store the whole time, saw this scene and was instantly horrified. Her face went pale, and she spun around and ran outside. She screamed at Liang, who was still thrashing and rolling on the ground. Honey, it's terrible. They're going to dig up our land. Upon hearing this, Liang's body froze instantly. With a whoosh, he leaped up like a rabbit and sprinted toward the center of the grocery store, screaming frantically. What are you doing? Stop it. Chapter 54, When disaster strikes, everyone runs for themselves? As Liang burst into the grocery store, he immediately spotted the large oil drum that had been moved aside. The hairs on his body stood on end, visible to the naked eye. He roared. You can't find any evidence? Are you really going to tear down my little shop? Don't you realize this little shop is the very foundation of our family's survival? Now that we've lost our daughter, are you going to take away our right to live as well? I won't let you touch my shop. As he shouted, he lunged forward. Officer Ma bellowed. Stop him. That command was clearly delivered with absolute confidence. And he certainly had every reason to be confident now. The corpse aura detected earlier at the breakfast stall had originated from the bulk cooking oil.
And this oil drum was precisely the container used to store that bulk cooking oil. Beneath the oil drum lay a patch of concrete that clearly didn't match the age of the surrounding floor. The truth was practically staring them in the face. In Officer Ma's mind, Liang had already been virtually identified as the murderer. Was there any way he could stop them from investigating? After all, Liang was alone naturally, he couldn't overpower so many officers. But by now, he was completely panicked, desperately clinging to any lifeline he could find. He turned and rushed out once more, facing the growing crowd of onlookers outside, and shouted through a flood of tears. "Fellow villagers! Save me, little Liang! These people are crazy, they've gone completely mad. They can't find any evidence, so now they're going to forcibly demolish my store. You all know very well that my wife and I don't have jobs, this grocery store is our lifeline. They can't find any evidence, so out of frustration and shame, they're trying to destroy our lifeline. How are we supposed to survive?" Liang's current state truly looked pitiful. And the onlookers outside were all people brimming with a sense of justice. Seeing this scene, how could they just stand by? The crowd instantly erupted. "Stop it? Aren't you just bullying an honest person? You actually want to forcibly demolish it? Is there no law anymore? This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. I'm going to film this and post it online to expose you all. You can't tear it down, you absolutely cannot tear it down. You're supposed to serve the people. How can you oppress them? Everyone, there is strength in numbers, let us stop them." Watching this scene, Zhang, who was inside, looked completely astonished. He never would have imagined that in this world, these people could actually be so united. Aren't they usually just keyboard warriors who only dare to act tough online? In real life, they were all cowards, one more timid than the next. But now, they actually dared to stand up? This couldn't help but make Zhang marvel. This world was indeed very different from the one he'd known before he'd traveled through time. Officer Ma strode out with an air of authority. He even drew his service weapon from his waist. He aimed it at the sky. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Firing a warning shot, Officer Ma had the authority to do so. And it had a dramatic effect. Even Liang, who had been throwing a tantrum and rolling on the ground, was so startled that he fell silent immediately. Officer Ma's authoritative voice rang out. "We're on official duty right now. Are you going to obstruct us? If we actually find a body in there, do you think I want to arrest all of you as accomplices?" When Officer Ma said this, it did feel a bit like he was going against the spirit of the regulations. But what could he do? These people were being so irrational. He was just trying to scare them a little. Moreover, this statement was just as effective as the warning shot earlier. Although they were still pointing and gesturing, quite a few of them began to back away. Naturally, they didn't want to get dragged into this just because of a neighbor. If nothing was found, that would be one thing, but if a body really was discovered, being treated as an accomplice would be disastrous. Seeing this, Zhang shook his head with a helpless smile, muttering to himself. Looks like it really was just a delusion earlier. The two worlds are actually pretty much the same. Even married couples would run for their lives when disaster struck. Let alone just a neighbor. Liang was the only one at the scene still shouting at the top of his lungs to stop Officer Ma and his team from digging. But his efforts were having next to no effect. The shrill clanging and clattering of the shovels digging into the ground echoed out. Liang's voice faded away completely. It wasn't that the piercing noise had drowned out his voice. Rather, his face was deathly pale, his lips even slightly purple, and his panicked expression made it clear he didn't dare say another word. His wife standing beside him was the same. A deep sense of despair was clearly visible in her eyes. However, the onlookers outside, of course, had no idea what was really going on. No one had said they couldn't speak. Many people were shouting in support of Liang. "Little Liang, don't worry. We're all your witnesses, we'll sue them into the ground." Exactly. "Little Liang, don't be afraid, we've got your back. Little Liang, we believe you. Ruining your manhood is murder, they're the real criminals."
That's right, little Liang, we're here for you. Don't worry, I've already recorded a video of them bullying me. When I post it online, they'll definitely lose their jobs. And that little punk who calls himself a forensic pathologist, if you've got the guts, tell us your name? But right at that moment, the clanging noise fell silent. What followed was a police officer's roar. We found it! There's the body of a young woman down here. The moment that shout rang out, the crowd of onlookers outside fell into a deathly silence. They'd been loudly voicing their support for Liang just a moment ago. They said they'd help Liang take down the police officer, and that they were Liang's backup? Now, are they really backing a fucking murderer? The faces of those who had been making those claims moments ago froze instantly, and some even turned deathly pale. Each of them began to panic inwardly. It's over. Am I going to be considered an accomplice? That bastard Liang. He actually killed someone? And to think I trusted him so much. Wait a minute, the way that police officer is looking at me doesn't feel right. No way, I've got nothing to do with this. You've got to find a way to prove yourself. You can't hesitate any longer. What? A body? There's really a body? Oh my god. Did this Liang guy actually kill his own daughter? Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. How could he be so cruel? Ugh. That's so fucking disgusting. To think I was neighbors with a murderer like that, and I even bought stuff from his store? I knew it. I believe the police are on the side of justice and serve the people. They'll never let a single bad guy get away. A roar completely different from before instantly echoed throughout the room. Chapter 55, a major twist? No. There's no twist. Faced with the completely contrasting reactions of the onlookers outside, all the officers present, including Officer Ma, Officer Hu, Zhang, and Ria, remained expressionless. In their eyes, they were nothing more than a bunch of clowns. Meanwhile, Officer Ma's icy gaze had already locked onto Liang, who was swaying unsteadily by the doorway, and his cold voice rang out. Liang, how do you explain this now? As Officer Ma spoke, he couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at the body being carefully extracted from the concrete. Although she had likely been dead for over a year, the fact that she had been sealed in concrete with no exposure to air meant her body had decomposed at an extremely slow rate. The body showed only slight signs of decay, and the young girl's fresh, youthful features were still clearly visible. It was hard to imagine what this young girl had gone through in the prime of her life. Liang said nothing. His eyes now stared blankly at the body being slowly extracted from the concrete. His whole body trembled, and his face was deathly pale. A single tear trickled slowly down the corner of his bloodshot eye. Liang! Officer Ma bellowed with full force. Liang was startled. His whole body shuddered, a glimmer of life returned to his eyes, and he frantically waved his hands as he stammered. No, I didn't. His words were incoherent, and Officer Ma was not one to show mercy to criminals. Handcuff him! But just then, the woman who had been standing by Liang's side the whole time and had barely said a word suddenly let out a piercing scream. No! I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I admit it. I'm the killer. I'm the one who killed her. With a thud, the woman suddenly dropped to her knees. And she knelt right in front of Liang, wailing and screaming. Husband, I'm so sorry. You know I'm your concubine, your stepmother. I couldn't stand the child you had with that woman bossing me around every day, and on top of that, she was going to inherit your fortune. So I killed her. My husband, I'm so sorry. I'm the one who killed your daughter. What the hell? Watching the scene unfold before them and listening to the woman's wails, the police officers present, Zhang, Ria, and even the onlookers outside were all stunned. What is going on here? Officer Ma and Officer Hu were completely baffled. At that moment, Liang slowly closed his eyes, then let out a scream filled with extreme grief and rage. Ah! My daughter! Then, as if driven mad, Liang opened his bloodshot eyes and lunged toward his daughter's body. He slid on his knees to his daughter's side, his hands trembling. Daughter, my daughter! It's Daddy's fault. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Whoosh. His vicious gaze instantly shifted to the woman kneeling by the door, and he screamed, his voice nearly breaking. You filthy woman! Why did you kill my daughter? And you lied to me, saying my daughter was missing? So you did this? You did all of this? You bastard, you murderer! I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you! As he spoke, he grabbed a metal rice shovel lying nearby and charged viciously at the woman. Stop him! Officer Ma finally snapped out of it. The two officers rushed to restrain Liang. But Liang had completely lost his mind by then, perhaps truly driven mad by his daughter's death? With all his strength, he swung the shovel at the woman. With a thwack, the woman let out a scream and was knocked to the ground. Blood instantly began streaming down her forehead. Meanwhile, Liang, held back by the two officers, had turned pale, overcome by extreme grief. His breathing became erratic. You bitch! You murderer! I'm going to avenge my daughter! Huff! His eyes rolled back, his body went limp, and he passed out on the spot. The grocery store fell deathly silent. The two officers holding Liang turned to Officer Ma with puzzled expressions and asked, Boss, what should we do now? Officer Ma had no idea either. How could the situation take such a turn? So Liang really didn't know that his daughter had been murdered and buried in his own store? Had he been so determined to stop the search all along just to protect his shop? Was that really the case? But just then, a faint voice drifted over. Is what he said true? Zhang. That was Zhang's voice. Everyone turned their heads at once. They saw that Zhang was actually tilting his head back slightly, staring at the empty corner of the wall ahead, and had actually asked that question? Officer who asked, his tone slightly stiff. Zhang, who are you asking? I was asking the victim, Zhang almost blurted out the truth instinctively, but quickly corrected himself. I was just talking to myself. It's nothing. You guys go ahead and do your thing. But no one else could see it, only Zhang could. Right in the direction Zhang was staring. The ethereal image of a young girl was floating there quietly. A ring of golden light swirled around the apparition. This was Zhang's protection for the girl's soul. After all, it was early morning, and the yang energy was far too strong. The slightest misstep could cause her soul to dissipate. In fact, just a moment ago, when that woman had knelt before Liang and screamed an apology, Zhang had already sensed something was off. If this woman really were the killer, Liang's earlier reaction would have been clearly out of character. He would never have gone that far just to save his shop. That look of worry and fear he'd shown earlier was definitely genuine. To confirm his suspicions, Zhang had Netherworld open its gates and asked his old friend Lord Yama to lend him the victim's soul. In truth, when Zhang began chanting the spell, he was just giving it a shot on a whim. After all, the victim had been dead for over a year. She might have already been reincarnated. Fortunately, though, he succeeded. This young girl must have suffered a tremendous injustice before her death. Filled with resentment, she was unwilling to be reincarnated. Fortunately, she encountered Zhang, otherwise, she would have undoubtedly become a mindless, wandering spirit driven solely by violence and destruction. The girl knew, of course, that Zhang's question was directed at her. Although she didn't understand why she had been able to return to this world, the disappointment in her eyes as she looked at her father was impossible to hide. She nodded directly at Zhang. He's lying. The one who killed me wasn't my stepmother, it was him. Sure enough, while it seemed like a major twist, there was actually no twist at all. The murderer was Liang. But judging by the way things looked now, both Liang and his current wife were truly excellent actors. They clearly mastered the feigning injury ploy. And judging by how quickly they reacted, it was obvious they rehearsed this scene countless times. It seemed they'd known all along that this day would come. But if they knew it would end like this, why did they do it in the first place? Zhang could, of course, have immediately restored the girl's soul through necromancy right then and there, forcing her to identify the real killer. However, with so many people watching, if he actually performed necromancy, the repercussions would be disastrous if word got out.
So this matter requires careful consideration. Zhang fell into a brief moment of deep thought. I need to find a way to make this Liang confess the truth on his own. Chapter 56. Even in retirement, these two officers wouldn't go hungry. Officer Ma and Officer Hu wouldn't suspect that Zhang was talking to himself. After all, they couldn't see the soul floating in midair. Moreover, they, too, harbored the same doubt. Are these two telling the truth? Whether it was true or not, a murder had indeed taken place. So Officer Ma gave a direct order. Take them both back to the station and have a doctor examine them first. A medical examiner is a doctor, after all. However, they no longer viewed Zhang as just a medical examiner. In their eyes, Zhang was better suited for criminal investigation. After all, he uncovered a murder case just while eating breakfast, and this murder case didn't seem to be a simple one. Just then, Ria quietly approached Zhang and whispered in his ear. Isn't she right here right now? As she spoke, she pointed in the direction Zhang had been looking just a moment ago. Indeed. No one else knew that Zhang could communicate with souls and make corpses stand up. But Ria knew. Ria also knew that souls exist in a floating state before entering a body. Otherwise, back in City B, they wouldn't have been able to detect who Huaxin speaking. But Zhang was still deep in thought and hadn't caught on yet. He instinctively asked. Who? Ria nodded toward the corpse on the ground. Her, of course. Zhang watched Ria's gesture and felt a chuckle rise in his heart, but he simply nodded and said. Yeah, your finger is currently poking right inside her belly button. Oh my god. With a startled scream, Ria quickly pulled her slender white finger back. The commotion caught the attention of the people nearby. Officer Ma asked. Forensic pathologist Lin, what's going on? Ria shook her head frantically and said, It's nothing. I just got a little scared seeing the body. A little scared of the body? Officer Ma and Officer Hu exchanged a glance, their expressions odd. Everyone knew that you, Ria, were the star forensic pathologist of the entire district. You've handled countless bodies in horrific conditions and now you're scared of this one? Who are you trying to fool? But they didn't call Ria out on it. They simply assumed Ria had whispered something to Zhang that had startled him. They completely failed to notice that at that moment, Ria was clasping her hands together and muttering nervously under her breath. My fault. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. Seeing Ria like this, Zhang couldn't help but stifle a laugh. However, it was precisely Ria's startled expression that seemed to spark an idea in Zhang's mind. As he watched Liang, who was unconscious and being carried away, a mischievous grin flashed in his eyes. The D City Police Precinct. In Criminal Investigator Ma's private office. Zhang, Officer Hu, Ria, and Officer Ma were seated around a small coffee table. Takeout was laid out on the table. After all, none of them had eaten breakfast that morning. They simply couldn't bring themselves to eat. Now, however, their appetites had returned. As they ate, Officer Ma said. Liang has woken up. We're handling his case and his wife separately, and their statements match up. His wife has confessed to her crimes without reservation. She said she hid the body in the store under the pretense of renovating it, all without Liang's knowledge. He was completely deceived. Liang said the same thing. During the interrogation, he was very emotional, in great distress and furious. Plus, he really had no motive for the crime. If we look at it this way, it really seems like we can close the case. When Officer Ma said the case was closed, he meant it had been confirmed that Liang wasn't the killer. Liang knew nothing about the incident, and the killer was simply the victim's stepmother. After all, it does make sense. This was after they left little Liang's grocery store. Before that, the fickle onlookers had already concocted a cliched plot about a wicked stepmother poisoning Snow White. But if that plot were turned into a soap opera, it would definitely get high ratings. But was the reality really such a tacky cliché? Zhang knew the truth. In fact, it wasn't just Zhang. The other three people present also had their doubts about the whole thing. Officer Hu also put down his chopsticks and said,
Old Ma, do you really believe the confessions of these two suspects?
Officer Ma also put down his chopsticks and spread his hands, saying,
Personally, I don't believe their confessions either, but what can we do?
There are no eyewitnesses, no physical evidence, and the autopsy results the victim's cause of death match exactly what that woman said. All the evidence points to them telling the truth.
If I don't close the case this way, what else can I do? Are you kidding me? Officer who reacted strongly. Are you being this careless?
There are clearly still doubts.
Why did that Liang guy react so strongly? There must be a reason. Officer Ma, however, still spread his hands helplessly and said, Then tell me, what can I do? The way things stand now, finding out what Liang is up to is just as difficult as investigating Chang. Unless we get divine intervention like we did when we arrested Chang, otherwise we really have to rely on witchcraft. But does witchcraft even exist in this world? It's completely impossible.
So, I have no choice but to close the case this way.
At that moment, Officer Hu spoke as if all the air had gone out of him. Yeah, this is the best we can do.
It's just so frustrating. Even with all our years of criminal investigation experience, we really can't measure up to them.
Officer Hu and Officer Ma were trading remarks back and forth. At first, Zhang didn't think anything was wrong.
But the more he listened, the stranger Zhang's expression became. Especially when they got to that last line, "We're no match for them." Zhang just couldn't seem to swallow the mouthful of kanji he had in his mouth. Meanwhile, Ria beside him kept burying her head in her food, as if to say,
I don't know, it's got nothing to do with me, I don't know anything, I'm just here to eat.
Only Officer Ma and Officer Hu, though they appeared to be eating, were actually shooting each other such intense glances that their eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets.
Zhang said helplessly, Hey, officers, are you two trying to pick on me here? No.
Upon hearing this, Officer Ma and Officer Hu both waved their hands frantically.
The two were like a comedy duo. Officer Hu was the straight man, and Officer Ma was the funny one.
Hu, little Zhang, I know you're a forensic pathologist.
Ma,
Hu, and you've solved so many cases you must be exhausted.
Criminal investigation work is definitely our job. Ma,
Hu, we know your criminal investigation skills are way better than ours. We two old-timers are really put to shame.
Ma, well.
Hu, besides, I brought you all the way from City B. Your mission is complete.
Ma, right.
Hu, let old Ma and the others deal with the rest, it's none of our business.
Ma, get lost.
Watching the two of them put on a show for him, Zhang's face was turning dark.
Put.
With a sudden sound, Ria, sitting nearby, nearly sprayed her breakfast out of her mouth.
Zhang was completely speechless.
Covering his forehead, he said, All right, tonight, take Liang to his daughter's morgue.
Leave the rest to me.
But I can only say I'll give it a try, I can't guarantee the outcome.
Chapter 57, Did the corpse's hand move? Clang. A sharp clang rang out. Liang, who had been dozing off in the small dark room, was instantly jolted awake.
He then hurriedly resumed that look of extreme grief.
If the Oscars didn't give him a little gold statue for this, they'd be doing his acting a disservice.
But Officer Ma, who pushed open the door and walked in, was quite the drama queen himself.
His acting was in no way inferior to Liang's.
With a look of deep regret on his face, he walked over to Liang's side, let out a long sigh, and said,
Mr. Liang, please take comfort.
We didn't want this to happen either, but the dead cannot be brought back to life. The deceased has passed on, the living must carry on. He even threw in some flowery, highbrow phrases like that. Who knows if Liang could even understand them? But Liang was certainly playing along perfectly. Tears streamed down his face once more, and he stood there silently, tears streaming from his eyes.
Don't worry.
Officer Ma's voice brightened slightly. The murderer will certainly face justice. No criminal can escape the long arm of the law.
We will definitely see that justice is served for your daughter.
Hearing this, Liang's heart skipped a beat. But of course, he wouldn't let it show. He simply gritted his teeth and nodded, his face etched with sorrow. Then, Officer Ma continued.
It's getting late, Mr. Liang. Let me take you home first. Ah. Liang finally spoke a long, deeply sorrowful sigh and added. Home? Do I even have a home anymore? Watching Liang's highly professional performance, Officer Ma could barely resist giving him a thumbs up. Officer Ma, of course, wasn't he about to let Liang down. He sincerely comforted him. Mr. Liang, you still have a young son. He is away at college in another city. Even if you don't think of yourself, you must think of your son. My son? As this thought crossed Liang's mind, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a look of fury. That's the child I had with that murderer. That murderer must have killed my daughter just for him. I don't have this son. I want to acknowledge him. The son of a murderer. I don't want him. Despite her words, Liang still stood up. Officer Ma, continuing to play his part, said, Mr. Liang, you mustn't act on impulse. The murder was committed by someone else. It has nothing to do with this child. After all, he is your flesh and blood. There seemed to be some unusual undertones woven into the very words of Officer Ma's persuasion. But Liang didn't pick up on them. He let out another heavy sigh and then said slowly, Oh, well. You're welcome. Officer Ma waved his hand. Let us go. I'll walk you back. Okay. This time, Liang didn't hesitate. He turned and followed Officer Ma out of the room. However, as they reached the corner of the hallway, Officer Ma spoke up again. Mr. Liang, our forensic team still needs to prepare a detailed autopsy report for your daughter, so we can't return her to you just yet. But we can make an exception and let you go see your daughter one more time. Go see her, talk to her. No one will disturb you. Hearing this, Liang's heartbeat quickened. He clearly didn't dare face his daughter. He instinctively wanted to refuse outright. But if he refused now, wouldn't all the acting he'd done so far be for nothing? It might even arouse Officer Ma's suspicion. So, steeled his resolve, Liang said. A glimmer of light flashed in Officer Ma's eyes. Come on, the morgue is this way. With that, he headed toward a passageway on the other side of the hallway, with Liang following behind. At the end of the hallway, a large, cold door stood silently. The closer he got to that door, the more Liang felt a chill running down his spine. By the time they reached it, he actually felt a chill run through his entire body, as if the temperature had dropped significantly. Officer Ma thoughtfully opened the door for Liang and ushered him inside. Then he said to Liang, You two father and daughter have a good talk. I'll wait for you outside. After saying this, Officer Ma closed the door. But the force with which he shut it seemed unusually strong. There was a loud bang. Liang had been alone in the eerie morgue. The air around him felt eerily cold. The sudden sound of the door slamming startled Liang so much that he jumped 3 feet into the air. Every hair on his body stood on end. It took him quite a while to recover a little. But his face was still somewhat pale. In the mortuary at night, only a single dim light was on. And the light fell precisely on the platform where the bodies were laid out. On the platform, a young girl, her entire body a pale gray, lay quietly. A small window was open. A gentle breeze from outside rustled the curtains. The white curtain fluttered back and forth between the darkness and the dim light. Liang couldn't help but hunch his shoulders. There was no sound in the morgue except for Liang's slightly labored breathing. His nervous eyes darted about, as if afraid to look directly at the ashen corpse. But no matter what, Liang knew he was that girl's father. As a father, with his daughter's body right in front of him, he had to go take a look. What if there were surveillance cameras in this morgue? If he were caught, he'd never be able to explain himself. So, gritting his teeth slightly, Liang took nervous, cautious steps toward his daughter. His steps were slow and light. It was as if he were stealing something, afraid of waking the owner of the room. Gurgle. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from the darkness. With a whoosh, Liang instantly whipped his head around toward the pitch-black darkness and shouted nervously. Who is there? Who is there? Click, came a sharp sound. A ballpoint pen slowly rolled out of the darkness. Liang was now covered head to toe in cold sweat. Seeing the pen, his face contorted with distress and fear as he patted his chest and muttered, "Oh man! What are you doing? You don't put away your used pens? Just toss them around like that?" In the environment Liang found himself in, that voice was truly terrifying. Little did he know, however, that several people were already on the verge of bursting out laughing. After Officer Ma dropped Liang off at the morgue, he left immediately. He made his way to the morgue's dedicated monitoring room. Inside, besides Officer Ma, were Officer Hu Huixin and Ria. The footage on the computer screen showed Liang freaking out in the darkness. Liang couldn't see anything, but they could see everything clearly after all. The camera had night vision capabilities. That ballpoint pen had been gently pushed out by Zhang, who was hiding in the darkness, using just one finger. That's why there was still a light on in the morgue. And it was precisely because of the light's awkward angle that Zhang was able to remain completely hidden in the darkness. Otherwise, once Liang's eyes had adjusted to the darkness, Zhang's hiding figure, though not clearly visible, would certainly have been discernible by its outline. Officer Ma even blurted out, "A guilty conscience. If he weren't guilty, how could he be so scared?" But just then, Officer Hu, who had been watching the surveillance footage with a sly smile, felt his pupils freeze slightly, and he said in a slightly trembling voice, "Wait a minute. Didn't the victim's hand just twitch a little?" Chapter 58, Dad, Don't Leave Me. "I'm scared." Hearing Officer Hu's nervous voice, the smile that had been playing on Officer Ma's face instantly froze. He stared intently at the corpse lying flat on the autopsy table in the footage. Then, somewhat stiffly, he said, "Old Hu. You're not pulling my leg, are you? That's no joke to make." But neither Officer Hu nor Officer Ma could spot anything else out of the ordinary. The two let out a sigh of relief, and Officer Ma said irritably to Officer Hu, "All you ever do is spout nonsense and scare people all day long." Officer Hu waved his hand awkwardly in apology. "I guess I must have seen it wrong." Little did they know, however, that the expressions on the faces of the two women behind them were quite different. First, Hu Huixin, as she stared at the surveillance footage in front of her, her eyes were filled with sheer delight. "Ha ha ha! Zhang, you can't keep up the act anymore, can you? Right now, my dad and Uncle Ma are both watching you on the monitor. Just wait and see how you're going to explain this." That was for sure. In Hu Huixin's eyes, since Zhang had specifically asked Liang to go alone to the morgue that night to view his daughter's body, he was definitely going to use necromancy again and point Liang out on the spot. As soon as Zhang used necromancy, his true identity as a non-human would be completely exposed. "I'll see how you keep up the act then." Humph. Hu Huixin's happy little mouth curled up into a smile. But Ria's expression was the exact opposite of Hu Huixin's. "Oh no, oh no, oh no. How could I have forgotten about this? Did Zhang also forget that the two officers are watching the surveillance feed right over there? No, I have to go remind Zhang. Otherwise, we'll be completely exposed." With that, Ria moved slowly and discreetly, slipping quietly out of the monitoring room. Since Officer Ma and Officer Hu had their full attention fixed on the surveillance feed, they didn't even notice that Ria had already vanished. Inside the morgue, Liang gathered his composure and slowly made his way toward the autopsy table. Fortunately, the rest of the journey went without a hitch. As if worried his legs might give way from tension and fear, he reached out to pull over a chair and slowly sat down. And for the first time, his gaze fell upon his daughter's gray, cold cheek. Gulp. Feeling guilty, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Fortunately, his daughter's eyes were closed. If he'd seen her pupils, Liang might have wet himself right then and there. Looking at his daughter, whose body was still caked in cement, Liang took several deep breaths and finally reassured himself. She's already dead anyway. What's there to be afraid of from a dead person? He composed himself. A voice finally emerged from Liang's mouth. "My little girl. It's Daddy. I'm so sorry." These words were clearly heartfelt. But the next sentence lacked sincerity. It's all Daddy's fault.
I didn't see through that murderer. I actually married her as my second wife. It was Daddy who brought this upon you. I hope you won't blame me. Rest in peace here. As he spoke, Liang shakily reached out his hand, preparing to touch his daughter's cheek one last time. But just as his hand rose, Liang, whether it was a hallucination or reality, thought he heard a voice by his ear say, "Hurry, as the law commands." It must be a hallucination. Liang was certain of it. How could there possibly be any "as the law commands" at a time like this? But just as his palm was less than 3 centimeters from his daughter's cheek, suddenly, his daughter's eyelids, still caked with cement, snapped open, revealing the grayish-white pupils within. At the sight, Liang's hand froze instantly. The color drained from his face like a receding tide. Ah! A harrowing, terrified scream erupted from his throat. He frantically tried to run away. But the chair he'd just pulled over to steady himself became an obstacle. With a thud, he fell flat on the ground. No, 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 no. Speechless with panic and fear, Liang frantically scrambled on the floor. Struggling to his feet, he staggered away, trying to put distance between himself and his daughter's body. As Liang climbed to his feet, his eyes were fixed intently on the morgue table in front of him. But at that moment, he suddenly realized that his daughter's body had returned to its original state just as before, with her eyes peacefully closed. Covered in cold sweat, Liang swallowed hard. He rubbed his eyes. He saw that his daughter's body was still the same, unchanged. He finally let out a sigh of relief. He even stamped his feet on the ground twice. He kept patting his chest and muttered under his breath, "I must have seen it wrong. I definitely saw it wrong just now. How could a corpse possibly move? And open its eyes? Is this some kind of ghost? That's impossible. How could there possibly be ghosts in this world?" Liang kept reassuring himself. His eyes darted nervously toward the body on the mortuary table. As if to confirm his suspicion, he nervously reached out. He gently touched his daughter's face. Sure enough, the body showed no further reaction. Now Liang was completely reassured. He really had seen things. But this was a place of evil. He couldn't stay here any longer. If he stayed any longer, he'd probably have nightmares every night for the rest of his life. So, with a gulp, Liang swallowed hard once more and quickly said, "Sweetheart, find a good reincarnation. Don't keep thinking about Daddy anymore." As soon as he said that, Liang turned to leave as if fleeing. But just as he turned around, an ethereal, distant female voice, tinged with a deep chill, rang out from within the morgue. "Daddy, I'm so cold." Liang's footsteps froze instantly. He froze solid on the spot. His whole body trembled like a washing machine on the spin cycle. Cold sweat kept breaking out all over him. Clack, 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 clack. That was the sound of Liang's upper and lower teeth chattering together. Struggling to control his body, he slowly turned his head. He saw the corpse on the morgue table, still lying there quietly, not moving a muscle. "I must be hearing things. I must be hearing things." Liang whipped his head around in a flash. He had no intention of responding to that voice. He turned and took off running. The doorknob of the morgue door was Liang's ray of hope. But it seemed as though he wouldn't even have a chance to reach that beacon of hope. That bone-chilling voice rang out behind him once again. "Daddy, don't go. I'm scared." Liang finally couldn't take it anymore. He let out a frenzied, frantic scream. Who are you? Who is talking? I'm not your dad. I'm not your dad." Liang was now completely terrified. But there were 2 other people who, at that moment, also felt a chill run down their spines and their bodies grow ice cold. They were Officer Ma and Officer Hu, sitting in the monitoring room. Both Ma and Hu were now deathly pale. They stared at each other stiffly, their bodies trembling slightly. Officer Hu said nervously, Old Ma,
I'm not hearing things, am I? Wasn't he that a woman's voice coming from in there just now? Chapter 59, that's just like you, old ma. Looking at Officer who was just as pale and trembling as he was. Officer Ma's teeth were chattering as he nodded and said stiffly, I don't think it was a hallucination. Liang is so terrified right now that voice must have been real, right? Officer who also felt an unprecedented chill. He gently wrapped his arms around himself and said stiffly, Ghosts, there really aren't any ghosts in this world, are there? Inside the morgue. Liang, of course, had no idea that behind the monitor, two grown men were feeling exactly the same way he was. At that moment, overcome by extreme fear, his legs gave out, and he slumped to the floor. He turned his head, shut his eyes tightly, and flailed his arms wildly in the darkness, screaming, Who's there? Movies, TV shows. So, this must be an act, right? It was as if he'd completely forgotten the time he'd fainted from sheer terror and even wet his pants. What is it? Hearing Officer Ma's voice, Hu Weishin froze in shock. Staring at Officer Ma, she shouted. Her mouth still uttered. Creak, creak, that was the sound of bones grinding as his stiff neck turned. Liang, wailing, had her mental defenses completely shattered. Her hands frantically scraped at the ground. Then she heard Officer Ma's speech inside the one where he was impersonating forensic Dr. Lin. Instantly, she stopped in her tracks. The two men's bodies gradually stopped trembling. I know I was wrong. My daughter. I know I was wrong. Didn't you guys see it? Zhang actually made 7 headless corpses stand up. That's right, where was she? It was plain to see. Who says that has to be a corpse that's completely dead? What if she's just Dr. Lin in disguise? But for some reason, as Officer Hu and Officer Ma listened to Hu Weishin's voice, they clung tightly to each other for warmth, yet their faces were equally pale. Seeing the two grown men like this, Ria nervously and quietly slipped away, intending to warn Zhang. Stop playing these supernatural games. But no matter how fiercely Liang cursed or how loudly he screamed, it's just a lousy insurance policy, isn't it? His daughter's corpse seemed to be glued to him. He simply couldn't shake it off. Tears and snot streamed down Liang's face. I may love reading novels, but I can tell the difference between fiction and reality, can't I? Perhaps out of fear that the young girl would look down on him, or perhaps because he'd suddenly realized something. Since he'd already been discovered, he might as well go back and figure out how to explain things to Officer Ma and Officer Hu first. Because he could see it clearly. Officer Ma said slowly. That's right, Hu Weishin's remark actually reminded me of something. This was exactly what Zhang, Officer Ma, and Officer Hu needed. Liang, with his eyes closed, gradually calmed down. No way. What acting? What kind of act? Can acting make a corpse that's already stone cold dead stand up? Uncle Ma. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? The two grown men were actually holding hands, hugging each other, and backing away frantically. They retreated straight to the corner of the room. By then, the space was completely empty, with nothing left but some cement dust. He shook his head wildly, scanning the morgue ahead. Dad, do you believe me now? Do you all believe me now? Could it be I was hearing things again? Liang, gradually relaxing, cautiously opened his eyes. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Officer Hu's voice trembled, its pitch even seemed to have changed, sounding a bit effeminate. Daddy, were you looking for me? Just now, the hand of the corpse in the video had moved. She even couldn't help but chuckle. But just as she reached the doorway and hadn't yet had time to push the door open. Get out of there! Officer Hu and Officer Ma now had absolutely no time to consider whether Liang would voluntarily confess to his crimes. Get out of there! If you've got the guts, get out! I didn't see that wrong, did I? Dad, I was blinded by greed back then too. Too late. Nothing they could do. Don't come any closer. Then that ethereal, icy voice followed.
The two exchanged a glance and realized they were actually hugging each other with looks of disgust. They pushed each other away.
This is real, it's not a novel, a movie, or a TV show at all. Then the victim's body stood up. It stood up?
Hu Huixin was the one who was completely dumbfounded.
You're already this scared? If you saw that scene, wouldn't you wet your pants? ISNT forensic pathologist Lin right here? Where is he?
Finally, in the midst of extreme terror, Officer Ma's teeth were chattering uncontrollably, his face was deathly pale, and he was drenched in sweat.
In contrast, Hu Huixin, who was already used to such things, looked completely at ease.
Ria was now standing in the hallway just a wall away from them, her expression strange, with even a hint of suppressed laughter in her eyes.
Daddy really knows he was wrong. Daddy really knows he was wrong.
As he fled, he screamed and wailed, as if he were trying to find out where his daughter's body had gone.
Officer Ma, however, was absolutely certain.
Adopting a Sherlock Holmes-like demeanor, he said. The moment the figure on the morgue table stood up, they stood up as well. But just as she reached the entrance to the morgue,
"Didn't Zhang tell us earlier today that we should play along with his act?"
Just then, they heard Liang's piercing scream from inside. It came from the table where her daughter's body had been lying just moments before.
The entire morgue fell into an eerie silence.
It all came together perfectly.
"Dad, Uncle Ma, do you really have to go this far?"
Slowly, the face of a beautiful young girl, though her skin and eyeballs were all ashen white, appeared before him. Every single strand of hair on Liang's head stood on end.
"Uncle Ma!"
Her voice grew even sharper. But just then, right by his ear, right next to his earlobe, he felt a chill. But the moment he opened his eyes, his body froze instantly. He even bit down hard on his lip with his teeth, his pupils bulging wildly as if they were about to pop out of their sockets.
"Don't come near me!"
He strained his ears to listen, but there was no sound. "I told you Zhang wasn't an ordinary person, and yet you guys said I read too many novels. I shouldn't have killed you. I shouldn't have killed you.
Forgive Daddy, please forgive Daddy." Ria instantly thought to herself, "Oh no."
As she spoke these words, a hint of pride still lingered on Hu Huixin's face.
Trick necromancy? That icy voice was never heard again.
A shriek as piercing as a baby's cry rang out.
I saw something.
And the girl was still leaning slightly against her own neck.
Liang spoke the truth. "Do you even realize what you're saying?" However, in the monitoring room, hearing Officer Ma's voice, Officer Hu pursed his lips slightly but said nothing more. Forensic pathologist Lin was just here. Where is she?
Like a dog, he quickly tried to put distance between himself and his daughter's body. Standing outside the door, he gave a thumbs up and kept exclaiming,
"That's just like you, old Ma. You really are a veteran detective." Chapter 60, Ria, I'm so worried I could die.
As a veteran detective with decades of experience, your most important qualities are, of course, your powers of observation and memory.
Could it be that Officer Ma of all people had actually forgotten that Ria had been in the room with them just a moment ago? Still, it made sense.
After all, both Officer Ma and Officer Hu had been startled by the live footage on the monitor.
They were still feeling a bit uneasy.
Their first reaction, especially Officer Ma's, was, of course, to refuse to believe that ghosts existed in this world. Subconsciously, they had to come up with a reasonable explanation.
And that explanation just so happened to fall on Ria. In that moment, it all seemed to make sense.
But Hu Huixin was getting really anxious. She never would have imagined that her father and Officer Ma, two veteran criminal investigators with decades of experience, would refuse to acknowledge the facts right in front of them.
How could they not admit it?
Hu Huixin hopped up and down in frustration and said to Officer Hu,
"Dad, say something. Dr. Lin was right here with us just now."
She wasn't inside, dressed up as the corpse at all.
Hearing his daughter's voice, Officer Hu turned to Officer Ma with a hint of uncertainty, nodded, and said, "Old Ma,
I didn't pay much attention, but I seem to recall that Dr. Lin was here with us watching this surveillance footage just a moment ago. Hearing this, Hu Huixin excitedly piped up. That's right. Uncle Ma. My dad's right. Dr. Lin was right here just now. But even though both father and daughter had voiced this opinion, Officer Ma still shook his head firmly and said, "No. You must have seen it wrong." Hu Huixin covered her cheeks, looking utterly speechless. Officer Ma continued speaking, though this time he turned to Officer Hu. "Old Hu, has your faith already wavered? We've all been working for decades. We're all staunch materialists. Do you really believe there are ghosts in this world?" Wow! Officer Ma's remark actually reached such a lofty level? This made Officer Hu look at Officer Ma with nothing but respect. A bright gleam like a spark that could set the world ablaze suddenly flashed in his eyes. With a snap, he grabbed Officer Ma's hand and said firmly, "Don't worry. You're right. I just saw things wrong earlier. There are no ghosts in this world at all. Dr. Lin is such a great actor." Ah! Seeing her father and Officer Ma in this state, Hu Huixin went crazy. "What on earth are you two doing?" "Just you wait," Hu Huixin said firmly. "That female ghost was definitely not played by Dr. Lin. If you don't believe me, let us go to the morgue right now." Ria, who had been hiding outside the door eavesdropping, heard those words. She froze for a split second, then turned and took off running. And just as Ria disappeared down the hallway, the door to the surveillance room swung open. Hu Huixin, her face flushed with anger, grabbed her father with her left hand and Officer Ma with her right. She dragged them out by force. Inside the morgue at that moment, Liang sat slumped on the floor, looking dazed and bewildered, as if he'd been scared out of his wits. Meanwhile, Zhang had already dispelled the girl's soul. He believed that now that the girl had no remaining attachments, once she reached the underworld, it wouldn't be long before she could be reincarnated. Zhang himself felt a massive surge of mana energy pouring into his dantian. It was identical to the energy he had gained when he saved the girl who had been poisoned by that evil cultivation level. He felt his cultivation level steadily rising. Before long, he would be able to advance to the next realm, making his golden light mantra even more solid. But just then, with a loud bang, the morgue door was kicked open from the outside. Ria rushed in, looking frantic. As soon as she entered, she lunged at Zhang and complained, looking utterly exasperated. "Zhang, oh Zhang, you're really giving me a headache." Zhang looked at Ria, completely baffled. "Ria, what's going on?" "What do you mean, what's going on?" Ria waved her hand dismissively. "I'll explain later. For now, just hurry up and put this female corpse in the freezer quick." Although he had no idea what Ria was up to, Zhang did as he was told. Once he had stowed the girl's body away, he turned around and saw that Ria, without the slightest hesitation, rolled around on the table where the body had been lying, instantly turning her clothes cement gray. She even dipped both hands into the cement dust on the table and frantically smeared it all over her face. This scene left Zhang even more puzzled, and he said with a strange look on his face, "Ria, this cement isn't seaweed mud. You can't use it as a face mask, can you?" Hearing Zhang's words, Ria immediately rolled her eyes at him. Before he could even open his mouth, bang! The morgue door was once again kicked open from the outside. Along with the sound, Hu Huixin's resolute voice poured in. "Come on in. Look at this. Where's Dr. Lin? Where is he?" "Dr. Lin? When did you get here? What on earth are you doing?" Hu Huixin's eyes widened in shock. She never would have imagined that the moment she walked in, she'd see Ria sitting on the morgue table with a cement mask on her face. Upon hearing Hu Huixin's voice, Ria immediately switched from blowing on her face to swiping downward. She patted her filthy clothes and, feigning composure, said to Hu Huixin and the other two, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just taking off my makeup." "Taking off your makeup?" Upon hearing this, Hu Huixin and Zhang immediately wore strange expressions.
Officer Ma, however, was instantly relieved. He waved his hands excitedly and exclaimed, "See? See? What did I tell you? Dr. Lin, your acting is amazing. You really scared me and old Hu. We actually thought there were real ghosts in this world." It was precisely because of Officer Ma's remark. Zheng finally realized. While he'd been casting necromancy just now, he'd completely forgotten about the surveillance cameras. It was the banter between Hu and Ma earlier that day that had thrown him off. Thankfully, Ria's reaction was truly quick-witted. From a very hidden corner, Zhang slowly gave Ria a thumbs up. Ria, however, simply rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. But just then, Liang, who had been slumped on the floor, let out a shrill, explosive cry. "No, wait. There really are ghosts in this world, My daughter's ghost has come back for me. My daughter's ghost has come back for me." There was only one person on the same side as Hu Huixin. However, Hu Huixin refused to associate with Liang, the murderer who had killed his own daughter. Besides, Officer Ma and the others didn't believe a word Liang was saying. Officer Ma strode over to Liang with a grim expression, his voice cold as ice. "Well done, Liang. We were almost fooled by you, the real killer. Now, can you tell me how you could be so cruel as to kill your own flesh and blood daughter?" Officer Ma immediately subdued Liang and escorted him out of the morgue. Officer Hu, meanwhile, cast a complex glance at Hu Huixin, who stood frozen in place, her face etched with defeat, then turned and ran after them. As for Hu Huixin, the corner of her mouth twitched violently as she looked at Zhang and took a step forward. But Yuan Ti, about to leave instead, she walked straight up to Zhang and stared him straight in the eyes. Zhang felt a bit unsettled under her gaze. He scratched the back of his head and said awkwardly, Why are you looking at me like that?" Chapter 61, Officer Hu's Great Victory in Battle. Both Zhang and Ria knew it. Hu Huixin had witnessed Zhang's miraculous moves with her own eyes. Especially since, during Zhang's undercover operation at Blossoms of the World, something unspeakable had happened between him and Hu Huixin. So when facing Hu Huixin, Zhang was still quite nervous. But Hu Huixin just kept staring straight into Zhang's eyes. She didn't say a word for at least a minute. Finally, Hu Huixin made a move. Snap! She actually performed a fist salute right in front of Zhang. Then, with some difficulty, she said, "I'm impressed, Zhang. I'm completely impressed." Ria and Zhang were both taken aback by Hu Huixin's words, completely baffled. But Hu Huixin didn't stop there. "I've done my best. But what can I say? A useless teammate is just impossible to carry. I'll be honest with you, my dad thinks you're a pretty strange person. He told me to follow you, observe you, and find evidence of your weirdness. But I found the evidence and they still don't believe me. What can I do?" Hu Huixin shook her head in exasperation and sighed. When she looked up again, the light in her eyes had changed, and she asked directly, "Take me with you, will you?" "Ha?" Hearing Hu Huixin's words, both Zhang and Ria's expressions turned strange. Zhang asked, completely baffled, "What? What do you mean, take me along?" Hu Huixin's expression was utterly sincere. "I've made up my mind on ditching my useless teammates. Big shot Zhang, be my jungle king and take me on a ride." "Jungle king, my ass. What the hell are you even talking about? From now on, if you cast spells wrong. From now on, take me along when you're solving cases. Because it's just way too cool. Since I can't expose you, just let me join in." Wizard Zhen. What the hell? How did it suddenly go from forensic pathologist Zheng to Wizard Zhang? Zhang's expression froze as he looked at Hu Huixin and said helplessly, "Officer Hu, what on earth are you talking about? I don't get it. I'm a forensic pathologist, not a wizard." Hu Huixin waved her hands, still looking at Zhang with hopeful eyes, and said, "Wizard Zhang, stop pretending. Considering you've seen every inch of me, inside and out. And you've even groped me, just let me join your group. What the?
Just as Hu Huixin finished speaking, Zhang's eyes widened instantly, but Ria, who was still sitting on the autopsy table beside him, let out a shrill scream.
Zhang! Oh, Zhang! I never thought someone with such thick eyebrows and big eyes would betray the revolution. Come on, come on. Master Zhang, explain to me, when did this happen?
As Ria spoke, she jumped down from the autopsy table. Her hostile gaze looked down on Zhang with contempt.
A strong, sour smell wafted through the air.
Upon seeing this scene, a radiant gleam instantly appeared in Hu Huixin's eyes.
She waved her hand and said,
I don't care, Master Zhang. I've already decided to join you and there is no way you can stop me.
With that, Hu Huixin actually walked right out. She laughed. Wait, hey! Stop right there. Explain yourself. Under Ria's hostile glare, Zhang was a bundle of nerves.
But Hu Huixin completely ignored Zhang's cries and vanished without a trace.
Zhang wanted to run after her. But Ria grabbed Zhang by the arm and shrieked. Master Zhang! Master Zhang!
There was clearly one in the bowl, and here I was, foolishly waiting for you to say welcome.
You've already gone and meddled in someone else's business? When did that happen? Zhang was going crazy. What on earth was Ria talking about? What did she mean by welcome? What did she mean by meddling in someone else's business? I didn't. But wasn't that all for the mission? I'm undercover. Amid the morgue, Zhang's agonized wails could be heard.
Hu Huixin wore a smug smile on her face and even chuckled as she added. Hee, Zhang, this has finally happened to you. Hu Huixin had finally succeeded in getting under Zhang's skin. She swept away all the gloom in her heart.
It felt like she'd won a battle.
Meanwhile, Zhang spent a long time explaining the situation to Ria with a long, drawn-out sigh. After all, back when the two of them were in City B, they'd already been preparing to turn their charade into reality.
The nature of their relationship went without saying. The actual situation was exactly as Ria had described. She'd been waiting for Zhang to arrive so she could say, welcome. But Hu Huixin beat her to it. Great. No wonder, officer who always calls whenever I need to get something done.
So she was paving the way for her own daughter all along.
A secret maneuver? Officer Hu, you really know how to play the game. Achoo! Officer Hu was interrogating Liang alongside Officer Ma, sneezed out of the blue.
She felt a chill run down her spine. She shuddered and thought to herself.
Who's cursing me?
Hu Huixin's tactics had indeed made Zhang's life miserable for quite a while.
But thankfully, Ria wasn't the unreasonable type.
After all, it was all for the mission, so there was nothing to be done about it. But it did take Zhang a great deal of persuasion to finally calm Ria down. And it was certainly because the work over the past 2 days had been so exhausting.
Back at the guest house.
This was the most restful sleep Zhang had had since he'd been transported here.
It wasn't just Zhang. Ria felt the same way. They finally had a chance to rest and catch their breath. While they were sleeping, the results of Liang's interrogation came in. This daughter was indeed born to Liang and his ex-wife.
His ex-wife had died during childbirth, and the baby was also a girl. In their village, this daughter was immediately branded a bringer of misfortune. On top of that, his second wife had given him a son. So he poured all his love into that son. By a twist of fate, he learned about personal accident insurance. It offered a huge payout.
Liang then hatched a sinister plan.
Since staging an accident would be difficult, he decided to kill his daughter himself and then report her missing to the police. After all, if she remained missing for 2 to 4 years, she would be presumed dead. Then the insurance would pay out. Although the girl's stepmother didn't do the killing herself, she was complicit.
After killing the girl, the couple conspired that if they were ever discovered, the wife would step forward and turn herself in.
Then, after receiving the compensation and insurance payout, they would give it all to the son she had with Liang, ensuring he would reach the pinnacle of success. That was precisely why the woman was willing to go along with it. Moreover, their plan was a resounding success. If it weren't for Zhang, this case might actually have ended that way. What a shame. But Zhang practices necromancy. He can literally make corpses speak. So there was absolutely no way for the real killer to hide. In the report filed by Officer Ma and Officer Hu, Zhang's contributions were definitely described in great detail. Back at the guest house, Zhang had absolutely no idea how much Officer Ma and Officer Hu were hyping him up. He truly didn't care at all about the credit he was given by his superiors. All he cared about was the mana compensation he'd receive after solving the case, and that was it. He thought that now that the case was closed, he could finally get some proper rest. But the next morning, just as the sun was rising, a frantic knock on the door roused Zhang from his sleep. Chapter 62, You're the one who pinched me and you're the one blushing? Wearing nothing but a pair of baggy boxers, Zhang rubbed his eyes and opened the door. Standing there was none other than Junior Officer Hu Huixin. Hu Huixin was wearing a light blue summer uniform and a women's police cap, standing there looking strikingly poised. Yet her eyes were a bit dazed, and her cheeks were actually flushed slightly. As she looked at Zhang Feng, who stood before her with sleepy eyes, her gaze grew somewhat vacant. In fact, the very first thought that crossed her mind was, "Oh my gosh, how can he have such a great body? I did feel his abs last time at Flowers in the World, but I hadn't actually seen them with my own eyes. They're just too gorgeous." Her eyes even began to sparkle with little stars. Meanwhile, Zhang had finally sobered up a bit. Mainly because the way Hu Huixin was looking at him was a bit. "Wait, why are you swallowing your saliva?" It made Zhang feel a bit embarrassed. He slowly raised his hands, covering the two areas on his body that were a different color from the rest of his skin, one on the left, one on the right, and then said stiffly, Is there something you need?" Given Zhang's current appearance and this gesture, anyone watching might have thought Hu Huixin was about to do something to him. Hearing Zhang's voice, Hu Huixin finally snapped out of it. "Ahem." She coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. Then she raised both hands and said, "My dad told you to put on this outfit today and get ready. There's an event we need you to attend with us." Only then did Zhang notice that Hu Huixin was holding a set of summer uniforms in her hands. Was this for him? Come to think of it, he'd only been on the job for a few days, and his unit hadn't issued him a uniform yet. This was the first time he'd ever seen his work uniform. It was a police uniform. Of course, as a forensic scientist in the Criminal Investigation Division, aside from wearing specialized attire while on duty, his attire was no different from that of his colleagues at other times. Zhang quickly took the clothes from Hu Huixin's hands and replied, "Got it." But just as Zhang was about to close the door, Hu Huixin slowly raised her delicate hand to stop him. Zhang paused slightly at the sight, looking at Hu Huixin with a puzzled expression and asking, "Officer Hu, is there something else?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than he noticed a glint of radiance, even a hint of amusement in Hu Huixin's eyes. She then said softly, "What's this? Our Master Zhang, you're actually shy?" As she spoke, Hu Huixin actually walked step by step down the hallway toward him. Her jade-like hand even rested on Zhang's pectoral muscle, gently pushing him along as she led him inside. Zhang's pupils dilated slightly. He turned to Hu Huixin and said, "No. Officer Hu, what are you doing?" The response to Zhang's question wasn't Hu Huixin's voice, but a loud slam as she raised her hand and shut the door. Watching Hu Huixin's actions, Zhang's eyes widened in shock. It wasn't just a simple closing of the door, she actually locked it from the inside. Zhang was dumbfounded. What on earth was Hu Huixin doing in this guest house first thing in the morning? By now, Hu Huixin had turned around, a radiant smile on her face, and was approaching Zhang step by step. Zhang, overcome with nervousness, backed up step by step, but soon found himself at the edge of the bed with nowhere left to go. Zhang looked at Hu Huixin with an awkward expression and said, Officer Hu, it's just the two of us, a man and a woman, alone in this room, and I'm not even dressed."
Isn't this a bit inappropriate? But upon hearing Zhang S' words, the gleam in Hu Huixin's eyes grew even more pronounced. She leaned in slightly and whispered. So now you realize it's a bit inappropriate? So when you were at Flowers in the World, tearing my clothes right off, was that appropriate? As she brought this up, a hint of anger flashed across Hu Huixin's face. Of course, her cheeks also slowly began to flush. Zhang finally got the picture. So Hu Huixin was still holding a grudge over what happened earlier. Last night, right in front of Ria, you said all those suspicious things. I spent ages explaining myself, and you still weren't satisfied? And now you're picking a fight again today? Hey! I've got a temper. Do you really think I'm someone to be pushed around? Zhang was furious inside, too. He casually tossed the police uniform Hu Huixin had given him into a corner by the bed. Then he sat down on the bed with an air of nonchalance. His muscular physique was perfectly on display before Hu Huixin. This sight made Hu Huixin's heart race a little faster. Then Zhang's voice rang out. Are you never going to let this go? It was for the mission. I had no choice but to do that to avoid exposing my identity. As a criminal investigator, you should know that in that situation, it would have been even more dangerous if I hadn't done that, right? Hearing Zhang's words, Hu Huixin blushed slightly. But she still gritted her teeth and said, But you still shouldn't have pinched me. As she spoke, her hand instinctively moved toward her chest, but she managed to hold back. Seeing Hu Huixin like this, Zhang felt a bit of a chuckle rising. But he couldn't let her keep bringing this up to pick a fight. So, Zhang spread his hands and said, I already pinched you. What do you want me to do about it? Seeing Zhang like this, Hu Huixin clenched her teeth slightly, a hint of defiance in her eyes. It was the first time someone had taken advantage of her, and with such brazen confidence. So, not knowing what came over her, she blurted out defiantly, I'm going to pinch you back. Hearing this, Zhang instinctively shielded his body and said, I'm warning you, I'm not the kind of person who just lets things happen. But the more Zhang acted like this, the more excited Hu Huixin seemed to get. Rubbing her hands together, she moved closer to Zhang. There is no one else in this room right now, and you're not wearing any clothes. This is my perfect chance. So, are you still going to call for help? Go ahead. Scream all you want. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one is coming to save you. Wahahaha. Hearing Hu Huixin's voice, Zhang wore a look of bewilderment. Wow, there is definitely something off about this Hu Huixin. Could she be some kind of reincarnated thug? But as a grown man, how could he possibly let himself be toyed with by a young girl? So, Zhang spoke up directly. You're forcing my hand here. Although this Master Dao isn't usually the casual type, when I do let loose, I'm no ordinary person. With that, a sharp gleam flashed in Zhang's eyes. With a snap, he grabbed Hu Huixin's slender arm. Amid her startled cries, he pulled her straight onto his bed. Then he pinned her down. The situation between them now was exactly the same as back then, under the covers at Flowers in the World. Put. Hu Huixin's face instantly flushed crimson. Her original intention had been to see Zhang blush, so she'd deliberately come in to tease him. But she never expected she'd actually walked right into the lioness den. She instinctively tried to struggle, to break free from Zhang's grip. But just then, Zhang's voice rang in Hu Huixin's ear. What's the matter? Is it your turn to be shy now? Hearing this, it was as if a spark of pride had suddenly ignited within Hu Huixin. She let out a sharp, defiant cry. You think I'd be shy? You did whatever you wanted to me back at Flowers in the World. Who is afraid of whom now? Come on. Who is afraid of whom? Then, Zhang's eyes widened in shock. Hu Huixin, lying beneath him, had actually lifted her legs and wrapped them tightly around him. Then, with both hands, she boldly began unbuttoning her blouse right in front of him. Chapter 63, You want more? I can't take it anymore. You know pudding? It's that jiggly stuff, just like jelly.
When you put it on a plate, set it on the table, and give it a couple of wiggles, it looks absolutely delicious at first glance.
Zhang was completely stunned. He never would have imagined things would actually go this far. It wasn't just Zhang who was stunned.
Even Hu Huixin, who was the one taking the initiative, was stunned.
You could literally see Hu Huixin's cheeks turning as red as a traffic light on the street. They were even casting a red glow across the room.
Zhang's current actions and words were clearly meant to turn the tables on Hu Huixin.
He wanted her to back down in the face of this challenge. But who would VE thought? Why did his behavior feel like a provocation? Had he pushed Hu Huixin to this extreme? Now, Zhang was actually getting a little nervous. After all, he was still in a bit of a gray area with Ria.
Just yesterday, he spent ages explaining things to Ria because of Hu Huixin.
But now, here he was, lying in bed with Hu Huixin again in this situation? Ahem.
Coughing softly, Zhang slowly sat up.
Watching Zhang's movements,
Hu Huixin, her cheeks flushed bright red, actually spoke up again, her voice still full of playful teasing.
Master Zhang, are you finally admitting you're shy? What is there to be afraid of?
Let us finish what we didn't get to do that day at Flowers in the Human World.
Come on, then. Wow. This Hu Huixin.
My heart was practically leaping out of my throat.
And she actually said that? Is this what they call saving face at the expense of one's own suffering? Is she willing to throw caution to the wind just to mess with Zhang? Hey! What a temper I have!
Just a moment ago, to threaten Hu Huixin, Zhang had acted like a total jerk.
If he backed down now, wouldn't that be a total slap in the face? That's out of the question.
So, a fierce glint flashed in Zhang's eyes.
Little lady, you forced my hand.
After saying that, he leaned in directly.
With a Hu Huixin's eyes widened instantly.
Her star-filled pupils began to tremble violently.
Hu Huixin was completely stunned. She never expected Zhang would actually go through with it.
A wave of deep regret washed over her.
Why did she have to be so stubborn and provoke him just now? My first kiss. Wah!
How could this mage right in front of her have stolen it away?
No, this can't go on any longer.
Hu Huixin raised her slender arms high, as if to push Zhang away. But halfway through the motion, she suddenly changed direction. Slowly, she wrapped her arms around Zhang's neck. Even her eyes, which had been trembling violently, slowly closed. Hu Huixin screamed frantically inside her mind.
This isn't what I meant. But her body was so honest, so natural. As time passed, the small room in the guesthouse grew as scorching as a Hawaiian beach.
It wasn't just Hu Huixin, it seemed as though Zhang's mind had gone completely blank as well.
Click.
The sound resembled the crisp snap of a belt buckle. Immediately afterward, at the foot of the bed where Zhang had placed his police uniform, a woman's police uniform still unfolded suddenly appeared.
And at that moment, Zhang realized.
Even without syrup, pudding is still delicious. As the saying goes, the wind rises, the clouds soar, and the banners flutter. The commanders of both sides had already arrived at the front lines. Zhang, holding his Zhang serpent spear, sat upright on his horse, full of vigor and spirit. His eyes were filled with a grim, battle-ready intensity.
He gazed at the enemy formation hidden within the forest ahead.
Determined to charge forward and perform the 7-in, 7-out maneuver, paying homage to his ancestor, Zhao Zilong of Shangshan. The sounds of drumbeats and battle cries drifted over serenely. The war drums, shaking the heavens, seemed to anticipate a thrilling and exhilarating battle. The first surge of momentum is strong, the second wanes, the third fades away.
Zhang knew he could wait no longer. So, widening his almond-shaped eyes, he let out a mighty roar. Dong, dong, dong.
The crisp sound of knocking echoed.
Zhang, who was riding his horse, opened his eyes instantly. With a thud, he was so startled that he fell right off the horse.
The scene before him had undergone a complete transformation.
He wasn't on some ancient battlefield at all, this was a damn guest house. And from outside the door, He could actually hear Officer Hu's voice. "Hey, Zhang, are you up yet? Have you seen that girl Hu Huixin? I told her to bring you your uniform. Where the hell did she take it?" Whoosh! Zhang shot upright from the bed in an instant. He snatched his pajama bottoms and hurriedly pulled them on. Meanwhile, Hu Huixin, who had been lying on the bed, also opened her eyes, her pupils screaming, "I'm stunned." Their minds, which had been a complete blank, finally cleared up. Oh my god! What on earth were the two of them about to do just now? Hu Huixin acted quickly, snatching Zhang's blanket and wrapping herself tightly in it. She curled up inside the covers, her whole body trembling. Zhang stared at the blanket, which was shaking violently. He looked utterly helpless. Gazing at the tightly closed door, his eyes were filled with such resentment that he couldn't help but roar. "Officer Hu! You again? How many times has this happened already? First it was Ria, now it's Hu Huixin you. Ahem." Still, Zhang cleared his throat, looking slightly embarrassed. After all, the person lying in his bed right now was none other than Officer Hu's daughter. Meanwhile, Officer Hu, hearing no response from inside, called out once more. "Zhan! Can you hear me? Do you know where my daughter is?" Zhang's expression was strange, and he pursed his lips slightly. He glanced at the blanket twitching on the bed. He couldn't exactly shout, "Your daughter's under my blanket," could he? That would be a huge problem. But he couldn't just leave Officer Hu hanging like this, could he? What if his shouting alerted all the colleagues on this floor? That wouldn't be good at all. So Zhang hurried to the door and swung it open. "Ah, Officer Hu, good morning." Seeing Zhang standing shirtless in the doorway, Officer Hu's eyes lit up as he said, "Little Zhang, I had no idea you were in such great shape." Hearing this, Zhang shuddered, covering himself with both hands and exclaiming, "Officer Hu, I don't have any weird kinks." He noticed the look in Officer Hu's eyes had changed, and thought to himself, "How come both you and your daughter are so perverted?" Ah, Officer Hu, of course, didn't he have any weird kinks either, just laughed it off. From the doorway, he could just make out a corner of the bed. He didn't see the blanket, but he did spot a police uniform. Officer Hu asked, "Did she already give you the uniform? Then where is she? I can't find her." Uniform? Zhang froze, then spun around instantly. He realized that the uniform officer who had spotted in that corner wasn't his, it belonged to his own daughter, Hu Huixin. What's more, a small black leather high-heeled shoe was dangling there. With a whoosh, Zhang immediately reached out to brace himself against the wall, using his body to block Officer Hu's view, then spoke somewhat stiffly. "Her? I don't know. Maybe she has gone back to her own room?" Chapter 64, as expected, the young ones really know their stuff. Officer Hu clearly hadn't noticed anything unusual in Zhang's room at all. He muttered under his breath, his head still bowed. "I just came from her room, nothing was there. She has probably run off somewhere again." "All right." Officer Hu looked up. He said to Zhang, "Hurry up and get ready, change into your uniform, and get ready to assemble downstairs. I'm going to find out where my little girl has run off to." "Got it," Zhang replied enthusiastically. "Have a safe trip, Officer Hu." Slam. He shut his door tightly once more and locked it again. Phew. Zhang let out a long sigh. That was close. Man, oh man. How could he have lost control like that? It was early in the morning, after all, and the surrounding rooms were occupied by all sorts of co-workers. Even Hu Huixin's own father was on this floor. It was so close, just so close. Who knows? Maybe his first event of the morning would be getting chased all over the streets by Officer Hu. On the bed, that lump under the covers was still trembling slightly. Thank goodness Officer Hu didn't come in, otherwise, it would been all over. Zhang looked at the lump under the covers and couldn't help but chuckle as he said, "All right, come on out and get dressed. Don't let your dad storm back in any minute now." Hearing that,
With a whoosh, the comforter flew open. A flawless Hu Huixin appeared before Zhang's eyes, nearly causing him to lose control again. But Hu Huixin didn't seem to care about that anymore. Her cheeks flushed red, her teeth clenched slightly. She quickly found her clothes, threw them on haphazardly, darted into the bathroom in Zhang's room, and spent a long time getting herself together. When she emerged, she was once again a strikingly handsome and poised policewoman. Except now, her cheeks bore a blush that lingered long after. With her eyes darting about, Hu Huixin didn't even glance at Zhang. She simply turned and fled Zhang's room as if escaping. Watching Hu Huixin leave, Zhang finally had a chance to catch his breath. He took a cold shower to calm the fluttering in his heart. By the time Zhang arrived downstairs for the meeting, Ria and the others had already been there for a while. Ria walked right up to him, looked at Zhang, and asked curiously, "Zhang, why is your face a little red? Do you have a fever?" "Ahem." Zhang looked slightly embarrassed, as if his smile had been called out, and cleared his throat before saying, "It's nothing. Maybe it was just too hot in there." "That's strange," Ria murmured. Hu said the same thing, "but I don't really feel that way." Cough, 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 cough. That's right, Zhang had choked. To prevent Ria from pressing him further, Zhang quickly changed the subject. "Officer Ma is calling us. We'd better hurry over." Fortunately, everyone seemed to have business to attend to today, so Ria didn't press the issue. Riding in the police car, they arrived at the conference hall reserved exclusively for the D City precinct. Looking at the massive conference hall before him, Zhang, who was following Officer Ma as they prepared to enter, asked, "What are we doing here?" Officer Ma looked at Zhang and said, "Because of Cheng's case, it's even reached the top brass. So they've come to City D in person to hold an operational briefing." "A meeting?" As soon as Zhang heard this, he thought, this is serious. In his previous life, he couldn't even sit through a morning meeting up in the mountains, let alone one of these bureaucratic, formalistic meetings in this world. He couldn't possibly endure that kind of torture. "So, I'm taking a bathroom break." What a brilliant idea! He stayed in the restroom until he heard 3 rounds of applause, then slowly emerged from the restroom. But there was no way he was going back into the conference room to listen to that jerk drone on. He strolled all the way to the balcony at the end of the hallway. But the moment he stepped onto the balcony, his expression turned strange. There, a guy who looked to be in his 40s or 50s was actually squatting on the ground, wiggling his butt. He had no idea what the guy was doing. But half his butt was practically hanging out. Couldn't he just buy a pair of larger-sized pants? Zhang, curious, crouched down and moved closer. He then discovered that the guy on the ground was actually holding a cigarette in one hand and a magnifying glass in the other, using it to focus the sun's rays to light his cigarette. Zhang's lips twitched slightly as he said, "Hey, man, I'm just asking, do you really have to smoke that cigarette right now?" The man was clearly startled by this, but upon seeing Zhang, a stranger, he let out a sigh of relief and continued focusing the sunlight, saying, "Young man, you just don't get it. I've been a smoker for decades, but now my wife and kids are keeping a close eye on me and won't let me smoke. Who can stand that? Today I finally managed to get my hands on a cigarette. You've got to let me have a puff, right? Oh, and do you have a lighter?" The corner of Zhang's eye twitched. "I don't smoke." "All right." The old man looked visibly disappointed, but suddenly he began grimacing. "No way. Hey, kid, my knee can't handle crouching for too long. Can you give me a hand? Come on, here, help me out. Without waiting for Zhang's consent, he shoved the magnifying glass and cigarette right into Zhang's hands. He then used the railing to pull himself to his feet. He flexed his knee, looking thoroughly relieved. Zhang was flabbergasted. Who would have thought that just stepping out for some fresh air would turn him into a cigarette lighter? But the sunlight streaming through the window focused on the cigarette. But even though it was warm, how long would it take for that heat to actually light it? Zhang didn't have that kind of patience. So, with the old man on his back, Zhang formed a hand seal with one hand and silently chanted in his mind, "Li. With a pop, a flame flickered. The cigarette in his hand burst into flames. After doing all this, Zhang still looked a bit peculiar. If the Grandmaster found out he used Chiman techniques to light a cigarette, would he be expelled from the sect on the spot? It worked? That fast? The older guy took the lit cigarette from Zhang's hand with a look of surprise and delight. He put it straight into his mouth, and the way he puffed away looked as refreshing as a long-awaited rain after a drought. Amid the swirling smoke, the older guy said happily, "I'll say, young people really do have a knack for this. Last time I tried lighting a cigarette with this thing, it took me over 10 minutes. Great technique, my ass. Do you even realize what you're saying?" Zhang didn't even know how to respond. The older guy's voice drifted out slowly as he puffed on his cigarette. "You're here to attend that meeting inside, right? Did you get restless? Tired of those high and mighty types dragging their feet, repeating the same thing over a dozen times until it drove you crazy, so you snuck out?" Hearing this, Zhang's face betrayed a look of embarrassment, as if he'd been caught red-handed, but he still sighed and said, "Yeah, buddy. This kind of formalism is completely useless, it's just a waste of time. I'd much rather use that time to crack a few more cases." Ha 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 ha. Zhang wasn't sure which of his remarks had tickled his older brother's funny bone, but after laughing, the older man turned to Zhang and said, "You're a pretty good kid, aren't you?" But just then, clap, 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 a burst of enthusiastic applause suddenly echoed through the conference hall. Zhang paused slightly. Was the meeting ending already, given how enthusiastic the applause was? No, he had to get back, otherwise he'd be found out. Before leaving, he politely said to the older man, "Bro, I'm heading out now. Maybe we'll meet again someday." But Zhang didn't know that, right after he left, the older man in the mist murmured, "I'm sure we'll meet again soon." Before Zhang could slip back into the conference hall, Officer Ma, who had just arrived, caught him on the spot. "Forensic pathologist Zhang, where have you been? I've been looking for you." "Looking for me?" Zhang paused, a flicker of delight appearing in his eyes. "Did you find another body?" Chapter 65, but this victim isn't even dead yet. Hearing Zhang's question, Officer Ma hadn't said anything yet. Standing nearby, Ria couldn't help but throw up her hands and blurt out, "Why do I get the feeling that you, forensic wizard Zhang, are so eager for a new homicide case? Let us take a break, too, okay?" Hearing Ria's jab, Zhang's expression froze, and he scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Actually, I'm not that eager." Officer Ma shook his head helplessly and said, "It's not that a new body has turned up. Do you remember that young woman you saved in the Chang case earlier? She woke up last night and has been making a huge fuss at the hospital, demanding to see you. I've been putting this off until now so as not to disturb your rest, haven't I? The chief has already given orders for me to take you to the hospital immediately." "Huh?" Hearing Officer Ma's words, Zhang looked completely puzzled. "Come on. Is it really that serious? Does the chief really need to give orders personally?" It's absolutely necessary." Officer Ma nodded earnestly. He didn't explain why. He simply grabbed Zhang's arm, turned, and ran out the door. He shoved Zhang into the car. Driving at the speed limit, they headed straight for D City's First People's Hospital. Apparently, the young woman he had rescued last time was being treated at this hospital. Zhang and Ria followed Officer Ma straight into the hospital lobby. To reach the inpatient ward, they had to pass through the lobby and enter through the back door. The lobby was bustling with people and very noisy. Officer Ma and Ria didn't think much of it. But the moment Zhang stepped into the hospital lobby, he furrowed his brow slightly. His gaze fell on a corner deep within the lobby, and an unusual gleam flashed in his eyes. He paused briefly, looked down, and mused. Whoa! That aura. That can't be right. Could it be that people like that exist in this world too? Officer Ma, who had already walked quite a distance ahead, only then realized that Zhang had frozen in place.
With a sigh of exasperation, he waved and called out, "Forensic Dr. Zhang, what are you doing? Don't just stand there, let us keep moving." Zhang shook his head slightly. "It must have been my imagination. Here we go." He looked up, called out a quick greeting, and hurried to catch up with Officer Ma. But just then, whoa! A distinct sound of sobbing came from the corner Zhang had been staring at. Then, a series of footsteps followed. Several medical staff in white coats slowly pushed out a stretcher. The person lying on it was completely covered by a white sheet. Following behind the stretcher were a few scattered figures, presumably the patient's family members, their faces etched with deep sorrow as they sobbed uncontrollably. The sight caused the noisy crowd in the entire lobby to fall noticeably quiet. In fact, quite a few people nearby, looking visibly unsettled, hurriedly stepped aside. Officer Ma, witnessing this scene, shook his head slightly, sighed softly, and said, "Ah, birth, aging, sickness, and death, it's the natural course of life. This kind of scene is all too common in hospitals." At that moment, however, Zhang spoke up with a hint of hesitation. "Officer Ma, where are they taking that person?" Officer Ma paused for a moment, looked up ahead, and said, "It looks like this was wheeled out of the emergency room. I guess the person isn't coming back at LL probably be taken to the hospital's underground morgue first, right? But he's not dead yet." Zhang blurted out. Officer Ma and Ria both froze for a moment. At the same time, they fixed strange stares on Zhang. Ria spoke stiffly. "Zhang, do you even realize what you're saying?" Zhang didn't seem inclined to explain himself to Officer Ma or Ria. He turned and quickly caught up with the team pushing the body, spreading his arms to block their path. "Wait a minute." The medical staff, seeing a police officer suddenly block their path, also came to a halt. A middle-aged doctor who appeared to have just finished administering final emergency care and still looked somewhat exhausted frowned in confusion as he looked at Zhang and asked, "Officer, is there a problem? Could you let us take the body to the morgue first? It's not appropriate to leave it out here like this." Ria and Officer Ma hurried to catch up. Officer Ma whispered nervously to Zhang, "Forensic pathologist Zhang, what are you trying to do? Hospitals have their own procedures. They use state-of-the-art equipment. If a patient is dead, they're definitely dead. You haven't even seen the patient's face, you just caught a glimpse of the body covered by a sheet. How can you be so sure this person isn't dead?" "That's right." Zhang had only glanced at the body transport team from a distance just now. How could he blurt out that this person wasn't dead? "Did you see it? Did you examine the body? Or are you just looking for trouble on purpose? That's not right, you're still in your police uniform." But Ria stepped forward, grabbed Officer Ma's arm, and whispered, "Officer Ma, why don't we let Zhang take a look? What if he is telling the truth? Wouldn't that mean we've saved a life?" But this... Officer Ma's eyelid twitched violently as he listened to Ria's words. What on earth is going on here? He was just following orders to take Zhang to the hospital to see the body. But before he'd even seen the body, someone was claiming that the person the hospital had already declared dead wasn't actually dead? What the hell? And now medical examiner Lin was stepping in to back Zhang up? Officer Ma was completely speechless. He just spread his hands and fell silent. After all, they were both medical examiners. They definitely have the final say when it comes to corpses. Let them do whatever they want as long as they don't cause any major trouble. Zhang had already addressed the medical staff. "The person you're wheeling in here isn't dead at all. Why are you taking him to the morgue?" "What?" As soon as Zhang spoke, the medical staff in front of him, along with the deceased's family members following behind, all gasped in shock. One of them, a woman in her 30s with tear-stained eyes, rushed forward, grabbed the paramedic by the collar, and screamed through her sobs. "You quack! Didn't you say my husband couldn't be saved and was already dead? And now you're going to push my husband into the morgue? What are you up to? Are you trying to kill my husband?"
This woman appeared to be deeply in love with the deceased lying on the stretcher. She clearly couldn't accept the fact that her husband was dead. Now that she heard someone say her husband wasn't dead, her first instinct was naturally to grab the doctor who pronounced him dead and take her anger out on him. The doctor, who was being grabbed by the collar, was also flustered and shouted anxiously at Zhang. "Just because you're a police officer, does that give you the right to spout nonsense?" In the emergency room, he had already lost all vital signs. "No, who are you? Do you even know this deceased person? You haven't even seen his face. What gives you the right to say he is not dead? Are you saying our equipment is all fake?" He then shoved away the woman who was grabbing his collar and said, "Lady, please calm down. All the readings on the vital signs monitor have dropped to 0. You've all confirmed that yourselves. Now some guy who has never even seen the deceased shows up claiming he is not dead. And you actually believe that? Isn't he just a lunatic?" At that moment, a young man in his 20s who had been standing behind the woman stepped forward, supporting her as he said, "Sis, I know you're worried, but we have to trust the doctors. This police officer has never even met my older brother. He had an alibi during the resuscitation. How can we trust what he says? He might just be a lunatic who has lost his mind." As he spoke, he shot scornful glances at Zhang, Ria, and Officer Ma in their police uniforms, saying, "Has our law enforcement team really been corrupted to this extent? Can even a lunatic just slip into this uniform whenever they want?" Chapter 66, Forensic Pathologists are Doctors Too. "You little brat, what did you just say?" Hearing this, Ria was, of course, the one who reacted the most strongly. Someone actually dared to insult Zhang? Wow! Do you think Zhang Wunti cast a necromancy spell on you right then and there, scaring you into a mental patient? But the young man just became even more sarcastic. Ooh, what a temper. What? As a public official, are you here to insult us ordinary citizens? You. Ria had already clenched her little fists. To be honest, if she weren't wearing this uniform right now, she might have already swung a punch and given that insolent brat a black eye. But Officer Ma reached out and stopped Ria. Stepping forward, he pulled out his badge and said in a stern, deep voice to the young man in his 20s. "I'm the head of the Criminal Investigation Division at the D City Precinct. Here is my badge. Do you dare take responsibility for what you just said?" Hearing Officer Ma's words and seeing the badge she pulled out, the young man's eyes narrowed instantly. A flicker of panic immediately appeared in his eyes. No doubt about it, he was nervous. He originally thought she was just a beat cop, an auxiliary officer, or even a volunteer patrol officer from somewhere. But who would thought she was actually a detective? Wow! Criminal investigators are the kind of people who carry guns. They're definitely not to be messed with. Aye. The young man was suddenly at a loss for words. But glancing at his sister-in-law, he clenched his teeth slightly and spoke up defiantly once more. Well, can he take responsibility for what he just said? Even the hospital's sophisticated equipment says my older brother is already dead. What gives him the right to say my older brother isn't dead yet? Humph. At that moment, Ria, standing behind Officer Ma, snorted lightly, crossed her arms, and said, "Standing right in front of you is the most experienced forensic pathologist in our precinct. When it comes to understanding corpses, if he claims second place, no one in this world dares to claim first." That certainly sounded like a lot of hot air. But Ria knew she was actually understating the case. Without a doubt, when it came to corpses, Zhang held the absolute authority. After all, who else in this world besides Zhang could make a corpse stand up and speak? Yet the young man seemed to get even more worked up. "Oh my god, now you're just bragging. Judging by his appearance, he is about my age, right? Even if he is a forensic pathologist, he is probably just a low-level, entry-level intern, isn't he? He claims to know all about corpses and says no one dares to claim the top spot? Man, I'm really starting to doubt your mental state right now. You're from the D City Precinct, right? Just you wait once I've settled things with my older brother, I'm definitely filing a complaint against you. At that moment, Zhang, who had remained silent until then, spoke up. He looked at the young man, his eyes flickering slightly. His voice was gentle, yet his words were clear and precise as he said, "Is the person lying here your older brother? You're not happy to hear your older brother isn't dead yet, is that why you're reacting so strongly? Why does it seem like you're hoping your older brother would die sooner rather than later?" Hearing Zhang's words, the young man in front of him instantly panicked. He was even more flustered than when he'd seen Officer Ma's badge earlier. His face even turned slightly pale, and a fine sheen of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Then, to everyone's surprise, he let out a shrill cry. "What did you say? You're slandering me. He is my beloved older brother. Why would I want my older brother to die? You're making this up. As a police officer, how can you speak so irresponsibly? I'm filing a complaint against you right now. I'm filing a complaint right now. What's the complaint hotline number? What's the number?" Watching the young man frantically fumble for his phone, ready to make a call. Even Officer Ma, standing nearby, couldn't help but let a slight shift in his gaze toward him. A glint flashed in Zhang's eyes. There was definitely something off about the deceased's younger brother. But right now, the most crucial thing was still the deceased. He was now standing in front of the stretcher. The feeling he had the moment he stepped into the hospital had become even more pronounced. That unusual aura was emanating from the person covered by the white sheet. This confirmed what Zhang had suspected. Such people really do exist in this world. What kind of people? Bug masters. Someone capable of controlling poisonous insects and casting bug magic. Zhang was surprised, but not shocked. Because in his original world, this sort of thing wasn't even considered cultivation. Most people who practiced this kind of bug magic couldn't even be called cultivators. After all, some basic bug spells could be cast even by ordinary people. Of course, if bug magic is developed to a masterful level, one can also attain their own path. But such people are extremely rare. Zhang knew only one such person, a close friend of his master, the old celestial master, from his original world. Naturally, they certainly wouldn't have followed him across to this world. The person before him, covered in white cloth, had been infected with a bug that was, relatively speaking, only slightly more complex than the most basic bug magic. However, it was a technique capable of instantly inducing a state of pseudo-death, sealing off the heart meridians, and rendering the victim's vital signs undetectable even by medical equipment. If the bug wasn't removed within a short period of time, the victim would truly be doomed. Therefore, this was an extremely evil form of bug magic. If this were to occur within their circle of cultivators, it would be considered the work of a heretical cultivator. Faced with such a situation, how could Zhang, the future heir to the Celestial Master, possibly stand idly by? Even if it were just to collect mana, he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. So, he ignored the young man who was still stamping his feet in frustration. Turning to the emergency room doctor, he said, "Here's what we'll do. I'm a forensic pathologist, and forensic pathologists are doctors too. Since you've already confirmed he is dead, why not let me give it a try? If I bring him back to life, it'll count as a good deed for your hospital. If I don't, you haven't lost anything, isn't that right? What do you mean by accumulating merit? What do you mean by losing out? This is a matter of life and death. How can you talk like that?" The emergency doctor's tone was exaggerated, but his next words were, "You'll have to discuss that with the deceased's family." After saying that, he suddenly leaned close to Zhang and whispered, "Can you really earn merit? Don't lie to me, I actually believe it." Zhang rolled her eyes and ignored the emergency doctor, turning instead to the woman, who was still completely unaware of what was happening and was simply weeping silently. "Ma'am, you don't want your husband to really die, do you?" The woman hesitated. Officer Ma and Zhang, both keen observers, both flinched slightly. Her hesitation was very brief. She immediately became extremely agitated, took a step forward, and grabbed Zhang. "Are you really saying my husband isn't dead? Can you really bring my husband back to life?
If you can bring my husband back to life, you'll be my greatest benefactor. I'll give you money, lots and lots of money.
Although she said this, Zhang still exchanged a glance with Officer Ma. Officer Ma nodded slightly, and the two seemed to understand each other without words, exchanging a brief exchange.
Although the woman's hesitation was very brief,
it stood in stark contrast to her earlier frantic rush to grab the paramedic.
Zhang and Officer Ma both instantly sensed something was off. Chapter 67, Those finger skills are incredible. Zhang asked the paramedic for a quiet, secluded room.
The paramedic was eager to earn some merit, so he quietly complied on his own. He didn't want anyone else to know, or maybe he just wanted to keep it all to himself. But none of that mattered to Zhang. He asked everyone to step out, leaving only himself and Ria behind. He pulled back the white sheet covering the stretcher, revealing a man in his 30s lying beneath it. The man's face was deathly pale, and his skin was ice cold. Yet there was no trace of pain on his face. He looked remarkably peaceful. But this state clearly indicated that he was already dead. So, Ria pursed her lips slightly and asked,
Zhang, are you sure he is not dead yet?
Zhang looked at the man on the stretcher, shook his head gently, and said,
In a few more minutes, he'll be dead as a doornail.
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang's gaze suddenly flashed like lightning. Since Ria was the only one present, Zhang saw no need to hide anything.
So that eerie hand gesture appeared once more.
Seeing this, Ria knew that our master Zhang had begun casting a spell again. She even subconsciously glanced left and right to see if there were any surveillance cameras in the room. Fortunately, she didn't spot any. This action had almost become second nature to her. She truly worried herself sick over Zhang. But immediately afterward, her eyes went wide. Because she clearly saw a faint, glowing light appear on Zhang's fingers.
Fortunately, she'd seen Zhang's amazing necromancy tricks before. Otherwise, she would have screamed in shock right then and there.
But she still couldn't help but marvel inwardly.
Master Zhang, you really are Master Zhang. With skills like that, it's a real shame you're not a magician or a con artist. Fucking con artist. Zhang knew right away that there was definitely something off about Ria. However, Zhang didn't bother to probe Ria's inner thoughts.
He had already quickly unbuttoned the deceased person's shirt. The deceased person's chest was now exposed. Then, that faintly glowing finger slowly came to rest on the deceased person's chest, just above the heart.
Plop!
Ria instantly gasped, covering her surprised little mouth with both hands. She could see it with her own eyes. Zhang's finger had actually sunk straight into the deceased's chest.
Wow! Normally, a move like that would require a scalpel. Was Zhang's finger sharper than a scalpel? There wasn't even a drop of blood coming from the incision. Oh my god!
Ria muttered with a strange look on her face. If every doctor mastered this technique, medical device manufacturers would all go bankrupt. Of course, that wasn't the most critical issue right now. Zhang's finger had only penetrated very shallowly into the deceased's chest. It didn't even seem to have cut through the muscle tissue. But the skin around the incision began to glow faintly.
The next second, a faint stream of dark liquid actually began to flow slowly from that spot. Immediately afterward, Zhang's eyes flashed slightly. It was as if he had found exactly what he was looking for. With a snap, he pulled his finger out of the deceased person's chest. It was precisely at the moment Zhang withdrew his finger. SSSSH huff.
The deceased, who had already been pronounced dead by the doctor, suddenly began to breathe. The sound of breathing immediately emanated from his mouth and nose.
Holy shit! Witnessing this scene, Ria finally couldn't help but blurt out the quintessence of human language. Did he really come back to life? Noticing Zhang's strange gaze, Ria's face flushed slightly.
She lowered her head and said, somewhat embarrassed,
Sorry.
It was just so shocking, I couldn't help myself. After all, Ria was still just a young girl. Swearing at the drop of a hat really wasn't her style.
But Ria pointed out, wasn't Zhang just as bad?
She never used to swear at all. But ever since she saw you, Zhang, performing necromancy on the surveillance footage, she just couldn't stop swearing. Zhang didn't care about Ria's language. His full attention was focused on his own fingers. Ria noticed it too. Right between Zhang's index and middle fingers was a bug covered in black slime. Seeing the worm wriggling its plump body between Zhang's fingers, Ria felt a wave of nausea wash over her and began to gag. But even Zhang didn't expect that, despite the urge to vomit, Ria would manage to say, "Is that a goo worm?" Hearing Ria's voice, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhang's eyes. "Ria, do you know what this is?" To keep from throwing up, Ria forced herself to look away. She nodded at Zhang and said, "I've seen dead ones before, but this is the first time I've seen a live one. A few of my colleagues in the Southwest District are my college classmates. I remember at our first college reunion, a classmate who returned from the Southwest told us about this. He said that in criminal investigations in the Southwest, at least 1 out of every 10 homicide cases involved goo magic or goo worms. They even showed us photos of the goo worms they extracted from the victims' bodies during autopsies. Man, that really turned us all inside out." Listening to Ria's explanation, Zhang nodded slightly. It seemed that goo sorcery in this world was much like it had been in his past life. Even ordinary people could perform some of the most basic goo spells. And the region where it was most widespread was, of course, the Southwest. After all, this stuff really has been passed down from generation to generation. Even with today's forensic science, they can't outright deny the existence of such things. Since Ria and the others were already aware of it, Zhang saw no need to make up any other excuses. It actually made things easier. So, Zhang simply nodded and said in a solemn voice, "It seems this case can indeed be classified as a homicide." It was indeed a homicide. Although this victim wasn't actually dead, if Zhang had arrived a moment earlier or later, this victim would undoubtedly have been sent to the morgue. The moment that goo worm died, the victim would have become a true victim. Attempted murder. As she said this, Ria's previously serious expression turned strange once again. She even spread her hands in a somewhat resigned gesture and said, "All right, are you satisfied now? The murder case you've been hoping for is back." Hearing the slightly sarcastic tone in Ria's voice, Zhang looked embarrassed and said uncertainly, "I wasn't looking forward to any murder case at all. Don't slander me." Ahem. Ria rolled her eyes. In truth, she was just teasing him. After all, this case would have happened whether Zhang was involved or not. It just so happened that Zhang stumbled upon it, but that was for the best. At least Zhang could speed up the investigation and save more lives. Ria waved her hand and said, "Then let us hurry up and tell Officer Ma about this. We'll file a case and start the investigation right away." With that, she turned to leave. But Zhang raised his hand slightly, stopping Ria in her tracks. Watching the bug in his hand struggle with increasingly feeble movements, a gleam flashed in Zhang's eyes as he said, "Don't rush. While this insect is still alive, there are other things we can do." Chapter 68, Sister-in-Law, Don't Look Back, It's Me, Your Brother. Ria's gaze paused for a moment. Hearing Zhang's voice, a look of curiosity instantly appeared on her face as she asked, "What are you going to do? It can't be." As she spoke, her expression grew even more disgusted. "Several times the protein of beef? Tastes like chicken, and it's crunchy? Oh my god." Zhang shot Ria an exasperated look and said, "Am I really that twisted?" "Yes." Ria nodded solemnly. "And of course you're the kind of person who wander the streets late at night carrying 7 corpses, all of them headless. If you're not a freak, who is?" Zhang rolled his eyes and explained, "While this parasite is still alive, I should be able to sense the people connected to it. Who knows, I might even be able to track down the killer directly." Hearing Zhang's words, Ria's pupils dilated once more, her eyes filled with shock, and she instinctively exclaimed, "You can even do a police dog's job?" Zhang immediately glared at Ria. "You're the police dog. Your whole family are police dogs." Of course, it wasn't as if he'd grown a dog's nose and was simply following a scent.
Rather, he was opening his third eye. Actually, it wasn't the heaven's eye in the true sense of the term. Since Zhang's strength hadn't fully recovered yet, he couldn't actually do that. It was simply a matter of using certain methods to allow himself to see things ordinary people couldn't. So, he slowly brought the dying bug right up to his eyes. Then he closed his eyes. He gently channeled the mana from his dantian. To be honest, Zhang wasn't very confident right now. His power had declined far too noticeably. If it weren't for his previous accumulated experience in various areas which had brought his cultivation level to about 1/10 of what it was in his previous life, he wouldn't have attempted this at all. Even now, there was no guarantee he'd succeed. Zhang stood there with his eyes closed, a burning sensation rising from his dantian. Ria stood nearby, wondering what on earth Zhang was doing. She thought to herself, this mage really lives up to his reputation, he can even fall asleep while standing. She didn't dare approach to disturb him after all, whatever Zhang was doing was surely beyond her comprehension. Fortunately, it didn't take long. Zhang suddenly exhaled a breath of murky air through his mouth and nose. Then came a low command. Open. At that very moment, his eyes which had been slightly closed suddenly snapped open. Ria paused slightly, for she noticed that the instant Zhang opened his eyes, his pupils seemed to turn golden. But by the time she focused her attention, she found that Zhang's pupils were exactly the same as before. There was no difference. Did I see that wrong? Ria asked herself, a touch of doubt in her voice. But Zhang's voice, filled with delight, had already reached her. It worked. Indeed, something Zhang hadn't even been confident he could achieve had actually succeeded. His heavenly eye certainly couldn't be opened right now. But he had already seen something extraordinary. A faint, black current of energy was swirling around this parasitic worm. And from this current, a faint, dotted line slowly branched off, gradually dispersing outward. Without hesitation, Zhang focused his attention and stared intently at the dotted line formed by the black energy. It was as if his gaze had left his own eyes, drifting slowly outward along that thin line. It reached the outside of the room. There, he saw Officer Ma, the emergency physician, and several family members of the deceased waiting anxiously outside the door. However, he did not see the deceased's younger brother or wife. This caused Zhang's gaze to pause briefly. Continuing to follow the black line, he drifted through the noisy hospital corridor and arrived at the restroom at the end of the hall. Once again, it was the women's restroom. He watched as the thin, dark line stretched straight inside. Zhang looked uneasy. He still had to consider whether or not to focus his gaze there. Wasn't it a bit inappropriate to peek into the women's restroom using a method akin to opening his third eye? I'm a police officer, I'm a medical examiner, I'm doing this to solve a case. That's how Zhang convinced himself, and he was right, he was doing this to solve a case. So, gritting his teeth, his gaze slowly drifted into the restroom. Following that black thread, it drifted toward one of the stalls. Just as Zhang was overcoming his inner moral qualms and about to leap into the stall, suddenly, a man's voice rang out from inside the women's restroom. Sis-in-law, don't turn around, it's me, my brother. Zhang's hair stood on end instantly. The very next second, Zhang instantly severed his connection to the black thread. Then, with a squish, he crushed the poisonous worm in his hand right then and there. Covering his eyes with both hands, he crouched on the ground, wailing in agony. Ah! My eyes, my eyes. This sudden turn of events startled Ria, and she quickly crouched down, her face filled with tension and anxiety as she exclaimed. Zhang, what's wrong? Zhang, are you okay? I'll go get a doctor for you, I'll call a doctor right away. As she spoke, she started to run toward the door. But Zhang grabbed Ria's small hand with a snap and said painfully. No, a doctor can't fix this. I saw something I shouldn't have. I'm worried I'll get a sty. What did you see? Hearing Zhang's voice, Ria's expression also turned strange. You saw something you shouldn't have? What did you see? Zhang slowly stood up, his face grim. He glanced at the deceased on the stretcher, then at Ria. Here's what we'll do. I'll show you. Come on, turn around.
As he spoke, Zhang had Ria face the stretcher, then pulled out his cell phone and took a photo of the deceased on the stretcher. He then placed the phone, with the photo open, in front of Ria.
He moved behind Ria.
Ria stared at the photo in front of her, completely baffled. Suddenly, she felt Zhang grab a handful of her long hair.
Startled, she instinctively asked, "What are you doing?"
But the answer Ria received was,
"Sis-in-law, don't turn around, it's me, my brother."
Hearing those words,
Ria's pupils dilated instantly.
A shrill scream burst from Ria's lips. She simply couldn't help it. She hopped up and down in place, her eyes tightly shut, waving her little fists.
Ah!
That is so gross.
My ears, my ears.
Ria finally realized what Zhang had seen.
It was the deceased's wife and the deceased's younger brother. The two of them were actually in the bathroom, looking at photos of the deceased on their phones? Oh my god.
Ria felt like her entire worldview had been shattered.
Zhang was practically right there at the scene.
That image was still crystal clear in her mind.
Can't you guys just hold off for a second? Does it really have to be right now?
I'm still trying to save your husband and your older brother here.
You guys are really something else.
And besides, it would have been better if you'd at least made it look a little more elegant. But that woman in her 30s, plump, with a face like a catfish. To be honest, that shouldn't be the case. That young guy in his 20s, tall and strapping you. It's like when you're in the bathroom and suddenly the Lord of the River jumps out of the toilet bowl. Then your eyes light up. Don't take off your makeup, Tam, is exactly what I want.
Sigh. Forget it, let us not talk about it. I don't want to. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep either. Zhang took a deep breath and said,
"We can confirm now that the killer who attacked the victim was definitely a collaboration between these two. However, from our interaction just now, I didn't sense any traces of goo magic on either of them."
Ria also managed to suppress that queasy feeling with great effort. She took a deep breath and looked at Zhang, saying, "So, does that mean there is someone else pulling the strings behind the scenes?"
Chapter 69, because what happened with the girl is indescribable. Zhang and Ria must have spent quite some time in that room composing themselves. It took them a while to finally banish the images from their minds. The two of them walked out, one in front and one behind, pushing the stretcher.
How is it looking?
Officer Ma was the first to react, followed closely by the paramedic. Zhang pointed at the deceased on the stretcher toward the paramedic. The paramedic instantly leaned in, on high alert, and let out a low, sharp growl.
How is that possible? It was the emergency doctor's exclamation of shock.
His voice trembled.
Breathing a heartbeat. Oh my god. Wasn't he dead? Did they really bring him back?
It was the emergency doctor's stunned voice that made the rest of the medical staff standing nearby along with the few family members present stare in disbelief.
Is this real? Oh my god. But our hospital's equipment had already declared him dead. This can't be real? Is he a medical examiner? Or is he some kind of sorcerer? Bringing the dead back to life? No way, bringing someone back from the dead is way too scary, isn't it?
As for the family members, they were all overcome with gratitude, tears streaming down their faces. Their emotions were clearly genuine. Each of them was deeply grateful to Zhang.
The emergency doctor also turned and walked over to Zhang.
He reached out, clasped Zhang's large hands tightly, and, with a look of awe, sincerity, and even a few tears welling up in his eyes, said,
"Have I accumulated some good karma?" No. Forensic pathologist Zhang, you're truly amazing.
I feel like working as a forensic pathologist is a waste of your talent.
Why don't you come work at our hospital?
But before Zhang could say a word,
Ria and Officer Ma spoke in unison, their voices tinged with sarcasm.
It would be a real waste of his talent if he came to work at your hospital.
At that moment, Officer Ma glanced around and said disdainfully, "Damn it.
His wife and younger brother, his own family, are in there, and who knows if they're alive or dead, yet he is off somewhere.
Seriously. Just then, Zhang turned to Officer Ma and said, "Officer Ma, let us make the arrest." "Huh?" Hearing this, Officer Ma's eyebrows shot up. Then, Zhang slowly held up the bug he'd crushed in his hand. A bug? Officer Ma's pupils contracted slightly. If even Ria knew what this was, how could Officer Ma with over 20 years of criminal investigation experience not know? The moment he saw the thing, Officer Ma realized exactly what Zhang meant by making an arrest. He instantly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Unit 1, assemble at the First People's Hospital immediately. Hurry up." Then he turned to Zhang and said, "Is it that woman from earlier, and that snarky little bastard? Damn it, did those two get away? I'm heading to the hospital right now to check the surveillance footage." But Zhang raised his hand helplessly and said, "No need to bother the surveillance team. The corner of the hallway, women's restroom, third stall." "Huh?" Officer Ma's whole body shuddered as he heard Zhang's words. "How do you know that?" That question actually left Zhang speechless. Oh man, his mind was still replaying the scene from earlier. He'd completely forgotten to cover it up. What was he going to do now? Then Ria shot Zhang a look that said, "How could you possibly live without me?" before stepping forward and saying, "I saw it when I went to the restroom just now." "When did you go to the restroom?" Officer Ma looked even more puzzled. But Ria wasn't one to back down, unlike Zhang, who was so timid, and she fired back immediately. "Officer Ma, I don't need to report to you every time I go to the restroom, do I?" You're right," Officer Ma nodded, looking embarrassed. Then he said somewhat stiffly, "But the women's restroom, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to go in there, would it? I'll go arrest that guy first." "Isn't he in the men's restroom?" "No." Ria shook her head, her face turning slightly pale. "They're both in there." "What?" That exclamation didn't come from Officer Ma. It came from the victim's family. They'd been listening the whole time. They had no idea why the police were arresting two other members of their own family they didn't know, and of course, they didn't dare ask. But now they'd heard it, the uncle and his sister-in-law were actually in the same bathroom stall. Those two bastards. Damn it. I knew something was up with them. Fuck. Grab them, catch them red-handed. These people charged toward the restroom even faster than Officer Ma. The two hadn't even finished yet when, amid the shouts, they were dragged out and beaten senseless. Not even Officer Ma, a police officer, could stop them. Especially since Zhang and Ria couldn't be bothered to intervene. It wasn't until the backup Officer Ma had called and arrived that the situation finally calmed down. But the two of them were left with black eyes and swollen faces. Even the Lord of the River couldn't help but drool. Given the circumstances, Officer Ma decided to have his men first make sure the two were treated at the hospital before taking them away. Zhang had originally planned to leave with the police car. But to his surprise, Officer Ma grabbed Zhang by the arm and said, "Where are you going?" Zhang paused for a moment, then replied immediately, "I'm coming along to interrogate them. There are definitely other masterminds behind this." But Officer Ma simply pulled Zhang back, waved the police car away, and said, "My team can handle the interrogation. You're coming with me now to carry out the orders from above." Orders from above. Zhang had almost forgotten. The reason he'd come to the hospital in the first place was because Officer Ma had told him that the head of the D-City precinct had ordered him to come and meet that young woman. "Officer Ma, there's a case going on here. Maybe I shouldn't meet her after all?" "No way." Officer Ma flatly rejected Zhang's desperate plea. What could he do? Zhang really didn't want to see her. Wouldn't that mean reliving something unspeakable? After all, hadn't that young woman been under the influence of the drug? He had no choice at the time but to step in and help. He didn't want to see her because he didn't want to recall that awkward and infuriating scene. But now, he had no choice but to go. Zhang, looking utterly speechless,
kept his head down as he followed Officer Ma into the inpatient ward. When they reached their floor and the elevator doors opened, Zhang heard Officer Ma salute.
"Commissioner."
Zhang looked up. A middle-aged man in plain clothes stood before him, looking somewhat anxious. This was clearly the commissioner of D City's Public Security Bureau. He seemed extremely flustered. "You're finally here. You must be Zhang, the medical examiner, right?" Zhang nodded. "Come with me quickly." With that, the chief grabbed Zhang by the arm and hurried toward a hospital room. Zhang was completely baffled. It was just a matter of seeing a young woman. Was it really worth the chief getting so worked up over? Soon, they entered the hospital room. Zhang realized it was actually a luxurious private room. Inside was only a bed, occupied by a young girl in a hospital gown, her face looking a bit pale. Standing by the bed were several people, also dressed in plain clothes, but theirs were white. Although Zhang hadn't been in this system for very long, he knew exactly what those white plainclothes signified. This made Zhang's heart flutter slightly. Who exactly was this girl, and how had she managed to attract the attention of the white-shirt officials? However, Zhang noticed a middle-aged man dressed in casual clothes and a look of delight crossed his face. As soon as he walked in, he raised his hand and said, "Hey, old buddy, you're here too?" But the moment his words fell, a figure in a white shirt suddenly barked. "Nonsense! How dare you address a high-ranking official as brother?" Chapter 70, When are you going to marry me? How presumptuous! A trace of anger flashed across the faces of several men in white shirts. Officer Ma was also taken aback. The bureau chief standing beside Officer Ma hurried forward and said, "I'm sorry. It's my fault I didn't introduce him to you beforehand. Zhang, this is the head of the inspection team, team leader Director Shin. Don't be rude, quick, salute." Hearing the chief's voice, Zhang froze. Director Shin? Officer Ma had mentioned that name to me. Apparently, he is the father of this girl lying in the hospital bed. Wow! He is actually the head of the inspection team? That is someone with an imperial gold medal and the authority of the Emperor's sword. And I actually ran into him early, while I was sneaking off to avoid the meeting? But soon, Zhang's expression turned peculiar again. The scene from earlier, Director Shin crouched on the balcony, half his but exposed as he lit a cigarette with a magnifying glass flashed before Zhang's eyes. You told him back then that this was the top boss of the inspection team. Zhang wouldn't have believed it even if you'd killed him. This contrast is just way too extreme, isn't it? It was precisely in that split second of distraction. One of the men in white shirts grew impatient again. What's the matter? Didn't you hear what he said? Why are you just standing there? But Zhang still hadn't said a word. Director Shin furrowed his brow, turned to face the man in the white shirt who had spoken, and said with obvious displeasure, "What's the matter? Just because you're not speaking, does that mean everyone here thinks you're mute?" Well. Hearing the top leader's words, the man in the white shirt who had been trying to look imposing by striking a pose froze on the spot. Then, a look of tension flashed in his eyes. Director Shin's voice didn't stop there. "With all that official airs you're carrying around, who taught you to act like that? Was it the masses? Or those lapdogs under your command? Wow." With just a few short sentences, Director Shin radiated such an imposing presence that it left everyone in the room except for Zhang and the young girl lying in the hospital bed struggling to catch their breath. The men in white shirts were trembling with fear. They immediately stood at attention, bowed their heads, and nervously said, "Director Shin, you're absolutely right." Director Shin glared at them once more, then turned his attention to Zhang. As he looked at Zhang, the icy expression on his face instantly melted away, replaced by a warm smile, and his voice softened. "Young man, it's good to see you again. I never would have guessed you were Zhang, my daughter's lifesaver." Hearing Director Shin's voice, Zhang smiled as well. But he just grinned, gave Director Shin a thumbs up, and said, "Bro, you really are a master of changing your face." Zhang's remark made everyone else's hearts leap into their throats once again. They thought to themselves, the big boss is being nice to you because you saved his daughter.
And you're actually having the nerve to tease him about being a master of changing faces? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Do you even want to survive in this system anymore? Even Officer Ma, standing nearby, kept winking and nudging Zhang. It seemed as though he was reminding Zhang to get his attitude in check or at the very least, show some respect. But Zhang chose to ignore him completely. After all, from that earlier scene of the infamous director Shen sticking his butt out on the balcony trying to light a cigarette, Zhang could already tell what kind of person this guy really was deep down. Sure enough. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Zhang's words, Director Shen burst into hearty laughter. As he walked toward Zhang, he said, "Young man, you're still too young. Let me tell you, the art of changing your expression that's an essential skill you'll need from now on, whether at work or in life. You'll find out soon enough." After saying that, he actually sauntered right up to Zhang and, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, threw his arm around Zhang's shoulders. Wow! The two of them looked just like brothers who hadn't seen each other in ages. This scene left the men in white shirts, the director, Officer Ma, and even Rhea speechless. Even Rhea couldn't help but wonder to herself. No way did Zhang actually know Director Shen before? And they're this close? Only Officer Ma looked at Zhang differently. He even seemed a bit annoyed, thinking to himself, "Oh, really? That little bastard, forensic pathologist Zhang Yi pretended earlier that he never heard of Director Shen? How do you explain that now?" As for the men in white shirts, of course they didn't have such vivid inner monologues as Rhea and Officer Ma. Their expressions were all exactly the same. They were simply stunned. They could never have imagined that the top leader of the inspection team would be on such good terms so close, in fact with a rookie medical examiner sent over from the neighboring city to provide support. They actually call each other brother? And not just any kind of brother. Big bro and little bro. Since when can anyone just call each other brother like that? And keep in mind, Zhang and Director Shen had only met for the first time not too long ago. They didn't even know who each other was back then. There's no way they could have been that close. I wonder what kind of expressions they'd have if they found out the truth. Actually, it's not just them. Even Zhang himself felt a slight pang of surprise. Logically speaking, Director Shen had only met him once. He merely lit a cigarette for him. There was absolutely no reason for him to act so close to him. And the way Director Shen was acting now, it seemed almost deliberate. Was he doing this on purpose for these people to see? No way. Zhang was suddenly at a loss for words. Are you trying to flatter me to death, too? Still, if Director Shen was sincere, he might actually become Zhang's get-out-of-jail-free card under the right circumstances. Of course, so far, Zhang still had no idea what Director Shen was really up to. With his arm draped over Zhang's shoulder, Director Shen walked straight to the edge of the hospital bed. Looking at the young girl lying there, he said softly, "Xinger, this is Dr. Zhang, the medical examiner who saved your life. Let me tell you, after this incident, you'd better learn your lesson. Don't go running off all over the place by yourself in the future. Next time, you might not be so lucky to have forensic Dr. Zhang come to your rescue." Although Director Shen now spoke in a very relaxed tone, Zhang could sense that when his daughter had gone missing, he must have been absolutely frantic with worry. A deep sense of concern was evident in every word he spoke. And it was precisely because of this that a question slowly began to form in Zhang's mind. Earlier, when Zhang first heard about the missing girl from Officer Ma, it had clearly been treated as just an ordinary missing person case, with absolutely no sense of urgency. Yet for a high-ranking official like Director Shen, the disappearance of his own daughter should have been earth-shattering news throughout the entire city of D. So why was it that the only cases receiving attention from higher-ups were those 7 cases involving the headless corpses? Unless the higher-ups had long known that Director Shen's daughter's disappearance was linked to Chang, and they were already preparing to take action against Chang. He himself was merely an unexpected twist in the entire operation, serving to fuel the situation. And the plans of these high-ranking officials were kept secret even from the entire D City Police Bureau, including the chief himself. As this thought crossed Zhang's mind, a faint gleam flickered in his eyes.
He sensed that even if he hadn't intervened, this young girl named Stella would have received medical treatment anyway. Every single one of those high-ranking figures was definitely no ordinary person. Of course, even if they were all incredibly powerful, they had overlooked one thing. That was the heretical cultivators. The consequences of the potions concocted by heretical cultivators were likely so severe that even this hospital would struggle to counteract them, wouldn't they? But that was only natural after all. How could they possibly anticipate something that didn't exist within their frame of reference? Just then, Stella, lying in her hospital bed, spoke up. "Are you forensic pathologist Zhang?" Her voice was ethereal and melodious. Zhang smiled and nodded. "I'm Zhang." But Stella's next words made Zhang and everyone present gasp in shock. "When are you planning to marry me?" Chapter 71, has the effect of this woman's medicine worn off yet? When are you planning to marry me? After Stella's ethereal, innocent, and adorable voice faded away, the entire hospital room fell into a deathly silence. It seemed as if even the sound of breathing had vanished. Everyone including Zhang and Director Shen stared wide-eyed, fixated on the sweet, adorable young girl lying on the hospital bed. It was as if they'd seen a ghost. This silence lasted a good half a minute. Ahem. Zhang's stiff cough rang out, his expression now completely forced. Looking at Stella lying on the hospital bed, he struggled to break the awkward silence and said, "Miss, maybe I heard you wrong just now. Did you ask when you'd be able to walk out through the hospital doors?" "Well, I'm a forensic pathologist, but I'm not a doctor. When you're discharged is up to the doctor to decide, ha 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 ha." That laugh was so forced that anyone hearing it would have been tempted to hand him a glass of water to soothe his throat. But Stella, lying in the hospital bed, wore a shy smile as she gently shook her head and said, "It seems medical examiner Zhang really did hear me wrong. What I said was, when are you going to marry me?" Smack! Zhang slapped his own forehead. This wasn't right, this was very, very wrong. Was there something wrong with this woman's head? How could she ask him to marry her the very first time she saw him after opening her eyes? Zhang knew he was indeed very handsome. But he didn't think he had the kind of charm that would make anyone want to marry him on sight. He said to Stella, "Hold on, miss. Did they give you anesthesia? Has the anesthesia not worn off yet? Are you starting to talk nonsense? Why would I marry you? This is technically our first official meeting, right?" Hearing Zhang's exasperated voice, Stella's cheeks flushed even redder as she said, "No. It's kind of like an instinct of mine. The moment I saw you, I knew you were the one. You're my future husband. And I know that becoming your wife will definitely make me very happy." As Zhang listened to Stella's words, 3 giant question marks suddenly appeared above his head. What does instinct mean? What does "I knew you were the one" mean? How could this be? Wait a minute. Zhang's eyes narrowed sharply. It's that potion. That's right, Zhang knew full well that the potion concocted by that heretic cultivator could control a woman's mind. After forcing her into a physical relationship with him, it would implant a deep-rooted, indelible instinct into her subconscious. An instinct that would make her regard him as her master. Whatever her master told her to do, she would do it. He hadn't actually had a physical relationship with this Stella. He merely used his own methods to calm her boiling blood and forced the toxins out of her body with his mana. That should have been enough to fix the problem. So why does she still have this instinct? Although she hadn't identified him as her master, nor was she kneeling at his feet like a dog. Still, the fact that she instinctively believes she should marry me, that's just wrong too. What am I supposed to do? Could it be that I didn't completely purge the drugs from her system? But Zhang hadn't even figured that out yet. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, making him stiffen. Then he noticed 2 icy stares behind him. One gaze belonged to Stella's father, Director Shen. That look was as if he were staring at a wild boar that had rooted through his family's cabbage patch. The other gaze, of course, belonged to Rhea. Ria's look was even more bitter than it had been last night after hearing what Hu Huixin had said. Man, Hu Huixin had spent ages explaining herself yesterday. What on earth was he supposed to do with this girl today? Officer Ma, who was the most perceptive of the group, naturally noticed Ria's glare as well. He had already heard from Officer Hu about the relationship between Zhang and Ria. Gulp. Officer Ma couldn't help but swallow hard. It felt as if he were about to witness the birth of a full-blown showdown. But one of the main protagonists in this showdown was the daughter of the big boss. Man, if the top boss loses face when this happens, won't everything fall apart? So Officer Ma quickly tugged at his chief's sleeve, frantically signaling with his eyes. And the chief was no fool either. He immediately sensed that something was off in the room. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't matter, but this was the top boss. So he, too, frantically winked and signaled to the men in white shirts up front. The group instantly got the message. One by one, they quietly and discreetly backed away. Silently, they all slipped out of the room. Even if something truly bizarre were to happen in a moment. As long as they hadn't seen it, the top leader wouldn't lose face. For the top leader's sake and for their own. They decided it was best to just disappear. Only 4 people remained in the room. Stella on the hospital bed, Stella's father, Director Shen. Zhang, and Ria, who looked deeply resentful. Gulp. Those 2 thunderous glares made even Zhang swallow hard. Judging by the look on his face, Director Shen really was going to think he'd slept with his precious daughter. That wouldn't do. He was counting on Director Shen to be his get-out-of-jail-free card. So Zhang turned to Director Shen and exclaimed dramatically. Bro! Why are you staring at me like that? Call a doctor right away. Your daughter's lost her mind, she needs a full physical exam. What Zhang meant by this was to distance himself from the situation and make it clear to Director Shen. He really hadn't done anything strange with his daughter. Director Shen also saw a glimmer of sincerity in Zhang's eyes. Did this kid really not do anything with my daughter? It certainly looked that way after all. What kind of a rescue was this? But what's going on with my daughter? Back in school, she could barely even bring herself to talk to boys. How come today, the moment she saw this kid, she is already volunteering to marry him? This doesn't make any sense. Could there really be something wrong with her head? Director Shen finally spoke up. Shinger, you might not be thinking straight right now. Daddy is going to call a doctor to see what's really going on. As he spoke, he actually reached to press the bedside call button. But Stella raised her delicate little hand to stop her father, saying earnestly, Dad, the doctor didn't give me any anesthesia, and there is nothing wrong with my brain. This is what I want and what I've decided. She then turned back to Zhang and said, Let us go get our marriage license tomorrow, okay? Just like that, she wants to get married. No way. Zhang exclaimed almost reflexively. Control your daughter. Control her, bro. Your bro has no idea what to do either. Zhang had no choice. With a snap, he grabbed Ria's little hand beside him, pulled her close, and to everyone's surprise interlaced his fingers with hers. Then, looking straight at Stella, he said earnestly, Young lady, I'll be honest with you, I actually already have a girlfriend, and we're planning to get married next month. Believe it or not. Chapter 72, I'm a traditional girl. Ria was completely stunned. When did she ever say she was getting married next month? How come I didn't know about such great news? This was the first time she ever interlaced her fingers with Zhang's. That fluttering feeling in her heart was truly uncontrollable. But this lovely moment was interrupted by Zhang's winking and nudging. She realized that Zhang was just putting on a show with her. Oh man, here we go again. The 2 of them had already acted out countless similar scenes. Ria pulled herself together, turned to Stella lying on the bed, and nodded solemnly as she said, He is right, we're getting married next month, so he really can't marry you. If he marries you, what am I supposed to do? For some reason, there was a hint of resentment in Ria's tone. Ignoring her, Zhang decided it was just his imagination. Meanwhile, Director Shin, standing on the other side, nodded at his daughter upon hearing this and said, "That's right, sweetheart. Look, this young couple is about to get married. You shouldn't meddle in their business, okay?" Stella, lying on the bed, watched as Zhang's pupils began to slowly dilate. Not only that, but her breathing even became somewhat rapid, and her voice grew hoarse. What did you say? Oh man, I finally managed to save her. I can't let the two of us send her back to the grave just because of me. Sis. Stella's voice rang out clearly. But the direction her little hand reached toward was Rhea. The doctor said that because Shinger was startled earlier, even though she is awake now, she still can't be exposed to any stress. Any kind of stress could be very dangerous. Finally. Over here, Stella slowly reached her hand out from under the sheets. Wow, the top leader of the inspection team, swearing like that. Thank goodness no one else was around. If anyone had seen that, who knows what rumors would be spread. Except for Zhang. A bright smile lit up Stella's face as she said to Rhea. She had no idea what was happening outside the hospital room, in the hallway. Then, visibly, Stella's chest began to rise and fall rapidly. Well, she was the lowest ranking person here after all. Sis, don't worry. I won't mess with your relationship. If I met Zhang a little later than you, he might actually have married you, so you need to stay calm. Wow, it almost sounds like your future husband is the type who falls for every girl he meets. In your eyes. And now, Stella is actually holding Rhea's hand and claiming she is a traditional girl? It's because of timing. Yes, it's because of timing. Rhea, Zhang, and Director Shin, who was standing nearby, all let out a long sigh of relief. A traditional girl is great. And it actually worked pretty well. Stella, who had been breathing so heavily just a moment ago as if she had asthma, clearly stabilized her breathing after hearing those words. But Zhang wasn't sure what exactly that premonition was. After all, wasn't this all just to comfort Stella? Director Shen's mouth dropped open instantly, and he waved his hands wildly as he shouted at his daughter. Daughter! You mustn't say things like that. Is it really okay to talk about your husband like that? Of course, Zhang didn't speak up to deny it. Rhea's remark made Zhang, standing nearby, unable to help but twitch the corners of his mouth. You showed up after me. Actually, look at you, Shinger, you're so beautiful, aren't you? Surely she give up on that rude demand she made of Zhang now, right? Director Shin watched as his daughter began to calm down a bit, then tentatively said to Stella. Shinger, sweetheart, look, this young couple is so happy right now, and they're about to get married. We can't very well ruin their relationship and become the third wheel, can we? She nodded slowly as well. Sweetheart, Shinger, what do you think? What do you think? With a sudden whoosh. Rhea had already sat down on the edge of Stella's bed. I don't mind. Of course I don't mind. If you're willing to be the other woman, then go ahead and be whatever you want. Smack. She slapped herself across the face, clutching her forehead, her heart aching terribly. I knew it. I knew it. Rhea hadn't even processed what had happened yet and kept talking. Rhea froze for a moment, glanced at Zhang, and recalled Stella's earlier condition that she couldn't be startled. She reached out on her own, took Stella's small hand, and the two held hands just like little sisters. Miss Stella, please don't get so worked up. Seeing this, Zhang suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Rhea nodded happily. I'm right here, little sister. And if that's the case, then I'll feel at ease. This scene felt to Zhang like something he'd seen somewhere before. No way. It can't be. We live in a society governed by the rule of law. In the information age, the tradition she is talking about surely isn't. I'm so glad to hear you say that. Director Shin, meanwhile, was even more anxious. Officer Ma was truly at his wit's end. He looked at Zhang, then at Lin Xiao, and spoke in a much calmer tone. Upon hearing this, both Zhang and Rhea were stunned. The group in the hospital room was in a flurry of activity, completely overwhelmed. Her hands were small and delicate. Yet her face showed no sign of disappointment.
But every now and then, someone would chime in. Comrade Ma, you're not doing your job. If you can't hear a thing, what kind of criminal investigator are you? Their breathing grew increasingly rapid and labored. Damn it! Thank goodness I'm traditional too. Traditional my ass. Is this really the time to be talking about this? I yanked Stella's little hand away. I stared at Stella, completely dumbfounded. Rhea, panicking, blurted out. I'm a traditional girl. Is this the kind of traditional you're talking about? That S way too damn traditional, isn't it? What is going on in there? What happened? Her face, which had been turning pale, was slowly regaining its color. Both Rhea and Director Shin let out a long sigh of relief. Plus, you're gentle and refined, anyone who sees you will fall for you. Stella's voice rang out once more. Sis. As for the remaining men in white shirts, they stood there one by one with a self-righteous air, looking as if the whole thing had nothing to do with them. If you don't mind, sister, I'd be happy to be the younger one. Listening to her father's words, Stella, having clearly been comforted earlier, had calmed down considerably. Zhang Henti even finished comforting himself in his mind yet. Seeing this scene, Zhang was stunned. Officer Ma was all alone, crouching with his butt sticking out, pressed against the door crack. No one knew if he was eavesdropping or peeking. When he didn't see any sign of disappointment on Stella's face at first, he got a bad feeling. Director Shin spoke as if he'd just thought of something. I almost forgot. However, neither Director Shin nor Rhea noticed Zhang, whose pupils were slowly dilating. Few he thought upon hearing Stella say that. But now, as if her butt were on fire, she leaped to her feet. Yet there was absolutely no reaction. Her breathing only grew more rapid. There is something wrong with this woman, definitely something wrong. The drug's effects haven't worn off yet, they definitely haven't. Meanwhile, Officer Ma's chief stood right behind him, urging him on relentlessly. That expression looked exactly like the one he'd had the first time he'd seen Zhang necromancy. Someone, please save me. But just then, Officer Ma's eyes narrowed instantly. With a whoosh, he darted to the side and stood ramrod straight against the wall. Chapter 73, Mind Your Own Business? Son-in-law, I'm your big brother. Officer Ma's sudden movement sent a jolt of fear through the chief behind him and the few men in white shirts. The chief, exasperated, kicked Officer Ma and demanded, "What the hell are you doing? I told you to eavesdrop. Why are you standing at attention like a soldier?" But the very moment the director finished speaking, click, came a soft sound. The ward door was opened from the inside. Immediately, the stiff-faced director and the men in white coats saw their top boss, Director Shin, standing in the doorway with a face as dark as Wei Qi Gong's. Snap! In an instant, these men exchanged a glance with Officer Ma and snapped to attention. They didn't dare move a muscle, let alone greet Director Shin. Fortunately, Director Shin didn't seem intent on reprimanding them. His exasperated voice already rang out. "Zhang, you come with me." With that, Director Shin and Zhang turned and walked toward the stairwell at the end of the hallway. It wasn't until their figures disappeared around the corner that Officer Ma and the others finally let out a long sigh of relief. But soon, they exchanged glances and quietly crept toward the direction where the two had vanished. Man, haven't they had enough of eavesdropping yet? In the stairwell, Zhang looked extremely awkward. Because the way Director Shin was looking at him right now just didn't feel right at all. He wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead and said slowly, brother, no. Sir. Let me explain." But who would have thought that Director Shin would simply wave his hand and say, "There is nothing to explain." Zhang Henti even had time to react. Director Shin's voice cut in immediately. "I ask a question, you answer it, got it?" At that moment, Director Shin exuded an aura of authority that was, to be honest, truly intimidating. It was only because Zhang was the future heir to the Celestial Master that he possessed a natural resistance to such an aura. Otherwise, he'd be just like Officer Ma right now, a timid little chick. Still, he nodded and said, "Okay. Director Shen looked at Zhang. Nothing actually happened between you and my daughter, right? Zhang's first instinct was to say no.
But the memory of how he helped Stella overcome the drug's effects kept flashing through his mind. So, looking somewhat awkward and embarrassed, he said, I can't exactly say nothing happened, but...
Enough. Second question.
But Director Shen didn't give Zhang a chance to explain.
He then asked sternly. Your relationship with that Ria is actually a sham, isn't it? You haven't registered your marriage, and you're not getting married next month, are you?
This part was indeed a lie, and Director Shen could tell.
Zhang wasn't that good of an actor, so he simply nodded. Yes.
Then, Director Shen continued. Alright, since that's the case, from now on, let us each go our separate ways.
I'll call you son-in-law, and you call me big brother, okay? What the hell? Zhang's voice actually cracked a bit. No. Bro, calm down. Director Shen, son-in-law, I'm perfectly calm right now. Zhang, you son of a bitch. Director Shen, then you should call me great-grandpa. Zhang was now itching to just tell Director Shen to go to hell and walk away. But he couldn't let the matter with that girl Stella be resolved so hastily, otherwise, there would definitely be trouble down the road. So, Zhang lowered his voice and said earnestly, Bro, let me tell you this, when I saved your daughter, she had actually been drugged. Given the current situation, let me break it down for you. With that, Zhang took Director Shen by the arm, and the two of them sat side by side on a step in the middle of the staircase. He then explained to Director Shen how Stella had been drugged earlier, and how the drug was so strange that only he could handle it. As for why only Zhang could handle this, Zhang changed the subject before Director Shen even had a chance to ask. He told Director Shen that Stella's current state of mind might be due to residual effects of the drug. The drug might wear off on its own over time, but if not, he'd figure something out. That was Zhang for you. He appealed to reason and played on Director Shen's emotions. All this was to convince Director Shen that nothing inappropriate had actually happened between him and Stella. He also hoped Director Shen would stay calm. Above all, he couldn't let Director Shen give up and start seeing him as his son-in-law. Sitting next to Director Shen, Zhang talked until his throat was parched, completely at his wits' end. He even pulled out that classic line, you wouldn't want your wife to find out you're smoking behind her back, would you? That line really packed a punch. Director Shen finally nodded slowly and said, I'll take your word for it for now, but since you say it's due to drug residue, let us wait until the drugs have been completely flushed out of my daughter's system before we talk about this further. Until it's completely cleared from her system, you're still my son-in-law, and I'm still your older brother. Hearing Director Shen's words, the corner of Zhang's eye twitched uncontrollably. Just look at yourself, whereas even a shred of that high-ranking official's demeanor left? Zhang wasn't the only one thinking this. There was also Officer Ma, the bureau chief, and a few of the guys in white shirts. Just a moment ago, they had secretly followed Zhang and Director Shen to the stairwell. The stairwell door was ajar, and they could see everything clearly from outside. Zhang was actually sitting on the steps with his arm around Director Shen's shoulder, whispering something in his ear. Although they couldn't hear what the two were saying, their gestures and expressions spoke volumes. The relationship between these two really does seem out of the ordinary. Especially Director Shen. Right now his pants were clearly several sizes too small, barely covering his butt. He was sitting on the floor with that young guy in uniform, completely lacking any sense of decorum, both of them beaming with excitement. Where was even a shred of a high-ranking official's dignity? It's only natural one would only let their guard down like that in front of someone very close, right? In an instant, speculations about Zhang surged through their minds like a tidal wave. Could this Zhang be someone from the capital? Living under an assumed name? Could he be the scion of some prominent family out to experience life? Director Shen, a high-ranking official, is so close to him, and he is even planning to marry his daughter to him? Could this be an attempt to curry favor? And I actually spoke disrespectfully to Comrade Zhang just a moment ago? I'm done for, done for, done for. If he really is the scion of some influential family here on an incognito visit, and he holds a grudge, I'm finished, aren't I? No way. I need to come up with a plan before he reveals his true identity. I've got to keep this relationship on solid ground. No wonder these schemers spend all day speculating about this and that instead of doing their actual jobs they let their imaginations run wild. Instead of wasting time on wild speculation, you'd be better off tackling the system's internal issues. Ring ring. Just as the group was scratching their heads and whispering furtively, a piercing cell phone ringtone suddenly blared. Startled, they all whipped their heads around and glared at Officer Ma, who was holding the phone, looking completely flustered. Officer Ma looked utterly embarrassed. Pretending he knew nothing, he turned and walked away, but not before answering the call. Immediately, an urgent voice from one of his subordinates came over the line. "Boss, we got results from the interrogation of that filthy couple." Chapter 74, A Homeless Man? A skeleton crawling with maggots. Inside the police car speeding toward the precinct. Officer Ma was still behind the wheel, with Zhang in the passenger seat. Originally, Officer Ma hadn't planned on taking Zhang back with him. But he couldn't resist Zhang's persistent nagging. The moment Zhang emerged from the stairwell, he had absolutely no intention of going back to see that Stella. Things didn't feel quite right now. He felt it would be better to avoid seeing Stella as much as possible. He even left Ria behind. He figured that, after all, Ria was a girl, and girls tend to get along better with each other. He just hoped Ria could talk some sense into Stella. Even a slight change in Stella's current mindset would be a good thing. As he drove, Officer Ma remarked with a strange look on his face. "Forensic pathologist Zhang, I really didn't expect you to have this kind of connection." "What connection?" Zhang was completely baffled by what Officer Ma was saying. Officer Ma continued. "I originally thought that since you saved Director Shen's daughter, Director Shen would, to some extent, act as your get-out-of-jail-free card, allowing you to sail through the system smoothly. But I never expected that you're actually Director Shen's son-in-law." Zhang had thought Officer Ma might reveal something substantial, but this was all he got. "Just shut up." Zhang's face had already darkened, and he snapped at Officer Ma. "I can't be bothered to explain any of this to you. All you need to know is that I have nothing to do with that Stella. We have absolutely nothing to do with each other." Oh my, why are you getting so worked up all of a sudden?" To his surprise, Officer Ma wore an expression that suggested he was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. "Can't you just tell me? Hey! How did you two meet? What exactly happened? How about satisfying my gossipy curiosity?" Zhang, his face still dark, shot Officer Ma a sidelong glare and said, "Officer Ma, I suggest you focus on the real issue here. Wouldn't it be better to channel that energy into solving the case? Tell me, what were the results of the interrogation with those two?" Zhang was just trying to change the subject. He simply couldn't stand Officer Ma anymore. It was like a wild boar in a melon patch. He just wouldn't let it go. Seeing that Zhang wasn't interested, Officer Ma decided not to press the issue. Besides, they were almost at the precinct, so he answered Zhang's question. Those two scoundrels were pretty easy to break. Once they realized their crimes had been uncovered, they confessed without hesitation. It's just that, according to the victim's brother, the man bought that poisonous insect from a homeless man. A homeless man? Zhang's brow furrowed slightly at this news. Since when could a homeless person control a goo insect? Of course, it wasn't that Zhang looked down on homeless people. Rather, if someone knew goo magic and could even control a goo insect, they would absolutely never end up living on the streets. So, Zhang paused to think for a moment before saying in a low voice, "I'm afraid this homeless man isn't the mastermind behind this either." Officer Ma didn't respond to this, but he gave a slight nod. Soon, Officer Ma drove Zhang back to the precinct. Officer Ma's team of criminal investigators had been waiting there for quite some time. Seeing Officer Ma's car return, they rushed out of the precinct, holding a note and saying, "Boss, we got the address. Shall we head out now? Let us go." So, without even getting out of their cars,
Zhang and Officer Ma followed the convoy of police cars from the precinct, sirens blaring, as they headed in a massive procession toward the address they'd been given. It didn't take long. Officer Ma's convoy arrived at their destination. Looking at the foul-smelling, mosquito-infested ditch before them, Officer Ma's expression grew stiff as he turned to his subordinate and asked, "Are you sure this is the location that guy gave us?" The subordinate looked just as puzzled. He checked the location on his phone and scratched the back of his head uncertainly as he replied, "The location he gave us is definitely here. Or could that little bastard be trying to trick us?" But just then, Zhang's voice suddenly rang out from the distance. "Officer Ma, over here." Hearing this, Officer Ma froze for a moment and looked in the direction of the voice. To his surprise, Zhang, who had been right beside him just a moment ago, had actually climbed down into the foul-smelling ditch. He was standing right in the middle of a pile of trash, waving at him. "Holy crap! When the hell did you get down there?" Zhang paid no attention to Officer Ma. Instead, he turned and plunged straight into the mountain of trash, vanishing from sight. Officer Ma immediately slapped his thigh. "What the hell are you all doing? Look at Medical Examiner Zhang, now look at you lot. Hurry up and get down there. Follow Medical Examiner Zhang?" The group finally snapped out of it and hurriedly leaped one after another into the stinking ditch, lining up in a row and following in Zhang's footsteps. This area was on the outskirts of the city, where the original villagers hadn't yet fully assimilated into urban life. Human waste, kitchen scraps, basically every kind of filthy rubbish imaginable had been dumped into this stinking ditch. One can only imagine how appalling the conditions were there. Officer Ma and his team followed Zhang's footprints through the stinking ditch, their faces ashen, taking uneven steps, sometimes deep, sometimes shallow. Many of them couldn't help but retch repeatedly from the nausea. But forensic Dr. Zhang was striding ahead with long, confident strides. Not wanting to be outdone, they gritted their teeth and pushed on. Finally, at least 3 team members couldn't hold back any longer and vomited. Following Zhang, Officer Ma finally reached an area that looked relatively clean, free of any trash or excrement. Although a foul stench still hung in the air, at least there was nothing unbearable to look at. Officer Ma let out a long sigh of relief and stepped up to Zhang. However, the moment he reached Zhang, Officer Ma's eyes narrowed sharply, and his voice even trembled slightly as he said, This is actually a skeleton?" Hearing Officer Ma's exclamation, the team members behind him who had been struggling to suppress their nausea, now, following the direction of Officer Ma's voice. Sure enough, a skeleton lay quietly on a filthy sheet. Moreover, it was crawling with maggots, wriggling slowly. Ugh! Yuck! Gah! A series of retching sounds echoed through the room. Even Officer Ma was finding it hard to hold back at that moment. But he glanced at Zhang standing beside him. Zhang's calm and composed demeanor truly filled Officer Ma with admiration. He even found himself wondering, how can he treat a scene like this as if it were an everyday occurrence? Could it be that all forensic pathologists are like this, because they've seen so many corpses? That can't be right. We in the Criminal Investigation Division have seen just as many corpses as they have, haven't we? With Zhang's terrifying mental fortitude, it wasn't just Officer Ma, even the team members behind him all felt a deep sense of respect for Zhang. Little did they know. In his past life, Zhang had seen countless corpses mutilated by evil cultivators, scenes that were infinitely more revolting than anything he was facing now. Officer Ma fought back the nausea and managed to say with difficulty, "Looks like we're too late. These remains appear to be those of the homeless man." Zhang frowned and nodded slightly, though a hint of serious contemplation still lingered in his eyes. Sure enough, these remains of the homeless man don't emit any traces of bug magic. The mastermind behind this must be someone else, but who could it be? But just then, Zhang's eyes suddenly narrowed. Chapter 75, a photo? Has the trail gone cold again? What's that? Suddenly, Zhang pointed toward the corpse and asked. Officer Ma was taken aback. What? What? But before Officer Ma could even react,
Zhang walked straight up to the skeleton and crouched down. He didn't care at all that the skeleton was crawling with wriggling maggots. He grabbed the skeleton's wrist and lifted it up. Seeing this, Officer Ma and the others once again wore expressions of sheer revulsion. But when Zhang stood up, he was holding a small piece of paper in his hand. Is that actually a photograph? Driven by curiosity and suppressing his nausea, Officer Ma walked over to Zhang's side and let out a gasp of surprise as he looked at the object in Zhang's hand. Zhang nodded slowly and said in a solemn voice, "Officer Ma, I suspect this photograph may be related to this homeless man's cause of death, so can you find a way to restore this photo?" Zhang's expression was extremely serious and earnest as he spoke. Officer Ma also sensed something out of the ordinary. Added to that were Zhang's various remarkable moves that had helped them solve cases in the past. So, at that moment, he trusted Zhang 100%. Officer Ma nodded immediately and said, "Don't worry, our colleagues in the forensics department will definitely be able to handle this." Zhang nodded slowly. But the look on his face didn't soften. Ever since he received the photo, his eyelid had been twitching slightly. At Zhang's level of expertise, an eyelid like that would never twitch without reason. After all, the last time his eyelid had started twitching was when Officer Hu was in danger. Although his eyelid wasn't twitching as violently this time, it was still enough proof that this photograph was clearly no ordinary thing. Officer Ma also instructed his men to conduct a thorough search of the area to see if there were any traces or details they might have overlooked. Finally, they bagged the skeletonized remains and took them back to the precinct. By the time they returned to the precinct, Ria had already come back from the hospital. Seeing Zhang, she had intended to confront him about why he left her behind at the hospital. But then she noticed the body bag that had returned right behind Zhang, and the evidence that Officer Ma was holding so carefully in his hands. Her expression turned serious. However, Officer Hu, who was also at the precinct, turned to Officer Ma with a sarcastic look and said, "Hey, old Ma. Isn't Zhang supposed to be with our precinct? How come he's handling more cases at your precinct than at his own? You really don't treat us like outsiders, do you?" Officer Ma looked at Officer Hu and chuckled, saying, "It just so happened, didn't it? Besides, we're all in this together, aren't we?" Put. Bullshit. Officer Hu, of course, had his reservations about the whole thing. But since he knew Officer Ma and his team had serious business to attend to, he didn't press the issue any further. The skeletal remains had already been sent to the morgue at the City D precinct. The City D precinct's medical examiner had begun his work. But the progress was bound to be painfully slow. After all that was left of the body were bones. The most their forensic team could do was run a DNA comparison to identify the deceased, and that was it. As for determining the cause of death, well, that was going to be a real challenge. But Zhang wasn't concerned about that. All he cared about was that photograph. Why did it give him such a strange feeling? His colleagues in the Forensic Technology Division had already stepped up their efforts. But it wasn't until the sky outside was beginning to darken that Officer Ma finally found Zhang with a printout of the photo in hand. The photo has been restored. It's actually a hand. A hand? Zhang raised his gaze slightly. He quickly took the photo into his own hands. The moment he saw the photo, Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted, and they trembled ever so slightly. It's impossible to tell whether the hand in this photo belongs to a man or a woman. It looks as if it's withered away. It's a stretch to even call it the hand of a living person. It looks almost exactly like a corpse that's been dead for a long time. Of course, none of that was enough to make Zhang's pupils flutter. It was because, on the back of the hand in the photo near where it meets the forearm, there was actually a tattoo. A cross tattoo. The moment he saw this tattoo, Zhang's eyelid stopped twitching completely. He looked up, grabbed Officer Ma, and said quickly, "Is Cheng still in the detention cell at the station?" Officer Ma didn't know why Zhang was reacting so strongly, but he nodded anyway. "Yes, he is." "What's going on? Take me there right now." Officer Ma was confused.
but he still led Zhang to where Chang was being held. At that moment, although Chang's verdict hadn't been handed down yet, he already knew what his fate would be. Earlier, his temples had been streaked with gray, and his face was full of worry. But now, as if he deconfessed to every single charge, he lay on the detention cell bed feeling as light as a feather, even looking quite content. But Zhang didn't care how Chang was doing. He simply held up the photo in his hand and said to Chang, "Is this the tattoo you were talking about?" The relaxed smile on Chang's face froze the moment he saw the photo in Zhang's hand. He even clenched the iron bars of the cell door so tightly that fine red veins appeared in his eyes. Staring at the photo, his voice grew hoarse. "The Grand Master? The Master? You caught the Master? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you mere mortals possibly capture the Master? The Master is all-powerful. No, it can't be. It definitely can't be. How could the Master have been captured? Absolutely not." Officer Ma stood by, completely dumbfounded. Why would a photo found under a homeless man's south corpse drive him into such a frenzy? Officer Ma didn't know, but Zhang certainly did. Chang's current expression proved beyond a doubt that the owner of this hand was none other than the Master he had been talking about. In other words, it was the heretical cultivator Zhang had been searching for all along. Zhang paused to ponder for a moment, thinking to himself. Could it be that this heretical cultivator actually practices bug magic? Or perhaps he is a bug master who has already touched the threshold of cultivation? Zhang solemnly handed the photo in his hand to Officer Ma and said, "Do you remember those 7 severed heads hidden beneath flowers in the human world?" Officer Ma nodded. Zhang pointed to the cross tattoo on the photo and continued. "The one pulling the strings behind the scenes, making Cheng kill people. It's likely the owner of this tattoo." What? Officer Ma's pupils suddenly contracted. During their previous interrogation of Chang, they had learned from him about a person he had boasted about as being almost supernatural. Chang claimed that all his actions were carried out under that person's instructions. Originally, Officer Ma and his team had assumed Chang had deliberately fabricated this person to hide the most primal evil deep within his heart. But they never expected to encounter the same clue again today in a completely different case. Could it be that such a person really exists, someone who hasn't yet been brought to justice and is out there somewhere, continuing to commit atrocities? This Officer Ma stared at the photo, his brow furrowed. We're in trouble. We're too late. That homeless man is now nothing but a skeleton. Does this mean our lead has run cold again? Zhang didn't pick up on Officer Ma's remark, but a faint glint flashed in his eyes, and a subtle curve even appeared at the corner of his mouth. No. The trail hasn't gone cold. Chapter 76, Necromancy is one thing, but can skeletons actually rise? Of course, Zhang would never say that to Officer Ma. It wasn't that he intended to withhold key clues about the case from Officer Ma. Rather, the method he used to uncover these crucial clues was something Officer Ma absolutely must not find out about. And so, late at night when all was quiet, Zhang and Ria once again slipped quietly out of their guesthouse room. As the saying goes, strangers at first, but friends by the second time. This wasn't the first time they snuck into the morgue at the D City Police Bureau to steal a body. As for why he brought Ria along, well, wasn't it because Ria had been worrying her head off over Zhang? When it came to dealing with the surveillance cameras, Ria had to handle it herself. However, just as the two of them stepped out the front door of the guesthouse, whoosh! Hu Weixin, dressed all in black, suddenly leaped out from the nearby greenbelt and blocked their path. Where are you two headed? Seeing Hu Weixin appear out of nowhere, both Ria and Zhang were startled. Ria reacted very quickly, immediately slipping her arm through Zhang's, and with a hint of defiance in her gaze as she looked at Hu Weixin, she said, "We're going on a date. Is that any of your business?" A date? Hearing Ria's explanation, Hu Weixin's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Especially when she saw Ria linking her arm through Zhang's. Was there actually a hint of inexplicable bitterness in her eyes? But she still said, "A date? Do people go on dates at 1 a.m.?
You two must be going to the precinct to steal a body, right? Ria pursed her lips slightly. She knew that Hu Huixin was fully aware of everything Zhang had been up to. It was just that, due to the way she and Zhang had handled things, Hu Huixin simply couldn't get the message out. She'd already given up and was acting out of desperation. But even though she knew that, there was no way Ria was going to let Hu Huixin ruin her private moment with Zhang. So, she snapped at Hu Huixin. Even if we were going to the precinct to steal a body, what is it to you? Of course it's my business. Hu Huixin's voice was unwavering. Didn't we agree that I'd join you guys? So whatever you two are up to now, I want to be part of it too. When did we ever agree to let you join us? Ria looked at Hu Huixin with an exaggerated expression. I suggest you go back to sleep. Don't wander the streets late at night, you might run into a ghost, you know. Ria said this as if she were deliberately trying to scare Hu Huixin. But Hu Huixin didn't get upset. Instead, she seemed to genuinely give up, spreading her hands and saying, all right, then. Since you guys don't agree, I guess I'll just go back to sleep. By the way, I'll pack up my uniform and see if I can deliver it to someone first thing in the morning. Hearing this, Zhang's pupils instantly contracted. The incident from that morning, your daughter was in my bed, suddenly flashed through Zhang's mind. Especially since Hu Huixin's gaze was now subtly drifting toward him. The implication was all too obvious. Ahem. Zhang cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed, and said, how about letting her come along? Yay! That's great. Why? Ria and Hu Huixin both blurted out at the same time, though their tones were completely different. Hu Huixin, in particular, had a smug smile lingering in the corners of her eyes. But when faced with Ria's questioning gaze, Zhang scratched the tip of his nose, looking slightly awkward, and said, I have a feeling today's mission won't be that easy, so having an extra person means an extra pair of hands. All right, it's getting late. Let us get going. With that, Zhang forcefully changed the subject and hurried out. Left behind were Ria and Hu Huixin. Both of them stood with their hands on their hips, arms crossed, their defiant eyes locked on each other. Zhang even thought he could hear the crackling of static coming from behind him. If Zhang hadn't known exactly what the scene behind him was like, he might have thought someone was preparing to launch a lightning attack on him from behind. It didn't take long. The trio arrived at the D City Police Precinct. This wasn't the first time Zhang and his group had paid a late-night visit. Especially since Zhang's reputation was currently at its peak. Even the chief, who had just returned today, treated Zhang with the utmost caution. So the officers on duty didn't try to stop or question them at all. They simply greeted Zhang and his group warmly and let them in. Coming here now felt as easy as returning home. Ria immediately turned her attention to the surveillance feed of the morgue. Hu Huixin, meanwhile, followed Zhang into the morgue. After securing the door, Zhang slowly pushed out the skeleton, nothing but a set of bones. When she saw the skeleton again, Hu Huixin's eyes widened in shock. Oh my god, the body you're planning to steal today is actually this skeleton? Hu Huixin hadn't participated in Officer Ma and the others' operation earlier that day. Naturally, she had no idea the body had already turned into this. Looking at this terrifying skeleton, Hu Huixin even began to regret it. Her face was deathly pale, and her body trembled slightly. After all, she was a criminal investigator who had only recently started on the job. Although she'd seen a few bodies before, it wasn't very often, and she always felt nervous and afraid whenever she saw one. And now, she was actually being forced to face a body that had been reduced to nothing but a skeleton? It made Hu Huixin feel like she was about to wet herself. Seeing Hu Huixin's current state, Zhang, standing next to the skeleton, said with a hint of mockery in his eyes, "What's the matter? Scared? When you were threatening me earlier with what happened this morning to make me come along, why weren't you scared then?" That little brat Hu Huixin was the easiest to provoke. If it weren't for that personality of hers, the two of them wouldn't have come so close to a heated confrontation this morning. So, at that moment, Hu Huixin gritted her teeth, stuck out her chin, and said defiantly to Zhang, Who says this girl is scared? I'm just curious. That's right, just curious. In necromancy, don't you usually raise corpses that still have flesh and skin? Can you really raise a skull like this? To be honest, this was a question even Ria wanted to ask Zhang. She'd heard of necromancy and seen plenty of movies and such. But she'd never seen anyone summoning corpses, let alone a bunch of skeletons. If these skeletons could move, wouldn't that be a straight-up haunting? A skeleton spirit? But Zhang couldn't be bothered to explain it to Hu Huixin. She wouldn't understand anyway. So he simply ignored her. Looking at the skeleton lying flat on the autopsy table, he closed his eyes slightly, formed the familiar hand seal with one hand, and recited the familiar incantation and talismans. Open the gates of the underworld, by the command of Lord Yama. Return the soul to its rightful place. By the command of the Supreme Lord Laozi, as urgent as the law. Rise. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hu Huixin, standing not far from Zhang, instantly felt a gentle, chilling breeze. Even in the middle of summer, she felt a chill on the hem of her skirt, and her body moved a few steps closer to Zhang for no apparent reason, perhaps to keep warm, or perhaps out of fear. Crackle, crackle. At that very moment, a series of bone-chilling sounds of grinding bones echoed through the room. Whoosh! With a sudden movement, the skeleton actually sat up from the autopsy table. Holy shit! Although Hu Huixin knew Zhang practiced necromancy, this was the first time she'd witnessed the entire process up close. Her eyes sparkling with astonishment, she couldn't help but blurt out a curse. That sfing amazing. You really brought that skeleton back to life? But just as her words trailed off, with a clatter, the skeleton that had just sat up in front of her suddenly collapsed limply to the ground once more, completely silent. Seeing this, Zhang's eyes narrowed sharply, and his brow furrowed instantly. Hu Huixin also let out a surprised gasp. Did it fail? Chapter 77, No time to enjoy that delicious pudding. Zhang stared at the limp skeleton, his brow deeply furrowed. Just as Hu Huixin had said, how could this have failed? Zhang was curious too. He had clearly sensed the gates of the underworld opening wide. The skeleton's soul had been extracted and had sunk back into the bones. The fact that the skeleton had suddenly sat up just a moment ago proved that the necromancy had succeeded, didn't it? But how could it have succeeded for only an instant, only to lose all its power? That shouldn't be right. Zhang bent his head slightly to examine the skeleton's skull. Inside the hollow eye sockets, there was nothing, they were completely empty. That's strange. Even Zhang couldn't help but mutter under his breath. In a normal necromancy ritual, after the soul returns to its body, two pale blue flames appear in those hollow eye sockets. Not actual flames, but a light shaped like flames, signifying that the soul has returned to its rightful place. This is commonly known as will-o'-the-wisp. Will-o'-the-wisps outside the body are usually phosphorescent, something science can explain. But the flames inside the body represent the soul itself. The corpses Zhang had raised before actually all had this. It was just that, since those weren't skeletons, the flames were obscured beneath their flesh, skin, and eyeballs. But this skeleton had nothing to block them. He had indeed succeeded in summoning the spirit and had also guided the soul back to its rightful place. So why was there no soul fire? Seeing Zhang's puzzled expression, Hu Huixin was also filled with curiosity and leaned in. What's going on? What's got you so worried? Although she was a little afraid to look directly at the skeleton, her curiosity got the better of her. She leaned in with her head down, her face almost touching Zhang's. It seemed she wanted to see what exactly Zhang was looking at. But just as she lowered her head, an unexpected voice rang out. Oh my god, that skull's on fire? On fire? Zhang froze in surprise. If Hu Huixin can see it, how come I? Before Zhang could finish questioning himself. Puff! Puff! Two sounds. The sound of flames flaring up instantly filled the air. Flames instantly ignited within the skull's enormous, hollow eye sockets. Now Zhang could see it clearly. Hu Huixin must have just witnessed the moment the fire started.
However, Zhang's brow furrowed even deeper, and a look of grave danger flashed in his pupils. Because the flames rising from those eye sockets weren't blue, they were red. Watch out! Zhang let out a low shout in an instant. He reached out and grabbed Hu Huixin, who was still crouched on top of the skull, pulling her backward with all his might. But the skull's reaction was just as lightning fast. Its sharp, bony fingers instantly lunged toward Hu Huixin. Rip! The fabric on Hu Huixin's chest was instantly pierced and torn to shreds, ripped off in large chunks by the skeleton. Instantly, the pudding Zhang had seen that very morning reappeared, half exposed, before his eyes. But Zhang had no time to admire the view, and Hu Huixin, her face deathly pale, was too distracted to notice. If Zhang Henti reacted so quickly, those fingers wouldn't have pierced her clothes, they would have pierced her neck. Thud, 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 thud. Thud. With a loud crack, Hu Huixin was sent flying face first onto the ground by the recoil. But she had no time to tend to the pain. She crawled frantically across the floor, quickly curling up in a corner, her hands covering her mouth, her eyes wide as copper bells, filled with sheer terror, her whole body trembling. Zhang had no time to worry about Hu Huixin right now. He even muttered to himself. Damn it, why does this little bitch always have to encounter a zombie outbreak every time she watches my necromancy? Wait, that's not right. The moment his rant ended, Zhang realized something new. Those red flames, it's not a zombie outbreak. Someone has corrupted his soul. Clatter, clatter. Just as Zhang figured out the source of the red flames, the sound of bones grinding against each other filled the air. The skeleton, with red flames flickering in its pupils, actually performed a 360-degree backflip in midair without any foothold. Then, brandishing its sharp finger bones and with its terrifyingly gaping maw, it charged toward Zhang. Fortunately, the skeleton's vocal cords and similar structures had long since rotted away. Otherwise, a piercing, ear-shattering scream would surely have erupted from its throat. Heaven and Earth Mystic Sect, root of all Qi. As his cultivation level was restored, the golden light incantation now amplified instantly enveloped Zhang's entire body. Clang! A tremor like the striking of a bell echoed through the air. The two skeletal palms scraped against Zhang's body, sending dazzling sparks flying. At the same time, colleagues on duty at the D City Police Precinct instantly looked up. What was that sound? With a hint of suspicion, they gripped their batons tightly, slowly stood up, and cautiously crept toward the source of the sound. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Ria's eyes were wide with shock. Why is this corpse transforming again? Zhang knew this transformation was different from the previous ones, but Ria had no idea. All she knew was that the corpse had jumped up again to attack Zhang. Then, out of the corner of her eye. Oh my god! She de-alerted someone else. What should she do? Was she about to be discovered? No. I've got to figure something out. Ria started fretting again. She turned and bolted straight out of the monitoring room. Meanwhile, the figure in the morgue had no idea what was happening outside. At that moment, his gaze was serious, with a golden glow flickering in his eyes. Forming a seal with one hand, he chanted repeatedly. Eternal ice and cold, all things still, mind and breath at peace, behold my solitary spirit. Just like the last time he encountered a reanimated corpse, the clear mind mantra. He hoped it would awaken this soul's sentience. But this soul was completely different from the one before. The previous soul had harbored resentment in its heart, much of which Zhang had been able to dispel with the clear mind mantra. But the soul before him had clearly been possessed by an evil entity. It had completely lost all consciousness, which meant the clear mind mantra was utterly useless. Clang! 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 The skeleton kept launching attacks at Zhang as if it were a martial arts master. However, this skeleton was certainly no match for Zhang. Zhang effortlessly parried every attack. He even used the subtle power of Tai Chi, applying a feather's weight to deflect 1,000 caddies to repeatedly slam it violently into the ground. The red flames flickered wildly. The glow instantly locked onto Hu Huixin, who was cowering in the corner, her whole body trembling.
Had it actually realized it couldn't defeat Zhang on its own and set its sights on the defenseless Hu Weixin? With a whoosh, the skeleton darted toward Hu Weixin like a bolt of lightning. Ah! Seeing this, Hu Weixin, huddled in the corner, finally couldn't hold back any longer and let out a piercing scream. It's too late. Zhang's eyes flashed with a sudden intensity. It seems there is no way to restore its sanity. Is this the only option left? Zhang's gaze slowly darkened. A soul corrupted by evil could no longer be awakened, it had to be destroyed. In an instant, a bluish-white flash of lightning appeared in the depths of Zhang's eyes, and a low growl completely different from before echoed. Thunder from Mount Tai in the east, thunder from Mount Hong in the south, thunder from Mount Hua in the west, thunder from Mount Hong in the north, and thunder from Mount Song in the center. 5 thunders, unleash. Thunder from the palm. Chapter 78, Little Officer Who Has This Kind of Kink? Thunder from the palm. As Zhang's voice resounding like the sacred chant of the Tao faded away, a flash of lightning instantly erupted from the palm of his hand. Crackle! This sound wasn't caused by the skeleton's bones grinding against each other. Instead, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm shot out in an instant. It struck the skeleton lunging at Hu Weixin directly and with precision. A series of teeth-grinding sizzle, sizzle, sizzle sounds echoed. The skeleton was instantly pinned to the spot. The lightning continuously coursed through the hollow skeleton. In an instant, it enveloped the red flame within the skeleton's eye sockets. Enveloped by Zhang's palm lightning, the flame burned even more fiercely. Of course, this didn't mean the flame had grown stronger. Its frantic, flickering movements were clearly a sign of struggle. But no matter how fierce the flames might be, they were no match for Zhang's palm thunder. It flickered for only a few breaths. With a soft puff, all the flames instantly went out and vanished. At the same time, a cloud of black gas visible only to Zhang seeped out of the skeleton and slowly dissipated into the heavens and earth. But as it dissipated, a hideous human face slowly took shape. With its mouth wide open, the face let out a roar as if with great difficulty, as if expending every ounce of its strength. Hai Chang. Afterward, peace returned to the world. All the black gas had vanished completely. Of course, Hu Weixin could neither hear nor see this voice or this scene. Zhang knew that the black gas was the last remnant of the skeleton's owner's soul. Before dissipating, it had struggled to transmit all the information it possessed through the vibrations of its soul. Hai Chang? Zhang fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Could this be a clue to that heretic cultivator's whereabouts? However, Zhang's face had turned slightly pale. His body swayed slightly. Fortunately, a substantial surge of mana instantly filled Zhang's dantian. This mana seemed to be the reward for helping the homeless man's soul find liberation. Still, Zhang shook his head helplessly and muttered, "Have I really become this weak? Does even the palm thunder take such a heavy toll on me now?" Indeed. This palm thunder was completely different from the Chimanjin technique Zhang had used earlier to destroy the electrical box. 1/10. After all, his current cultivation level had only recovered to 1/10 of what it used to be. At this level, in his previous life, he wouldn't even have been qualified to learn the palm thunder. The most basic lightning techniques were manageable, but the palm thunder, which harnesses the thunder of the 5 sacred mountains, would require Zhang's strength to recover to at least 1/10 of what it used to be. Therefore, Zhang was currently pushing beyond his limits, which explained the immense drain on his energy. This only reinforced Zhang's resolve. This won't do. I'll have to solve more cases from now on, otherwise, I'll really become a weakling. A soft plop sounded. The skeleton, now stripped of all power, fell to the ground, light as a feather. Strictly speaking, the thunder of the 5 sacred mountains was more than enough to blast the skeleton to smithereens. However, this was yet another reason why Zhang's energy expenditure was so immense. It was precisely because he had controlled the main body of the thunder attack. After all, this skeleton was, at the very least, one from the D City Police Department's morgue. If he blew it to pieces, the officers would end up thinking the body had been stolen, causing a huge uproar. That simply wouldn't do.
So, Zhang forcibly directed the palm thunder to target only the soul. This even caused a slight backlash against Zhang himself. Fortunately, a seamless influx of mana offset the backlash damage. Zhang remained unharmed. But Hu Huixin was about to take a hit. After all, the skeleton had originally been charging straight toward her to attack her. So, with a pia sound, the skeleton actually landed right on top of Hu Huixin. Ah! Another scream rang out. Panicked, Hu Huixin, her face pale and streaked with tears of terror, pushed the skeleton away as she scrambled to her feet. It seemed she was trying to avoid this filthy thing, wanting to shove the skeleton as far away as possible. But just then, the morgue door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. The beam of a flashlight shone directly into the room. The on-duty colleague's anxious voice rang out instantly. "What's going on? What happened?" There's nothing worse than sudden silence. Ria's frantic footsteps were still a step too late. She was now standing right behind the on-duty colleague. She covered her face. She didn't dare look at the scene inside, nor did she dare imagine the awkwardness that was about to unfold. Zhang, too, froze in his tracks. Hu Huixin's hands were still clutching the skeleton's shoulders. Her movement, driven by sheer terror to throw the skeleton out, had come to an abrupt halt. Her eyes were so wide they were almost different sizes as she stared at the on-duty colleague bursting through the door. The on-duty colleague was stunned as well. He'd heard strange noises coming from inside, clattering sounds, commotion, and a woman's scream, though he couldn't tell if it was one of delight or terror. Thinking it was a haunting, he rushed over to open the door and take a look. Only to be met with the awkward sight of Hu Huixin standing there, hugging a skeleton. The on-duty colleague's expression instantly turned bizarre, and he voiced his immediate interpretation of the scene before him. "Officer Hu, are you dancing with a skeleton?" Dancing? The moment those words left his mouth, both Zhang and Ria outside froze in their tracks. "You know what? You're absolutely right." The way Hu Huixin was gripping the skeleton's shoulders really did look exactly like she was dancing a ballroom dance. Ria's reaction was quick as ever. Clap. She clapped her hands together. Pressure. Officer Hu just loves to dance. Oh my god. Dr. Lin, you gave me a heart attack. How did you end up behind me? The sound of Ria clapping her hands startled the on-duty staff member so much that he jumped 3 feet into the air. He almost turned and ran. But Ria didn't care. She strode into the morgue and went straight to Zhang's side. She nudged Zhang with her shoulder and said, "Dr. Zhang and I just came to watch Officer Hu dance." "I just went to the bathroom. Did I miss Officer Hu's dance, Zhang?" She was basically prompting Zhang to speak up. Oh. Zhang instantly got into character. "Yeah, Officer Hu dances really well. I just don't know why Officer Hu has this weird kink. She loves dancing with a skull. She practically begged me to bring her here to see her dance partner." Seriously? After saying that, Zhang turned to Hu Huixin, whose face was gradually darkening, and said, "Officer Hu, dance. Don't just stand there. Put on a show for our colleagues on duty." But Hu Huixin's movements remained stiff. Using the skull as a mask over her face, she glared in Zhang and Ria's direction and made a menacing mouth shape. Anyone could tell from that mouth shape that it was definitely not a nice word. The officer on duty standing at the doorway watched the three of them and listened to their voices, his eye twitching uncontrollably. Finally, he swallowed hard and said, I've got work to do, so I won't interrupt Officer Hu has fun." "Officer Hu, go ahead, keep going." After saying that, he backed out of the morgue with an awkward expression, making sure to close the door behind him. Before leaving, he shook his head and muttered with a strange look on his face, "You really see all kinds of people these days, don't you? This young officer who looks so delicate and innocent, who'd have thought she'd have a kink like that? Seriously." However, the departing officer didn't hear the anguished cry that echoed from inside the morgue. "Zhan! You son of a bitch!" Chapter 79, Honey, I Want to Have Your Baby. On the way back to the guest house from the police substation, Hu Weishin's face was ashen. She covered her exposed chest with one hand while gritting her teeth so hard it seemed she might shatter her molars. Meanwhile, Ria and Zhang were both smirking.
What are you laughing at?
Their smirks cut like knives, piercing deep into Hu Weishin's heart.
My reputation. Zhan. Just to cover for you. Now that I'm at work, who knows what kind of weird kinks people will be spreading about me. Ah. Dancing with a corpse, and you actually said I like dancing with corpses? Zhang, I hate you.
Hu Weishin was on the verge of tears as she spoke.
But the smile on Zhang Ria's face only grew wider. As if adding fuel to the fire, Ria tried to console Hu Weishin. Oh my little Hu. You really shouldn't take it to heart. Didn't you pick this yourself? Your idol? Wow, killing someone and then crushing their spirit on top of it?
Zhang could barely resist giving Ria a thumbs up.
Ria's voice hadn't even stopped yet. Since you chose to join us, of course you have to make some sacrifices, right? Hearing Ria's tone as if she weren't the one in the hot seat, Hu Weishin couldn't help but explode. Then why do you have to sacrifice me, of all people? Ria, of course, fired back immediately. Who says I haven't made sacrifices? To cover for Zhang and play along with his act, I've made huge sacrifices. You've made sacrifices? Hu Weishin was still fuming. What exactly have you sacrificed? Spit it out so I can see. Ha!
Hu Weishin suddenly spoke as if she just realized something.
Acting? Forensic pathologist Lin, those rumors about you and Zhang being a couple, you weren't just acting, were you?
That was Ria had only just started to speak when she suddenly realized there was something off about the way Hu Weishin had phrased her question. A flash of wariness appeared in her eyes as she looked at Hu Weishin and said,
What do you mean? But from Ria's reaction, Hu Weishin realized completely Ria and Zhang were indeed just putting on a show.
Earlier, to be honest, she'd even worried that the uncontrollable things that had happened between her and Zhang might ruin the relationship between those two.
Now it seemed. Humph. A bright gleam instantly flashed in Hu Weishin's eyes.
Then, without even bothering to cover the tear in her top, she actually took a step forward and, in a very intimate gesture, slipped her arm through Zhang's. Under Zhang's stunned gaze, she said to Ria in a defiant tone,
Then I have no qualms about it. Husband. Let us go home. What?
Zhang and Ria both let out a startled cry at the same time.
Zhang's reaction was particularly exaggerated. Husband what? Say that again, what did you just call me? Husband? What's wrong with that?
Hu Weishin stared at Zhang with wide, innocent eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering. She looked so sweet and charming.
Zhan.
A voice as cold as if she were gritting her back teeth rang out. Zhang realized that Ria's expression at that moment was even more terrifying than when she heard that Stella say she wanted to marry him at the hospital earlier that day. That gaze seemed as if it would devour him whole.
Gulp. Zhang swallowed hard.
Then he yanked his arm out of the pudding, shoved Hu Weishin aside, and waved at Ria, saying,
She is slandering me, she is slandering me. But who would ve thought Hu Weishin wouldn't give up?
She took a step forward, wrapped her arms around Zhang's arm once more, and said to him with an innocent, cute expression,
Husband, what are you talking about?
Zhang was on the verge of losing his mind. Ria's gaze shifted from Zhang's face to Hu Weishin's. At that moment, the look in Hu Weishin's eyes as she stared at Ria was pure defiance. She was clearly getting back at her for what had just happened. Ria looked at Hu Weishin with a cold smile on her face, nodding as she said,
Okay. Is this how you play? Hu Weishin, is this how you play? I can do that too. With a snap, Ria took a step forward and actually wrapped her arm around Zhang's other arm.
As she turned her head, her expression had done a complete 180-degree turn. She even added a touch of sweetness to her voice as she said,
Honey, let us go back to bed. Don't pay any attention to this pain in the neck.
Hu Weishin had a temper of her own. Without holding back at all, she shouted,
You're the annoying one.
Honey, let us go back, snuggle under the covers, and go to sleep together. Rhea gritted her teeth. Honey, should I have a baby for you? Huawei, let us have a set of twins, a boy and a girl. The two women exchanged lightning-like glares, gritting their teeth as if they wouldn't rest until they completely knocked the other one out. Zhang looked at the two beautiful girls flanking him on either side. He felt utterly uncomfortable. He was caught right in the eye of the storm. The sparks flying between the two women's gazes felt like they were about to electrocute him. It was even more terrifying than the palm thunder he just unleashed. Zhang's stiff voice broke the silence. About you two having my baby, could you at least ask for my permission first? Rhea Huawei, shut up. Then, the two women's beautiful eyes locked in another intense stare down. Enduring the torture of four massive wrists pressing against him, Zhang was on the verge of breaking down. Even Zhang couldn't help but look up at the crescent moon in the sky with a wry smile, whining helplessly to himself. Master! Where are you, old master? Can you please save me? Women down in the valley really are tigers. And I've run into two of them. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain unless one is male and the other female. But no one had ever told Zhang what would happen if there was one male and two females. Huawei and Rhea, secretly egging each other on, escorted a thoroughly exasperated Zhang back to the guest house. When they reached the door to Zhang's room, he struggled to pull his room key card out of his pocket and unlocked the door. He said helplessly, "Are you guys still following me? I'm home now." No sooner had Zhang finished speaking than Rhea beat him to it, saying, "Did you hear that? My husband and I are home. We're about to have a baby, please don't disturb us." With that, acting as if she were completely at home, she wrapped her arms tightly around Zhang and walked right in from outside. "Wait, Rhea, you." Before Zhang could say anything, Huawei also walked right in and said, "My husband and I have both slept in this bed before. What business is it of yours? You're the one who shouldn't be disturbing us while we're having a baby, right?" Zhang cried out in exasperation, "Who said I'm having a baby with you too?" But the two women didn't give Zhang a chance to refuse. Pushing and shoving each other, they actually surged into Zhang's room together. Inside the room, on the only large bed, Zhang sat right in the middle. On his left was Rhea, hugging her shoulders and gritting her teeth. On his right was Huawei, hands on her hips and pouting. Zhang glanced from one to the other, pursed his lips slightly, and said somewhat stiffly, "How about the two of you together?" Chapter 80, Dad, let me explain. How about the two of you together? Zhang's stiff voice rang out. The two women, who had been locked in a stare down, froze simultaneously. They turned to look at Zhang and asked, "Together for what?" Zhang spread his hands. "Didn't you say you wanted to have a baby with me?" Put. Rhea and Huawei's cheeks both turned bright red at the same time. What's more, both of them clenched their teeth and, with a sudden burst of fury, swung their little fists as if they were about to smash Zhang right in the face. But when they saw each other's movements, they both paused simultaneously. Rhea was the first to react, as if she caught Huawei red-handed, and said, "Yikes! Are you going to hit him?" But she felt her arm go heavy. It was being held down by something. Without giving it much thought, she tried to lift her other hand, only to find she couldn't move that one either. She reached out and flung the door open. The knocking continued. "What is this? Oh no!" Zhang, sitting right in the middle, completely lost it. It was morning. Of course not. What kind of opportunity was that? Although last night Zhang had said, "Why don't you all just do it together?" But something like that was absolutely impossible. The skin on his face twitched uncontrollably as he stared at the three of them and said stiffly. He looked at Zhang, then at his daughter, and then at Rhea on the other side. Meanwhile, Zhang, lying on the bed, looked utterly embarrassed as he slowly waved at Officer Hu and said, "Hey, Officer Hu. Good morning. Did I actually fall asleep last night with two hot girls in my arms? Holy crap.
Knock, knock, knock. He whipped his head around and was shocked to see Rhea slowly sitting up on the other side of him. Oh man. They weren't going to sleep, but he sure was. As for what these two women planned to do in the wee hours of the night, he didn't care as long as they didn't disturb his sleep. The reason was simple. His hand was actually inside her waistband? Officer who had actually intended to leave right after saying that. Together? What do you mean, drag your daughter along? Officer who, so early? Is something wrong? Officer who appeared in the doorway. Rhea frowned, rubbed her eyes, and muttered. No. And I actually fell asleep, damn it. Such a great opportunity ahem. You're the one to be talking? What else with this bruise on your hand? And why are you calling me husband all the time? I never would VE thought this. Zhang, it's one thing that you and Dr. Lin are involved, but why did you drag my daughter into this too? But who would VE known that these two women had actually spent the whole night in his room last night? Who is it? A sleepy voice came from his right. He blurted out instinctively. The knocking was still going on. And that shirt with the hole in it had to belong to Hu Huixin, right? Zhang's hand slipped away. Knock, 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 knock. Zhang instinctively raised his hand to shield his just opening sleepy eyes from the sunlight. He looked at the faint light seeping in from behind the curtains. Rhea had already arrived at the door. Just let it all go to hell. Zhang slapped his forehead in frustration and said. You guys aren't sleeping, but I'm going to sleep. Do whatever you want. Hu Huixin didn't notice a thing. In fact, still groggy from waking up, she muttered under her breath. Oh my, sorry, my bad, I knocked on the wrong door. I was looking for Zhang. Sorry about that, Medical Examiner Lin. Meanwhile, Officer who was completely dumbfounded. Rhea and Zhang both waved frantically. As she spoke, she turned to leave, but glanced at the door number. At first, she didn't think much of it, but her pupils suddenly contracted. Wait a minute. This is Zhang's room. Zhang opened his eyes, still half asleep. But who would have thought that, just then, a lazy voice drifted out from inside the room. Dad? Why are you calling me so early? Who said that? Hu Huixin retorted loudly, sticking out her chin defiantly. He couldn't be bothered with these two women right now. Snap. That was the sound of Zhang's hand snapping free from Rhea's grip as his belt snapped back into place. He didn't notice Officer Hu's wide eyes at all, eyes filled with sheer astonishment. Looking at Hu Huixin sitting next to Zhang, Officer Hu's voice nearly breaking suddenly exploded. Rhea, standing by the door, also snapped to attention at the sound of Officer Hu's voice. These two women were at it again. A soft gasp by his ear made Zhang's eyes snap open instantly. His face turned slightly pale, and then, with a stiff neck, he slowly turned his head. For the first time, he realized that women really were extremely headache-inducing creatures. Ugh! This time, even Hu Huixin on the other side opened her eyes, rubbing them sleepily as she sat up in bed. Zhang didn't even notice that this hand was gently rubbing as if savoring some sensation. Knock, knock, knock. My daughter? But seeing the shocked look on Officer Hu's face, Rhea's cheeks flushed slightly. A crisp knock came from the door. Did she just fall asleep in my arms because she was tired? Oh my god. As Rhea stood up, Zhang suddenly realized that his left hand had been lifted along with her movement. Rhea hadn't even realized it yet. What? Is it wrong to have a baby? And this sensation felt somewhat familiar? Zhang, Hu Huixin, and Rhea's pupils all dilated instantly. This made Zhang hold his breath. Moreover, there was actually a warm sensation in the palm of his hand. Zhang instantly gasped. Confused, Zhang gently tightened his grip. Wow, you said he's your husband, are you, like, shy? Ouch. At that moment, Hu Huixin's little head was resting on his shoulder. Although she was still fast asleep, she seemed to furrow her brow slightly in response to his earlier movement.
Just as he let out a sigh of relief, a hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes. He wasn't sure why. Fortunately, Officer Hu already knew about her relationship with Zhang, so though clearly nervous and embarrassed, she blurted out. "Sorry, did I interrupt you guys again?" Go ahead. Officer Hu's pupils suddenly contracted. And Ria's expression was slowly freezing up. "Did I do that with Zhang yesterday while I was with Hu Huixin?" Thud. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang flopped onto his back and pulled the covers over his head. "Oh my god. This is Zhang's room. Did I do that with Zhang last night?" Startled awake, Ria instantly looked down, but seeing that her clothes were merely a bit wrinkled and nothing was missing, she let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ria seemed to still be fast asleep and hadn't noticed a thing. "It's early in the morning. Can't a person even get some sleep?" Officer Hu flew into a rage, barged through the door in front of him, and stormed in with long, striding steps. He saw that his right hand was tucked inside the collar of a shirt with a hole in it. "I'm exhausted." Hu Huixin snapped awake instantly, her eyes wide. She looked at Zhang, then at her father, then down at herself, and froze in place. Then, Hu Huixin let out a piercing scream. Dad! Let me explain." Chapter 81, Aren't these two Hai Changs way too far apart? Is that really the case? Still in Zhang's room. The door, of course, was tightly shut. Officer Hu sat in the only chair. On the bed across from him, Zhang sat in the middle, with Ria and Hu Huixin seated on either side of him. Zhang seemed fine. Ria and Hu Huixin sat there upright, looking just like well-behaved kindergartners. Hu Huixin, in particular, even had a somewhat devout look in her eyes. The three of them nodded in unison. "That's exactly right." Officer Hu's expression was still a bit uneasy, and a hint of skepticism was clearly visible in his eyes. "Were the three of you really just working on the case last night? You worked on it all night long and didn't do anything else?" "We didn't. We really didn't do anything." Zhang and the others replied in unison. That was, of course, the truth, even though the three of them hadn't actually been working on the case last night. But they really hadn't done anything all night. Although Zhang had proposed a delightful scenario, namely, Ria and Hu Huixin together. It had clearly been rejected by both women. But Zhang didn't know that once this war between women had begun, it really wouldn't be so easy to stop. Officer Hu looked at the three of them, their expressions earnest, then glanced at the clean, tidy sheets behind them. He looked again at the clothes they were still wearing. But why was his daughter's collar torn? He didn't want to think about it any further. He'd rather believe the explanation the three had just given him. If he didn't believe them, then whatever those three had done last night, setting aside whether it was illegal or not, it would first and foremost violate social decency. Could that really be acceptable? So, Officer Hu simply shook his head, trying hard to banish all those unhealthy thoughts from his mind, and said, "So, what did you guys figure out?" "We were researching." Hearing Officer Hu's question, Hu Huixin instinctively tried to answer. But her voice froze instantly. Because the three of them hadn't been investigating the case at all last night, it had been a battle between her and Ria. What kind of conclusion could they possibly have reached? It was precisely Hu Huixin's sudden hesitation that made Officer Hu's face turn a bit pale, and he thought to himself in terror. "Sweetheart, you absolutely mustn't scare your dad right now. I'm getting on in years, I can't handle this." Seeing the change in her father's expression, Hu Huixin also panicked, but there was absolutely no way she could actually say anything. So she quickly changed the subject. "Let forensic pathologist Lin explain it to you." "Me?" Ria was startled when Hu Huixin suddenly called on her. Of course, she had no idea what they actually discussed regarding the case either. In her panic, she gave Zhang a shove and said, "I can't explain it clearly, let Zhang handle it." Zhang glanced at Ria, then at Hu Huixin, his face full of exasperation. Fortunately, he actually did have something to say. So he addressed the increasingly nervous Officer Hu.
Officer Hu, do you know anyone in Haichang's public safety system? Haichang? Upon hearing that place name, Officer Hu paused slightly. This Haichang was the very place where Zhang had heard the final scream from that lingering soul before it was obliterated yesterday. Why had that homeless man's soul emitted a red glow and lost all its spiritual awareness? It was undoubtedly because that so-called master had forcibly corrupted his soul. Zhang didn't know why that master would do such a thing, though. All Zhang knew was that it was an extremely cruel method, one that prevented the victim from even completing reincarnation. The victim could only remain as a vengeful spirit, wreaking havoc on the mortal world. By reducing him to ashes, Zhang ensured he still couldn't be reincarnated, but he had at least helped him escape the sea of suffering and free himself from that master's torment. So the homeless man's soul must have been deeply grateful to Zhang from the bottom of his heart. That place name, which he finally managed to scream out by painstakingly draining his last reserves of soul energy, was definitely connected to the whereabouts of that evil cultivator master. If they wanted to find this master, there was no way Zhang could go himself. He couldn't very well take time off right after starting his first day on the job, abandoning his duties at the precinct just to track down a heretical cultivator, could he? Besides, he knew that the Heaven SI technology used by the public security system was extremely advanced. Having them track down the person would save a lot of trouble. So Zhang relayed this information to Officer Hu. But Officer Hu asked in return, "Which high city are you talking about?" "Huh?" Hearing Officer Hu's question, Zhang was taken aback. After all, he didn't know this world very well yet. Could there really be more than one Haichang in the same country?